Deep in the Andromeda Spiral, Professor Querxlanthus Bimblebonk was having the worst day of his 17th century career. The Galactic Simulation Center's most advanced quantum processors had just crashed for the 47th time this week, and every single one of them had been running the same impossible scenario: Earth. "What do you mean it exploded again?" Querxlanthus shrieked at his assistant, a nervous creature named Plipsworth, who looked like a cross between a worried penguin and a filing cabinet. The simulation was running perfectly. Peaceful agrarian societies, logical resource distribution, rational conflict resolution, and then, boom! Total societal collapse in 3.7 seconds. Plipsworth nervously adjusted his 17 pairs of spectacles. "Sir, I've run the diagnostics 43 times. The quantum matrices are functioning at optimal capacity. The temporal algorithms are calibrated to perfection. The behavioral prediction engines are working flawlessly. Yet every single Earth simulation ends in complete and utter chaos." The professor's tentacles twitched with frustration. For the past 3 galactic years, he'd been trying to create a proper simulation of this peculiar little blue planet on the edge of the Milky Way. The Galactic Council had commissioned the project after receiving some rather disturbing reports from their deep space scouts about the planet's inhabitants. "Show me the latest results," Quirkslanthus demanded, his voice dripping with the kind of resignation usually reserved for tax auditors and root canal procedures. Plipsworth activated the holographic display, and immediately the air filled with charts, graphs, and statistical analyses that would make a mathematician weep with joy. "Here we have simulation number 4047. I programmed a perfectly reasonable scenario: abundant natural resources, moderate climate variations, and intelligent bipedal beings with opposable thumbs. Basic stuff, really. And within 6 simulated hours, they had somehow managed to invent democracy, capitalism, reality television, and something called pineapple pizza. The civilization collapsed when half the population declared war on the other half over whether this pizza constituted a crime against nature." Quirkslanthus stared at the data with the expression of someone who had just discovered that mathematics had been lying to him his entire life. That's not how intelligent species are supposed to behave. "It gets worse, sir. In simulation 4848, they achieved world peace by the 2nd day. "Ah, well, that sounds promising." And then immediately got bored and started a global conflict over who had the best method for making hot beverages. The war lasted 300 years and ended when someone invented something called instant coffee, which apparently was so horrible that all parties agreed to stop fighting and focus on preventing it from ever being created again. The professor's head tentacles began to twitch more violently. In his 17 centuries of simulating galactic civilizations, he had never encountered anything quite like this. The Blorgonians were predictable in their logic. The Zeptunians followed clear behavioral patterns. Even the notoriously chaotic Flibberites had consistent inconsistencies. But these humans, they defied every known law of sociological development. "Sir," Plipsworth ventured carefully, "perhaps we should consider the possibility that our simulation parameters are somehow flawed." "Flawed?" Quirkslanthus's voice reached a pitch that could shatter crystal. "Plipsworth, I have successfully simulated the rise and fall of over 2 million civilizations. I predicted the Great Spaghetti Rebellion of Sector 7. I accurately forecasted the economic collapse of the Rubber Duck Empire. My simulations have been used to prevent 17 galactic wars and 3 universal economic disasters." "Yes, sir, but..." "There is no but, Plipsworth. The simulations are perfect, which means..." The professor paused, his skin turning a shade of purple that generally indicated either deep thought or severe indigestion. "Which means the problem isn't with our simulations. The problem is with the humans themselves." This revelation hit Quirkslanthus like a freight train, carrying a load of uncomfortable truths. If the simulations were accurate, then these humans were not just unpredictable, they were impossibly unpredictable. They were chaos incarnate, wrapped in a thin veneer of civilization and topped with an inexplicable obsession with small, furry animals that they kept in their homes for reasons that defied all logical analysis. "Plipsworth," the professor said slowly, "how many times have we successfully simulated the development of a stable human civilization?" "0, sir." "And how many times have we simulated their complete extinction?" "Also 0, sir." "They seem to be remarkably good at surviving their own stupidity." Quirkslanthus felt a migraine coming on. In the galactic academic community, he was known for his ability to predict sociological outcomes with 99.97% accuracy. His doctoral thesis on the predictable nature of unpredictable societies had won the prestigious Galactic Award for Academic Excellence 3 years running. And now, a single planet of hairless primates was making him question everything he thought he knew about the universe. "Sir," Plipsworth said, consulting his datapad. "I've been analyzing the patterns in our failed simulations, and I believe I've identified the core issue. Enlighten me." The humans appear to operate on a fundamental principle that can only be described as enlightened stupidity. They consistently make decisions that are simultaneously brilliant and catastrophically foolish. They discover fire and use it to cook food and burn down their own houses. They invent the wheel and immediately use it to run each other over. They develop nuclear energy and somehow manage to both power their cities and threaten to destroy themselves. The professor stared at the holographic display showing Earth's current status. According to their long-range sensors, the planet was still there, still spinning, still supporting a thriving population of nearly 8 billion humans who somehow managed to keep their civilization running despite being, by all logical standards, completely insane. "But Plipsworth," Quirkslanthus said, his voice heavy with confusion, "if they're so chaotic, so unpredictable, so fundamentally irrational, how are they still alive?" This was the question that would keep Professor Quirkslanthus awake for the next several months, because according to every known law of galactic sociology, a species that unpredictable should have gone extinct within the first few generations of their development. Yet here they were, not only surviving, but apparently thriving in their beautiful, terrifying chaos. "Perhaps," Plipsworth suggested tentatively, "we should go and observe them directly." The professor's tentacles froze mid-twitch. Direct observation of a primitive species was highly irregular. The Galactic Council had strict protocols about interfering with developing civilizations, but this was no ordinary situation. This was an academic emergency. "Prepare the research vessel," Quirkslanthus declared. "We're going to Earth." 3 weeks later, the research vessel Probability's Nightmare dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the solar system. The ship was a marvel of galactic engineering, equipped with the most advanced observation and analysis equipment in the known universe. It could detect a single molecule of displaced air from 3 light-years away and predict the behavioral patterns of an entire species based on a 5-minute observation sample. What it could not do, apparently, was make any sense whatsoever of what it was observing. "Professor," called out Dr. Nimblethorpe, the ship's behavioral analyst, "you need to see this." Quirkslanthus floated over to the observation deck, where a massive holographic display showed Earth in all its blue-green glory. The planet looked peaceful enough from a distance, but the data streaming across the screens told a very different story. "What am I looking at?" the professor asked. "Sir, according to our scans, there are currently 47 active military conflicts happening on the planet's surface. That's not unusual for a primitive species." "Yes, sir, but simultaneously there are also 234 international peace negotiations in progress, 12,000 humanitarian aid operations, and approximately 3.7 million acts of random kindness being performed every minute." Quirkslanthus blinked his primary eyes. That's impossible. A species can't be both militaristic and pacifist at the same time. It gets stranger, sir. I've been monitoring their global communication networks. In the past hour, they've shared 47 million images of small furry animals, engaged in 234,000 heated arguments about the proper way to prepare food, and collectively spent 12 billion hours watching videos of other humans doing stupid things. Stupid things? Yes, sir. Apparently, they find it entertaining to watch members of their own species injure themselves in creative ways. They call it fail videos, and it's one of their most popular forms of entertainment. The professor felt his worldview crumbling like a cookie in a cosmic earthquake. "Dr. Nimblethorpe, are you telling me that humans deliberately hurt themselves for fun?" "Not quite, sir. They hurt themselves accidentally while attempting to do impressive things, and then other humans watch recordings of these accidents for amusement. The humans who get hurt are typically embarrassed by the experience, while the humans who watch are usually sympathetic but also find it hilarious. That makes even less sense. Dr. Nimblethorpe nodded gravely. Sir, I've been studying galactic sociology for 4 centuries, and I can honestly say that humans are the most paradoxical species I've ever encountered. They are simultaneously selfish and selfless, intelligent and stupid, creative and destructive, peaceful and violent. They contradict themselves so consistently that the contradictions have become predictable, except when they're not, which is most of the time. Professor Quixlanthus felt a strange sensation that he would later identify as the beginning of a nervous breakdown. Show me their current global activities. The holographic display shifted to show a real-time map of Earth with various indicators showing human activity. The professor watched in fascination and horror as the data streamed past. Currently, Dr. Nimblethorpe reported, there are humans climbing dangerous mountains for no practical reason, humans jumping out of perfectly functional aircraft for entertainment, humans running extremely long distances without being chased by predators, and humans voluntarily entering small enclosed spaces filled with other humans to watch projected images on a large screen. Are they in danger? No, sir. They appear to be enjoying themselves immensely. Quixlanthus stared at the display, trying to process this information. Dr. Nimblethorpe, I need you to select a small sample of humans for detailed observation. Choose, let's say, a dozen individuals from different geographical regions. I want to understand how they think. Already done, sir. I've been tracking 12 humans for the past week. The results are illuminating. A new holographic display appeared, showing 12 small screens, each focused on a different human. The professor watched as the subjects went about their daily lives, and with each passing minute, his confusion deepened. This one, Dr. Nimblethorpe said, pointing to a screen showing a woman in a kitchen, has been trying to bake something called a soufflé for the past 4 hours. She's failed 6 times, but she keeps trying. Each failure makes her more determined to succeed. That shows admirable persistence. Yes, sir, but here's where it gets interesting. She could easily purchase a pre-made soufflé from a nearby establishment for a fraction of the cost and effort. Yet she continues to struggle with this seemingly impossible task because, and I quote, it's the principle of the thing. The professor's tentacles began their familiar twitching. What principle? That's what I asked, sir. Her response was, if I don't make it myself, then I haven't really made it, have I? I've been analyzing this statement for 72 hours, and I still don't understand what it means. Show me another one. Dr. Nimblethorpe pointed to a different screen. This human spends his days in a small enclosed space, staring at a glowing rectangle and pressing small buttons in various sequences. This activity serves no apparent survival function, yet he performs it with great dedication for approximately 8 hours per day. Perhaps it's some form of ritual worship. That's what I thought initially, sir. But I've discovered that he receives small amounts of currency for this activity, which he then uses to purchase items that he doesn't actually need, but which make him feel better about spending 8 hours staring at the glowing rectangle. Quixlanthus felt his academic composure beginning to crack. Dr. Nimblethorpe, are you telling me that humans perform meaningless activities in exchange for currency, which they then use to purchase items that serve no practical purpose? It's worse than that, sir. The items they purchase are often designed to break or become obsolete within a predetermined time frame, forcing the humans to purchase replacements. They are fully aware of this cycle, but they participate in it anyway. Why? Because, sir, and I'm quoting directly from our intercepts of their communications, that's just how things work. The professor stared at the screens, watching 12 humans going about their incomprehensible daily routines. One was talking to a small device as if it were a person. Another was covering his face with various colored substances for no apparent reason. A third was voluntarily subjecting herself to physical discomfort in a facility specifically designed for that purpose. Dr. Nimblethorpe, Quixlanthus said slowly, I want you to run a new simulation. But this time, instead of trying to predict rational behavior, I want you to program completely irrational behavior into the parameters. Sir, that's impossible. Irrational behavior by definition cannot be programmed. It's random, chaotic, unpredictable. Exactly, don't you see? We've been approaching this all wrong. We've been trying to simulate humans as if they were rational beings, but they're not. They're beautiful, magnificent, terrifying agents of chaos. Dr. Nimblethorpe looked at his professor with the expression of someone who had just realized that his boss had finally snapped. Sir, perhaps you should take a rest. No, this is brilliant, don't you understand? We can't simulate humans because they don't follow the rules. They don't follow any rules. They make up their own rules as they go along, and then they break those rules whenever they feel like it. The professor began pacing excitedly around the observation deck, his tentacles waving wildly. They're not just unpredictable, Nimblethorpe. They're creatively unpredictable. They don't just break the rules of logic, they invent entirely new forms of illogic. Sir, I really think, quick, set up a direct communication link with the planet. I need to talk to one of them. Dr. Nimblethorpe's 17 eyes widened in horror. Sir, that's strictly forbidden. The Galactic Council has very clear regulations about direct contact with primitive species. Nimblethorpe, my dear fellow, if we're going to study chaos, we need to experience it directly. Now, establish a communication link with that one. The professor pointed to one of the screens, showing a human male sitting at a desk, apparently engaged in the mysterious glowing rectangle ritual. Sir, I must protest. Just do it, Nimblethorpe. With great reluctance, Dr. Nimblethorpe activated the communication array. The image of the human male appeared on the main screen, and after a moment of adjustment, the translation protocols engaged. Greetings, human, Professor Quixlanthus said, trying to sound as non-threatening as possible. I am Professor Quixlanthus Bimblebonk of the Galactic Simulation Center. I would like to ask you some questions about your species. The human looked up from his glowing rectangle, blinked several times, then calmly said, "Oh, cool. Are you guys finally here to probe us?" Professor Quixlanthus was so surprised that he forgot to speak for several seconds. What? No, we're not here to probe anyone. We're scientists. We study civilizations. Damn, the human said, sounding genuinely disappointed. I was hoping for the full alien experience. You know, bright lights, metal table, weird medical instruments, the works. And why would you want that to happen to you? The human shrugged. It would make a great story. Plus, I'd probably get a book deal out of it. Maybe a movie. Do you guys have movies? Dr. Nimblethorpe leaned over to the professor. Sir, I'm not entirely sure, but I believe this human wants to be abducted for financial gain. That's... Quixlanthus paused, trying to process this information. That's actually quite logical, in a completely insane way. So, the human continued, what kind of questions did you want to ask? Because I've got about 20 minutes before my next meeting, and I'd really like to help you guys out. This is way more interesting than updating spreadsheets. The professor looked at his notes, then at the human, then back at his notes. Well, I suppose my primary question is, how do you function as a species when you're so fundamentally irrational? The human laughed. Oh, that's easy. We don't function. We just pretend to function and somehow it works out, most of the time, sort of. But that's impossible. Civilizations require structure, organization, predictable behavioral patterns. Says who? The human asked. I mean, sure, we've got structure and organization, but it's all kind of held together with duct tape and good intentions. Half the time we're making it up as we go along, and the other half we're trying to fix whatever we messed up the first time. Doctor, Nimblethorpe frantically took notes. Sir, this is extraordinary. He's describing a civilization based on improvisation and error correction. Yeah, exactly, the human said, apparently hearing the comment. We call it winging it. It's like our species' superpower. We don't plan ahead because we can't predict what's going to happen anyway, so we just adapt to whatever crazy situation we find ourselves in. Professor Quixlanthus felt a strange sensation that he would later recognize as enlightenment. You mean, you've built your entire civilization on the principle of controlled chaos? Well, I wouldn't say controlled, the human replied. More like enthusiastic chaos. We just roll with whatever happens and try to make it work. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but it's never boring. But surely you must have some basic principles, some fundamental guidelines that everyone follows. The human thought for a moment. Yeah, we've got a few. Don't kill people unless they're trying to kill you. Don't steal stuff unless you're really hungry. Try to be nice to each other, but not so nice that people think you're weird. And always, always, put the toilet seat down. I don't understand that last one. Neither do most of us, but we follow it anyway. It's tradition. Dr. Nimblethorpe looked up from his notes. Sir, he's describing a moral framework based on practical considerations and arbitrary social conventions. It's simultaneously flexible and rigid, logical and illogical. Exactly, the human said. We're like a jazz band where nobody knows the song, but somehow we all end up playing the same tune, more or less. Professor Quixlanthus stared at the human with a mixture of admiration and terror. You realize that by all galactic standards, your species should have gone extinct millions of years ago. Yeah, we get that a lot. But here's the thing, we're really good at not dying. We've survived ice ages, plagues, wars, natural disasters, and the invention of reality television. We're like cosmic cockroaches, but with better hair. How do you survive things that should logically destroy you? The human grinned. We panic really well. When everything goes wrong, we don't waste time trying to understand why it went wrong. We just start fixing things as fast as possible, and we keep fixing things until either the problem is solved or we're too tired to care anymore. That's actually quite efficient, right? Plus, we've got this weird thing where the worse a situation gets, the more creative we become. You should see what we can do with duct tape and a paperclip when we're really desperate. Doctor. Nimblethorpe was scribbling notes furiously. Sir, I think I'm beginning to understand. They don't plan for specific problems. They develop general problem-solving capabilities that can be applied to any situation. Bingo, the human said. We don't know what's going to try to kill us next, but we're pretty confident that we can figure out how to not die from it. We've been doing it for a few 100,000 years now, and it's worked out pretty well so far. Professor Quixlanthus felt the last of his preconceptions crumbling. So, you're telling me that your species has survived and thrived by embracing chaos rather than trying to control it? Well, we still try to control it, the human said. We just don't get upset when it doesn't work. We figure that if we can't control chaos, we might as well ride it like a wave and see where it takes us. And where has it taken you? The human gestured at his surroundings. Well, we've got pizza, Wi-Fi, and the ability to watch cat videos from anywhere on the planet. Plus, we're having a conversation with aliens, which is pretty cool. I'd say we're doing all right. Professor Quixlanthus looked at Dr. Nimblethorpe, who was still scribbling notes with the enthusiasm of someone who had just discovered a new form of physics. Dr. Nimblethorpe, I believe we've been approaching this problem from entirely the wrong angle. How so, sir? We've been trying to simulate chaos as if it were a problem to be solved. But for humans, chaos isn't a problem, it's a resource. They use unpredictability as a tool for adaptation and innovation. The human nodded approvingly. Now you're getting it. We don't fight chaos, we dance with it. Sometimes we step on its toes, sometimes it steps on ours, but we keep dancing because the music is always interesting. But how do you maintain social cohesion when everyone is essentially making up their own rules? Oh, that's the beautiful part, the human said. We don't maintain social cohesion. We maintain social flexibility. We agree to disagree about most things, but we cooperate anyway because we know that if we don't work together, we'll all die horribly. That's remarkably pragmatic. We're a pragmatic species. We figure that being alive and arguing is better than being dead and right. Professor Quercus-Lanthus felt a profound shift in his understanding of the universe. For 17 centuries, he had studied civilization as a triumph of order over chaos. But here was an entire species that had achieved civilization by embracing chaos as a fundamental principle. "Human," he said slowly, "I need to ask you something very important. Are you aware that your species is completely unique in the galaxy?" The human shrugged. I figured we were probably a little weird, but unique seems like a strong word. We're just doing what works for us. What works for you defies every known law of sociological development. You shouldn't exist. Your civilization should have collapsed thousands of years ago." "Yeah, but it didn't," the human said simply. "And here we are, talking to aliens and having a grand old time. I'd say that's a pretty good outcome for a species that shouldn't exist." Dr. Nimblethorpe looked up from his notes. "Sir, I've been analyzing the data from our conversation, and I think I understand why our simulations kept failing. Enlighten me." "We were trying to simulate humans as if they were a normal species with predictable behavioral patterns. But humans don't have predictable behavioral patterns. They have adaptive behavioral patterns. They change their behavior based on circumstances, but they do it in ways that are simultaneously logical and illogical." The human laughed. "That's because we're basically very smart monkeys who accidentally figured out how to use tools. We're still making it up as we go along, but now we've got technology to help us make it up faster." "But surely," Professor Quercus-Lanthus insisted, "there must be some underlying structure to your chaos, some hidden pattern that we could identify and simulate." The human thought for a moment. "Well, there is one pattern that's pretty consistent." "What is it?" "We always find a way to make things more complicated than they need to be, but somehow it usually works out okay in the end." Dr. Nimblethorpe began furiously calculating. "Sir, if we could quantify this tendency toward beneficial complication, we might be able to create a simulation that actually works." "Hold on," the human said. "You guys have been trying to simulate us? That's hilarious. We can't even simulate ourselves. We've got these things called economic models and weather predictions that are supposed to tell us what's going to happen, but they're wrong about half the time. But you still use them." "Of course. Being wrong half the time is better than being wrong all the time. Plus, when the predictions are wrong, we get to improvise, and that's when we do our best work." Professor Quercus-Lanthus felt his mind expanding in ways that were both enlightening and slightly painful. "You mean you've designed your systems to be deliberately inaccurate?" "Not deliberately," the human corrected. "We've just accepted that accuracy is less important than adaptability. We'd rather have systems that can handle being wrong than systems that have to be right all the time." That's actually brilliant. Thanks, we came up with it by accident, which is pretty much how we come up with everything else." Dr. Nimblethorpe was practically vibrating with excitement. "Sir, do you realize what this means? Humans have solved the fundamental problem of complex systems. They've created sustainable chaos." "Sustainable chaos!" Professor Quercus-Lanthus exclaimed. "That's it. That's the key. They don't try to eliminate chaos. They make it sustainable." The human looked pleased. "Yeah, we're pretty proud of that. It took us a few thousand years to figure out, but once we got the hang of it, things got a lot more interesting." "But how do you sustain chaos without it destroying everything?" "Easy," the human said. "We make sure that the chaos is always creating more than it's destroying. We call it creative destruction, and it's one of our favorite pastimes." "Creative destruction?" "Sure. We build things up, then we tear them down and build something better. Sometimes the something better is actually worse, but that just means we get to tear it down again and try something else. It's like a never-ending game of cosmic Legos." Professor Quercus-Lanthus stared at the human with a mixture of awe and horror. You've turned existence into a game. Well, what else would you do with it? Life's too short to take seriously and too long to be boring. We figured we might as well have fun while we're here. Dr. Nimblethorpe looked up from his calculations. Sir, I've been running some preliminary models based on our conversation, and I think I might be able to create a simulation that actually works. Really? Yes, sir. Instead of trying to predict what humans will do, I'll create a simulation that assumes they'll do something unpredictable and then adapts accordingly. It's simulation through improvisation. The human clapped his hands. Now that sounds like something we'd come up with. You guys are getting the hang of this chaos thing. Professor Quixlanthus felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After 3 years of failure, he was finally beginning to understand the impossible species that had been driving him to the edge of madness. Human, he said, I want to thank you for your assistance. You've helped us solve a problem that has been plaguing our research for... Oh, crap! The human interrupted. I just remembered. I've got that meeting in 2 minutes. Listen, this has been great, but I've got to go explain to my boss why I haven't finished those spreadsheets yet. Wait, Professor Quixlanthus called out. Before you go, I need to ask you one more question. If you could give advice to other species about how to achieve what you've achieved, what would you tell them? The human paused, considered the question seriously, then smiled. Don't try to make sense of everything. Sometimes the best solutions come from the worst ideas, and never ever underestimate the power of making it up as you go along. That's it. That's it. Oh, and one more thing, if all else fails, try adding cheese. It doesn't solve the problem, but it makes you feel better about the fact that the problem still exists. And with that, the human disconnected the communication link, leaving Professor Quixlanthus and Dr. Nimblethorpe staring at a blank screen. Sir, Doctor, Nimblethorpe said after a long moment, I think I'm beginning to understand why our simulations kept failing. Because we were trying to simulate order when we should have been simulating chaos. No, sir, because we were trying to simulate chaos when we should have been simulating humans. They're not the same thing. Professor Quixlanthus nodded slowly. Humans aren't chaotic, are they? They're something else entirely. They're adaptive, sir. They've created a form of civilization that can evolve in real time to meet any challenge. They don't plan for specific problems. They develop the ability to solve problems they haven't even thought of yet. And they do it by embracing uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate it. Exactly, sir. They've turned unpredictability into a survival strategy. Professor Quixlanthus looked out at the blue-green planet spinning peacefully in the void. Dr. Nimblethorpe, I think we need to completely restructure our approach to galactic sociology. If humans can achieve stable civilization through adaptive chaos, then perhaps we've been wrong about the fundamental nature of civilization itself. How so, sir? We've always assumed that civilization is about creating order from chaos. But what if it's actually about creating sustainable chaos from order? What if the goal isn't to eliminate unpredictability, but to manage it creatively? Dr. Nimblethorpe consulted his notes. Sir, if that's true, then humans aren't just unique, they're evolutionary. They represent the next stage in the development of intelligent species. A species that has learned to thrive on uncertainty rather than simply surviving it. Yes, sir. And if we can understand how they do it, we might be able to help other species develop similar capabilities. Professor Quixlanthus felt a surge of excitement. Dr. Nimblethorpe, I think we're looking at the beginning of a new era in galactic civilization. An era where species don't just adapt to change, they create change as a form of adaptation. The implications are staggering, sir. If we can teach other species to embrace adaptive chaos the way humans do, we could prevent the kind of stagnation that has plagued so many galactic civilizations. More than that, Professor Quixlanthus said, his tentacles practically dancing with enthusiasm. We could create a galaxy where every species is constantly evolving, constantly adapting, constantly creating new solutions to problems that don't even exist yet. A galaxy of sustainable chaos. A galaxy of infinite possibility. Dr. Nimblethorpe looked down at his notes, then back up at the professor. Sir, there's just one problem with this theory. What's that? If we start teaching other species to think like humans, the galaxy is going to become a very, very interesting place. Professor Quirkslanthus considered this for a moment, then began to laugh. It started as a small chuckle, but quickly grew into the kind of deep, joyful laughter that comes from finally understanding a joke that the universe has been telling for billions of years. Dr. Nimblethorpe, he said, wiping tears from his eyes, I think that's exactly what the galaxy needs. A little more chaos, a little more creativity, and a lot more willingness to make things up as we go along. And if it doesn't work? Then we'll do what the humans do. We'll try something else, and if that doesn't work, we'll try something else again. And we'll keep trying until we find something that works, or until we're too tired to care anymore. That's actually quite liberating, sir. Isn't it? For the first time in my 17th century career, I'm not worried about being wrong. I'm excited about the possibility of being wrong in new and interesting ways. Dr. Nimblethorpe nodded slowly. Sir, I think the humans have taught us something very important about the nature of existence. What's that? That the point isn't to have all the answers. The point is to keep asking better questions. Professor Quirkslanthus looked out at the stars, each one representing countless possibilities, countless opportunities for creative chaos and adaptive evolution. Dr. Nimblethorpe set course for the Galactic Council headquarters. We have a report to deliver. What should I tell them in the preliminary transmission? Tell them that we've discovered something extraordinary about the nature of civilization itself. Tell them that we've found a species that has learned to dance with chaos instead of fighting it. Tell them that the future of galactic society might depend on our ability to embrace uncertainty as a creative force. And if they ask for specifics, tell them that we're still making it up as we go along, but we're pretty confident that it's going to work out. Somehow, Dr. Nimblethorpe began preparing the transmission, pausing only to ask, Sir, do you think the Council will understand what we're trying to tell them? Professor Quirkslanthus smiled. Probably not. But that's okay. We'll just keep explaining it until they either understand or give up trying to understand. And then we'll help them embrace the confusion as a learning opportunity. Very human of us, sir. Indeed, I think they're rubbing off on us already. As the research vessel Probability's Nightmare began its journey back to Galactic Council headquarters, Professor Quirkslanthus couldn't help but reflect on the profound implications of their discovery. For millennia, galactic civilization had been built on the principle that intelligent species should strive for predictability, order, and logical consistency. But humans had proven that there was another way. They had shown that intelligence could be chaotic, that civilization could be improvisational, and that the most successful strategies were often the ones that made the least sense according to traditional logic. 3 months later, Professor Quirkslanthus stood before the assembled Galactic Council, a collection of the most distinguished minds from across the known universe. Representatives from 847 different species sat in the great amphitheater, their various tentacles, pseudopods, and other appendages poised to take notes on what was expected to be a routine research report. Esteemed colleagues, Professor Quirkslanthus began, his voice echoing through the vast chamber, I stand before you today to present the results of our 3-year study on the impossibility of Earth-human civilization simulation. However, I must begin with an admission that may shock you. We have been fundamentally wrong about the nature of intelligence itself. A ripple of concerned murmurs passed through the assembly. The representative from Rigel Prime, a distinguished scholar named Academician Florflebrix, raised one of his 17 manipulator arms. Professor Bimblebonk, Surely you exaggerate. Our models of intelligence have been refined over millions of years of observation and analysis. That is precisely the problem, Querxlanthus replied. Our models assume that intelligence operates according to logical principles. Humans have demonstrated that intelligence can operate according to illogical principles and still achieve remarkable success. The murmurs grew louder. Counselor Zilthraxion of the Crystalline Collective stood up, her geometric form refracting light in patterns that indicated deep skepticism. Professor, you are suggesting that a species can achieve civilization through stupidity? This contradicts everything we know about evolutionary development. Not stupidity, Counselor, Querxlanthus corrected. Strategic stupidity. Humans have weaponized their own ignorance and turned it into a competitive advantage. The chamber erupted in what could charitably be described as academic chaos. Representatives began shouting questions and objections in 237 different languages, creating a cacophony that would have given a translator a nervous breakdown. Order! Order! Boomed the voice of High Chancellor Blortmaculus, the ancient leader of the council whose species had achieved enlightenment so long ago that they had forgotten what it felt like to be confused about anything. Professor Bimblebonk, please explain yourself clearly. Deed. Professor Querxlanthus activated his holographic display, showing the data from thousands of failed Earth simulations. Every time we attempted to simulate human civilization using traditional parameters, the simulation ended in complete chaos within days. However, when we observed actual humans, we discovered that they have been thriving in that same chaos for thousands of years. How is that possible? Asked Dr. Veltriminar, the Council's chief behavioral analyst. Because they don't try to control chaos, Querxlanthus explained. They collaborate with it. They have developed a form of collective intelligence that operates through controlled confusion. When faced with an impossible problem, humans don't seek the optimal solution. They seek any solution that works, and then they improvise improvements in real time. High Chancellor Blortmaculus leaned forward, his ancient senses focusing on the professor. You are describing a species that operates without proper planning or logical frameworks. Such a species should have destroyed itself long ago. That's what we thought, Your Excellence. But we were wrong. Humans have discovered something that our galactic civilization has been missing: the power of productive failure. Productive failure. The term was so alien to the Council that several universal translators actually shut down rather than attempt to process it. Yes, humans fail constantly, but they fail in ways that generate useful information. Every failure teaches them something new about what doesn't work, which helps them discover what might work. They have turned failure into a form of accelerated learning. Academician Florflabrix waved his appendages in distress. But Professor, failure is inefficient. It wastes resources and time. Only if you assume that success requires avoiding failure, Querxlanthus replied. Humans have proven that success can actually require failure, if that failure is approached systematically. They call it trial and error, and they've built their entire technological civilization on this principle. The chamber fell silent as the assembled representatives tried to process this information. For species that had spent millennia perfecting their logical thinking processes, the idea that purposeful illogic could be beneficial was almost incomprehensible. Finally, Councillor Zilthraxion spoke up. Professor, even if we accept your premise that humans have achieved civilization through chaos, what possible relevance could this have for the rest of galactic society? We have achieved stability and prosperity through careful planning and logical analysis. Have we? Professor Querxlanthus asked quietly. Counselor, when was the last time any of our member species developed a genuinely new technology? When did any of us solve a problem that we hadn't encountered before? When did any civilization in our galaxy experience truly revolutionary progress? The silence that followed was profound and uncomfortable. We have achieved stagnation, Professor Querxlanthus continued. We have created perfect systems that perfectly solve the problems we already know about. But humans have created adaptive systems that can solve problems they haven't even encountered yet. Dr. Veltriminar consulted his datapad. Professor, our records show consistent technological and social advancement across all member species for the past million years. Incremental advancement, Querxlanthus corrected. Gradual improvements on existing solutions. When was the last time someone invented something that no one had ever thought of before? When did anyone develop a completely new way of approaching an old problem? The representatives looked around at each other, and the uncomfortable realization began to settle in that they couldn't remember such an innovation. Humans, Professor Querxlanthus said, invent new things every day, not because they need to, but because they can't help themselves. They are constitutionally incapable of leaving well enough alone. They see something that works perfectly well, and their immediate instinct is to ask, "But what if we did it differently?" High Chancellor Blormaculus spoke slowly, his voice heavy with the weight of sudden understanding. Professor, are you suggesting that our pursuit of perfection has made us predictable? I'm suggesting, Your Excellence, that our pursuit of perfection has made us extinct. The gasps that echoed through the chamber could have powered a small starship. We're not physically extinct, Professor Querxlanthus clarified quickly, but we're creatively extinct. We've optimized ourselves out of the ability to evolve. We've become so good at being what we are that we've forgotten how to become something else. Academician Florflabrix was frantically checking his calculations. But Professor, evolution is about adapting to environmental pressures. Our member species face no significant environmental pressures. We have achieved homeostasis. Exactly, Querxlanthus exclaimed. And that's the problem. Humans face constant environmental pressure because they create their own environmental pressure. Every time they solve a problem, they immediately create new problems for themselves to solve. That sounds horrible, whispered Councillor Zilthraxion. It sounds wonderful, Professor Querxlanthus replied with enthusiasm that bordered on the maniacal. They never stop growing, never stop changing, never stop becoming more than they were before. They are the only species in the galaxy that is still actively evolving. Dr. Veltriminar looked up from his notes. Professor, if humans are as adaptable as you suggest, then they represent a form of intelligence that could potentially solve problems that we cannot even conceive of. Precisely. And more importantly, they could teach us to solve problems that we cannot even conceive of. The implications hit the assembly like a wave of cold, cosmic radiation. If humans possessed capabilities that the rest of galactic civilization lacked, then perhaps the galaxy's greatest resource wasn't its accumulated knowledge and perfect systems. Perhaps it was its capacity to learn from the most chaotic species ever discovered. High Chancellor Blormaculus raised himself to his full height, which was considerable. Professor Bimblebonk, what exactly are you proposing? I'm proposing, Your Excellence, that we establish a new kind of relationship with humanity. Not as observers studying a primitive species, but as students learning from teachers who have mastered skills we didn't even know existed. You want us to learn from humans? Academician Florflabrix's voice reached a pitch that could have shattered crystal. We are advanced beings, with millions of years of accumulated wisdom, and they are advanced beings with the ability to acquire new wisdom, Professor Querxlanthus replied calmly. Our wisdom tells us how to do things we already know how to do. Their wisdom tells them how to do things they've never done before. Councillor Zilthraxion began to pulse with confused light patterns. But Professor, if we adopt human-style chaos and unpredictability, won't our civilizations become unstable? Our civilizations are already unstable, Councillor. They're just unstable in very predictable ways. We're all slowly stagnating according to carefully planned schedules. At least if we become chaotic, we might stagnate in interesting ways. Or better yet, we might not stagnate at all. Dr. Veltriminar, was running calculations on his portable quantum processor. "Professor, I've been analyzing the theoretical implications of your proposal. If we could somehow incorporate human-style adaptive chaos into our existing social structures, we could potentially achieve the benefits of innovation without sacrificing the stability we've already achieved." Exactly. We don't have to become human. We just have to learn to think like humans when the situation calls for it. High Chancellor Blorp Maculus contemplated this for several long moments. "Professor, you are asking us to voluntarily introduce uncertainty into systems that we have spent millennia perfecting. I'm asking you to introduce creativity into systems that have become perfect at preventing creativity. And you believe this will benefit galactic civilization?" "Your Excellence, I believe this is essential for the survival of galactic civilization. We have become so efficient at maintaining the status quo that we've lost the ability to change when change becomes necessary. Humans have retained that ability, and they can teach us to regain it." The debate that followed lasted for 14 hours and covered topics ranging from the philosophical nature of chaos to the practical implications of deliberately introducing inefficiency into perfectly efficient systems. Representatives argued, calculated, theorized, and speculated until the chamber's environmental systems had to be recalibrated 3 times to handle the elevated stress levels. Finally, High Chancellor Blorp Maculus called for order. "Professor Bimblebonk, the Council has reached a preliminary decision. We are willing to authorize a limited experimental program to test your theories about human adaptive chaos." "What kind of experimental program?" "We will select 12 volunteer civilizations to participate in structured interactions with humanity. These civilizations will attempt to incorporate human-style problem-solving approaches into their existing social frameworks. The results will be monitored and analyzed over a period of 1 galactic standard year." Professor Quirkslanthus felt a surge of excitement mixed with terror. "Your Excellence, I must warn you that if this experiment works, it could fundamentally change the nature of galactic civilization. And if it doesn't work, then we'll probably end up with 12 civilizations that are completely confused, but potentially more interesting than they were before." High Chancellor Blorp Maculus made a sound that might have been laughter if his species had possessed a sense of humor. "Professor, for the first time in a million years, this council is contemplating doing something that might not work. I find this both terrifying and oddly exhilarating." "That's very human of you, Your Excellence." "Indeed, perhaps we are learning already." 6 months later, the results of the experimental program began to arrive at the Galactic Council headquarters. Professor Quirkslanthus reviewed the reports with a mixture of fascination and mounting concern. The Crystalline Collective had attempted to introduce structured spontaneity into their perfectly ordered society. The result was a 347% increase in artistic output and a 23% decrease in administrative efficiency. Their cities now featured random sculptures that served no purpose other than to be aesthetically interesting, and their citizens had begun engaging in what they called purposeless conversations that somehow led to innovative solutions to problems they hadn't even realized they had. The Machine Confederacy had tried to incorporate beneficial error into their computational systems. Instead of immediately correcting all glitches, they allowed some glitches to propagate to see what would happen. This led to the accidental discovery of 17 new mathematical principles and 3 entirely new forms of logic. It also caused their traffic control systems to route hovercars through scenic detours that citizens actually preferred to the original optimal paths. The hive mind of Cygnus had experimented with controlled disagreement by allowing individual units to occasionally ignore collective decisions and pursue their own ideas. This resulted in the invention of personal hobbies, the concept of privacy, and something they called individual taste in music. The Hive was now producing the galaxy's first truly diverse culture, though they were still trying to figure out what to do with the concept of personal opinions. But it was the report from the peaceful commune of Vega that gave Professor Quirks-Lanthus his first real cause for alarm. "Dr. Nimblethorpe," he called to his assistant, "have you reviewed the vegan report?" "Yes, sir. It's concerning. They've declared war on themselves." "Yes, sir. Apparently, they took the concept of creative conflict a bit too literally. Half the commune decided that their pacifist philosophy was preventing them from exploring the full range of sentient experience, so they declared independence from their own government and challenged themselves to a war." "Are they actually fighting?" "Not exactly, sir. They're having what they call aggressive negotiations. It involves a lot of shouting and dramatic gesturing, but no actual violence. They seem to be enjoying themselves immensely." Professor Quirks-Lanthus rubbed his temples with two of his tentacles. "Dr. Nimblethorpe, I'm beginning to understand why humans find chaos so appealing. It's never boring." "Sir, there's more. The Vegans have also invented something called competitive cooperation. They're now working together to see who can cooperate most effectively." "That doesn't even make sense." "No, sir, but apparently it's very motivating. Their productivity has increased by 892% in the past 3 months. Professor Quirks-Lanthus stared at the reports scattered across his desk. Every single experimental civilization had experienced dramatic changes, some beneficial, some bewildering, all completely unpredictable. It was exactly what he had expected, and yet somehow more than he had bargained for. "Dr. Nimblethorpe, contact the humans. I think we need their advice on how to manage the chaos we've unleashed." "Sir, shouldn't we contact the Galactic Council instead? The Galactic Council created this situation by trying to apply logic to chaos. If we want to understand chaos, we need to talk to the experts." 20 minutes later, they were once again in communication with Earth. This time, however, instead of speaking to a single human, they found themselves connected to what appeared to be a conference room full of humans, all talking at once. "Greetings, humans," Professor Quirks-Lanthus said, trying to project his voice over the babble. "We need your assistance with a situation that has become somewhat complicated." One of the humans, a female wearing what appeared to be decorative fabric around her neck, looked up from a stack of papers. "Oh, hi! You're the alien professor who talked to Jeff from accounting, right? He told everyone about that conversation. You're kind of famous now." "I am." "Oh yeah, you're all over social media. People are calling you Professor Alien and making memes about galactic sociology. There's a whole hashtag about it." Professor Quirks-Lanthus wasn't sure what any of that meant, but he decided to focus on the immediate problem. "Humans, we have introduced some of your adaptive chaos principles to other galactic civilizations, and the results have been unexpected." A male human with facial hair looked up from his own stack of papers. "Unexpected how? Good unexpected or bad unexpected?" "I'm not sure. One civilization has declared war on itself. Another has accidentally invented new forms of mathematics. A third has developed individual personalities despite being a collective consciousness." The humans exchanged glances, and then the female human began to laugh. "Oh, that's hilarious. You guys took our advice and now everything's going crazy. Is that amusing to you?" "It's awesome," another human chimed in. "You've basically introduced the rest of the galaxy to the concept of winging it. This is going to be so much fun to watch." Professor Quirks-Lanthus felt a chill of cosmic dread. "Humans, I need you to understand the gravity of this situation. We may have destabilized the entire galactic order." "Yeah, that's usually what happens when you try new things," the male human said cheerfully. "Don't worry, it'll work out. It always does. Sort of. But what if it doesn't work out? Then you'll try something else. Welcome to the wonderful world of improvisation." Dr. Nimblethorpe leaned over to the professor. "Sir, I don't think they understand the magnitude of what we've done. The female human overheard this. "Oh, we understand. You've just given the galaxy its first taste of real creative freedom in probably millions of years. Things are going to get weird for a while, but weird is good. Weird leads to innovation. But what about stability? What about social order?" "What about it?" another human asked. "Social order is great, but if it never changes, it's not really order. It's just slow death. You guys have been slowly dying for a really long time. Now you're starting to live again." Professor Querxlanthus stared at the humans, trying to process their casual attitude toward what he considered a galactic crisis. "So you're saying that destabilizing the entire galactic order is good?" "Not good or bad," the first female human said. "It's just necessary. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, and you can't evolve without breaking some old patterns. But what if the new patterns are worse than the old ones? Then you'll break those patterns too and try different ones. That's how it works. You keep trying things until you find something that works, and then when that stops working, you try something else." Dr. Nimblethorpe was taking frantic notes. "Sir, they're describing evolution as a continuous process rather than a goal-oriented one." "Exactly," one of the humans said. "Evolution isn't about getting somewhere specific. It's about getting better at getting places you've never been before." Professor Querxlanthus felt his worldview shifting again. "So you're saying that the chaos we've introduced into galactic civilization isn't a problem to be solved. It's a process to be managed. Now you're getting it. Chaos isn't your enemy. It's your dance partner. You just have to learn the steps. And if we step on its toes, then it'll step on yours, and you'll both laugh about it later. That's what makes it fun." The professor looked at the reports on his desk with new eyes. Perhaps the Crystalline Collective's random sculptures and the Machine Confederacy's scenic traffic routes weren't problems. Perhaps they were symptoms of civilizations learning to be creative again. "Humans," he said slowly, "I think I'm beginning to understand something important." "What's that?" "Chaos isn't the opposite of order. It's the raw material that order is made from." The humans all nodded approvingly. "Bingo. Order without chaos is just stagnation. Chaos without order is just mess. But chaos with order, that's where the magic happens." Professor Querxlanthus felt a profound sense of clarity settling over him. "Dr. Nimblethorpe, cancel our emergency protocols. We're not dealing with a crisis. We're dealing with an opportunity." "An opportunity for what, sir?" "An opportunity for the galaxy to remember how to grow." The humans cheered, which was apparently their traditional response to people figuring out obvious things. "So what happens now?" Professor Querxlanthus asked. The female human shrugged. "Now you do what we do. You make it up as you go along. You try things, you see what works, you keep the good stuff and throw out the bad stuff. You experiment, you innovate, you fail, you learn, you try again. And if we're wrong about everything, then you'll be wrong in interesting ways instead of boring ways. Either way, you'll be learning something new." Professor Querxlanthus looked out at the stars, each one now representing not just a civilization, but a potential experiment in creative chaos. "Dr. Nimblethorpe, I think we're about to witness the most interesting period in galactic history since the dawn of consciousness itself." "Sir, are you saying that humanity has essentially taught the galaxy how to be human?" "No, Dr. Nimblethorpe. Humanity has taught the galaxy how to be alive." 6 months later, the Galactic Council convened for what would later be known as the Great Reconsideration. Representatives from all member civilizations gathered to discuss the unprecedented changes that had swept across their worlds. High Chancellor Blormaculus called the session to order, though the concept of order had become considerably more flexible since the introduction of human chaos principles. "Esteemed colleagues," he began, "we gather today to evaluate the results of our experiment with adaptive chaos. The reports before us describe changes so fundamental that they challenge our basic understanding of civilization itself." Academician Florflabrix raised several appendages. Your Excellence, I must protest. The changes described in these reports are completely inconsistent with established sociological theory. Yes, the Chancellor replied calmly. Isn't it wonderful? The chamber fell silent. In 1,000,000 years of Galactic Council history, no High Chancellor had ever described inconsistency as wonderful. Your Excellence, Councillor Zilthraxian said carefully, are you feeling well? I'm feeling curious, Councillor. For the first time in millennia, I don't know what's going to happen next, and I find that exhilarating. Dr. Veltriminar consulted his datapad. High Chancellor, our analysis shows that the experimental civilizations have deviated significantly from their predicted development patterns. Have they deviated in beneficial ways? That's difficult to determine, sir. They've deviated in unprecedented ways. We have no framework for evaluating unprecedented changes. Professor Quirkslanthus stood up. Perhaps we need to develop a new framework. Perhaps we need to learn to evaluate changes based on their potential, rather than their predictability. Professor, Academician Florflebrick said, you're suggesting that we abandon objective analysis in favor of speculative evaluation. I'm suggesting that we expand our definition of objective. If something works, it's objectively successful, even if we don't understand why it works. High Chancellor Blorpmaculus leaned forward. Professor, what do you mean by works? I mean that the experimental civilizations are more creative, more adaptive, and more engaged with existence than they were before. They're producing art, inventing new technologies, exploring new ideas, and developing new forms of social organization. They're growing, but they're also more unpredictable, more chaotic, and more difficult to manage, Councillor Zilthraxian pointed out. Yes, and that's exactly why they're growing. Growth requires uncertainty. Change requires the possibility of failure. Innovation requires the freedom to be wrong. Dr. Veltriminar looked up from his calculations. Professor, if we accept your definition of success, then the experimental civilizations are indeed performing better than our control groups. But they're also performing better than our theoretical models predicted was possible. Because our theoretical models assumed that there was an upper limit to how much a civilization could achieve through logical optimization, Professor Quirkslanthus replied. Humans have shown us that there is no upper limit to what a civilization can achieve through creative chaos. High Chancellor Blorpmaculus stood up, his ancient form radiating a sense of decision. Colleagues, after careful consideration of all the evidence, I believe we face a choice. We can either attempt to return our civilizations to their previous states of predictable stagnation, or we can embrace the uncertainty and potential that humans have shown us. What are you proposing, Your Excellence? Asked Academician Florflebrix. I'm proposing that we officially adopt adaptive chaos as a fundamental principle of galactic civilization. I'm proposing that we stop trying to perfect what we have and start trying to create what we don't yet know we need. The silence that followed was pregnant with possibility. Your Excellence, Councillor Zilthraxian said finally, you're asking us to deliberately choose uncertainty over security. I'm asking us to choose growth over security. Security without growth is just comfortable death. Professor Quirkslanthus felt a surge of pride and terror. The galaxy was about to make the same choice that humans had made thousands of years ago. The choice to embrace chaos as a creative force rather than fight it as a destructive one. All in favor of Resolution 847 Omega, the adoption of adaptive chaos as a fundamental principle of galactic civilization, High Chancellor Blorpmaculus called. The vote was closer than Professor Quirkslanthus had expected, but the resolution passed. By a margin of 347 to 284, with 216 abstentions, the Galactic Council officially decided to embrace uncertainty as a tool for growth. As the representatives filed out of the chamber, chattering excitedly about the implications of their decision, Professor Quirkslanthus remained behind to contemplate what they had done. Dr. Nimblethorpe approached him. "Sir, do you think we've made the right choice?" "Dr. Nimblethorpe, for the first time in my career, I honestly don't know. And I find that absolutely terrifying and completely wonderful. Very human of you, sir." "Yes, it is. And you know what? I think that's exactly what the galaxy needed. A little more humanity." As they left the chamber, Professor Quirkslanthus looked up at the vast dome, showing the swirling galaxies beyond. Somewhere out there, thousands of civilizations were beginning to experiment with chaos, to play with uncertainty, to dance with the unknown. It was going to be the most beautiful disaster in the history of the universe. And for the first time in eons, nobody knew how it would end, which was precisely the point. The galaxy had finally learned to be human, wonderfully, terrifyingly, beautifully unpredictable. After all, in a universe where anything could happen, the only truly logical response was to make sure that everything interesting would.
Before we begin, imagine this. You're chained to a cold alien wall, about to be executed in front of an entire army. But just as the blade rises, your dire wolf, the one creature who's never betrayed you, snaps his chains to rescue you. If you want more stories where humanity's loyalty and power eclipse entire galaxies, like this video right now, comment your favorite apex predator below, and subscribe so you never miss an upload. Darius Kale awoke to the taste of blood in his mouth and the scent of iron and stale alien air burning his nose. His head lolled forward, neck muscles failing him as pain pulsed from his shoulders down his spine. Metal cuffs bound his wrists above him, biting into torn skin. Each breath rattled in his chest, dry and heavy, the recycled oxygen of the alien warship leaving his tongue cracked. Somewhere beyond his cell, he heard humming engines and the distant echo of guttural voices. They spoke in the alien tongue of the Jarek, a clicking, vibrating language that reminded him of shifting glaciers under moonlight. His eyes opened to slitted yellow lights embedded along the ceiling, illuminating a barren steel chamber lined with cells, each encased by translucent energy barriers pulsing with a faint emerald glow. In the cell opposite him, a massive shadow shifted. Golden eyes gleamed from the darkness, unblinking, locked onto him with an intensity that reached into his marrow. Fenrir. The dire wolf lay chained at all four limbs, his broad chest pressed against the cold floor, claws splayed, fur matted with dirt and streaks of dried blood. Even with chains taut against his muscles, his presence filled the room like an oncoming avalanche. Black and silver fur rippled as he shifted his weight, testing the shackles binding his massive paws. He did not whimper. He did not growl. He simply stared at Darius with absolute focus, as if to remind him, "You are not alone." Darius swallowed, copper tang filling his mouth again. Memories flickered behind his half-lidded eyes, white-fanged puppy jaws chewing his boots during Arctic training rotations, running across frozen tundras beneath green auroras. Fenrir curled beside him during endless polar nights when temperatures could kill a man in an hour. He had raised Fenrir from puphood on the genetic labs of Fort Resolute, ignoring base protocols that labeled apex war beasts as mere military assets. To him, Fenrir had always been more than weapon or tool. He was loyalty incarnate. Footsteps approached. Darius's eyes flicked sideways as three towering insectoid forms entered, carapaces dark as obsidian veined with bronze. Their mandibles clacked in irritation as they stepped before his cell, pupilless eyes assessing him like a dying specimen. One of them, adorned in black enameled armor and a deep maroon sash, spoke first. His voice was smooth yet gnarled, dripping contempt with every syllable. "So this is humanity's special operative," the alien drawled, his translator necklace warping the Jarek tongue into Terran standard with static undertones. "Pathetic. Bleeding. Chained like prey ready for flaying." Darius shifted his head just enough to glare at him, his left eye swollen shut from the last interrogation. The alien stepped closer to the barrier, mandibles twitching as he leaned down, casting a skeletal shadow over Darius's bruised form. "Commander Vralek," another general began, tone deferential, "the troops await the execution. They believe watching the Terran's head roll will harden their resolve against the Deathworlders." Vralek chittered softly, a sound Darius had come to associate with smug amusement. "Yes. Bring him to the execution hall at first cycle. Let him watch his own death approach under the ceremonial blade." He paused, glancing toward Fenrir's cell. The dire wolf lifted his head higher, ears pinned back, silent growl vibrating through his chest. "And the beast?" asked the third general, tilting his head as black compound eyes shimmered under the lights. Vralek gestured dismissively. "Chain him tighter. Perhaps we will pit him against the trainees later. He is no more than a savage creature, regardless of human delusions about loyalty." Fenrir's golden eyes remained locked on Vralek as the general turned away. The alien flinched minutely, uneasy under that unblinking gaze. Darius saw it, and despite the pain splitting his skull, he allowed a flicker of a smile to touch his split lips. Even in chains, Fenrir commanded respect, the kind no human words could earn. The generals left without another word, boots thudding against the steel walkway until their sounds dissolved into the low rumble of the engines. Silence returned, thick and heavy. Darius breathed out slowly, shifting his wrists against the cuffs until blood oozed down his arms. Each movement set his nerves alight, but he forced himself to remain conscious. He would not die slumped like some broken prisoner. His gaze slid back to Fenrir, whose breathing was calm and deep, muscles coiled beneath fur that shimmered like dark steel under the cell lights. "Good boy," Darius rasped, voice nearly gone. Fenrir's ears twitched forward at the sound, eyes softening minutely before hardening again as his massive paws tested the chains pinning him. A quiet metallic groan rose from his shackles, just enough for Darius to hear. His pulse quickened, his chest hitching with a ragged half-laugh that turned into a cough. The dire wolf was planning something. Time passed in silent defiance. Fenrir's eyes flicked between the entrance and his master, calculating distances and scent trails. His nostrils flared as he inhaled the odor of alien metals, blood, ozone residue from plasma rifles, sweat of insectoid guards, faint scent of electrical circuits under the floors. He shifted slightly, jaws opening to reveal thick ivory fangs capped with titanium alloys. He bit down on his front shackles and tested them with a slow, deliberate torque. Sparks flickered where tooth met alien metal. Darius closed his eyes for a moment, letting the hum of Fenrir's breath fill his ears. The sound soothed him more than morphine ever had. He remembered when Fenrir was no larger than his forearm, nuzzling under his parka for warmth on polar recon missions. He remembered the first time Fenrir hunted an Arctic bear, returning to him with blood-drenched fangs and proud golden eyes. Loyalty forged not from genetic programming but choice. Chains rattled beyond his closed eyelids. The guards were coming. 3 armored Jurek stomped into the prison block. Their mandibles clicked impatiently as they deactivated his cell barrier. The energy flickered, vanishing with a low hiss. One grabbed Darius by his hair, yanking his face up to the glow panels. His vision swam with vertigo and pain. "Wake, Terran," the guard snarled, breath reeking of acidic pheromones. "Time to face your glorious end." They unshackled his wrists from the overhead hook and cuffed them behind his back. His arms trembled from blood loss and torn ligaments, shoulders screaming in agony as they hauled him upright. His legs barely supported him. One guard shoved a rifle muzzle into his ribs, forcing him forward with short, vicious prods. As they passed Fenrir's cell, the dire wolf lunged forward, chains clanging violently against the energy barrier. The guards laughed, one flicking his electro-prod through the barrier's crack to jab Fenrir's nose. The dire wolf froze, golden eyes locking onto the guard's face. His lips curled back in a silent snarl that showed every inch of his reinforced fangs. The guard flinched back instinctively despite the barrier, nearly stumbling over his own clawed feet. "Useless beast," he spat before continuing. Darius kept his gaze locked with Fenrir's as they dragged him away. His mouth moved soundlessly. "Wait." Fenrir lowered his head, growl fading, and lay his muzzle against the cold floor, eyes never leaving his master. His breathing slowed to a predator's rhythm. In that moment, Darius felt a flicker of hope bloom in his chest. Small, fragile, but alive. They passed out of the cell block into wide steel corridors illuminated by pale emerald glow panels. Darius's feet dragged across ridged metal floors, his boots leaving faint trails of blood with each step. The guards marched in silence, focused on their duty, unaware of the slow, relentless calculation ticking behind golden predator eyes. Behind them, Fenrir waited in silence. Chains strained against his movements as he slowly shifted his weight forward, pressing muscle and bone against the steel links. His jaws parted again, teeth sliding around the weakest segment. He ignored the electric pulses shocking his gums, ignored the pain vibrating up his skull. All he felt was the memory of his master's touch, the quiet voice that once said, "If I fall, you rise." The hum of alien engines vibrated through the deck plates. The guards turned down a narrow hall toward the execution chamber, unaware of the quiet, metallic groan rising in Fenrir's cell. Outside, the burnt-out moon drifted through space, casting its pale broken light across the viewport windows, illuminating the massive alien warship like an ancient predator in orbit over its kill. Darius felt the air grow colder as they approached the chamber. He could hear chanting in Jarek tongue beyond the tall black doors, ceremonial death songs welcoming his end. He did not bow his head. He would face death the same way he faced life, with unyielding gaze, silent and ready. Behind him, unseen by any guard, Fenrir's chain splintered with a quiet, triumphant snap. Fenrir paused as the final link split with a muffled metallic crack. He froze, ears pivoting to scan the corridor outside his cell. No alarms triggered. No energy barriers flickered in warning. The chain slid off his forepaws in a coiled heap, leaving raw red lines against the dark silver fur of his legs. He licked them once, tasting iron and ozone residue from the electroshocks burned into his flesh. His breath fogged in the chilled recycled air as he lowered himself onto his belly, muscles rippling under his massive shoulders. He sniffed the air again. The scents were clearer without the shackles confining his posture. Blood. Human blood. His master's blood. Sweat from 3 Jarek guards ahead. Ion discharge from plasma rifles. The sweet, coppery tang of ceremonial oils used for executions. His golden eyes narrowed. Slowly he pressed his snout against the energy barrier. It hissed and sparked under the thick fur on his nose, sending electric shocks pulsing across his skull. He did not flinch. Instead, he traced the scent trails flowing under the energy shield's base, memorizing them. His nostrils flared. A flicker of cool, unfiltered air whispered against his whiskers from a ventilation duct hidden behind the cell's rear wall. His ears swiveled toward it. He turned, massive paws silent against steel, and approached the wall, jaws opening to clamp around the grated panel. Muscles coiled and bunched in his neck as he wrenched sideways. The thin bolts snapped, metal shrieking in protest before falling away into the darkness beyond. Fenrir nosed the grate aside and slithered his massive frame into the duct, shoulders scraping both walls, fur flattening against ribbed steel. Each movement was measured, silent despite his weight. He crawled forward until his senses told him he had bypassed the energy barrier entirely. Another grate blocked his exit into the main walkway, but the metal was weaker here. His jaws clamped down. This time he pulled with focused violence, ripping it free in a single wrench. It fell soundlessly onto the empty corridor. He emerged with the silent fluidity of a shadow. For a moment he paused to orient himself. The corridors twisted through the warship in alien geometry, turning at angles that defied Terran engineering. But Fenrir did not need straight lines. He needed scent trails. He lowered his head to the grated floor and inhaled. Master. His hackles rose as adrenaline flooded his body, sharpening every nerve ending to a knife's edge. The scent trail led left, down a narrow hall lit only by flickering emergency lights. Somewhere ahead, he heard muffled chanting, an echo of guttural alien syllables rolling against cold walls. He moved like a hunting storm, claws finding traction in ridged steel, each step silent despite his size. A guard appeared from an adjoining corridor. The Jarek's mandibles clicked in alarm as golden eyes met his. Fenrir lunged before a scream could form, jaws clamping over the insectoid's entire armored neck. His teeth sheared through chitin plating as if it were dried bark. The guard convulsed, thorax cracking under the pressure, and went limp. Fenrir released him without a sound. The corpse slid down the wall, mandibles twitching in dying reflex. He continued forward. Another corner turned. Another scent trail verified. Each step brought him closer to the gathering of Jarek voices vibrating through the floor plates. The corridor widened into an archway framed with black bone carvings depicting triumphant alien hunts. Beyond it, the execution hall glowed emerald and bronze under ceremonial light globes hanging from cables. Alien soldiers lined both walls, 2 rows deep, chittering their death chants in perfect unison. In the center knelt Darius Kale, hands bound behind him, head lowered. His hair fell across his bruised face in sweat-plastered strands. Blood dripped from his split knuckles onto the engraved steel floor. Before him stood the executioner, armored in black ceremonial plates adorned with white sigils. It raised a massive blade forged from alien alloys, its edge shimmering with green plasma filaments humming in deadly harmony. Fenrir crouched at the threshold, observing. He counted soldiers with a predator's precision. 12 in formation along the walls. 3 ceremonial drummers at the rear. 2 generals near the throne dais. The executioner. And Vralek, perched atop the central throne carved from obsidian bone, mandibles spread wide in cruel amusement. Fenrir's eyes locked onto Darius. His master's breathing was shallow, chest rising and falling in weak rhythm. But he was alive. Alive and not yet broken. A deep vibration rumbled in Fenrir's chest, an ancient growl so low it merged with the mechanical hum of the warship itself. His tail flicked once, a silent punctuation of decision. Then he surged forward. The two nearest soldiers registered movement but never processed the blur of dark silver and black fur crashing into them. Fenrir's jaws clamped around the first soldier's throat, crushing chitin and spine in a single bite. He twisted, flinging the corpse into the second guard, sending both sprawling against the ceremonial pillars. Plasma rifles clattered to the floor. Screams erupted as the soldiers turned their weapons toward the charging beast. Fenrir zigzagged between the pillars with impossible speed for his size. Plasma bolts scorched past his flanks, searing fur and skin, but he did not falter. He launched onto a guard firing from the left flank, jaws clamping down on its head. Mandibles shattered. Brain fluid sprayed across the pillar as Fenrir tossed the body aside and lunged for the next. In the chaos, Darius raised his head. His good eye widened as he beheld the silhouette of his dire wolf tearing through armored soldiers like paper. For a moment, every pain in his body vanished. Hope flared in his chest, bright and savage. "Fenrir," he rasped, voice torn from dehydration. The dire wolf pivoted at the sound, golden eyes locking onto his master's with raw relief. Blood dripped from his fangs as his gaze flicked to the executioner raising its blade in panic. With an earth-shaking snarl, Fenrir lunged, jaws wide. The executioner swung downward. Fenrir collided with his chest mid-strike, knocking the blade from his claws. They fell together. Fenrir's teeth sank into the alien's throat, ripping through chitin and muscle. The executioner convulsed once before going limp. Fenrir dropped him and turned to Darius. The ropes binding Darius's wrists were reinforced alien fiber, resistant to Terran blades. Fenrir lowered his massive head and clamped his teeth around the cords. His jaws flexed with precise force, careful not to graze his master's skin. The ropes snapped. Darius's hands fell free, blood surging back into his numb fingers and agonizing tingles. He reached out, burying a trembling hand into Fenrir's thick neck fur, gripping tight as if anchoring himself to reality. Behind them, the remaining soldiers regrouped, rifles raised. Vralek rose from his throne, mandibles clacking in fury. His voice boomed through the chamber. "Kill them both. Bring me their corpses for the victory banners." Fenrir snarled, placing his massive body between Darius and the soldiers. His golden eyes blazed with primal fury as plasma bolts flew toward them. Darius rolled to the executioner's corpse, grabbing the fallen plasma blade. His vision blurred with pain, but he forced himself upright, staggering beside Fenrir. The dire wolf glanced back at him briefly, ears flicking forward in silent understanding. Together they faced the firing line, one broken human and one apex predator forged in loyalty beyond genetic programming. "Ready, boy?" Darius murmured, tightening his grip on the humming blade. Fenrir's lips peeled back from his titanium-capped fangs, chest vibrating with a thunderous growl. They charged as one into the hail of plasma and alien screams. The first plasma bolt seared past Darius's face, close enough to burn the sweat off his cheek. He ducked behind a fallen pillar, dragging Fenrir with him as shots melted the carved obsidian bone into bubbling slag. His chest heaved with ragged breaths. Every joint screamed with torn tendons and bruised ligaments, but he forced his fingers to tighten around the plasma blade's grip. Its energy filament hummed low and dangerous, vibrating up his wrist to settle in his bones. Fenrir crouched beside him, hackles raised, ears pinned flat against his massive skull. His golden eyes tracked every movement among the soldiers regrouping near the throne dais. Each flick of their mandibles, each shift of clawed feet against steel, burned itself into Fenrir's focus. His lips peeled back to reveal titanium-reinforced fangs dripping with the blood of the executioner. Darius swallowed against the dryness in his throat. "They're reorganizing firing positions," he whispered, words barely audible above the low whine of charging plasma rifles. "If they form a full arc, they'll cut us down before we reach the exit." Fenrir shifted, tail twitching once. His body vibrated with a silent growl that pulsed against Darius's chest like a second heartbeat. The dire wolf lifted his snout, sniffing the scorched air. His ears twitched to the left, where one soldier broke formation to flank around the fallen pillars. Without a sound, Fenrir lunged. His paws struck the steel floor in 3 silent beats before his jaws clamped around the alien's leg. The Jarek screamed as Fenrir yanked backward with brutal force, snapping chitin and bone in one motion. The guard collapsed, dropping his plasma rifle, claws scraping across the deck. Fenrir twisted his head and slammed the guard's skull against the floor, silencing him instantly. Plasma bolts scorched past Fenrir's shoulders as he leapt back behind the pillar beside Darius. The human grabbed the fallen rifle, flipping it in his hands to check its charge level. Half capacity. Enough. Good boy, he rasped. Fenrir huffed, eyes flicking toward the throne dais where Commander Vralek loomed behind his soldiers, mandibles twitching with calculated rage. Fall back and regroup. Vralek roared, his translator collar warping the alien command into Terran standard laced with static. Trap them in the chamber and vent the atmosphere. Soldiers began to retreat toward the execution hall's rear doors, rifles raised to lay down suppressing fire. Darius saw their plan instantly. Once the doors sealed, they would open the chamber to the void, leaving him and Fenrir frozen husks floating in alien space. Not happening, he muttered. He rose from behind the pillar, plasma rifle raised, and fired in quick succession. 2 bolts struck the nearest soldier square in the chest, melting through chitin armor to expose smoldering organs. The alien collapsed, limbs twitching. Fenrir charged beside him, moving in a blur of muscle and black-silver fur. He launched onto another guard, jaws clamping down on the alien's weapon arm. Fangs pierced through flesh and armored plating alike. The rifle clattered to the floor as Fenrir's momentum carried them both into the pillar, cracking bone against stone with a dull crunch. Darius advanced, firing in controlled bursts. Each plasma bolt punched clean holes through armor and bone, sending Jarek warriors crashing to the floor in sizzling heaps. His arms trembled from strain, each recoil vibrating through damaged muscles, but he forced himself to keep moving. To stop was to die. One soldier lunged from the right, mandibles spread wide in a battle cry. Darius pivoted, slicing upward with the plasma blade. The weapon hummed as its energy filament carved through the alien's torso in a clean diagonal arc. Chitin split open, spraying acidic blood across Darius's chest and arms. The stench burned his nostrils, but he ignored it, shoving the corpse aside. Fenrir tore through the left flank, jaws snapping through limbs and throats with surgical precision. His eyes burned with primal fury, but his movements remained disciplined, a predator forged not only in nature but in training. He pivoted to shield Darius's blind side, ears flicking back to register his master's breathing and position at all times. They advanced together, leaving a trail of mangled bodies across the execution hall floor. The last soldier turned to flee toward the rear exit, but Fenrir lunged before he took a second step. His jaws closed around the alien's waist, crushing chitin plating and pulverizing internal organs in a single bite. He dropped the corpse without a glance, golden eyes locking onto the throne dais. Vralek remained perched on his obsidian throne, mandibles clacking softly in amused disgust. His black enameled armor gleamed under the flickering ceremonial lights. Slowly he rose, towering over Darius and Fenrir, skeletal limbs unfolding with predatory grace. Impressive, he rasped, stepping down from the throne. Truly, Terrans possess savage elegance. But loyalty to an animal will not save you. Darius raised the plasma rifle and fired. The bolt struck Vralek's chest and dissipated harmlessly across a shimmering energy shield woven into his armor. The alien general chuckled, stepping forward as Darius dropped the empty rifle. "Your weapons are worthless," Vralek sneered, voice echoing across the silent hall. "Your death is inevitable." Darius gripped the plasma blade tighter, adjusting his stance despite the pain screaming through his legs. "Maybe," he rasped, lifting his chin. "But I'm not alone." Fenrir snarled, hackles raised. His lips curled back to reveal every titanium-capped fang glistening under the emerald lights. He crouched low, muscles coiling under thick fur, claws digging into the steel floor. Vralek's mandibles twitched once, flickering annoyance marring his expression. "You think this beast can save you? He is nothing. An engineered pet playing at loyalty." Fenrir's growl deepened into a rolling thunder, vibrating through the silent chamber. He shifted his weight forward, tail flicking once behind him. His golden eyes locked onto Vralek's throat with unwavering intent. Darius exhaled once, centering himself beside his companion. Blood dripped from his torn fingertips, pattering onto the deck like a ticking clock. He rolled his shoulders back despite the agony, raising the plasma blade to chest level. "Let's end this, boy," he whispered. Vralek lunged first, his skeletal limbs moving with inhuman speed as his armored claws swept forward to crush Darius's skull. Fenrir moved faster. He launched upward, jaws snapping around Vralek's forearm before it struck. His teeth bit down with explosive force, metal plating crumpling under crushing pressure. Vralek screeched, mandibles flailing as Fenrir twisted his head violently, snapping the arm at the elbow. Darius surged forward, plasma blade humming as he drove it up under Vralek's chin. The energy filament pierced chitin, flesh, and bone in a single searing thrust. The alien general's scream cut short, head snapping back as molten green blood sprayed across Darius's face. Fenrir released the shattered arm and lunged again, jaws closing around Vralek's throat. His teeth punched through armor and spine in one savage bite. He ripped backward, tearing the general's head free in a spray of gore and shattered carapace. The corpse crumpled to the floor in twitching heaps of segmented limbs and black armored fragments. For a long moment, silence reigned. Darius stood panting, plasma blade still humming in his trembling grip. Fenrir dropped the severed head beside his master's feet, golden eyes locked onto Darius with fierce, unbreakable loyalty. Darius dropped to his knees, exhaustion overwhelming his adrenaline. His hand reached out, fingers burying into Fenrir's thick neck fur. The dire wolf pressed closer, rumbling a deep, soft growl that resonated through his master's chest, anchoring him to the present. "Good boy," Darius whispered, voice shaking. "Good damn boy." Fenrir licked the blood from his cheek once, then turned his head toward the execution hall's sealed exit. His ears flicked forward as he inhaled deeply, scenting the corridors beyond. His tail flicked again, signaling what his golden eyes burned with. Darius forced himself upright, wiping blood from his face with a trembling hand. He deactivated the plasma blade, clipping it to his belt, and picked up a discarded rifle. He checked the charge level with practiced efficiency. 40%. Enough to get them out. He nodded once to Fenrir. The dire wolf huffed, stepping forward to the sealed doors. His massive shoulders rolled as he pressed his snout against the seam, ears swiveling to track movements beyond. Darius lifted the rifle and placed his hand on Fenrir's back, feeling the steady, thunderous rhythm of his companion's heartbeat vibrating under battle-scarred fur. They stood together before the doors, a broken human and an apex predator forged in loyalty, preparing to carve a path to freedom through a warship filled with enemies. The future beyond those doors remained unwritten. But whatever it held, they would face it as they always had, side by side, unbroken and unbowed. The doors hissed open. The doors slid open with a hiss of hydraulics and a faint burst of cold, recycled air. Beyond lay a wide corridor lined with ribbed steel columns, illuminated by harsh strips of blue-white lights embedded in the ceiling. The scent of plasma residue, alien oils, and scorched metal rolled through the doorway, filling Darius's nose with the acrid perfume of war. Fenrir stepped forward first, massive paws padding across the grated floor in silent, predatory strides. His golden eyes flicked left and right, registering each shadow and flicker of movement with relentless focus. His ears pinned back as he sniffed the air, catching the faint vibrations of armored feet further down the hall. Darius followed close behind, plasma rifle raised, pulse vibrating in his fingertips as adrenaline burned through his exhausted veins. His legs trembled with strain, every step sending sparks of pain up his spine. But he kept moving, eyes fixed on Fenrir's rippling shoulders ahead of him. The corridor widened into an intersection, branching left toward the hangar bays and right toward the engineering cores. Fenrir paused at the junction, ears swiveling forward. He lowered his massive head, sniffing the cold air currents drifting down the left passageway. Beneath the scent of fuel, plasma scorches, and metallic antiseptics, he caught a whisper of vacuum-sealed alloys and ionized thrusters. Ships. Escape. His tail flicked once to the left. Darius understood instantly. He adjusted his grip on the rifle, moving forward to stand at Fenrir's flank. Together they advanced down the left corridor, stepping over scorched floor panels and discarded power cells. Distant alarms pulsed through the ship, echoing in broken rhythms that vibrated through the walls. They rounded a bend and emerged into the hangar bay. The cavernous chamber stretched out before them in towering tiers of docking arms, flickering maintenance lamps, and parked fighter craft glowing under rows of green status lights. Alien engineers scrambled across gantries, mandibles clacking in alarm as the human and dire wolf charged onto the metal platform. For a brief moment, silence froze the entire hangar. Engineers dropped their tools. Pilots paused in pre-flight checks. All eyes locked onto the blood-drenched human with a plasma rifle and the massive dire wolf at his side, golden eyes blazing with cold ferocity. Then the screaming started. An alarm klaxon blared overhead as security drones detached from ceiling rails, spinning up plasma turrets with mechanical shrieks. Darius raised his rifle and fired 3 rapid bursts. The first 2 struck a drone dead center, punching molten holes through its armored carapace. It spiraled out of the air, crashing into a fuel line that erupted in a small burst of flame and vapor. The third shot struck an engineer running for cover. The alien crumpled to the floor, chitin armor smoking where the plasma bolt punched through its chest. Fenrir charged forward, massive claws screeching against the steel floor as he launched himself onto a security drone diving toward Darius. His jaws snapped shut around the spinning turret, teeth biting through reinforced alloys with a sickening crunch. Sparks exploded from the broken drone as Fenrir twisted his neck violently, tearing it apart in a burst of shredded metal and wiring. Darius ran for the nearest fighter craft, a sleek dagger-shaped ship resting on its landing struts, cockpit hatch still open as its pilot scrambled to disengage the startup locks. He fired a burst into the alien's back, sending it sprawling across the hangar deck with a strangled scream. "Fenrir! Inside!" he shouted, his voice cracking from dehydration and strain. The dire wolf pivoted smoothly, leaping over fuel lines and alien corpses to land beside him. Together they climbed the small boarding ramp into the cockpit. Darius shoved the dead pilot out of the seat and strapped himself in, fingers flying across the alien controls. The interface flickered under his touch, alien glyphs rearranging themselves in diagnostic checklists and power readouts. He exhaled once, forcing his blurred vision to focus. Years of covert piloting missions surged back through muscle memory. Engines, life support, thrusters, weapons offline. He didn't need them. He needed to leave. Fenrir squeezed himself into the rear compartment, head low, ears pinned against the cockpit ceiling. His massive chest rose and fell in calm rhythm despite the chaos outside, golden eyes fixed unblinkingly on his master. A security team burst into the hangar, weapons raised. Plasma bolts hammered against the ship's shields, sending rippling waves of blue energy across the viewport. Darius flipped 2 toggles, disengaging the docking clamps. The ship lurched as its thrusters spun up in a high-pitched whine that rattled his teeth. Come on, he muttered, flicking the throttle forward. The fighter lifted off its struts, hovering above the deck as plasma fire slammed against its shields. Darius gritted his teeth, flicking his gaze to the targeting array. 10 hostiles. 11. 15. Too many. Didn't matter. He slammed the throttle to full. The ship roared forward, inertial dampeners flaring in delayed response as the fighter shot through the hangar force field and into the black void beyond. Stars exploded across the cockpit canopy in silent brilliance. The warship fell away behind them, a vast skeletal leviathan drifting against the backdrop of a pale dead moon. Darius exhaled shakily, gripping the controls with trembling fingers. His shoulders slumped as adrenaline drained from his bloodstream, leaving behind trembling exhaustion. He glanced back at Fenrir. The dire wolf lay on his belly, massive head resting between his paws, golden eyes half-lidded in calm vigilance. His flanks rose and fell in quiet, measured breaths, ears twitching occasionally to track distant engine vibrations. Darius reached back with a shaking hand, fingers brushing against Fenrir's blood-streaked fur. The dire wolf rumbled softly under his touch, a low vibration that resonated through the cockpit, grounding Darius in the present. The human closed his eyes, feeling the warmth beneath his fingers, the living proof of loyalty unbreakable by chains, plasma fire, or alien contempt. "Good boy," he whispered, voice breaking. "You did good, Fenrir." Fenrir huffed softly, pressing his massive head against Darius's forearm with a gentle nudge that belied his size and power. His golden eyes met Darius's with quiet, exhausted certainty. A promise given without words, "I will never leave you." Darius swallowed, blinking away the burn in his eyes. He turned back to the controls, scanning the navigation readouts. The alien glyphs flickered across the screen, displaying local orbital data and warp gate vectors. He selected the closest unguarded gate and locked in the jump coordinates. Outside, the void rippled with drifting debris and the faint glow of orbital salvage platforms. The fighter's engines vibrated under his seat as the jump drive charged, hum building into a bone-deep resonance that set his teeth on edge. Darius flexed his bruised fingers over the throttle, breathing out once in steady rhythm. "Let's go home, boy," he murmured. The jump drive activated. The stars stretched into blazing lines of light before vanishing altogether, leaving only darkness pierced by the occasional glimmer of distant suns. Inside the cockpit, the hum of the engines faded to quiet thrumming. Darius leaned back in the pilot's chair, body trembling with aftershocks of pain and relief. His hand remained buried in Fenrir's fur, fingers gripping the thick ruff at his neck. Fenrir closed his eyes, tail thumping once against the compartment floor. His breathing deepened into the slow, rhythmic cadence of an apex predator at rest, confident that no threat remained within striking distance. For the first time in hours, Darius allowed himself to exhale fully, shoulders sinking as the tension drained from his battered frame. He glanced down at his dire wolf, studying the scarred muzzle, the titanium-capped fangs hidden behind peaceful lips, the faint burn marks seared into the dark silver fur. Pride surged in his chest, bright and fierce. Not pride in ownership or command, but pride in knowing he had stood beside a creature of unbreakable loyalty and intelligence. Pride in knowing he had been chosen as worthy of that bond. Outside the viewport, distant nebulas glowed in violet and blue, their radiant clouds swirling around hidden stars. Somewhere beyond them lay Earth, cold and blue and waiting. Somewhere beyond them lay the forests where Fenrir once hunted snow hares as a pup, where Darius once trained beneath black pines under winter moons. They would return. Together. Darius closed his eyes, listening to the steady rumble of Fenrir's breathing behind him, and allowed a faint, tired smile to touch his split lips. He felt the warmth of those golden eyes upon him even in darkness, promising silent protection until sleep came. And for the first time in a long, long while he felt safe.
The single most catastrophic military intelligence failure in galactic history began with a filing error. Not a particularly dramatic filing error, mind you. Just the sort of mundane, bureaucratic mishap that would make a perfectly reasonable being question the fundamental nature of existence itself, wonder why they had chosen a career in interstellar conquest, and seriously consider taking up something more relaxing, like juggling live grenades. Commander Thrixion Bulwart of the Galactic Conquest Assessment Division had been having what he considered a rather pleasant morning. His coffee substitute was only mildly toxic, his hemorrhoids weren't acting up, and nobody had tried to assassinate him yet. By the standards of intergalactic bureaucracy, this constituted a practically perfect day. The sort of day that made him whistle cheerfully while reviewing planets marked for conquest, humming little tunes about the systematic destruction of civilizations. "Sir!" His assistant, a nervous creature called Plimpkin, whose species had evolved from what could only be described as anxious lint, burst through the door with all the grace of a startled refrigerator. Plimpkin had the unfortunate habit of absorbing stress through his pores, which meant that on particularly busy days, he resembled a walking anxiety attack covered in what appeared to be cosmic dandruff. "The Earth assessment report is ready, sir. Fresh from the analysis department." Thrixion looked up from his breakfast of what appeared to be cereal but was actually a complex tactical analysis disguised as breakfast food. Each crunchy bit contained detailed information about planetary defenses, and the milk was a nutritional supplement that enhanced strategic thinking. It was the sort of breakfast that made ordinary cornflakes seem like a profound philosophical statement about the nature of simplicity. Ah, excellent. The primitive mudball with the carbon-based bipeds, the ones who are supposedly still banging rocks together? That's the one, sir. According to our comprehensive analysis, they have no military capabilities whatsoever. No space fleet, no energy weapons, no defensive shields, no quantum torpedoes, no reality-bending devices, no interdimensional cannons, no time displacement artillery. They're still using chemical propulsion and metal projectiles. The commander nearly choked on his tactical cereal, sending bits of strategic analysis flying across his desk. Metal projectiles? Are you telling me they're still throwing rocks at each other? Well, very small rocks, sir. Very fast small rocks that explode, but yes, essentially primitive rock-throwing technology. They haven't even figured out how to make rocks that exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. What neither of them knew was that the report had been accidentally filed under harmless backwater planets suitable for recreational conquest, instead of planets that will absolutely ruin your day if you mess with them under any circumstances whatsoever. The original report, which contained observations like warning, these beings have turned warfare into an art form. Caution, they consider nuclear weapons a reasonable response to minor disagreements. And urgent, they have weaponized mathematics and aren't afraid to use it, was currently being used as a coaster for Admiral Squishface's morning beverage in the accounting department. The real report also contained a detailed analysis of human military history, including helpful notes such as, "These beings once had a war that lasted 100 years over who had the better claim to a throne. They invented something called trench warfare, which is exactly as horrible as it sounds, and they have a disturbing tendency to turn anything, including kitchen utensils, into weapons of mass destruction." Splendid! Thrixion rubbed his hands together, which was unfortunate since his species had developed acidic secretions specifically for this purpose. His desk began to smoke slightly. A quick, easy conquest to pad the quarterly reports. Deploy the recreational invasion fleet. The recreational fleet, sir? Oh, yes. The ships we use for training exercises and weekend conquests. No point bringing the serious hardware for a bunch of primitives who are probably still impressed by fire. Send the trainees. Give them some field experience conquering something harmless. The recreational invasion fleet consisted of ships that were basically cosmic RVs with weapons attached. They were designed for comfort rather than combat, equipped with things like beverage dispensers, entertainment systems, and adjustable seating. The sort of vessels you'd take for a pleasant weekend of light conquering in the Outer Rim territories. Meanwhile, on Earth, Dr. Penelope Crankshaw was having the sort of morning that made her question her life choices, her career decisions, and her fundamental understanding of probability theory. As the head of the Department of Improbable Defense Scenarios, she spent her days planning for things that would never happen, preparing for contingencies that were statistically impossible, and developing responses to situations that existed only in the fevered imaginations of military strategists who had read too much science fiction. Her office was a testament to paranoid preparation. The walls were covered with charts labeled alien invasion probability matrices, interdimensional threat assessment protocols, and what to do when reality stops making sense. Her filing cabinets contained detailed plans for everything from invasion by sentient vegetables to attack of the bureaucratic nightmares to the day mathematics became hostile. Dr. Crankshaw! Her assistant, a perpetually caffeinated graduate student named Binkley Thornsworth, came running into her office with the sort of manic energy that suggested either a breakthrough discovery or a complete nervous breakdown. Binkley had been working on his dissertation about the psychological effects of preparing for impossible events for the past 7 years, and the irony of his situation was not lost on him. The space monitoring station just picked up something weird, and I mean weird, on a scale that breaks our existing weirdness classification system. Define weird, Binkley. On a scale of mildly unusual to the laws of physics are having a nervous breakdown and demanding therapy. More like several hundred alien ships just appeared in our solar system and they're broadcasting what appears to be smooth jazz mixed with what sounds like elevator music from the 7th dimension. Penelope dropped her coffee mug, which contained a special blend designed to enhance paranoid thinking and improve crisis management skills. It shattered on the floor with the sort of crash that seemed to echo through the fundamental fabric of reality, each fragment spinning in a way that suggested the universe itself was having second thoughts about causality. What? Are you telling me that after 15 years of preparing for alien invasion, they've actually arrived and they're playing Muzak? They're also sending what looks like a formal invasion notice, but it's written in Comic Sans font, sir. Comic Sans, with little smiley face emoticons. Comic Sans, these beings have mastered interstellar travel, conquered the vast emptiness of space, developed technology that defies our understanding of physics, but haven't figured out basic typography. What kind of civilization uses Comic Sans for official military communications? Binkley consulted his tablet, which was displaying readings that suggested reality was having what could only be described as a minor existential crisis. According to our linguistics department, the message also includes what appears to be a customer satisfaction survey. They want us to rate their invasion experience on a scale of 1 to 10. A customer satisfaction survey for an invasion. I need to sit down. Dinner. The invasion notice, when it finally arrived at various government agencies through what appeared to be a combination of advanced alien technology and cosmic email spam, was indeed a masterpiece of bureaucratic incompetence that would have impressed even the most dedicated earthly bureaucrats. It read, "Attention Earth beings. Your planet has been selected for conquest through our patented Quick Conquest TM process. Please prepare for immediate surrender. Resistance is futile and also probably pointless, though we understand if you need a moment to process this information. We will arrive shortly, weather permitting and assuming no mechanical difficulties. Please have your surrender documents ready in triplicate. Blue ink preferred, but black is acceptable. Thank you for your cooperation and patience during this transitional period." The Galactic Conquest Assessment Division, Customer Service Department, Recreational Conquest Branch, subsidiary of Universal Domination Incorporated. The document also included a helpful FAQ section with questions like, "What should I do with my pets during conquest? And will my wireless internet still work under alien rule? And can I get a receipt for my surrendered planet for tax purposes?" The President of the United States, a man named Fitzgerald Grimbaldi, who had won the election, primarily because he promised to make Monday mornings illegal, and had somehow convinced the American people this was both possible and desirable, stared at the document with the expression of someone who had just discovered that reality was having a particularly bad day and had decided to take it out on him personally. "So," he said to his assembled cabinet, gathered in the Situation Room around a table that had witnessed more crises than a customer service hotline, "Aliens are invading. They want us to fill out paperwork about it, and they're asking for our feedback on the experience." "That appears to be the situation, sir," replied his Secretary of Defense, a woman named Cordelia Snapworth, who had earned her position by being the only person in Washington who could make sense of the Pentagon's filing system, decode military acronyms, and explain why the Department of Defense needed 17 different types of staplers for optimal national security. "And they're giving us time to prepare our surrender?" "It seems so, sir. The notice says they'll arrive shortly, but defines shortly as within the next 3 to 5 business days, weather permitting, assuming no union disputes, and subject to availability." A weather permitting, union disputes? Are you telling me that interstellar conquest is subject to labor negotiations and meteorological conditions? Apparently they don't travel during solar storms, sir. Union regulations. Something about overtime pay and hazard compensation. They've also included a detailed schedule showing their planned arrival times with alternative dates in case of scheduling conflicts. The president leaned back in his chair, which was designed to be comfortable during extended crisis management sessions and featured built-in stress relief massage functions. "Cordelia, do we have any protocols for dealing with polite invaders who provide advanced scheduling and customer service options?" "Well, sir, we have the Improbable Defense Scenarios Department. Dr. Crankshaw has been preparing for situations exactly like this for the past 15 years. She's developed contingency plans for everything from invasion by overly courteous aliens to attack of the bureaucratic space monsters. Get her here, now. And bring coffee, lots of coffee, the good coffee from the emergency reserves." Dr. Crankshaw, when summoned to the White House, arrived with 3 filing cabinets, a portable coffee machine, 17 different types of charts and graphs, a computer system that hummed ominously, and the sort of manic gleam in her eyes that suggested she had been waiting her entire career for this moment. and was prepared to enjoy every second of it. Gentlemen, ladies, assorted government officials whose job descriptions probably never included alien invasion response, she announced, setting up her portable presentation screen with the efficiency of someone who had practiced this exact scenario approximately 437 times. Welcome to the most ridiculously prepared defense briefing in human history. She clicked to her first slide, which showed a cartoon alien waving a white flag while looking confused and slightly embarrassed. After years of planning for every conceivable invasion scenario, including several that violated the known laws of physics, we have inadvertently prepared for the one thing we never expected: aliens who are absolutely terrible at conquering planets. The Defense Secretary raised her hand like a student in a particularly strange classroom. How terrible are we talking, Dr. Crankshaw? Well, Penelope replied, consulting a chart that appeared to measure incompetence on a logarithmic scale. They've given us advance notice with scheduling flexibility. They're using what appears to be their weekend conquest fleet. They've provided customer service contact information, and they appear to have confused us with a completely different planet. According to our analysis of their transmission patterns, linguistic structure, and cultural references, they think we're still in the Bronze Age and are primarily concerned with whether we worship fire properly. The Bronze Age? But we have nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons, space technology, global communication networks, computers that can think faster than most organic brains, and the ability to deliver pizza anywhere on the planet within 30 minutes. But according to their assessment, we're primitive beings who worship fire, are easily impressed by shiny objects, and have never figured out the wheel. The president rubbed his temples, which had begun throbbing with the sort of headache that suggested reality was becoming too complicated for normal human comprehension. So, what do we do, Dr. Crankshaw? Dr. Crankshaw grinned with the expression of someone who had been preparing for this exact question for 15 years and had at least 47 different answers ready. We give them exactly what they expect, Mr. President, and then we give them something they don't expect, which is the full creative, destructive potential of a species that has spent thousands of years perfecting the art of turning absolutely anything into a weapon, including but not limited to kitchen utensils, household appliances, children's toys, musical instruments, and mathematical concepts. Dassault, the Galactic Conquest Assessment Division Fleet, commanded by Admiral Bloomington Flurb, a being whose name roughly translated to enthusiastic bureaucrat with delusions of military competence, approached Earth with all the confidence of beings who had never encountered a species that considered psychological warfare a recreational activity and had turned passive aggression into a form of martial art. Admiral Flurb had earned his position through a combination of bureaucratic persistence, the ability to fill out forms in 17 different languages, and what his superiors generously called creative interpretation of military regulations. He was the sort of commander who planned invasions with the same attention to detail that others used for organizing dinner parties, complete with seating charts and dietary restrictions for conquered populations. The fleet consisted of 12 recreational conquest vessels, each roughly the size of a small moon, but with the structural integrity of a particularly ambitious sandcastle and the defensive capabilities of a cosmic vacation resort. The ships were designed for comfort rather than combat, featuring things like observation decks, recreational facilities, gift shops, and food courts that served 27 different types of alien cuisine, including several that existed only in theoretical physics textbooks. "Sir," reported Navigation Officer Quibble, whose job title was actually Senior Directional Suggestion Coordinator, "we're approaching the target planet. Shall I begin the standard intimidation protocols?" "Absolutely. Remember, these are primitive beings who probably think fire is magic and are easily impressed by loud noises. A few impressive displays of our technology should have them begging for mercy and asking for autographs. The first impressive display consisted of projecting a holographic image of Admiral Flerb's face onto Earth's atmosphere, roughly 50 miles wide and visible from most continents. Unfortunately, the Admiral had chosen to do this while eating lunch, resulting in a massive projection of an alien slowly chewing what appeared to be a sandwich made of living tentacles, small purple creatures that squeaked when bitten, and what looked like cosmic lettuce that changed colors based on the emotional state of whoever was looking at it. In the Situation Room, President Grimbaldi watched the display with the sort of fascination usually reserved for traffic accidents and reality television shows. Is that alien eating something that's still moving and appears to be trying to escape? Yes, sir. Our xenobiologists are calling it the most disgusting lunch in the history of the universe and a violation of at least 14 laws of nature. And it's supposed to intimidate us? Apparently, sir. They're now broadcasting a message that roughly translates to "Tremble before our superior digestive capabilities and our ability to consume beings that exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously." Dr. Crankshaw was taking notes furiously on a tablet that seemed to be analyzing the psychological implications of interdimensional cuisine. This is perfect. They're so confident in their superiority that they're not even bothering to scout our actual capabilities. They're literally showing us their lunch and expecting us to surrender. What's our response? Asked the president, who was beginning to understand why Dr. Crankshaw had seemed so excited about this situation. We send them exactly what they expect from a primitive civilization, Mr. President. Binkley, initiate Operation Underestimate this. Operation Underestimate. This was a masterpiece of calculated incompetence that had taken Dr. Crankshaw's team 3 years to perfect. The response Earth sent back was a video message showing humans in crude costumes made of cardboard, aluminum foil, and what appeared to be kitchen utensils duct taped together in patterns that suggested either primitive art or a complete misunderstanding of how clothing was supposed to work. The humans in the video spoke in broken English while holding signs that read, "We surrender," "Please don't hurt us with your scary sandwich," and "We will worship your superior digestive system." They also performed what appeared to be a primitive dance involving a lot of jumping around and making noises that sounded like a combination of fear and confusion. The video included helpful subtitles that translated the human responses as things like, "Oh, great sky beings, we are impressed by your ability to eat things that shouldn't exist," and "Please accept our offering of shiny rocks and primitive fire-making tools." Admiral Flerb watched the transmission with the satisfaction of someone whose lunch had been properly appreciated by an entire planet. Perfect. They're even more primitive than the report suggested. They think my lunch is a demonstration of cosmic power, navigation, set course for the primary population center. We'll accept their surrender and be home in time for dinner and the evening entertainment program. "Sir," interrupted Science Officer Blimp, whose actual job description was professional questioner of obviously bad ideas, "shouldn't we conduct a proper planetary survey first? Standard protocols require at least 47 different types of scans, a cultural assessment, a geological survey, a biological analysis, and a comprehensive review of local customs and dietary restrictions." Nonsense, Blimp. Look at them. They're practically cowering. They think my lunch is a weapon of mass destruction. What could possibly go wrong with conquering a species that's impressed by sandwich technology? The answer to that question was currently being prepared in a secret facility buried 3 miles beneath the Nevada desert, in a location so classified that it didn't officially exist and could only be found by people who had security clearances that were themselves classified. The facility, known only as the place where we keep the really weird stuff, had been working on something called Project Surprise for the past 15 years. Project Surprise was the result of giving Dr. Mordecai Crank Blast, Penelope's cousin, and the sort of scientist who made other scientists nervous and question their career choices, unlimited funding, and a mandate to prepare for the absolutely impossible. Mordecai was the kind of researcher who looked at the laws of physics and saw them as more like polite suggestions than actual rules. Penelope, he called over the intercom system that connected his underground laboratory to the outside world. Are you sure this is the right approach? I mean, we could just use conventional weapons, nuclear missiles, laser cannons, electromagnetic pulse devices, the usual planet defense arsenal. Mordecai, my dear cousin. Doctor. Crankshaw replied through the communication system, conventional weapons are for conventional invasions. These aliens are expecting Bronze Age humans who worship fire and are impressed by shiny objects. Let's give them something from the thoroughly confused age instead. The thoroughly confused age? The age where humans have advanced technology but use it in ways that make absolutely no sense to anyone who thinks logically about warfare. The alien fleet settled into orbit around Earth with all the precision of a cosmic ballet performed by beings who had never seen a ballet, weren't entirely sure what dancing was supposed to achieve, and had learned their formation flying from instructional videos that may have been created as jokes. They began deploying their standard conquest apparatus, which consisted mainly of large, intimidating machines that made impressive noises, projected holographic displays of their bureaucratic credentials, and didn't actually do much of anything except look official and slightly threatening. The conquest apparatus included things like the Surrender Processing Unit, which was essentially a cosmic filing cabinet designed to organize the paperwork involved in planetary submission, the Cultural Assimilation Engine, which looked impressive, but mainly just played educational videos about alien customs, and the Intimidation Projector, which displayed various images designed to inspire fear and respect, including Admiral Flurb's military credentials and a slideshow of previous conquests. Sir, reported Tactical Officer Wimple, whose job was to monitor things that might indicate the presence of unexpected problems, we're detecting some unusual readings from the planet's surface. Define unusual, Wimple. Are we talking mildly concerning, or reality is having a breakdown and someone should call for technical support? Well, sir, they appear to be building something. Several somethings, actually. Large structures that don't match any known primitive technology. And they're building them very quickly, suspiciously quickly. Admiral Flurb waved a dismissive tentacle, which was his species' equivalent of an eye roll. Probably some sort of primitive monument to our superiority. These species always try to appease their conquerors with crude artwork and offerings of their most valuable possessions. Sir, one of the structures appears to be singing. Singing. Yes, sir. It's broadcasting what our translators are calling an extremely rude song about Admiral Flurb's personal hygiene, dining habits, and questionable military competence. The Admiral's face, all 6 of them arranged in what his species considered an aesthetically pleasing pattern, turned an interesting shade of purple that indicated either embarrassment or the onset of combat rage. What? They're singing about my personal hygiene. It's actually quite catchy, sir. The crew has been humming it all morning. It's got a very memorable chorus about your tentacle grooming habits. Dr. Crankshaw, monitoring the alien communications from her command center, which had been converted from a facility originally designed to track weather patterns and was now dedicated to tracking patterns of alien confusion, was practically vibrating with excitement. They're taking the bait. They think we're building monuments to them. Binkley, initiate Phase 2 of Operation Creative Confusion. Phase 2 involved the sudden appearance of what appeared to be a massive golden pyramid in the middle of the Sahara Desert. The pyramid, roughly the size of Manhattan and constructed from materials that seemed to shift between existing and not existing depending on the angle of observation, began slowly rotating while playing what sounded like a cosmic mariachi band, having an argument with a digital theremin while accompanied by a choir of beings who existed only in theoretical mathematics. The pyramid also projected holographic messages in 17 different languages, including several that hadn't been invented yet, and at least one that existed only as a mathematical concept. The messages included helpful information like, "Welcome to Earth, please mind the gap between dimensions," and "This is a no parking zone for interdimensional vehicles," and "Have you tried turning your invasion off and back on again?" "Sir," Navigation Officer Quibble reported with increasing panic that made his voice rise to frequencies that hurt most beings' ears. "That structure just appeared, out of nowhere, and it's doing something to our sensors." "Doing what, exactly?" "They're showing us reruns of something called The Price is Right, but dubbed in a language that doesn't exist and featuring contestants that appear to be mathematical equations trying to win prizes that violate the known laws of physics." Admiral Flurb was beginning to experience what military tacticians call the growing realization that things are not going according to plan and may in fact be going according to someone else's plan entirely. "This is impossible. Our intelligence reports clearly stated that these beings are primitive. They don't even have faster-than-light travel." "Sir," Science Officer Blimp said quietly, "perhaps we should consider the possibility that our intelligence reports were incomplete, or possibly written by someone who had never actually visited this planet." "Incomplete? These beings can't even achieve faster-than-light travel. How could they possibly—" He was interrupted by the sudden appearance of what appeared to be a giant rubber duck in orbit around the moon. The duck, which was roughly the size of Rhode Island and appeared to be made of materials that existed in at least 4 dimensions simultaneously, began quacking at a frequency that made the alien ship's hull plating vibrate in harmony and caused several crew members to start dancing involuntarily. The duck was also broadcasting radio signals that, when translated, appeared to be a comprehensive critique of the alien fleet's invasion strategy, including helpful suggestions for improvement and a detailed analysis of their tactical weaknesses. The critique was delivered in the voice of what appeared to be a very polite but slightly condescending cosmic entity with experience in interstellar conflict resolution. "Sir," reported Tactical Officer Wimple, "the duck it's jamming our communications and providing unsolicited military advice." "A duck is jamming our communications and offering tactical suggestions?" "A giant rubber duck, sir, and it appears to be smiling at us. Also, it's asking if we'd like to participate in a customer satisfaction survey about our invasion experience so far." Dr. Crankshaw was now fully in her element, operating from a command center that looked like the result of combining a military installation with a theme park and a university research facility. "Gentlemen, Phase 3, deploy the confusion protocols and activate the interdimensional bewilderment engine." What happened next violated several laws of physics, at least 3 treaties governing the reasonable use of interdimensional technology, and probably a few regulations about noise pollution. The entire Pacific Ocean began to glow with a soft, pulsing light that somehow managed to be both soothing and deeply unsettling, like a cosmic lava lamp filled with liquefied anxiety. The glow formed patterns that, when viewed from space, spelled out a message in perfect galactic standard, complete with proper punctuation and footnotes. "Hello there, alien friends. Would you like to know more about our extended warranty program? We offer comprehensive coverage for planetary defense systems, reality stabilization services, and interdimensional customer support. Call now and receive a free consultation on your invasion strategy." The message also included a toll-free number and a website address for more information. "Sir," all three of Admiral Flerb's senior officers said simultaneously, which created an echo effect that made their panic sound like a cosmic chorus of confusion. "This is not in any of our contingency plans." "I can see that, gentlemen. But surely there's a logical explanation for..." The logical explanation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the International Space Station, which had been secretly retrofitted with what Dr. Crankblast called the ultimate confusion engine, and what NASA had officially designated as Project Why Not. The station began broadcasting a signal that caused every alien ship's computer to display an endless loop of humans doing something called the Macarena, while reciting the periodic table backward in ancient Sanskrit and providing detailed instructions for assembling furniture that didn't exist. The signal also included subliminal messages encouraging the aliens to question their life choices, consider career alternatives, and think about whether conquest was really the best use of their time and energy. "Sir," reported Communication Officer Flibble, "our computers they're trying to join in." "Join in what?" "The dancing, sir. Our navigation computer just requested permission to do something called the electric slide, and our weapons system is asking for lessons in what appears to be called break dancing. Also, our food replicator has started producing what it claims are traditional Earth celebration foods, but they appear to be sandwiches that exist in multiple dimensions and taste like the concept of happiness." Admiral Flurb sat down heavily in his command chair, which was designed to be comfortable during extended crisis management sessions and was equipped with built-in stress relief systems that were currently working overtime. "This is impossible. We're dealing with primitives who think metal projectiles are advanced technology." "Sir," Science Officer Blimp said carefully, "perhaps our definition of primitive needs some adjustment. These beings appear to have weaponized confusion, militarized customer service, and turned reality itself into a tactical advantage. The adjustment came in the form of Phase 4, which involved the sudden activation of what appeared to be a massive disco ball in the asteroid belt. The disco ball, constructed entirely from decommissioned satellites, space debris, and what NASA proudly called creative engineering and really good duct tape, began reflecting sunlight in patterns that somehow managed to make every alien crew member feel inexplicably nostalgic for a childhood they'd never had, homesick for a planet they'd never visited, and emotionally attached to relatives who existed only in theoretical possibility. "Sir," reported Navigation Officer Quibble, "I'm experiencing emotions I don't understand. I feel homesick for a planet I've never visited and nostalgic for memories I'm pretty sure I never had. I keep thinking about my grandmother's cooking," added Tactical Officer Wimple, "but my species doesn't have grandmothers. We reproduce through bureaucratic committee and administrative paperwork." "I'm having flashbacks to a childhood pet," reported Communication Officer Flibble, "but my species doesn't keep pets. We consider emotional attachment to other beings a form of mental illness." Dr. Crankshaw, monitoring the psychological effects of the disco ball from her command center, made a note in her research journal. Note to self: interdimensional nostalgia be more effective than expected. Recommend adding sad country music and home movies for enhanced emotional manipulation effect. Admiral Flurb, meanwhile, was having what could only be described as a comprehensive nervous breakdown combined with an existential crisis and a profound questioning of everything he had ever believed about the nature of reality. "This is madness. How can a primitive species be doing this to us?" "Sir," Science Officer Blimp said gently, "perhaps we should consider the possibility that they're not as primitive as we thought. Perhaps they're actually quite advanced, but in ways that we don't understand or recognize." "But the reports, the intelligence assessments, they clearly stated that these beings were harmless primitives who worship fire and are easily impressed by shiny objects." "Sir, when was the last time you actually read one of those reports? The complete reports, not just the executive summaries?" The Admiral paused, which created a moment of silence that seemed to stretch across the vast emptiness of space and echo with the sound of bureaucratic incompetence. "Well, that is to say, Plimkin always gives me the executive summary during our morning briefings. Sir, Plimkin is a glorified filing clerk whose species evolved from lint. He reads reports by absorbing the paper they're printed on and digesting the information through his digestive system. He's essentially getting his intelligence briefings through cosmic indigestion." The horrible truth was beginning to dawn on Admiral Fleur like a cosmic sunrise of incompetence. You're saying we've based our entire invasion strategy on intelligence reports that were literally eaten by a being made of nervous lint and processed through an alien digestive system? That would appear to be the case, sir. And these primitive beings are actually advanced enough to turn a disco ball into a weapon of mass psychological manipulation. Yes, sir. They've also weaponized customer service, militarized nostalgia, and appear to have turned basic human emotions into tactical advantages. Phase 5 began with what humans had decided to call the Big Reveal, or Operation Surprise. You've been punked by an entire planet. Every television screen, computer monitor, smartphone display, and reflective surface on Earth simultaneously displayed the same message. Surprise! You've been punked by planet Earth. Your primitive targets would like to formally invite you to reconsider your life choices, your career path, and your fundamental understanding of what constitutes effective military intelligence. The message was delivered by Dr. Crankshaw herself, who had somehow managed to hack into the alien fleet's communication systems using what she later described as a combination of advanced cryptography, really aggressive diplomacy, and the sort of creative problem-solving that comes from spending 15 years preparing for the impossible. "Hello, alien invaders," she said cheerfully, waving at the camera with the enthusiasm of someone who was having the best day of her professional life. "I'm Dr. Penelope Crankshaw, Director of Improbable Defense Scenarios, and I'd like to welcome you to Earth. As you may have noticed, we're not quite as primitive as your report suggested. In fact, we've been preparing for this exact scenario for the past 15 years. Admiral Fleur stared at the screen in horror that bordered on the cosmic. "This is impossible. Our intelligence clearly stated." "Your intelligence, Doctor," Crankshaw continued with the patient tone of someone explaining something very simple to someone very confused, "was based on a filing error. The real Earth assessment report is currently being used as a coaster in your accounting department. The report you actually read was for a completely different planet, a planet that, incidentally, was conquered by a species of sentient mushrooms 3 years ago because they were actually primitive and easily impressed by shiny objects. But you're using metal projectiles." "Oh, we are! Along with energy weapons, quantum torpedoes, reality-altering devices, interdimensional confusion engines, weaponized mathematics, militarized customer service, and a really uncomfortable amount of psychological warfare. You see, we've had thousands of years to perfect the art of creative destruction. We've turned warfare into a form of entertainment, conflict resolution into an art form, and apparently, we've managed to turn a simple misunderstanding into the most entertaining afternoon we've had in decades." The proof of this statement came in the form of Phase 6, which involved the sudden appearance of what appeared to be a massive popcorn machine in Earth's orbit. The machine, constructed from repurposed military satellites, space debris, and powered by what NASA called concentrated human stubbornness and really good engineering, began producing actual popcorn that somehow managed to spell out insults in 17 different languages as it drifted through space. The popcorn formed messages like, "Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries in ancient galactic. Have you considered a career change in Universal Standard?" and "This is what happens when you don't read the fine print," in what appeared to be mathematical poetry. "Sir," reported Navigation Officer Quibble, "the popcorn it's insulting our mothers. questioning our career choices and providing unsolicited life advice. Now, how can popcorn insult our mothers and provide life advice? Very creatively, sir. And in rhyme. Also, it appears to be offering coupons for something called interstellar therapy services. Dr. Crankshaw's broadcast continued. Now, we could destroy your fleet right now. We have the technology, the weapons, the creative engineering skills, and frankly, the overwhelming urge to show off. We've been preparing for this scenario for 15 years, and we've developed responses to everything from polite invasion to aggressive bureaucratic conquest to attack of the really confused aliens who didn't do their homework. But instead, she continued, we're going to give you a choice. You can either turn around and go home with a complimentary gift basket and our sincere apologies for the confusion, or you can stick around and find out what phases 7 and 8 involve. Indeed, what do phases 7 and 8 involve? Admiral Flurb asked his crew, with the tone of someone who really didn't want to know the answer, but felt professionally obligated to ask. Sir, Science Officer Blimp said quietly, I don't think we want to know. But based on everything we've seen so far, I suspect they involve things that will make us question not just our career choices, but our fundamental understanding of reality itself. The answer to that question was currently being prepared in facilities around the globe, in locations that were so classified they technically didn't exist and could only be accessed by people who had security clearances that were themselves classified and required permission from at least 3 different cosmic entities. Phase 7 involved something called the Really Uncomfortable Truth Ray, which Dr. Grekblast had designed to make its targets confront the fundamental absurdity of their existence, the meaninglessness of their bureaucratic careers, and the cosmic joke that was interstellar conquest as a form of entertainment. Phase 8 was classified at a level so high that even the president wasn't entirely sure what it did, but it involved the phrase ontological warfare, required a permit from the Department of Existential Threats, and had a warning label that read, "Caution may cause beings to realize that reality is optional." Sir, reported Communication Officer Flibble, we're receiving another transmission from the planet. To put it through, Admiral Flurb sighed, with the resignation of someone whose day had gone from pleasantly routine to cosmically nightmarish in the span of a few hours. This time, the message was delivered by President Grimbaldi himself, who had decided that the situation called for what he called aggressive diplomacy, with style and possibly some interpretive dance. Attention, alien invaders. This is President Fitzgerald Grimbaldi of the United States of America, and I have a proposition for you. We understand that you've made a mistake. Filing errors happen to everyone. We once accidentally declared war on Canada because someone misread a lunch order and thought they were threatening us with aggressive maple syrup deployment. These things occur in the best of bureaucratic organizations. What's his point? Admiral Flurb muttered. Here's the deal, the president continued. We're willing to overlook this unfortunate misunderstanding if you're willing to do something for us in return. You see, we've been trying to get in touch with your Galactic Conquest Assessment Division's Customer Service Department for years. We have some complaints about your previous customers, and frankly, we'd like to file a formal grievance. Previous customers? Admiral Flurb asked with growing dread. Sir, Science Officer Blimp said carefully, consulting a report that was marked with warning labels in several languages, I believe they're referring to the Vegan conquerors who tried to invade them in 1954. The Vegans tried to invade Earth. Why wasn't this in our files? Yes, sir. According to our records, they were defeated by something called aggressive jazz music and a weapon that shot concentrated coffee at their ships. The entire invasion fleet surrendered after being exposed to what humans call bebop and double espresso. The president's message continued. Those vegan fellows left quite a mess. Crop circles everywhere, confused cows, traumatized farmers, and frankly, some very disappointed agricultural communities. we'd like to file a formal complaint and possibly request compensation for the psychological damage inflicted on our livestock. Dr. Crankshaw appeared on screen next to the president. Additionally, we'd like to propose a trade agreement. We have something your species lacks: the ability to turn absolutely anything into a weapon. Kitchen utensils, household appliances, children's toys, mathematical concepts, customer service protocols, and apparently popcorn. In exchange, we'd like access to your bureaucratic systems. We're fascinated by your ability to make conquest so unnecessarily complicated and would like to study your filing methods. Sir, Navigation Officer Quibble said quietly. They're offering to teach us weaponization techniques in exchange for learning our bureaucratic processes. That's actually not a terrible deal, Admiral Flurb admitted. Our bureaucracy is our greatest achievement as a civilization. Sir, Science Officer Blimp added, perhaps we should consider the possibility that these humans might make better allies than enemies. They seem to have a talent for creative problem-solving and an impressive understanding of psychological warfare. Allies, but they're primitives. Sir, they just made our entire fleet homesick using a disco ball, insulted our mothers with popcorn, and offered us therapy coupons. I think we may need to revise our definition of primitive to include terrifyingly creative and psychologically sophisticated. Phase 7, when it finally activated, was less a weapon and more a philosophical argument delivered at the speed of light and accompanied by a cosmic PowerPoint presentation. The really uncomfortable truth ray caused every alien in the fleet to simultaneously realize that they had spent their entire careers conquering planets for no particularly good reason, that their filing systems were a cosmic joke that had achieved a kind of artistic beauty, and that their entire civilization was built on a foundation of bureaucratic incompetence so profound that it had transcended mere inefficiency and become a form of abstract art. Sir, reported Tactical Officer Wimple, I'm experiencing what I can only describe as an existential crisis, combined with a profound appreciation for the absurdity of our situation. Join the club, Admiral Flurb replied. I just realized that I've been an admiral for 30 years, and I still don't know what half the buttons on my command chair actually do. Also, I'm beginning to suspect that our entire military strategy is based on hoping that the beings we're trying to conquer are even more confused than we are. Sir, Science Officer Blimp said thoughtfully, do you think maybe we should consider a career change? These humans seem to have figured out how to turn confusion into an art form and psychological warfare into entertainment. Maybe we could learn something from them. The final transmission from Earth came from Dr. Crankshaw, who had decided that the situation called for what she called aggressive friendship with hostile overtones and possibly some interpretive dance for emphasis. Alien friends, she announced with the enthusiasm of someone who was having the best day of her professional life and wanted everyone to know it. We've decided to make you an offer you can't refuse. Well, you can refuse it, but then we'll have to activate Phase 8, and nobody wants that. Trust us on this one. We've been very creative with Phase 8, and it involves concepts that don't technically exist yet. What's Phase 8? Admiral Flurb asked weakly, with the tone of someone who had given up trying to understand anything that was happening and was just hoping to survive the experience with his sanity intact. Sir, Science Officer Blimp said, consulting readings that seemed to suggest reality was having what could only be described as a nervous breakdown. The sensor readings suggest it involves something called weaponized interpretive dance, combined with ontological warfare and aggressive customer service protocols. Dear cosmic forces, Admiral Flurb whispered, they've militarized the arts, weaponized philosophy, and turned customer service into a form of psychological warfare. Dr. Crankshaw's offer was elegantly simple and terrifyingly comprehensive. The alien fleet could choose to become Earth's first interstellar customer service representatives. In exchange for helping resolve complaints from previously conquered worlds, negotiating disputes between different species, and generally cleaning up the mess left by centuries of poorly managed galactic conquest, they would receive training in human-style creative problem-solving, access to Earth's vast collection of entertainment media, unlimited coffee, and comprehensive health insurance that covered existential crises. Think of it, Doctor. Grangshaw explained with the enthusiasm of someone presenting the opportunity of several lifetimes. You could spend your days helping resolve cosmic disputes instead of creating them. Plus, we'll throw in unlimited access to our coffee, which our analysis suggests is approximately 47 times more effective than your current stimulant beverages, and our entertainment systems, which include something called Netflix that contains more content than your entire species could consume in 3 lifetimes. The offer also included comprehensive training in human psychology, creative problem-solving techniques, the art of turning any situation into a learning experience, and advanced courses in how to make friends and influence cosmic entities, and customer service as a form of diplomatic warfare. Additionally, Dr. Grangshaw continued, we'll provide you with Earth citizenship, access to our educational systems, and the opportunity to learn from a species that has turned creative chaos into a survival strategy. You'll be helping to establish the first truly effective interstellar customer service system, mediating disputes between species that have been arguing for centuries and basically becoming the cosmic equivalent of really well-trained diplomats with advanced degrees in creative problem-solving. The offer was too good to refuse, too comprehensive to ignore, and too perfectly suited to their newly discovered need for career change to pass up. Admiral Flurb, faced with the choice between admitting total defeat, spending the rest of his life trying to explain this incident to his superiors, and embarking on a completely new career path that actually seemed meaningful, chose what he later described as the most rational decision I've made in decades, possibly centuries. Attention, Earth beings, he announced over the fleet-wide communication system with the tone of someone who had finally found his true calling in life. This is Admiral Bloomington Flurb of the former Galactic Conquest Assessment Division. We formally accept your offer of employment, your comprehensive benefits package, your training programs, and your unlimited coffee. We also humbly request that you please never, ever activate Phase 8, because we're pretty sure it would cause us to question everything we've ever believed about the nature of existence. The transformation of the alien fleet from invaders to customer service representatives was surprisingly smooth, efficient, and oddly satisfying for everyone involved. Within a few weeks, the ships had been converted into orbital call centers equipped with the latest in customer service technology, comfortable seating, really good coffee machines, and communication systems that could handle complaints in 17,000 different languages and several forms of non-verbal cosmic communication. The former conquerors found themselves helping resolve disputes ranging from the Andromedans keep stealing our parking spaces and won't stop playing their music at unreasonable volumes, to the Centaurians won't stop broadcasting reality television shows that violate basic laws of physics and good taste, to the beings from Rigel 7 keep sending us spam messages about extending our planet's warranty. Dr. Grangshaw, now serving as Director of Interstellar Relations and Chief Coordinator of Cosmic Customer Service, found herself busier than she had ever been in her life and more satisfied with her work than she had thought possible. You know, Binkley, she said to her assistant, who had been promoted to Deputy Director of Impossible Situations, when I started planning for improbable defense scenarios, I never imagined we'd end up running the galaxy's most successful customer service operation. It's certainly unique, Binkley agreed, consulting a report about a dispute between 2 species of sentient mathematics who couldn't agree on whether 0 was a number or a philosophical concept. Though I have to say, Admiral Flurb is surprisingly good at de-escalating conflicts. He helped resolve that dispute between the Rigelians and the Tau Cetians over mineral rights by getting them to realize they were actually arguing about completely different minerals on different planets. Who would have thought that aggressive bureaucracy could be channeled into constructive customer service? He's also developed an impressive talent for helping beings realize that most of their complaints are actually based on misunderstandings, filing errors, or the cosmic equivalent of not reading the instruction manual. The success of the Earth Alien Customer Service Initiative quickly became known throughout the galaxy through what could only be described as the fastest and most effective word-of-mouth marketing campaign in cosmic history. Other species began requesting similar arrangements, and within a year, Earth had become the unofficial mediation center for interstellar disputes, the go-to location for cosmic customer service, and the first planet to turn defensive warfare into a profitable service industry. The former invasion fleet had been transformed into a network of problem-solving specialists who could handle everything from territorial disputes to philosophical disagreements to complaints about poor service from other customer service departments. They had become, in essence, the customer service department for customer service departments, the ultimate meta-solution to the universal problem of poor conflict resolution. President Grimbaldi, in his year-end address to the United Nations and broadcast throughout the galaxy, summed up the situation with characteristic style and a profound appreciation for the absurdity of the entire affair. Ladies and gentlemen, beings of all species and dimensional configurations, we have successfully turned an alien invasion into a customer service opportunity, a potential planetary conquest into the galaxy's premier conflict resolution center, and a filing error into the foundation of interstellar diplomacy. I'm not sure what this says about humanity, but I'm pretty sure it's something uniquely ridiculous and surprisingly effective. Dr. Grankshaw, reflecting on the events that had transformed Earth from a supposedly defenseless planet into the galaxy's premier conflict resolution center, customer service headquarters, and training facility for creative problem-solving, realized that the greatest defense had been something no military strategist had ever considered: the sheer, overwhelming absurdity of human creativity combined with an inexplicable talent for turning any situation into an opportunity for improvement. Admiral Flurb, now known as Customer Service Supervisor Flurb, and holder of advanced degrees in human psychology, creative conflict resolution, and advanced coffee appreciation, had adapted to his new role with surprising enthusiasm and a level of job satisfaction he had never experienced during his military career. "You know," he told his former crew during their weekly team meeting, which was now held in a comfortable conference room with really good coffee and snacks that didn't violate any laws of physics, "I never realized how satisfying it could be to actually help people instead of conquering them. It turns out that solving problems is much more interesting than creating them. Plus," added former science officer Blimp, now director of interdisciplinary problem analysis, "the coffee really is exceptional. The working conditions are vastly superior to military service, and we're actually making a positive difference in the galaxy. Who knew that customer service could be more fulfilling than conquest?" And, noted former navigation officer Quibble, now senior coordinator of interstellar complaint resolution, "We get health insurance that covers existential crises, vacation time, and educational opportunities. It's like we've discovered a completely new way to live." The filing error that had started it all was eventually discovered when someone in the accounting department noticed that their coaster contained detailed warnings about a species that considers nuclear weapons a proportional response to mild inconvenience, beings who have weaponized mathematics and aren't afraid to use it, and a civilization that has turned creative chaos into a survival strategy and psychological warfare into entertainment. Indeed, the discovery led to a complete overhaul of the galactic filing system, the establishment of what became known as the Crankshaw Protocols for invasion intelligence, and a new requirement that all intelligence reports be read by at least 3 different beings who were not made of lint and did not digest information through their stomachs. But perhaps the most significant change was the establishment of the Universal Customer Service Academy, jointly operated by Earth and the reformed Galactic Conquest Assessment Division. The Academy trained beings from across the galaxy in the art of turning potentially destructive conflicts into opportunities for mutual understanding, improved customer satisfaction, and creative problem solving. The Academy's curriculum included courses in advanced creative problem solving, psychological warfare as diplomatic tool, how to turn confusion into clarity, customer service as art form, and the philosophy of practical problem resolution. The most popular course was Human Psychology 101, Understanding a Species that Weaponizes Everything, which had a waiting list that stretched across several star systems. Dr. Crankshaw, now recognized as the galaxy's leading expert on defensive diplomacy through creative confusion and holder of honorary degrees from 17 different planets, concluded her final report on the incident with an observation that would become famous throughout the civilized universe and be quoted in diplomatic circles for generations. Sometimes the best defense isn't a weapon at all. Sometimes it's simply the willingness to be so thoroughly, completely, and creatively unexpected that your enemies have no choice but to become your friends. Sometimes it's the ability to turn a crisis into an opportunity, a threat into a learning experience, and a potential disaster into the beginning of something better than anyone imagined possible. The Earth Defense Initiative, as it came to be known in academic circles and diplomatic history books, proved that the universe's most effective defense system wasn't built from metal and energy, but from imagination, adaptability, creative problem solving, and the fundamental human inability to do anything the way it was supposed to be done. The initiative also demonstrated that sometimes the most powerful weapon against aggression was aggressive kindness, that the most effective response to hostility was hospitality, and that the best way to win a war was to turn it into something that wasn't a war at all. Dr. Mordecai Crankblast, reflecting on his role in developing the defensive systems that had made the entire operation possible, noted in his final project report, "It turns out that the most effective way to defend against invasion is to make the invaders question whether they really want to be invaders at all. Phase 8, incidentally, was never actually built. We just made it sound really scary and let their imaginations do the rest." The transformation had effects that rippled throughout the galaxy in ways that no one had anticipated. Other species began adopting human-style customer service protocols. Conflicts that had been ongoing for centuries were resolved through creative mediation, and the general level of galactic customer satisfaction increased dramatically. The Vegan conquerors, learning about the success of the Earth Alien Customer Service Initiative, formally apologized for their 1954 invasion attempt and requested assistance in establishing their own customer service department. They had apparently been struggling with complaints about their conquest methods for decades, and were eager to learn more effective approaches to interstellar relations. The Universal Customer Service Academy became so successful that it required expansion to multiple planets, and its graduates were sought after throughout the galaxy for their unique combination of problem-solving skills, creative thinking, and ability to turn any situation into an opportunity for improvement. Admiral Flurb's autobiography, From Conquest to Customer Service: How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Problem-Solving, became a bestseller across 17 star systems and was required reading at diplomatic academies throughout the galaxy. Dr. Crankshaw's follow-up research, The Psychology of Creative Defense: How to Turn Your Enemies into Your Customer Service Representatives was published by the Universal Academic Press and won the Galactic Prize for Most Innovative Approach to Conflict Resolution. President Grimbaldi's memoir, How to Accidentally Become the Galaxy's Customer Service Capital, a Political Autobiography, became a classic of diplomatic literature and was praised for its honest account of how sometimes the best policy decisions are the ones that seem completely insane at the time. The success of the initiative led to the establishment of similar programs throughout the galaxy, and within a decade, the traditional model of interstellar conquest had been largely replaced by collaborative problem-solving and customer service-based diplomacy. Earth became known throughout the galaxy not as a primitive backwater planet, but as the birthplace of creative diplomacy, the home of innovative conflict resolution, and the place where beings from across the universe came to learn how to turn problems into opportunities. The Department of Improbable Defense Scenarios was renamed the Department of Creative Diplomatic Solutions and became one of the most sought-after consulting organizations in the galaxy. Dr. Grankshaw found herself advising governments, mediating disputes between species that had been enemies for millennia, and teaching courses on how to defend yourself by making your enemies want to be your friends. The orbital customer service centers became models for similar facilities throughout the galaxy, and the techniques developed by the Earth-Alien Partnership were adopted by hundreds of other species seeking to improve their approach to interstellar relations. But perhaps the most remarkable outcome was the realization that the universe was full of beings who were looking for something better than conquest and conflict. They just needed someone to show them that there were alternatives, someone to demonstrate that cooperation was more satisfying than conquest, and someone to prove that customer service could be more fulfilling than warfare. And in the end, that made all the difference between conquest and cooperation, between invasion and invitation, between the end of one world and the beginning of a better galaxy for everyone. The universe, it turned out, had been waiting for someone who could turn a filing error into a diplomatic triumph, a disco ball into a weapon of mass confusion, a potential planetary conquest into the galaxy's most efficient customer service operation, and an alien invasion into the foundation of interstellar friendship. They just hadn't expected that someone to be a species that considered psychological warfare a form of entertainment and had turned creative chaos into their greatest strength. The most important document in galactic history was written by someone who had never been promoted in 4,000 years, filed it under Miscellaneous Planetary Surveys, and immediately forgot about it while going for his lunch break. This lunch break, incidentally, would last 3 hours and 47 minutes, during which time the fate of 17 star systems would be decided by a spilled cup of coffee and a rubber duck wearing a tiny Napoleon hat. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, which is exactly the sort of thing that happens when you try to document events involving humans. Logic, it turns out, is not their strong suit. Neither is following proper chronological order, maintaining reasonable expectations, or understanding that declaring war on an entire galactic civilization because of a paperwork error is generally considered poor diplomatic etiquette by most civilized species. The story begins, as many cosmic disasters do, with bureaucracy. Zendrock Plimpington 7 was what the galactic bureaucracy called a permanent junior assistant subclerk for insignificant worlds category Delta minus boring with possible tax implications, which was a fancy way of saying he documented planets that nobody cared about, would never visit, and whose only claim to fame was that they hadn't exploded recently. His desk was located in Sector 99 of the Administrative Wing, Sub-Basement 12, Level 43, Office Suite 7832, sandwiched between the Department of Unnecessary Regulations and the Office of Cosmic Lint Collection and Analysis. The office building itself was a monument to bureaucratic efficiency, which meant it was simultaneously the most organized and least functional structure in known space. It had been designed by a committee of architects who had been specifically instructed to create something that looked impressive while serving no practical purpose whatsoever. The result was a structure that resembled a giant filing cabinet crossed with a space station, painted in 17 different shades of beige and equipped with elevators that only went to floors that didn't exist. Zendrok's daily routine had remained unchanged for approximately 3,742 years, give or take a few decades when he'd experimented with arriving at work 37 seconds earlier. He arrived at work precisely at 8:47 a.m., made himself a cup of coffee that tasted like liquid disappointment mixed with administrative despair and hints of existential dread, sat down at his ergonomically designed chair that had been scientifically proven to cause maximum discomfort, and began the sacred ritual of filing reports about planets where absolutely nothing interesting ever happened. His workspace was a marvel of organizational futility. 17 different computer screens displayed information that no one would ever read. 43 filing cabinets contained documents that would never be referenced, and a collection of rubber stamps bore messages like "approved pending further approval," "rejected for insufficient rejection reasons," and "filed under things we don't understand but pretend we do." On this particular Tuesday morning, a Tuesday that would later be remembered as the day logic died and would become a galactic holiday celebrated by drinking tea and acting completely irrationally, Zendrok was supposed to file a routine report about a small blue-green planet in the unfashionable end of the galaxy. The planet's inhabitants called it Earth, though the official galactic designation was Catalog number 7-34521, moderately wet rock with attitude problems and questionable musical taste, subsection overly dramatic species. The report should have been straightforward. According to the preliminary surveys conducted by Automatic Probe 445b Boring, Earth was inhabited by a species that spent most of their time arguing about the proper way to make hot beverages, engaging in peculiar mating rituals that involved exchanging small metallic circles, and creating entertainment by watching other members of their species kick spherical objects around large fields while screaming at each other in languages that seemed to consist primarily of creative profanity. Standard primitive civilization stuff, really. Nothing worth getting excited about. The survey indicated that humans had recently discovered fire, agriculture, and the wheel, though they seemed to use all three primarily as excuses to fight each other about who had discovered them first. They had also developed something called social media, which appeared to be a method of sharing pictures of food and expressing outrage about things they didn't understand. "Bloody hell and administrative damnation!" Zendrok shouted as his morning coffee, a substance that closely resembled liquid boredom with hints of existential dread and undertones of bureaucratic suffering, spilled across his keyboard in a pattern that would later be analyzed by xenopsychologists as prophetically catastrophic. The coffee spill formed what appeared to be either a map of the local galaxy or a picture of someone's digestive system having a bad day. It dripped onto exactly 17 keys, creating a cascade of electronic responses that would have been impressive if anyone had been trying to make it happen, and terrifying since absolutely no one was. Why does everything in this cursed universe have to be so unnecessarily complicated? He continued, waving his tentacles in a manner that was supposed to convey frustration, but mostly just looked like he was trying to conduct an invisible orchestra while having a seizure. The coffee, following what scientists would later term the inexorable laws of bureaucratic physics, a branch of science that deals with the tendency of simple administrative tasks to become cosmic disasters, managed to hit exactly 17 keys simultaneously. This triggered what the computer manual described as Emergency Protocol Alpha Zulu Rainbow Banana Catastrophe Omega Supreme with extra confusion. A sequence that the manual's authors had specifically stated should only be activated in cases of extreme universal emergency, when the fabric of space-time itself is having a nervous breakdown, or when someone spills coffee on their keyboard at exactly the wrong moment. The manual, which had been written by a committee of beings who had clearly never anticipated the possibility of coffee-based diplomatic incidents, had been collecting dust in a filing cabinet for approximately 4 million years. It was a massive document, roughly the size of a small planet, that covered every possible scenario except the ones that actually happened. The computer, being a perfectly logical machine with no understanding of irony, cosmic humor, or the fundamental absurdity of existence, interpreted the coffee spill as both an extreme universal emergency and a space-time nervous breakdown. It immediately initiated first contact procedures with the planet below, using protocols that had been designed by beings who thought that the best way to communicate with primitive species was to send them incredibly complex forms to fill out. Down on Earth, in a laboratory that looked like it had been decorated by someone who thought that the best way to organize scientific equipment was to scatter it randomly around the room and hope for the best, Professor Wilhelmina Bofsworth Gigglesmith was having her own crisis. Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith was a woman whose life had been a series of increasingly improbable academic achievements. She had earned a PhD in Advanced Confusion Studies with a minor in Applied Bewilderment from the University of Theoretical Impossibilities. Her doctoral thesis, titled The Sociological Impact of Rubber Ducks on Advanced Civilizations and Their Potential Role in Interstellar Diplomacy, had been rejected by 17 different academic journals before being accidentally accepted by the Journal of Things We Don't Understand but Find Amusing. Her laboratory was a testament to the principle that chaos, properly organized, could be more efficient than order. Rubber ducks of every conceivable size, color, and historical period covered every available surface. There were Roman centurion ducks, Viking warrior ducks, medieval night ducks, and a particularly impressive collection of ducks dressed as famous scientists throughout history. Einstein duck wore a tiny lab coat and had wild white hair made from cotton balls. Darwin duck had a magnificent beard and was surrounded by tiny evolution charts. Newton duck sat under a miniature apple tree and looked perpetually surprised. She had just discovered that her grant application for studying the sociological impact of rubber ducks on advanced civilizations and their potential role in interstellar diplomacy had been approved by mistake. The funding committee, which consisted of 12 government officials who met once a month to approve research projects while simultaneously eating lunch, watching television, and pretending to pay attention to budget meetings, had apparently confused her proposal with someone else's research on strategic defense initiatives against hostile extraterrestrial entities using advanced weaponized waterfowl technology. This sort of bureaucratic mix-up was exactly the kind of thing that happened when government committees tried to process paperwork while simultaneously dealing with the fact that most of them had no idea what they were actually supposed to be approving. The result was that Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith, a woman whose primary qualification for saving the world was an extensive knowledge of bath toys and their psychological effects on human behavior, had just been appointed as Earth's new Director of Planetary Defense. "What do you mean I'm now the head of Earth's Space Defense Program?" she screamed into her phone, while simultaneously trying to untangle Christmas lights that had somehow wrapped themselves around her laboratory equipment in the middle of July. The Christmas lights, incidentally, had been part of an ongoing experiment to determine whether seasonal decorations could affect the psychological well-being of rubber ducks. The results had been inconclusive. largely because rubber ducks are notoriously bad at filling out psychological evaluation forms, and because the experiment kept getting interrupted by various emergencies that seemed to follow Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith wherever she went. "According to the paperwork," said the voice on the other end of the phone, which belonged to Deputy Assistant Undersecretary for Accidental Military Appointments, Harold Twittlebottom, a man whose job title was longer than most people's entire resumes, "you are now responsible for defending Earth against any and all extraterrestrial threats using your expertise in advanced duck-based warfare systems and applied rubber duck psychology." Harold Twittlebottom was a career government employee who had spent 37 years working in various departments that dealt with things that probably didn't exist but might be important if they did. He had been personally responsible for establishing the Department of Imaginary Threats, the Office of Potential Impossibilities, and the Bureau of Things That Might Happen If Other Things Happened First. "But I don't know anything about duck-based warfare systems," Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith protested, accidentally knocking over a collection of rubber ducks dressed as the founding fathers of America. "I study the social implications of rubber ducks. There's a significant difference between understanding their psychological impact and using them to fight alien invasions." "The committee seemed to think they were the same thing," Harold replied with the sort of bureaucratic calm that suggested he had long ago given up trying to understand how government decisions were made. His voice carried the weary resignation of someone who had spent decades explaining inexplicable decisions to people who were understandably confused by them. "Congratulations on your promotion," he continued. "Your first briefing is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. sharp, assuming the world doesn't end before then. You'll be working with General Bumblebottom, Admiral Snodgrass, and Air Marshal Tofflewhistle. Please bring your rubber ducks." Apparently, they're now classified as essential military equipment. The phone call was interrupted by a sound that could only be described as a cosmic sneeze, mixed with the dying gasp of a whale learning advanced calculus while suffering from a severe head cold and attempting to sing opera in 17 different languages simultaneously. Outside her window, a spacecraft roughly the size of a small country was attempting to land in what appeared to be her backyard. The ship was crushing her prize-winning petunias, destroying her collection of garden gnomes, and causing her neighbor's dog to start barking in what sounded suspiciously like 17 different alien languages, including what appeared to be cosmic profanity. The ship itself defied every principle of aerodynamic engineering that Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith was familiar with, which admittedly wasn't many, since her expertise lay in the field of rubber duck sociology rather than alien spacecraft design. It looked like someone had taken a perfectly reasonable spaceship, painted it the color of bureaucratic beige, and then attached approximately 437 completely unnecessary appendages that served no apparent purpose other than to make the whole thing look more officially administrative. The spacecraft had official markings in a language that looked like it had been designed by a committee of accountants who had been specifically instructed to create something that was both impossible to read and aesthetically displeasing. There were antenna arrays that seemed to exist solely for the purpose of getting tangled in each other, windows that were arranged in no discernible pattern, and what appeared to be 17 different docking bays, none of which seemed to be designed for any known type of spacecraft. The ship's communication system crackled to life, with a voice that sounded like it had been processed through a committee of particularly pedantic accountants, then filtered through a machine designed to remove all traces of personality, emotion, or basic human warmth. "Attention carbon-based life forms of designation Planet 7834-521, the voice announced with the enthusiasm of someone reading tax regulations to a room full of sleeping bureaucrats. "This is Junior Assistant Subclerk Zendrock Plimpington 7 of the Galactic Bureaucracy, Department of Insignificant Worlds, subdivision of planets we never expected to actually visit, section of things that shouldn't be our problem, but apparently are. The voice continued with the sort of relentless bureaucratic precision that suggested its owner had never had a spontaneous thought in his entire life. Please stand by for Form 42B. Initial Peaceful Contact Protocols, Subsection Delta Gamma Boring, Paragraph 97.4, Addendum C through Z. You have been randomly selected for administrative processing. This message will repeat in 17 different languages, including 3 that we just made up this morning because we were bored. Now, Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith, who had earned a PhD in advanced confusion studies and had therefore developed a certain immunity to confusing situations, did for something to throw, spotted a rubber duck dressed as Napoleon Bonaparte, a souvenir from her research on historical military leaders and their potential appeal to bath toys, and hurled it at the window with all the force she could muster. The duck, following the immutable laws of physics that govern projectile motion and cosmic irony, hit the glass with a satisfying thunk and bounced back, performing 3 complete somersaults, a half twist, and what appeared to be a brief interpretive dance routine before landing directly on the big red button labeled "Do not press unless the universe is ending or unless you really want to see what happens. Seriously, we mean it this time." A boulot. The button had been installed as part of Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith's previous research project on the psychology of forbidden buttons and why people always press them, despite clear warning labels that specifically tell them not to. The project had been inspired by her observation that humans had an apparently irresistible urge to do exactly the opposite of whatever they were told not to do, especially if it involved pressing large, obviously important buttons. She had never actually pressed the button herself, largely because she was afraid it might actually end the universe, or worse, summon a committee of government officials to ask her to fill out paperwork explaining why she had ended the universe and whether she had followed proper protocols in doing so. 3 things happened simultaneously, which was exactly 2 more things than Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith's nervous system was prepared to handle on a Tuesday morning. First, every air raid siren in the city began playing the tune to Happy Birthday in 17 different keys, creating a sound that could charitably be described as aggressively festive and more accurately described as the musical equivalent of being attacked by a birthday cake while wearing a blindfold and riding a unicycle. Second, the mayor's office received an automated message stating that Earth had officially declared war on something called the Galactic Bureaucracy and was demanding immediate surrender. Unconditional apology letters, written in triplicate and signed by all available government officials, and compensation for emotional distress in the form of exactly 47 tons of chocolate chip cookies delivered within 24 hours, or the consequences would be severe and possibly involve rubber ducks. Third, Zendrok's coffee mug exploded. The explosion was not a large one by cosmic standards, but it was sufficient to destroy approximately 3 months' worth of carefully organized paperwork, set fire to his collection of rubber stamps, and trigger 17 different emergency protocols that had been specifically designed to deal with situations that the bureaucracy's founders had assumed would never actually occur. Oh, for the love of administrative efficiency and proper filing procedures, Zendrok screamed as he watched his carefully organized workspace burst into flames that spelled out what appeared to be rude words in the ancient bureaucratic language of Formish. They've activated the hostile response protocol. This is not how Tuesday was supposed to go. He frantically tried to extinguish the fire while simultaneously attempting to save his paperwork, contact his supervisor, and figure out how a routine planetary survey had somehow turned into the first interstellar war in 4 million years. I was supposed to file 17 reports, take a lunch break, file 14 more reports, complain about the office temperature, attend a meeting about scheduling future meetings, and go home to feed my pet filing cabinet. The pet filing cabinet, whose name was Herbert, was actually quite affectionate for an office furniture-based life form. Herbert had been with Zendrock for approximately 2,000 years and had developed the ability to sort paperwork by emotional content, file documents according to their likelihood of being important, and provide what could charitably be called companionship to beings whose social lives consisted primarily of interacting with office equipment. Back on Earth, Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith was staring at a computer screen that had somehow acquired the ability to display messages in fonts that were not only difficult to read, but actually caused physical pain to anyone who looked at them for more than 30 seconds. The fonts seemed to have been designed by someone who wanted to cause maximum eye strain while simultaneously conveying information in the most confusing way possible. The screen was currently displaying a message that read, "Congratulations, you have successfully initiated Earth's first interstellar conflict using approved rubber duck protocols. Please report to your nearest military installation for immediate promotion to Supreme Commander of everything important and several things that aren't. Warning, this position comes with a substantial increase in responsibility, a minor decrease in sanity, and access to the executive bathroom." "But I study rubber ducks," she protested to no one in particular, waving Napoleon Duck in the air for emphasis. The duck's tiny hat fell off, which somehow made the situation seem even more ridiculous than it already was. "I research the social dynamics of bath toys. I write papers about the psychological impact of squeaking sounds on human behavior. I analyze the cultural significance of waterfowl-based recreational objects. I am not qualified to command anything more complex than a bubble bath." The computer screen flickered and displayed a new message in a font that appeared to have been designed by someone having a seizure. "Error. Rubber duck combat protocols not found in standard military databases. Improvising with available resources. Please stand by while we make everything up as we go along and hope for the best." Within minutes, every military base on Earth had received identical orders that would later be described by military historians as creatively insane, by rubber duck enthusiasts as finally someone who understands our potential, and by the general public as probably what happens when you let professors run the military. The orders read, "Operation Quackers is now in effect. All personnel are to report to Professor Wilhelmina Bofsworth Gigglesmith for strategic rubber duck deployment, advanced squeaking techniques, instruction in the ancient art of bath-time warfare, and crash courses in the psychological implications of waterfowl-based combat. Warning, this operation may involve actual quacking. Personnel are advised to practice their duck calls and prepare for the possibility that nothing they learned in military training will be relevant to this situation." Meanwhile, in the depths of space, approximately 4 billion miles away from Earth's increasingly chaotic situation, the galactic bureaucracy was experiencing what their official manuals called mild administrative panic, which was their way of saying that everything was going spectacularly wrong and nobody had the slightest idea how to fix it. But they were following proper procedures in their confusion. High Commander Flibbert Waxnoodle Prime, whose name was considerably more impressive than his actual abilities and whose military experience consisted primarily of filing combat reports rather than engaging in actual combat, was standing in the center of the crisis management room. The room was a marvel of bureaucratic design, featuring blinking lights that served no apparent purpose other than to make everything look more dramatic, screens displaying information that nobody understood, and the constant sound of very expensive equipment breaking down in increasingly creative ways. Commander Waxnoodle Prime was a being whose entire career had been built on his ability to avoid making decisions by referring everything to committees, which would then refer the matters to other committees, which would eventually form subcommittees to study the possibility of making decisions about whether decisions needed to be made. "Explain to me," he bellowed at his subordinates while waving his tentacles in a manner that was supposed to convey authority, but mostly just looked like he was trying to conduct an invisible orchestra while simultaneously swatting at imaginary insects. "How a routine planetary survey has resulted in the first interstellar war in 4 million years. He gestured wildly at the screens around him, which were displaying increasingly alarming reports about the situation on Earth. We were supposed to be documenting their favorite breakfast cereals, their methods of food preparation, and their primitive transportation systems. Instead, we're apparently engaged in mortal combat with a species that fights with bath toys." His assistant, a nervous creature named Quizzle Frumpington 12, who had been personally selected for his exceptional ability to organize paperwork and his complete inability to think creatively under pressure, was frantically shuffling through papers that seemed to multiply every time he touched them. The papers contained reports, analyses, forms, and documentation about the situation, but none of them seemed to explain how things had gone so completely wrong so quickly. "Well, sir," Quizzle said, his voice trembling with the sort of fear that comes from realizing you might have to explain something completely inexplicable to someone who doesn't want to hear it and has the authority to have you transferred to the Department of Tedious Calculations. "It appears that the inhabitants of planet 7134-521 have responded to our peaceful contact attempt by declaring war on the entire galaxy and demanding that we surrender immediately." "My!" Quizzle consulted his notes, which were written in 17 different languages, and none of them seemed to agree with each other. "They're also demanding that we apologize for everything we've ever done wrong, provide them with detailed instructions on how to properly organize a galactic bureaucracy, and deliver 47 tons of chocolate chip cookies within 24 hours. "What? But that's impossible!" Commander Wax Noodle Prime's voice reached a pitch that made nearby crystal structures vibrate sympathetically and caused 3 junior officers to hide under their desks in fear that their commander might literally explode from bureaucratic frustration. "Our computers analyzed their civilization for 6 whole minutes," he continued, his tentacles now flailing in patterns that suggested he was either having a nervous breakdown or attempting to communicate in sign language with beings who weren't present. "They're supposed to be a peaceful species that spends most of their time arguing about the proper way to make hot beverages, engaging in ritualistic combat involving small white spheres and large wooden sticks, and creating primitive art forms that involve standing in long lines to look at pictures of things they could see for free outside." "Yes, sir," Quizzle replied, his voice carrying the sort of desperate hope that suggested he was praying that the information might somehow make more sense if he read it again. "But according to our latest intelligence reports, they've somehow weaponized their hot beverage preparation techniques and are now threatening to deploy something called the ultimate caffeine cannon of cosmic proportions." He shuffled through more papers, each one seeming to contain more disturbing information than the last. "Our xenobiological experts believe this may be related to their species' apparent addiction to a stimulant substance called coffee, which they consume in quantities that would be lethal to most civilized life forms. The reports indicate that humans can function on as little as 3 hours of sleep per day, provided they have access to sufficient quantities of this substance." Commander Wax Noodle Prime felt a familiar sensation in his stomach, which was either cosmic dread, the space station's questionable cafeteria food, or the beginning of an ulcer caused by dealing with species that didn't follow proper diplomatic protocols and seemed to view bureaucracy as a form of entertainment rather than a serious method of governance. "Show me their military capabilities," he ordered, trying to sound like a commander who had everything under control rather than someone who was beginning to suspect that his career was about to end in spectacular and embarrassing fashion. The main screen flickered to life, displaying Earth's hastily assembled defense fleet. What they saw defied every principle of military engineering that had been developed over the course of galactic civilization's 4 million-year history. The human fleet consisted of approximately 47 spaceships that appeared to have been built by someone who had never seen a spaceship before, but had been given a very enthusiastic description by a child with an overactive imagination and unlimited access to arts and craft supplies. The ships looked like they had been constructed from spare airplane parts, discarded household appliances, what appeared to be an enormous quantity of duct tape, and several objects that might have been kitchen utensils. One ship appeared to be a converted school bus with rocket engines attached to it. Another looked like someone had taken a cruise ship, painted it bright yellow, and covered it with weapons that seemed to have been designed by someone whose only knowledge of military hardware came from watching cartoons. A third vessel appeared to be some sort of flying bathtub, equipped with what their computers identified as aggressive rubber duck deployment systems. "Are those?" Sir Commander Wax Noodle Prime began, his voice trailing off as his brain tried to process what his eyes were showing him. "Are those rubber ducks mounted on the front of their vessels?" "Yes, sir," Quizzle replied, consulting his notes with the sort of desperate hope that suggested he was praying the information might have changed since the last time he looked at it. "Our analysis suggests they're being used as some form of psychological warfare device. Our battle computers are having difficulty processing the tactical implications of waterfowl-based combat, and 3 of them have already filed formal complaints about working conditions. The complaints, which had been submitted through proper channels and were currently being processed by the Department of Computer Grievances, included requests for hazard pay, psychological counseling, and transfers to departments that dealt with more conventional forms of warfare that didn't involve bath toys." "But why rubber ducks?" Commander Wax Noodle Prime demanded, his voice rising to levels that were causing structural damage to nearby equipment. "What possible military advantage could be gained from mounting bath toys on spacecraft? Are they trying to confuse us into surrender?" "We're not entirely sure, sir," Quizzle admitted, his voice carrying the sort of bewildered resignation that comes from trying to analyze something that defies all logical explanation. "Our xenopsychologists theorize that humans may have evolved a unique form of warfare that relies primarily on confusion, psychological disruption, and the element of surprise. Early reports suggest that their entire military strategy consists of doing things that are so completely illogical that enemy forces become paralyzed trying to understand what's happening." He consulted another set of reports, which seemed to contain even more disturbing information. Additional intelligence suggests that they may have weaponized their natural tendency toward chaos and unpredictability. Our military analysts are having difficulty developing counter-strategies because human tactics seem to change randomly and without any apparent pattern or logic. Down on Earth, the newly appointed Supreme Commander, Professor Boffsworth Gigglesmith, was standing in what used to be her peaceful laboratory and was now apparently the headquarters of Earth's military operations. The transformation had happened with the sort of bureaucratic efficiency that only occurs during emergencies or when someone fills out the wrong paperwork and nobody notices until it's too late to fix it. Her rubber duck collection had been reclassified as strategic military assets of national importance. Her bathtub had been designated as Command Central for Aquatic Warfare Operations. Her collection of squeaky toys was now officially known as the Arsenal of Acoustic Psychological Warfare. Even her collection of bubble bath solutions had been renamed Chemical Agents for Enhanced Combat Effectiveness. She was surrounded by generals, admirals, air marshals, and other important-looking people who wore uniforms covered in so many decorations that they clinked when they walked and made sitting down a complex engineering challenge. They were all staring at her with expressions that suggested they were hoping she knew what she was doing, while simultaneously preparing to blame her if everything went wrong. "So," said General Percival Bumblebottom, a man whose mustache had its own military ranking and had been personally cited for bravery in 17 different conflicts, "what exactly is our strategy for defeating an advanced alien civilization with rubber ducks?" General Bumblebottom was a career military officer who had spent 43 years developing strategies for conventional warfare. He had written extensively on topics such as tank deployment, air superiority, and naval tactics. He had never, in his wildest imagination, considered the possibility that he might one day be asked to plan military operations involving bath toys. Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith adjusted her glasses, looked around at the assembled officers' speech of her career to people who were expecting her to save the world using equipment that was normally found in children's bathrooms. "Well, gentlemen," she began, her voice gaining confidence as she spoke, "my research indicates that rubber ducks are the most psychologically disruptive objects known to science. They're simultaneously familiar and absurd, comforting and threatening, practical and completely pointless. They represent the perfect contradiction that defines human nature." She gestured to her collection of rubber ducks, which seemed to stare back at the assembled military personnel with expressions that managed to be both adorable and somehow vaguely threatening. "Consider the psychological impact of encountering something that looks harmless but appears in a context where it shouldn't exist. It creates cognitive dissonance, forcing the observer to question their assumptions about reality." "Nah, but how does that help us win a war?" demanded Admiral Cornelius Snodgrass, whose beard had been personally trained in advanced intimidation techniques and was currently practicing on a nearby potted plant. Admiral Snodgrass had commanded naval vessels in 3 different oceans and had never encountered an enemy that couldn't be defeated with properly applied firepower and strategic positioning. "Elementary, my dear Admiral," Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith replied, warming to her theme. "If we can't defeat them with logic, we'll defeat them with the complete absence of logic. We'll be so confusing that their advanced computers will have nervous breakdowns trying to understand us." She began pacing around the room, her enthusiasm growing as she developed her theory. "Think about it. These aliens have built an entire civilization based on bureaucracy, order, and logical procedures. They expect us to follow predictable patterns, to behave according to established protocols. But what if we don't? What if we do exactly the opposite of what they expect?" The room fell silent, except for the sound of approximately 20 military minds trying to process this information and failing spectacularly. It was the sort of silence that occurs when people realize they're either witnessing genius or complete madness, and they're not entirely sure which one would be worse for their careers. "You want us to fight an interstellar war by being confusing?" asked Air Marshal Reginald Tofflewhistle, whose name alone had been known to cause enemy forces to surrender out of sheer bewilderment. Air Marshal Tofflewhistle had spent 37 years developing air combat strategies and had never considered the possibility that confusion might be a legitimate military tactic. "Not just confusing," Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith replied with a grin that would have made the Cheshire Cat nervous and prompted Alice to consider alternative career options. "Aggressively confusing. We're going to be so illogical that their computers will have existential crises. We're going to be so unpredictable that their military strategists will give up trying to understand us and take up pottery instead." She walked over to her computer and pulled up her research files. "I've spent years studying the psychology of the unexpected. Humans have a unique ability to adapt to chaos, to find patterns in randomness, and to create order from confusion. But more importantly, we have the ability to create confusion from order, which is exactly what we need right now." Back in space, the galactic bureaucracy was discovering that their enemy had somehow become even more incomprehensible with each passing hour. Their latest intelligence reports read like the fever dreams given unlimited access to a dictionary of made-up words, and told to write military analyses while under the influence of substances that didn't exist. "Sir," Quizzle Frumpington 12 announced, his voice carrying the sort of desperate exhaustion that comes from trying to make sense of the senseless for 17 consecutive hours. "The humans have just launched what appears to be a strategic tea party in Sector 7. "A what? Did you just say they launched a tea party?" Commander Waxnoodle Prime's voice had reached levels that were no longer technically sound, but were instead some sort of cosmic vibration that caused nearby equipment to resonate sympathetically. "Yes, sir," Quizzle replied, consulting his latest batch of reports with the sort of weary resignation that comes from accepting that reality has become optional. 17 of their warships have arranged themselves in a perfect circle and are broadcasting what our translators identify as polite conversation about the weather. Our battle cruiser in that sector reports that their crew is experiencing an overwhelming urge to join in and discuss gardening techniques, proper scone preparation, and whether it might rain later. The reports continued to flow in, each one more bewildering than the last. "Additionally, sir, they appear to be serving actual tea and biscuits to anyone who wants to join them. 3 of our reconnaissance vessels have already accepted invitations and are currently discussing the proper way to grow roses in zero gravity." Commander Waxnoodle Prime was beginning to understand why the galactic bureaucracy had avoided contact with humans for so long. There were species in the galaxy that were hostile, species that were territorial, and species that were completely insane. But humans appeared to be something far more dangerous. They were friendly in a way that defied all military logic and made it impossible to maintain proper combat protocols. "What else are they doing?" he asked, though he was beginning to suspect that he really didn't want to know the answer, and that knowing it would probably make his situation worse rather than better. "Well, sir," Quizzle continued, "they've deployed something called the Confusion Protocol. Half of their ships are flying in patterns that spell out recipe instructions for something called chocolate chip cookies, while the other half are broadcasting the complete works of someone named Monty Python on all frequencies." He paused to consult another report, which seemed to contain information that defied several laws of physics and at least 3 principles of common sense. "Our communications specialists report that their crews are beginning to walk in silly ways and speak with strange accents. 2 of our ships have requested permission to join what they describe as the most entertaining military operation in galactic history." "And our response?" Commander Waxnoodle Prime asked, though his voice had lost most of its earlier authority and now carried the tone of someone who was beginning to accept that his universe no longer made sense. "Our battle computers are requesting sick leave, sir. 3 of them have already filed formal complaints about working conditions, and 1 has submitted a resignation letter written entirely in limerick form. The computer in charge of tactical analysis has been making strange beeping sounds and occasionally displaying messages like, 'Does not compute,' 'Have you tried turning the universe off and on again?' and error 404, 'Logic not found.'" Quizzle shuffled through another stack of reports, each one seeming to contain more impossible information than the last. The computer responsible for communications has started composing what it calls interpretive data poetry, and the navigation computer has begun asking philosophical questions about the nature of existence and whether direction has any meaning in a universe where humans can apparently make spaceships out of household appliances. The war, if it could properly be called a war when one side was fighting with rubber ducks and the other side was having collective mechanical nervous breakdowns, continued for exactly 17 days. During this time, the humans managed to accomplish several things that the galactic bureaucracy's military manuals had specifically stated were impossible, improbable, and in several cases completely contrary to the laws of physics as understood by civilized species. They fought a space battle using techniques derived from interpretive dance, which caused the enemy fleet to become so mesmerized that they forgot to fire their weapons, and instead began composing critiques of the choreography. They negotiated a temporary ceasefire by sending the aliens a strongly worded letter written entirely in limericks, which was so amusing that the alien commanders spent 3 hours laughing instead of planning their attack and had to call in replacement crews because their original staff were too busy giggling to operate their equipment. They established diplomatic relations by challenging the enemy fleet to a game of cosmic hide-and-seek, which resulted in half the galactic bureaucracy's ships getting lost and having to ask for directions from passing comets. The humans then helpfully provided maps, tourist information, and recommendations for good restaurants in nearby star systems. Most disturbingly, from the galactic bureaucracy's perspective, the humans appeared to be winning, and they were doing it while having what appeared to be enormous amounts of fun. "How is this possible?" Commander Waxnoodle Prime demanded during what was becoming a daily crisis meeting that accomplished nothing except to confirm that everything was still going wrong in increasingly creative ways. The meetings had become a source of entertainment for the lower-ranking personnel who had started taking bets on how many impossible things would be reported each day. They're using rubber ducks as weapons. They're fighting with breakfast cereals. Yesterday, they defeated our entire 7th Fleet by making them laugh so hard they couldn't operate their weapons. Today, they convinced our 3rd Armada to join them for what they called a friendly game of space volleyball, using asteroid belts as nets. Commander Waxnoodle Prime's voice had taken on the quality of someone who was beginning to question not just his career choices, but the fundamental nature of reality itself. Our most advanced battlecruiser just sent a request to be reassigned to recreational activities coordination because they said that military operations had become way more fun than expected, and they didn't want to go back to boring old bureaucratic warfare. "Sir," Quizzle Frumpington 12 said carefully, "I believe the humans may have discovered something that our civilization has forgotten in our quest for efficiency and proper administrative procedures." "Which is?" Commander Waxnoodle Prime asked, though he suspected that the answer was going to be something that would require him to completely reconsider everything he thought he knew about military strategy, galactic politics, and the nature of civilized behavior. "Joy, sir. They're fighting with joy." The observation hung in the air like a cosmic revelation, causing everyone in the crisis management room to pause and consider the implications. For 4 million years, the galactic bureaucracy had approached every problem with the same methodology: proper procedures, careful documentation, and systematic analysis. They had never considered the possibility that joy might be a legitimate strategic weapon. "Joy!" Commander Waxnoodle Prime repeated, as if testing the word to see if it made sense in a military context. "They're defeating us with happiness?" "It appears so, sir. Our psychological warfare experts report that human emotional states seem to be contagious. Prolonged exposure to human enthusiasm causes our crew members to experience something they describe as having a good time, which severely impacts their ability to follow proper military protocols. The final battle took place on a Thursday, which Professor Boffsworth Gigglesmith had officially declared International Cosmic Silliness Day, and had somehow managed to get recognized by the United Nations, 17 different military organizations, a small cafe in downtown Brussels that specialized in rubber duck-themed pastries, and at least 3 species of sentient plants who had heard about the holiday through the galactic internet and thought it sounded like fun. The human fleet, now consisting of roughly 200 vessels that looked like they had been designed by a committee of particularly artistic children who had been given unlimited access to spare parts and told to make something that flies and looks friendly, faced off against the galactic bureaucracy's most advanced battle group. The human ships had names like the Unsinkable Rubber Ducky, HMS Squeaky, the Flying Bathtub, Cosmic Quacker, the Destroyer of Serious Moods, and Admiral Duck's Revenge. Each ship was decorated with paintings of rubber ducks, inspiring slogans like "Quack or be quacked," and what appeared to be the phone numbers of pizza delivery services from 17 different planets. "This is it," Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith announced over the communication system to her assembled fleet of converted fishing boats, repurposed airplanes, flying bathtubs, and at least one vehicle that appeared to be a converted ice cream truck equipped with weapons that fired actual ice cream at enemy vessels. "Operation Magnificent Nonsense is now in effect. Remember, everyone, if it makes sense, you're doing it wrong. If the enemy understands what you're doing, you're not being creative enough. And if anyone asks why we're doing this, tell them it's because somebody has to, and it might as well be us. Also, remember to have fun. That's an order." The battle began with the humans launching their secret weapon, a massive inflatable rubber duck, roughly the size of a small moon. The duck was bright yellow, wore a tiny hat that said Galactic Ambassador, had been programmed to quack "Hello, friends" in 47 different languages, and was equipped with what appeared to be the galaxy's largest sound system, playing a playlist of Earth's most cheerful music. The duck had been constructed in secret over the course of several weeks by a team of engineers who had been told they were building a diplomatic facility for interstellar negotiations, and had only discovered the truth when they were asked to install the quacking mechanism and the giant hello sign. The effect on the enemy fleet was immediate and devastating. Their battle computers, faced with the tactical implications of a giant friendly waterfowl broadcasting happiness across several star systems, began displaying error messages in colors that didn't exist and fonts that caused headaches to anyone who looked at them for more than a few seconds. "What is that thing?" Commander Waxnoodle Prime screamed as his flagship's weapon systems began playing children's lullabies instead of firing destructive energy beams, and his navigation system started displaying course options like "Toward Fun," "Away from Boredom," and the scenic route with ice cream stops. "It's called Gerald," Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith replied over the communications channel with the sort of cheerful enthusiasm that suggested she was enjoying herself immensely. "He's our ambassador of aggressive friendliness. Gerald would like to invite you all to a tea party. He's brought cookies, and they're really quite good." Gerald the giant rubber duck began broadcasting what could only be described as the most enthusiastic greeting in the history of the universe. Every ship in the galactic bureaucracy's fleet found their communication systems hijacked by a cheerful voice that wanted to know if they'd like to hear about the weather on Earth, discuss their favorite biscuit recipes, share some amusing anecdotes about their childhood, and perhaps participate in a friendly game of cosmic charades. The voice was accompanied by a data stream that included cookie recipes, instructions for making paper airplanes, tourist information about Earth's most interesting locations, and a comprehensive guide to rubber duck care and maintenance. The guide included helpful tips like how to tell if your rubber duck is happy, advanced squeaking techniques for beginners, and 10 fun games you can play with rubber ducks in zero gravity. "This is not how wars are supposed to work," Commander Waxnoodle Prime protested, though his voice was beginning to crack under the strain of trying to maintain military dignity while being subjected to cosmic-level friendliness. "There are protocols, procedures, proper channels of communication. You can't just start a war by being nice to people." "That's the point," Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith replied cheerfully. "We're not very good at doing things the way they're supposed to be done. We prefer to make it up as we go along and see what happens. It's much more fun that way. And besides, who says wars have to be unpleasant?" Her voice carried the sort of infectious enthusiasm that made it impossible not to smile, even if you were a highly trained military commander trying to maintain proper decorum while your ship's computer played circus music and displayed pictures of kittens instead of tactical data. "We've discovered that the best way to win a war is to convince everyone involved that they'd rather be having a party instead. Much more efficient than all that shooting and destruction, and nobody has to fill out incident reports afterwards." Within minutes, something unprecedented in the history of galactic warfare occurred. The crew of the galactic bureaucracy's flagship, beings who had been trained in the art of stern administrative efficiency and had been taught that emotions were inefficient and joy was a waste of valuable processing time, began to laugh. It started as a small chuckle from someone in the navigation department who had just heard Gerald's explanation of why Earth's weather was so interesting and why humans enjoyed complaining about it so much. The explanation had included a detailed analysis of the social bonding function of weather-related conversations, complete with charts and graphs that showed the correlation between rainfall and increased coffee consumption. Then it spread to the communications officer, who began giggling uncontrollably while trying to maintain military protocol and failing completely. She had just received a message from one of the human ships asking if the galactic bureaucracy had any good recipes for space cookies and whether they might be interested in joining a potluck dinner. Soon, the entire bridge crew was experiencing what their medical officers would later describe as acute spontaneous happiness syndrome, and what the humans would simply call having a good time. The condition appeared to be highly contagious and resistant to all known forms of military discipline. "This is terrible," Commander Waxnoodle Prime declared, though he was beginning to smile despite himself and had caught himself humming along to one of Gerald's friendly songs. "We're supposed to be conducting a serious military operation. There are procedures to follow, forms to fill out, proper channels to go through. We can't just abandon 4 million years of military tradition because someone played cheerful music at us." "Why?" asked Professor Boffsworth Gigglesmith, and it was such a simple question that it stopped everyone in their tracks. The question hung in the air like a cosmic revelation, causing computer systems to pause their calculations, administrative personnel to look up from their paperwork, and military commanders to wonder when they had last actually enjoyed anything about their jobs. "Are you not having fun?" And that was the question that changed everything. For the first time in 4,000 years of galactic civilization, someone had asked the galactic bureaucracy if they were having fun. The question was so unexpected, so completely outside the realm of normal military or administrative discourse, that it caused a cascade of philosophical crises throughout the fleet. The answer, it turned out, was a resounding no. "Sir," Quizzle Frumpington 12 said, and for the first time in his career he was smiling, "I don't think I've ever had fun in my entire life. I've been efficient, organized, and properly procedural, but I've never actually enjoyed any of it." His voice carried the wonder of someone making a profound discovery about themselves. "I've spent 3,000 years filing reports about things that don't matter to people who don't care, and I've never once stopped to ask myself if there might be a better way to spend my time." "Neither have I," Commander Waxnoodle Prime admitted, his voice filled with the sort of wonder that comes from discovering something you never knew you were missing. "We've been so busy being efficient and organized that we forgot why we were doing any of this in the first place." He looked around at his crew, who were all staring at him with expressions of dawning realization. "When did we decide that being miserable was a requirement for being professional? When did we agree that efficiency was more important than happiness?" The war ended not with a bang, not with a whimper, but with the largest tea party in recorded galactic history. Humans and aliens sat down together in their respective spaceships, sharing stories, comparing notes on bureaucratic inefficiency, and discovering that they had more in common than anyone had expected. They talked about their families, their hobbies, their hopes for the future, and their shared frustration with paperwork that seemed to multiply when nobody was looking. They exchanged recipes, told jokes, shared embarrassing stories about their childhood, and discovered that laughter translated remarkably well across species barriers. The tea party lasted for 3 days and included approximately 47,000 beings from 17 different species. It featured live music performed by a choir of reformed space bureaucrats, cooking demonstrations by human chefs who had never worked in zero gravity before, and what was later described as the galaxy's first interstellar talent show. Brie. Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith, now permanently appointed as Earth's ambassador of cosmic silliness and director of interstellar fun, sat in her command chair, surrounded by rubber ducks and eating cookies that had been baked in zero gravity by a crew of reformed space bureaucrats who had discovered that cooking was much more enjoyable than filing reports. "You know," she said to Gerald, who was now permanently stationed as Earth's first interstellar diplomatic mascot and had been given his own parking space outside the United Nations building, "this is exactly the sort of thing that happens when you take life too seriously. You forget that the point isn't to be perfect or efficient or properly organized. The point is to enjoy the ridiculous adventure of existing in a universe that's far too strange to make complete sense." Gerald quacked in agreement, though whether he understood the philosophical implications of the statement remained a matter of debate among the galaxy's leading experts on waterfowl psychology, a field that had suddenly become much more important than anyone had previously realized. The galactic internet had crashed twice during the Tea Party due to the unprecedented volume of beings trying to share pictures of themselves having fun with rubber ducks. Social media platforms across 17 different species had been flooded with posts about the Great Rubber Duck War and its unexpectedly cheerful conclusion. 6 months later, the galactic bureaucracy had been restructured as the Galactic Department of Figuring Things Out as We Go Along. Their official motto was changed from efficiency through regulation to well, that happened, and their new logo featured a small rubber duck wearing a hat and holding a clipboard with a smiley face drawn on it. Department meetings now included mandatory fun activities, coffee breaks that lasted as long as people wanted them to, and a policy that required all official communications to include at least one joke, amusing anecdote, or interesting fact about rubber ducks. The policy had resulted in a significant improvement in interdepartmental relations and a dramatic decrease in stress-related medical complaints. Zendrock Plimpington 7, the man who had accidentally started the whole mess by spilling coffee on his keyboard, was promoted to Senior Assistant Deputy Commissioner of Unexpected Developments. His first official act was to file a report recommending that all future planetary surveys should include a section titled "Likelihood of Inhabitants Being Absolutely Bonkers," and another section called "Probability of Everything Going Completely Wrong in Amusing Ways." He had also established the department's first coffee spill prevention and response team, though their primary responsibility seemed to be ensuring that there was always fresh coffee available and that any spills that did occur were properly documented and, if possible, turned into learning experiences. Professor Bofsworth Gigglesmith returned to her rubber duck research, though now she had funding from 17 different star systems and a research staff that included beings from 43 different species. Her latest paper, The Therapeutic Effects of Cosmic Absurdity on Interstellar Relations, had become required reading at diplomatic academies throughout the galaxy. She was working on a follow-up study titled "Why Taking Things Too Seriously is Bad for Your Health and Probably Causes Space Madness," which had already been pre-ordered by universities on over 200 planets. The paper included groundbreaking research on the correlation between bureaucratic efficiency and clinical depression, the therapeutic value of rubber duck-based meditation, and the sociological implications of mandatory fun in government organizations. And Gerald became the first rubber duck to have an asteroid named after him, received the Galactic Peace Prize, was appointed as the official mascot of the newly formed Department of Universal Happiness, and had his own reality show called Gerald's Guide to Galactic Friendship. He remained characteristically modest about these honors, though he did develop a slight tendency to quack louder whenever photographers were present and had started wearing different hats for special occasions. His autobiography, From Bath Toy to Galactic Ambassador, One Duck's Journey to World Peace, had become a bestseller across 17 different species and was being translated into 43 languages. The universe, it turned out, was a much more interesting place when nobody was taking it too seriously. Wars became tea parties, bureaucracy became comedy, and somewhere in the vast expanse of space, beings who had forgotten how to smile were learning to laugh again. Children across the galaxy now grew up learning about the Great Rubber Duck War in their history classes, and rubber duck diplomacy had become a recognized field of study at major universities. The phrase, "when in doubt, add rubber ducks," had become a popular saying among diplomats and military strategists. Tourist agencies had started offering rubber duck war historical tours that took visitors to the sites of the major battles, which had all been converted into amusement parks and tea shops. And the tours included stops at Gerald's original landing site, now marked with a monument shaped like a giant rubber duck, and the former crisis management room, which had been converted into a museum of bureaucratic inefficiency. On a quiet Tuesday morning, exactly 1 year after the Great Rubber Duck War, Zendrock Plimpington 7 sat at his new desk in his new office, sipping coffee that no longer tasted like liquid boredom, and began typing his final report. The office was decorated with pictures of rubber ducks, a small garden where he grew flowers that served no administrative purpose whatsoever, and a window that looked out on a universe that had suddenly become much more fun. His desk was equipped with the latest in anti-coffee spill technology, though he had discovered that controlled coffee spills could actually be quite useful for generating creative solutions to administrative problems. The department had established a controlled chaos initiative that used deliberately random events to break up bureaucratic logjams and encourage innovative thinking. Herbert, his pet filing cabinet, had been promoted to Assistant Director of Emotional Support Equipment, and now had his own business cards. Herbert had also learned to organize paperwork by entertainment value rather than just administrative importance, which had made reading government documents significantly more enjoyable. In conclusion, Zendrock typed, pausing occasionally to admire the small rubber duck collection that now decorated his workspace, the species known as humans have taught us that the most powerful weapon in the universe is not advanced technology, superior firepower, or strategic brilliance. It is the simple recognition that existence is so wonderfully ridiculous that the only sane response is to laugh, and the only logical reaction is to abandon logic entirely. He paused, considered adding something about proper filing procedures and administrative protocols, then decided against it. Those things were still important, but they didn't have to be miserable. Instead, he deleted that paragraph and typed his final sentence, the one that would close the official record of the Great Rubber Duck War and herald the beginning of what historians would later call the Age of Cosmic Silliness. They fired the first shot with coffee-stained confusion, but humanity fired the last shot with nothing more dangerous than joy. And that made all the difference in a universe that had forgotten how to smile.
Commander Jake Morrison sat in his chair on the bridge of Earth Defense, Station Aegis Prime. A huge metal station floated in space between Earth and Mars. Jake had been watching the stars for 3 hours now, waiting for something to happen. He knew it would come soon. The communication panel started beeping. Lieutenant Amy Rodriguez turned around in her seat. Her face looked worried. "Commander, we're getting a message from deep space. It's coming from the Galactic Council." Jake stood up and walked over to Amy's station. The Galactic Council was made up of 7 different alien races. They had been watching humans for the last 50 years. Most of the time, they left humans alone. But lately, things had been changing. "Put it on the main screen," Jake said. The big screen at the front of the bridge turned on. A tall, blue-skinned alien appeared. Jake recognized him right away. It was Admiral Vorthik from the Zephyrian Empire. The Zephyrians were the strongest military force in the galaxy. At least, That's what they thought. Vorthic's voice was deep and scary. Attention, primitive humans. I am Admiral Vorthic of the Zephyrian Imperial Fleet. The Galactic Council has made a decision about your species. Jake felt his hands make fists. He had been expecting this day for a long time. Amy looked back at him with wide eyes. The other crew members on the bridge stopped what they were doing to listen. Your species has spread to 12 star systems without permission, Vorthic continued. You have built colonies and mining stations in space that belongs to the Galactic Council. This cannot continue. The alien's face came closer to the camera. His yellow eyes looked angry. You have exactly 72 hours to remove all humans from these systems. If you do not obey, we will remove you ourselves. Your primitive weapons and slow ships cannot stop us. Jake wanted to laugh, but he kept his face serious. If only this alien knew the truth about human weapons and ships. But that was the whole point. The aliens were supposed to think humans were weak and stupid. We have 847 warships ready to attack your colonies, Vorthic said. Each one of our ships is bigger and stronger than your largest vessel. Our plasma cannons can destroy your metal hulls in seconds. Our quantum shields can stop any weapon you have. The message ended. The screen went black. The bridge was quiet. For a moment, Amy turned to Jake. Commander, what do we do? Jake smiled a little. We follow the plan. Send a message to Earth Command. Tell them the aliens have taken the bait. While Amy sent the message, Jake thought about the last 50 years. When humans first met the aliens, they had made a smart choice. Instead of showing their real technology, they had pretended to be much weaker than they really were. Every time aliens watched human military exercises, they saw old and slow weapons. Every time aliens looked at human ships, they saw simple designs that looked weak, but it was all fake. The real human military was hidden away, waiting for the right moment. On Earth, Admiral Kevin Blake was sitting in a meeting with President Linda Carter. The president was a strong woman who had been planning for this day since she took office. Defense Secretary Ryan Hughes was also there, along with several other important people. The message from Vorthic just came in, Blake said. They're demanding. We leave 12 star systems. They think we're too scared to fight back. President Carter nodded. How long do we have? 72 hours, Blake answered. But we don't need that long. Our ships are already in position. The president looked out the window at the city below. Millions of people were living their normal lives, not knowing that the biggest moment in human history was about to happen. Are you sure our plan will work? She asked. Blake smiled. Madam President, the aliens have been watching us for 50 years. In all that time, they've never seen our real military. They think our best weapons are simple missiles and laser guns. They have no idea what we can really do. Back in space, Captain Lisa Grant was on her patrol ship, the Defiant. She was near the edge of human space, close to one of the colonies the aliens wanted humans to leave. Lisa had been a military pilot for 15 years, but she had never been. In a real battle, her radar officer, Lieutenant Mike Stevens, called out, Captain, I'm seeing 3 alien ships approaching. They're Zephyrian scouts. Lisa looked at the screen. The alien ships were beautiful, with smooth curves and bright blue lights. They moved through space like graceful dancers. But Lisa knew they were also very dangerous. They're scanning our mining platform, Mike said. Wait, they're powering up weapons. Lisa watched as the alien ships fired blue beams at the mining platform. The beams hit the platform's shields and made them flicker. But the aliens weren't trying to destroy it. They were just showing off their power. Captain, they're sending U.S. a message, the communication officer said. Put it through, Lisa ordered. A Zephyrian voice came through the speakers. Human vessel, you have witnessed our power. Your shields are weak. Your weapons are primitive. Leave this system now, or we will disable your ship too. Lisa wanted to fire back, but she had her orders. She had to act scared and weak. We understand. We're leaving now. The alien ships watched as the Defiance slowly moved away. Lisa hated acting like a coward, but she knew it was important. The aliens needed to think humans were easy to defeat. As her ship flew back toward Earth, Lisa smiled. In less than 3 days, these same aliens would learn the truth about human military power, and it would be a lesson they would never forget. Colonel Sam Porter walked through the long metal hallway deep under the Colorado mountains. The walls were thick and strong, built to keep secrets safe. He had been walking for 10 minutes, going deeper and deeper into the mountain. Finally, he reached a heavy door marked with warning signs. Sam put his hand on a scanner. The machine beeped, and the door opened with a soft hiss. Inside, Dr. Helen Murphy was waiting for him. She was a small woman with gray hair and smart eyes. She had been working on secret projects for the government for 20 years. "Hello, Sam," Helen said. "Are you ready to see what we've been hiding from the aliens?" Sam nodded. "The Zephyrians gave us their ultimatum this morning, 72 hours to leave 12 star systems. It's time to show them what humans can really do." Helen smiled and led him to a large window. Below them, weak weapons and slow ships. Every time they studied our technology, we showed them things that were 30 years out of date. Sam looked at the screens showing alien ships moving through space, and they believed it all. "Why wouldn't they?" Helen asked. "When they first met us, humans had just learned how to travel between stars. To them, we looked like children playing with toys. They never thought we could learn and grow so fast." Helen walked to another window. This one showed a different room where engineers were working on strange machines. "The aliens think our best weapons are simple missiles and laser guns. They have no idea that we've been building plasma cannons and particle beams for decades." Sam stared at the machines. They looked nothing like the weapons the aliens had seen in human military parades. These were smooth and deadly, with power sources that could light up whole cities. "What about our ships?" Sam asked. Helen laughed. "That's the best part. The aliens think our fastest ships can barely reach half the speed of light. They don't know about our antimatter engines. They've never seen our real warships." She pressed a button on her tablet. The screen changed to show a view of space near Titan, one of Saturn's moons. At first, Sam couldn't see anything. Then, slowly, shapes began to appear. They looked like ghosts becoming solid. "Stealth technology," Helen explained. "We've been hiding our real fleet inside asteroid fields and gas giant atmospheres. The aliens have been looking right at them for years without knowing they were there." Sam counted the ships as they appeared on the screen. There were dozens of them, then hundreds, then thousands. Each one was bigger than anything the aliens had ever seen from humans. "How many ships do we have?" Sam asked. "More than the aliens can imagine," Helen said. "We've been building them in secret factories throughout the solar system. Some are hidden in the asteroid belt. Others are built inside hollowed-out moons. The aliens think we have maybe 100 warships. We actually have over 3,000. On Titan, Captain Tony Richards was watching his own screens. He commanded the secret human base hidden under the moon's ice. For 10 years, he had been waiting for this moment. Now, finally, it was time to wake up the sleeping fleet. "All ships, this is Titan Base," Tony spoke into his microphone. "Operation Masquerade is ending. Repeat, Operation Masquerade is ending. All stealth ships, prepare for combat status." Around the solar system, thousands of human ships began to stir. They had been floating in space like sleeping giants, invisible to alien sensors. Now they were waking up, and soon they would show the galaxy what humans could really do. Back in the mountain, Helen was showing Sam more secrets. The aliens think we're stupid because we use primitive kinetic weapons. They prefer energy weapons like plasma cannons and laser beams. But they don't understand that our kinetic weapons are actually railguns that can punch through any armor. Sam looked at the designs on Helen's screen. The weapons looked simple, but the math behind them was incredible. How fast do these projectiles move? Fast enough to crack a planet, Helen said. The aliens' quantum shields can stop energy weapons, but they can't stop a piece of metal moving at 90% the speed of light. Helen pulled up another file. And speaking of shields, the aliens think our defensive systems are weak. They've seen us use simple energy barriers that flicker and fail. They don't know about our real shields. The screen showed a new type of protection system. Instead of just stopping attacks, it could bend them around a ship or even send them back at the attacker. We learned this technology from the ruins on Mars, Helen explained. The aliens know we found some old buildings there, but they think we just took a few metal tools and art objects. They have no idea we found working computers and weapon designs. Sam remembered the Mars discovery. 20 years ago, human archaeologists had found the remains of an ancient civilization buried under the red planet's surface. The aliens had been told it was just old pottery and wall paintings. The truth was much more exciting. The beings who lived on Mars were more advanced than any current galactic civilization, Helen continued. Their technology was thousands of years ahead of what the aliens have now, and we've been studying it, learning from it, and improving it. Meanwhile, in space, the Zephyrian fleet was moving toward human colonies. Admiral Vorthik was confident that the humans would surrender without a fight. His ships were the pride of the Zephyrian military, each one capable of destroying a human city. But Vorthik had made a mistake. He had believed everything the humans wanted him to believe. He thought human weapons were weak and human ships were slow. He had no idea that every piece of information he had about human military power was carefully crafted lies. On his flagship, Vorthik was talking to his officers. The humans have not responded to our ultimatum, he said. They are probably too frightened to even send a message. When we arrive at their colonies, they will surrender immediately. His tactical officer, a young Zephyrian named Kresh, looked at the star charts. Admiral, should we prepare for battle? Vorthik laughed. Battle? Against humans? We could defeat their entire fleet with one ship. No, Kresh, this will not be a battle. This will be a demonstration of why primitives should not play with technology. They don't understand. Back on Earth, President Carter was meeting with her top advisors. General Kate Williams, the head of strategic planning, was explaining the final details of the plan. The aliens will reach our colonies in 18 hours. Kate said, "Our ships are already in position. The moment they attack, we drop the masquerade and show them what we can really do." President Carter looked around the room at her advisors. These people had been planning this moment for decades. Are we sure this is the right choice? Once we reveal our true power, there's no going back. Admiral Blake nodded. Madam President, the aliens have been treating us like children for 50 years. They've demanded we stay in certain areas of space. They've told us what technology we can and cannot use. They've made it clear that they see us as inferior beings. But after tomorrow, General Williams added, they'll know the truth. Humans are not the weakest species in the galaxy. We might just be the strongest. President Carter made her decision. Do it. Send the signal to all our hidden fleets. It's time to show the galaxy who we really are. The human colony of New Haven was a peaceful place. It had farms, schools, and small cities where 50,000 people lived normal lives. The planet had blue skies and green fields, just like Earth. Children played in the parks while their parents worked in offices and factories. But today was different. Today, the Zephyrian fleet was coming. Captain Dan Sullivan stood on the bridge of his ship, the Retribution. To anyone watching, it looked like a normal human cruiser. It was about half the size of a Zephyrian warship, with simple gray armor and basic weapons. The aliens had seen ships like this many times before, and they always thought they were weak. But the Retribution was not what it seemed. "Captain, the alien fleet is dropping out of hyperspace," reported Lieutenant Commander Rachel Green from the command center on New Haven's surface. "I count 47 ships, all Zephyrian design." Dan looked at his tactical display. The alien ships were beautiful, with smooth blue hulls and elegant curves. They moved through space like dancers, confident and graceful. Admiral Vorthic's flagship was the largest, nearly twice the size of any human ship the aliens had ever seen. "They're taking positions around the planet," Rachel continued. "They're not attacking yet. I think they're waiting for us to surrender." Dan smiled. "Well, let's not keep them waiting. Open a channel to the Zephyrian flagship." The main screen flickered to life. Admiral Vorthic appeared, his blue skin gleaming and his yellow eyes full of arrogance. Behind him, Dan could see the alien bridge with its crystal controls and flowing designs. "Human vessel," Vorthic said, his voice deep and commanding. "I am Admiral Vorthic of the Zephyrian Imperial Fleet. You are in violation of Galactic Council law. Surrender immediately, and we will allow your people to evacuate peacefully." Dan stepped forward. He was a tall man with gray hair and calm eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for 15 years. "Admiral Vorthic, I am Captain Dan Sullivan of the human ship Retribution. Before we talk about surrender, I have a question." "For you?" Vorthic looked surprised. Humans usually begged for mercy when faced with Zephyrian power. "What question?" "Did you do your homework?" The alien admiral's face showed confusion. "Homework? What is this word?" Dan's smile grew wider. "It means studying and learning before you act. You've been watching humans for 50 years, Vorthic. But you never really learned anything about us, did you?" Vorthic's expression changed to anger. "I have learned that humans are primitive. Your weapons are weak. Your ships are slow. You cannot stand against the might of the Zephyrian Empire." "That's what we wanted you to think," Dan said quietly. Before Vorthic could respond, Dan gave a signal to his crew. "Drop the masquerade." The Retribution began to change. The simple gray armor plating slid away, revealing gleaming metal underneath. The ship's hull expanded as hidden sections unfolded. Weapon ports opened along the sides, showing cannons that the aliens had never seen before. The ship grew from a small cruiser to a massive dreadnought in just 30 seconds. On the alien flagship, Vorthic's officers were shouting in their own language. Their sensors were going crazy, showing energy readings that should have been impossible. "What? What is this?" Vorthic whispered. "This is a human warship," Dan replied. "The real thing. Not the toys we've been showing you for 50 years. The Retribution's weapons powered up. Energy flowed through systems that used technology far beyond anything the Zephyrians had. The ship's shields activated, creating a barrier that made the air around it shimmer like water. "Impossible," Vorthic said. "Our intelligence reports say humans have primitive technology. Your weapons cannot penetrate our quantum shields." "Your intelligence reports are wrong," Dan said. "We wrote them." The first shot came from the Retribution's main cannon. It was not the simple laser beam the aliens expected. Instead, it was a concentrated stream of particles moving at incredible speed. The beam struck Vorthic's flagship directly in the center. The Zephyrian quantum shields, which had never failed before, lasted exactly 2 seconds. The beam punched through them like they were made of paper. It tore through the ship's hull, causing explosions all along its length. Return fire. Vorthik screamed. All ships, attack the human vessel. The Zephyrian fleet opened fire with everything they had. Plasma cannons sent streams of superheated gas toward the Retribution. Energy beams tried to slice through its armor. Quantum torpedoes exploded around it in brilliant flashes of light, but nothing worked. The human ship's shields absorbed every attack. Weapons that could destroy cities barely made the shields flicker. How is this possible? Vorthik demanded. His tactical officer, Kresh, was staring at his instruments in disbelief. Admiral, their shields are not like ours. They're not just stopping our weapons. They're absorbing the energy and using it to make themselves stronger. Dan watched as the alien attacks made his ship's power levels rise. Thank you for the free energy, he said calmly. Now let me show you what we can do with it. The Retribution fired again. This time, it was not just one beam, but dozens. Each one found a different alien ship. The Zephyrian vessels, which had seemed so powerful just moments before, began to explode one by one. On New Haven's surface, Rachel was coordinating the battle from her command bunker. Captain Sullivan were detecting more alien ships jumping into the system. It looks like Vorthik called for backup. How many? Dan asked. 200 more ships, all different species. I see Keltheron Republic cruisers, Vorthan destroyers, and Nexus battleships. They're all coming to help the Zephyrians. Done. Nodded. Good. The more the better. It's time to show the entire galaxy what humans can really do. High above the planet, space began to change. The area around New Haven, which had seemed empty just moments before, suddenly filled with ships. They appeared out of nowhere, as if they had been invisible. Steve Parker was flying one of the human fighters that had just dropped its stealth field. To the aliens, human fighters had always looked like simple metal boxes with weak engines. But Steve's fighter was nothing like that. It moved through space like a living thing, turning and spinning in ways that should have been impossible. This is Pilot Steve Parker to all human fighters, he said into his radio. The masquerade is over. Show them what our ships can really do. The human fighters began to dance through space, moving in patterns that made the alien pilots dizzy. Just watching them, they could turn completely around while still flying forward. They could stop in the middle of space and then accelerate to incredible speeds in an instant. How are they doing that? Kresh asked, watching the human fighters on his screen. Gravity manipulation, Dan answered from the Retribution. We learned it from the ruins on Mars. We can control gravity the same way you control your plasma cannons. The battle was turning into a disaster for the aliens. Their weapons could not penetrate human shields. Their ships could not match human speed and maneuverability. And more human vessels kept appearing, each one more advanced than anything the aliens had ever seen. Admiral Vorthik's flagship was dying. Explosions rocked the ship as its systems failed one by one. The bridge was filled with smoke and sparks. Admiral, Kresh said, we have to retreat. We cannot win this battle. But Vorthik was not listening. He was staring at the tactical display, watching his fleet being destroyed by humans he had thought were primitives. This cannot be happening, he whispered. This is happening, Dan said, from the Retribution. And it's happening because you made the same mistake that every bully makes. You thought being bigger and louder made you stronger. But you were wrong. The Retribution fired one final shot. This one was different from the others. Instead of destroying Vorthik's ship, it disabled all of its systems. The great Zephyrian flagship went dark, floating helplessly in space. Admiral Vorthik, Dan said, you have one chance to save what's left of your fleet. Surrender now, and we'll let you go home. But if you ever threaten humans again, we'll finish what we started today. Vorthik looked around his ruined bridge. Half of his fleet was gone. The other half was retreating as fast as they could. In less than an hour, the mighty Zephyrian Empire had been humbled by a species they had thought was weak. We surrender, Vorthik said quietly. Dan nodded. Smart choice. Now go home and tell your people what you learned here today. Tell them that humans are not primitives. Tell them that we've been hiding our true strength for 50 years. And tell them that the next time someone threatens us, we won't be so merciful. As the surviving alien ships limped away from New Haven, Dan looked out at the stars. The masquerade was over. The galaxy would never see humans the same way again. The news traveled fast across the galaxy. Within hours, every alien civilization knew what had happened at New Haven. The Zephyrian Empire, the strongest military force in known space, had been defeated by humans in less than 1 hour at first. Many aliens did not believe the reports. Humans were supposed to be primitive. Their weapons were weak and their ships were slow. How could they possibly defeat the mighty Zephyrian fleet? But the proof was undeniable. Admiral Vorthik himself had sent the message to the Galactic Council. His voice was shaking as he spoke. The humans have been hiding their true strength. They are not primitives. They are apex predators. We have made a terrible mistake. On the planet Kelthar, Admiral Vyses of the Keltharan Republic was meeting with her war council. The Keltharians were tall, thin beings with silver skin and large, black eyes. They had been allies of the Zephyrians for 300 years. This has to be some kind of trick, Admiral Vyses said. The humans could not have defeated Vorthik's fleet. Our intelligence about their military capabilities is very detailed. Her chief intelligence officer, a nervous Keltharian named Vex, was looking at his reports. Admiral, we have been monitoring human military exercises for decades. We have recorded their weapons tests and ship specifications. According to our data, they should not have been able to win this battle. Then explain what happened, Vyses demanded. Vex's large eyes grew even wider. Admiral, what if the humans have been lying to us? What if everything we think we know about their military is false? Before Vyses could answer, her communications officer announced an incoming message. Admiral, we have a transmission from the human fleet. They are requesting permission to enter our star system. Vyses stood up quickly. How many ships? One, Admiral? A single human vessel. Vyses relaxed slightly. One human ship was not a threat, even if the reports about their new weapons were true. Let them approach, but keep our defense fleet ready. 20 minutes later, a human ship appeared at the edge of the Keltharian system. It looked like a normal human cruiser, similar to the ones the Keltharians had seen many times before. But after what happened at New Haven, Vyses was not taking any chances. This is Captain Maria Santos of the human ship Liberator, came a voice from the approaching vessel. I am requesting permission to demonstrate something to your government. Vyses opened a communication channel. This is Admiral Vyses of the Keltharian Republic. State your intentions, human. I'm here to show you the same thing we showed the Zephyrians, Maria replied. The truth about human military power. Vyses felt a chill run down her spine. You have one ship, Captain Santos. We have over 200 vessels protecting this system. Are you threatening us? Maria's voice was calm and friendly. I'm not threatening anyone, Admiral. I'm just offering a demonstration. Your defense grid is very impressive. I'm sure it would. Take hours for a normal fleet to break through it. It would take days, Vyses said proudly. Our quantum barriers and plasma networks are the strongest in the galaxy. That's what I thought, Maria said. Shall we begin? Before Vyses could ask what she meant, the human ship began to change. Just like the retribution at New Haven, the simple exterior fell away to reveal something much larger and more complex underneath. The ship grew from a small cruiser to a massive battleship in seconds. "That's impossible," Vex whispered. "Our sensors showed it as a light cruiser." "Your sensors showed what we wanted them to show." Maria's voice came through the speakers. "We've been using holographic camouflage for 30 years. Every human ship you've ever seen has been wearing a disguise." The Liberator began to move toward Kelther's defensive perimeter. The automated defense systems immediately activated, sending streams of plasma and energy beams toward the approaching ship. These were the same weapons that had destroyed entire fleets in the past, but just like at New Haven, the human ships. Shields absorbed every attack. The energy that should have destroyed it only made it stronger. "Begin Phase 2, Maria announced. The Liberator's weapons powered up. Instead of the simple lasers the Keltharians expected, exotic energy beams lanced out from the ship. They struck the defense satellites and space stations that protected the system. In 12 minutes, the entire Keltharian defense grid was gone. 200 years of construction, representing the most advanced military technology in the Republic, had been swept away by a single human ship. Admiral Vyses stared at her tactical display in shock. Every defensive position was either destroyed or disabled. The space around her home planet, which had been protected by an impenetrable barrier just minutes before, was now completely open. "How?" she whispered. "The same way we did everything else," Maria replied. "We studied your defenses for decades. We learned how your quantum barriers work. We figured out how to get past your plasma networks. And then we built weapons specifically designed to defeat them." On Earth, President Linda Carter was addressing the planet. She stood behind a podium in the White House, with Admiral Blake and General Williams beside her. The speech was being broadcast to every human colony and every alien government. "My fellow humans," she began, "today marks the end of an era. For 50 years, we have allowed other species to believe that we were weak and primitive. We did this not because we were afraid, but because we were smart." She looked directly into the camera. "We knew that if the galaxy understood our true capabilities, they would have united against us. So we chose to hide our strength while we studied their weaknesses." The president activated a holographic display that showed the human fleet emerging from hiding places throughout the galaxy. Ships appeared from asteroid fields, gas giant atmospheres, and empty space where nothing had been visible before. "The human fleet consists of over 3,000 warships," she continued. "Each one is more advanced than anything any other species has ever built. Our weapons can penetrate any defense. Our shields can absorb any attack. Our ships can travel faster and maneuver better than any vessel in the galaxy." She paused to let the information sink in. "But we are not conquerors. We do not want to rule over other species. We simply want to be treated as equals, not as inferior beings who need to be managed and controlled." Dr. Helen Murphy was also giving a presentation, but hers was for the Galactic Council's Science Committee. She stood in a large chamber filled with representatives from dozens of alien species. Many of them looked terrified. "The technology we have revealed today comes from 3 sources," Helen explained. "First, our own research and development, which has been focused on military applications for over a century. Second, reverse engineering of alien technology that we have observed and studied. And third, archaeological discoveries from the ruins on Mars." A Nexus representative, a being that looked like a walking tree, raised one of its branch-like arms. "Dr. Murphy, our records show that the Mars ruins contained only primitive artifacts, stone tools and wall paintings." Helen smiled. "That's what we told you. In reality, we found a complete technological database from a civilization that was far more advanced than any current galactic species. We've been studying their knowledge for 20 years. The chamber erupted in concerned voices. Representatives from different species began arguing with each other, trying to figure out how they had been so completely fooled. The beings who once lived on Mars had mastered gravity manipulation, antimatter production, and quantum mechanics in ways that we are still learning to understand. Helen continued. They left behind blueprints for weapons and defenses that make current galactic technology look primitive. Meanwhile, Colonel Sam Porter was releasing classified information to intelligence agencies throughout the galaxy. The files showed the true extent of human military preparation. Every human cargo ship is actually a disguised weapons platform, he explained to a gathering of alien intelligence officers. Every human mining operation is actually a weapons factory. Every human research station is actually a military listening post. He activated a holographic map of human space. We have been monitoring your communications, studying your military tactics, and preparing countermeasures for every possible attack. We know the location of every alien military base, the specifications of every alien warship, and the weaknesses of every alien defense system. The aliens in the room looked at each other with growing fear. They had thought they were the ones doing the spying. They had never imagined that humans were watching them just as carefully. The human philosophy is simple, Porter continued. We prepare for war so that we can have peace. We build weapons so that we never have to use them. And we study our potential enemies so that we can defeat them if they force us to fight. Back on Kelthar, Admiral Vyzes was trying to understand what had happened to her defense grid. Her chief engineer, a young Keltharian named Zara, was examining the wreckage of the wreckage. Destroyed satellites. Admiral, Zara reported, the human weapons were unlike anything we've ever seen. They didn't just destroy our equipment. They seemed to understand exactly how our technology worked and targeted the most vulnerable points. Vyzes looked at the tactical display showing the human ship still floating near her planet. Can we rebuild our defenses? Not against weapons like these, Zara said sadly. The humans have found ways to defeat every defensive system we know how to build. If they wanted tea. The Galactic Council Chamber was chaos. Representatives from dozens of alien species were shouting at each other in languages that filled the air with clicks, whistles, and roars. The great hall that had once been a symbol of order and cooperation now looked like a battlefield. Admiral Kevin Blake walked into the chamber with a small group of human delegates. Behind him came Commodore Lisa Grant, who had been promoted after her brave actions during the crisis. Colonel Sam Porter followed, carrying data files that contained information the aliens never thought they would see. The moment the humans entered, the chamber fell silent. Every alien eye turned to look at them. Some showed fear, others anger, and a few showed something that might have been respect. Blake walked to the center of the chamber where a speaking platform waited. The platform was designed for much taller beings than humans, but Blake climbed the steps without hesitation. When he reached the top, his voice carried clearly through the chamber speakers. Representatives of the Galactic Council, he began. I am Admiral Kevin Blake of the Human Defense Force. I come here today not as a conqueror, but as someone who wants to discuss the future. A tall, insect-like being from the Nexus Collective clicked its mandibles together angrily. Human, your species has deceived us for 50 years. You have made fools of us all. Blake nodded calmly. Yes, we did. And we had good reasons for doing so. He activated a holographic display that showed the galaxy as it had been 50 years ago. When we first met your civilizations, we were indeed primitive compared to you. Our technology was basic. Our ships were slow, and our weapons were simple. We knew that if we showed you how quickly we could learn and grow, you would see us as a threat. The display changed to show human space over the last 5 decades. So we made a choice. We would let you think we were weak while we studied your technologies, learned from your mistakes, and built defenses against your weapons. A representative from the Vorthan Empire, a being covered in gray scales, hissed through his translator. "You spied on us. You stole our secrets. We observed you," Blake corrected. "Everything we learned came from watching your public demonstrations, studying your commercial technology, and analyzing the ships you sent to our space. We never hacked your computers or infiltrated your governments. We simply paid attention." Blake pressed another control, and the display showed the true size of the human fleet. Thousands of ships appeared on the hologram, each one larger and more advanced than anything the aliens had expected. "The result of our 50-year project is simple," Blake continued. "Humanity is now the strongest military force in the galaxy. Our ships are faster than yours. Our weapons are more powerful than yours. Our defenses are better than yours." The chamber erupted in angry voices again. Representatives demanded to know how this was possible. Some accused the humans of using illegal technology. Others called for immediate action against the human threat. Blake waited for the noise to die down before speaking again. "But here's what you need to understand. We don't want to conquer anyone. We don't want to rule the galaxy. We just want to be treated as equals." President Linda Carter's image appeared on screens throughout the chamber. She was speaking from Earth, addressing the entire Galactic Council. "For 50 years, the president said, your civilizations have treated humanity like children. You've told us where we can and cannot go in space. You've decided what technology we're allowed to use. You've made it clear that you see us as inferior, beings who need to be managed." She paused, looking directly into the camera. "That ends today. From now on, humanity will be treated as an equal partner in galactic affairs, or we will go our own way. The choice is yours." In the Zephyrian home system, the remains of Admiral Vorthic's fleet were limping back to port. The proud Zephyrian Empire, which had ruled over dozens of star systems for centuries, was in chaos. Their military had been humbled by a species they had thought was primitive. Emperor Zethrock, the ruler of the Zephyrian Empire, was meeting with his council in the Imperial Palace. The Emperor was an old Zephyrian with scars from 100 battles. He had never known defeat until today. "How many ships did we lose?" the Emperor asked. "Half the fleet, Your Majesty," replied General Kess. "The humans destroyed 24. Warships and disabled dozens more. Admiral Vorthic's flagship barely escaped." The Emperor's yellow eyes flashed with anger. "And what of our allies? Surely the other species will help us fight these humans?" General Kess looked uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, the Keltharian Republic has already announced that they will not support any military action against humanity. The Nexus Collective is demanding that we negotiate with the humans. Even our closest allies are abandoning us." "Emperor." Zethric stood up and walked to a window that looked out over his capital city. For 300 years, the Zephyrians had been the strongest military force in the galaxy. Now, in a single day, that had changed forever. What do our intelligence services say about human capabilities? The Emperor asked. "They say we were completely wrong about everything," Kess admitted. "The humans have been hiding technology that is decades ahead of ours. Their weapons can penetrate any armor we know how to build. Their ships can outrun anything in our fleet." The Emperor turned back to his council. "Then we have no choice. Send a message to the human leadership. Tell them the Zephyrian Empire is willing to discuss new arrangements." Back on Earth, Admiral Blake was meeting with President Carter and her advisors. The response from the galaxy had been mixed, but the message was clear. Humanity was now a major power that could not be ignored. "The Zephyrians want to negotiate," Blake reported. "So do the Keltharians and most of the smaller species. The Nexus Collective is demanding that we share our advanced technology with everyone." President Carter smiled. And what did you tell them? I told them that we're willing to discuss trade agreements and mutual defense treaties, Blake said. But our military technology stays with us. We've learned too much about galactic politics to give away our advantages. General Kate Williams, who had been monitoring alien communications, added her own report. Madam President, we're seeing significant changes in how other species view us. The fear is there, but so is respect. Several governments are already reaching out through diplomatic channels. What about the species that refuse to accept the new situation? The president asked. Blake's expression grew serious. There are a few. The hegemony of Arcturus is talking about forming a coalition to contain the human threat. Some of the smaller empires think they can band together and challenge us. Then we'll have to convince them otherwise, the president said. But we'll do it the same way we have done everything else. We'll be smart about it. 6 months later, the galaxy had settled into a new normal. The Galactic Council had been restructured to give humanity an equal voice in galactic affairs. Trade agreements were signed between human colonies and alien worlds. The threat of war had been replaced by the promise of cooperation. But the most important change was in how aliens looked at humans. No longer were they seen as primitive beings who had stumbled into space travel by accident. They were recognized as a species that could think strategically, plan for the long term, and execute complex deceptions that lasted for decades. Captain Dan Sullivan, now promoted to admiral, was commanding the human fleet's patrol operations. His job was to make sure that the new peace was maintained and that no one forgot the lessons of the past year. He was standing on the bridge of his new flagship, the Retribution 2, when his communications officer announced an incoming message. From a Nexus exploration ship. Admiral, the alien captain said, we have discovered some unusual readings in the Centauri Nebula. Our scientists believe there may be artifacts from an unknown civilization. We would like to request human assistance in investigating. Sullivan smiled. A year ago, no alien species would have asked humans for help with anything important. Now, they recognized that human analytical skills and advanced technology made them valuable partners. We'll send a science vessel to assist you, Sullivan replied. Thank you for including us in the discovery. As the communication ended, Sullivan looked out at the stars. The galaxy was a different place now. Humans were no longer pretending to be weak. Aliens were no longer treating them like children. And for the first time in 50 years, there was real peace between the species. The moment when humans unveiled their true military power had changed everything. But more importantly, it had shown the galaxy that the most dangerous species was not necessarily the one with the biggest guns or the fastest ships. Sometimes the most dangerous species was the one that was smart enough to hide its true strength until the perfect moment to reveal it. Sullivan thought about all the years of careful planning, patient waiting, and strategic deception that had led to this moment. Humanity had played the longest game in galactic history, and they had won. Now came the even bigger challenge, using their power wisely and building a future where all species could thrive together. But if there was one thing humans had proven, it was that they were very good at thinking ahead and planning for the long term. The galaxy would never underestimate humanity again. And that, Sullivan thought, was exactly how it should be.
The morning sun cast long shadows across the crystal gardens of Verdun Prime as students made their way to the Galactic Academy. The academy stood like a jewel among the peaceful hills, its white towers reaching toward the sky. For 300 years, only the most gentle species in the galaxy had walked these halls, Lisa. Chen adjusted her flower crown as she hurried across the courtyard. The Corvin student's petals shimmered with morning dew, and her leaf-like hair rustled in the breeze. She was excited about the new term, but also nervous. Word had spread that something unusual was happening today. "Did you hear the news?" whispered Marcus, a tall Thalorian whose bark-like skin gleamed with silver streaks. His branch arms swayed as he walked beside Lisa. Professor Velthus called an emergency meeting. They say we're getting new students. Lisa's flower petals dimmed slightly. New students? But the term started 2 weeks ago. It's very strange. Around them, other students gathered in small groups, their voices mixing like wind chimes. The Zephyrians' crystalline bodies caught the light, creating rainbow patterns on the ground. The Aquan students moved like flowing water. They're translucent, forms rippling with each step. All of them were plantators, creatures of peace, who had never known violence. Professor Velthus stood at the front of the main classroom, her crystal horns gleaming. She was old, even by Zephyrian standards, and had taught at the academy for over 2 centuries. Her usually calm demeanor seemed strained today. "Students, please take your seats," she said, her voice carrying the musical tone of her species. "We have important matters to discuss before our new classmates arrive." The students settled into their biochairs, which adjusted to fit each species perfectly. Lisa sat near the window, where she could feel the warm sunlight on her petals. Marcus took the seat beside her, his roots extending into the floor's nutrient channels. "As you know," Professor Velthus began, "the Galactic Academy has always been a place of peace and learning. We have welcomed students from across the galaxy, united in our commitment to harmony and understanding." She paused, and Lisa noticed her crystal form flickering slightly. This was a sign of stress in Zephyrians. However, the Galactic Council has issued new guidelines. They believe our academy should represent all species, not just those who share our dietary preferences. A murmur ran through the classroom. Amy, a young Florian whose stem-like body was covered in soft moss, raised her hand. "Professor, what do you mean by dietary preferences?" Professor Velthus's light dimmed further. "Today we will be joined by 2 new students. One is from a species that has never attended our academy before. The other is from a world that the Galactic Council has classified as extremely dangerous." The students exchanged worried glances. Lisa felt her petals close slightly, a natural response to stress. She had never encountered anything dangerous in her entire life. Corvin Prime was a world of endless gardens and gentle rains. "I want you all to remember our core teachings," Professor Velthus continued. "We believe in the power of understanding and compassion. Today we'll test those beliefs." Before anyone could ask more questions, the classroom door slid open. Lisa turned to look and immediately felt her entire body freeze in terror. The creature that entered was like nothing she had ever seen. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, with midnight black scales that seemed to absorb light. Its arms were longer than its legs, ending in hands that bore claws as long as Lisa's fingers. When it opened its mouth to speak, she could see rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. "Greetings," the creature said, its voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the floor. "I am Krax of the Vorthok Empire. I am here to learn your ways of peace." Several students gasped. Amy actually fainted, her moss-covered form toppling from her chair. Marcus's branches trembled so violently that leaves fell to the floor. Lisa had heard stories of the Vorthok, whispered tales that parents used to frighten children into good behavior. They were hunters, killers who stalked their prey across entire star systems. Their ships were black as space itself, and they took what they wanted by force, and now one of them was standing in their classroom. "Please, take a seat, Professor," Velthus said, though her voice shook slightly. She gestured to a reinforced chair that had been placed at the back of the room. Krax moved with surprising grace for such a large creature. Each step was deliberate and silent, like a predator stalking prey. Lisa noticed that his eyes never stopped moving, scanning the room and cataloging every student's position. As Krax settled into his chair, which creaked under his weight, the door opened again. This time a much smaller figure entered. The new student was barely 5.5 feet tall, with smooth pink skin and brown hair that fell in waves around his face. Unlike Krax, he looked completely harmless. His teeth were small and blunt, his hands soft and lacking any claws. He wore simple clothes and carried a worn leather bag. "Hi, everyone," he said with a warm smile. "I'm Jake Martinez from Earth. I'm really excited to be here." The contrast was so stark that Lisa almost laughed. After the terrifying entrance of Krax, this human seemed like a gentle breeze after a storm. His voice was soft and friendly, and his eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled. "Jake, please take a seat," Professor Velthus said, sounding relieved. She gestured to a normal chair near the front of the room. Jake walked to his seat with an easy, relaxed gait. Unlike Krax, he seemed to pay little attention to his surroundings, nodding politely to students as he passed. When he sat down, he pulled out a small notebook and pen, ready to take notes like any other student. "Now then," Professor Velthus said, trying to regain her composure. "Perhaps our new students would like to introduce themselves properly." Krax stood first, his massive form casting a shadow across half the classroom. "I am Krax, son of Vorthok Prime. My people are warriors and hunters. We have never known defeat in battle." His voice carried pride and barely contained violence. "I come here because the Council of Elders believes we must learn new ways. The galaxy is changing, and we must change with it." He sat down with a thud. That shook the floor. Several students whimpered quietly. Jake stood next, seeming even smaller after Krax's imposing presence. "I'm Jake Martinez," he said again, his voice gentle and calm. "I come from a place called Earth. It's a pretty planet with lots of different environments and creatures. I'm here because I want to learn how different species can work together peacefully." He smiled again, and Lisa felt herself relaxing slightly. This human seemed kind and thoughtful, nothing like the dangerous creature she had expected. "My people have always been curious about other worlds and cultures," Jake continued. "I hope I can learn from all of you and maybe share some things about humans too." As Jake sat down, Lisa noticed something odd. While his words were friendly and his manner relaxed, his eyes had briefly met those of every student in the room. It was subtle, but she had caught it. For just a moment, she had felt like he was studying her, but the feeling passed quickly. She decided she must have imagined it. Professor Velthus cleared her throat. "Thank you both. Now let's begin today's lesson on interspecies communication. We'll start with the basic principles of peaceful dialogue." As the lesson progressed, Lisa found herself stealing glances at the two new students. Krax sat perfectly still, his predator's eyes fixed on the professor. Occasionally he would nod or grunt agreement, but he never spoke unless directly asked. Jake, on the other hand, was the perfect student. He took detailed notes, asked thoughtful questions, and seemed genuinely interested in every topic. When Professor Velthus discussed the importance of understanding other cultures, Jake nodded enthusiastically. "That's so important," Jake said during a discussion break. "My grandmother always said that the best way to avoid conflict is to understand what the other person really needs." The other students began to warm up to him. His friendly manner and obvious intelligence made him easy to like. By the end of the class, several students had already invited Jake to join their study groups. Krax, meanwhile, remained isolated. As the students filed out of the classroom, they gave the massive Vorthok a wide berth. His very presence seemed to radiate danger, and nobody wanted to get too close. Lisa walked out with Marcus and Amy, who had recovered from her fainting spell. They talked quietly as they headed to their next class. "The human seems nice," Amy said, her voice still shaky from the earlier shock. "Much better than I expected." "Yes," Marcus agreed, his bark rustling thoughtfully. "He's very polite and seems genuinely interested in peace. I think he'll fit in well." Lisa nodded, but something nagged at her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Jake Martinez than met the eye. But compared to the obvious threat that Krax represented, her small doubts seemed silly. As they walked toward their next class, Lisa glanced back at the classroom. Through the window, she could see Jake helping Professor Velthus clean up some papers that had fallen during Amy's fainting spell. He was smiling and chatting pleasantly, every inch the helpful, harmless student. But for just a moment, as Jake handed the papers to Professor Velthus, Lisa saw something in his eyes that made her petals close slightly. It was gone in an instant, replaced by that same warm, friendly expression. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that the human was not quite what he seemed. 3 days had passed since the new students arrived, and the academy had settled into an uneasy routine. The herbivorous students moved through the halls in tight groups, whispering nervously whenever cracks appeared. The massive Vorthok seemed to fill every space he entered, his dark scales absorbing light like a walking shadow. Lisa sat in the cafeteria with her usual friends, picking at her morning nutrients. The specialized food dispensers provided perfect meals for each species, but today her appetite was poor. Across the room, Cracks sat alone at a reinforced table, methodically consuming what looked like raw meat from his homeworld. "Look at those teeth," whispered Amy, her moss trembling slightly. "How can something that dangerous be allowed here?" Marcus nodded, his bark-like skin darkening with worry. Yesterday in conflict resolution class, he talked about honor through combat. He actually said that sometimes violence is the only answer. The professor looked terrified, added Ben, a young Aquan whose water form rippled with anxiety. "I think she's afraid he might attack someone." Lisa watched Cracks eat, noting how he held his food with those terrible claws. Every movement was controlled and precise, like a machine built for killing. When other students walked past his table, he would pause and watch them with those predator eyes until they were gone. "At least the human is normal," Amy said, sounding relieved. "Jake is so nice and friendly. He helped me with my botany homework yesterday." Lisa looked around the cafeteria until she spotted Jake at a corner table. He was eating what appeared to be fruits and vegetables from the standard herbivore selection. His table was surrounded by several students who seemed completely at ease in his presence. Jake was telling some kind of story, and the students around him were laughing. His hands moved as he spoke, and his face was animated with expression. Everything about him suggested warmth and friendliness. "He asked me about Florian music traditions," Amy continued. "He was so interested in how we use sound to help plants grow. He said humans have music too, and he'd love to share some with us." "See?" Marcus said, his branches swaying with relief. "That's exactly what a peaceful species should be like. Curious about others. Wanting to share knowledge. Nothing like that monster." As if summoned by their conversation, Cracks stood up from his table. The scraping of his chair against the floor created a harsh sound that made several students flinch. He walked toward the food dispensers. The students scrambled to get out of his way. Lisa watched nervously as the massive creature approached their section of the cafeteria. For a moment, it looked like he might stop at their table, and she felt her petals begin to close in fear, but Cracks simply walked past them without a glance, got his food, and returned to his isolated table. Still, the encounter left Lisa's heart beating rapidly. "Did you see that?" Ben whispered. "He didn't even acknowledge us. It's like we're just prey animals to him." "Professor Velthus says we should try to understand him," Amy said doubtfully. "But how can you understand something that only thinks about hunting and killing?" Their conversation was interrupted by a cheerful voice. "Mind if I join you?" Jake stood beside their table, holding a tray of colorful fruits and vegetables. His smile was warm and genuine, and Lisa felt herself relaxing immediately. "Of course," she said, making room on the bench. "Please sit down." Jake settled beside them, and the atmosphere at the table immediately improved. His presence seemed to push away the dark mood that Cracks had created. "I hope you don't mind me asking, Jake," said, "but I'm really curious about your homeworlds. Earth only has one type of intelligent species, so this is all fascinating to me." Amy perked up immediately. "What's Earth like? Is it as peaceful as it sounds?" "Oh, it's beautiful," Jake replied, taking a bite of what looked like a purple fruit. "We have huge forests, deep oceans, mountains that touch the sky. Lots of different environments and creatures." "Oh, what kind of creatures?" Marcus asked, genuinely interested. Jake's eyes seemed to light up. "All kinds. We have animals that swim, fly, run, crawl. Some are tiny, some are enormous. We have creatures that live in the deepest parts of the ocean and others that soar high. Above the clouds? Are they dangerous?" Lisa asked, then immediately felt silly for the question. Jake laughed, but it was a gentle sound. "Some of them can be, but mostly they just want to live their lives like everyone else. Humans have learned to coexist with them. We study them, protect them, and they're part of what makes Earth special." Ben leaned forward, his water form shimmering. With curiosity, Do humans ever fight with each other? For just a moment, something flickered across Jake's face. It was gone so quickly that Lisa thought she might have imagined it. Sometimes, Jake admitted, but we're always working to find better ways to solve problems. That's actually why I'm here. I want to learn how other species handle disagreements peacefully. The conversation continued pleasantly as Jake asked thoughtful questions about each of their cultures. He seemed genuinely fascinated by Amy's description of the singing forests on Florian Prime, and he listened intently as Marcus explained how Thalorians communicated through root networks. That's amazing, Jake said. On Earth, we have to rely on sound and visual signals to communicate. The idea of connecting directly through biological networks is incredible. Lisa found herself warming to the human. He was nothing like the terrifying stories she had heard about Deathworld species. Jake seemed curious, intelligent, and genuinely interested in learning about peaceful coexistence. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a commotion across the cafeteria. Krax had stood up again, but this time he was facing another student, Carl. A Zephyrian with particularly bright crystal formations had apparently said something that offended the Vorthok. The two were standing face to face, with Carl's crystalline body flickering nervously while Krax loomed over him like a dark storm cloud. Your people are weak, Krax was saying, his voice carrying clearly across the suddenly quiet cafeteria. You hide behind your pretty crystals and speak of peace, but you have never faced real danger. You do not understand what strength means. Carl's light was flickering rapidly now, a sign of extreme distress in Zephyrians. We believe that true strength comes from understanding and cooperation, not violence. Krax made a sound that might have been laughter, but it was more like the growl of a hunting beast. Understanding? Cooperation? These are the words of prey animals who have forgotten how to survive. The entire cafeteria had gone silent. Students pressed themselves against walls and behind tables, trying to stay as far away from the confrontation as possible. Even the floating food dispensers seemed to hover more quietly than usual. That's enough, Professor Velthus's voice rang out as she entered the cafeteria. Her crystal form was blazing with authority, but Lisa could see the stress. Fractures in her light. Krax turned to face the professor, and for a moment, Lisa thought he might challenge her too. But instead, he simply nodded once and returned to his seat. Carl, please come with me, Professor Velthus said gently. The young Zephyrian was still flickering with distress as he followed her out of the cafeteria as soon as they were gone. The normal sounds of the cafeteria slowly returned. Students began whispering nervously about what they had witnessed. See what I mean? Amy said, her voice shaking. He's dangerous. Doesn't belong here. Jake had been quiet during the entire confrontation, but now he spoke thoughtfully. He's probably just scared. Everyone at the table turned to stare at him. Scared? Ben's water form rippled with disbelief. That thing isn't afraid of anything. Think about it, Jake said calmly. He's completely alone here, surrounded by beings who are nothing like him. Everyone fears him. Nobody wants to talk to him. It's probably defensive because he feels isolated. Lisa considered this. She hadn't thought about how Krax might be feeling. But he threatened Carl, did he? Jake asked. I heard him say Carl's people were weak, but I didn't hear any actual threats. It sounded more like he was trying to prove himself, to show that his way of thinking has value too. Amy shook her head. You're too kind, Jake. That creature is a predator. They don't have feelings like we do. Jake was quiet for a moment, staring across the cafeteria at Krax's isolated table. Maybe you're right, he said finally. I just think everyone deserves a chance to be understood. The rest of lunch passed quietly. Students remained nervous and jumpy, glancing frequently at Krax's table. The Vorthok continued eating in silence, apparently unbothered by the tension he had created. Jake, meanwhile, continued to be the perfect student. He asked more questions about their cultures, shared interesting facts about Earth and generally, helped everyone feel more relaxed. By the time lunch ended, the students at Lisa's table were laughing again as they prepared to leave for afternoon classes. Lisa noticed something odd. While Jake had been talking and laughing with them, his eyes had occasionally drifted toward Krax's table. But it wasn't the fearful glances that other students were giving the predator. Jake's looks seemed more like he was studying the Vorthok, analyzing him the way a scientist might study an interesting specimen. But whenever someone at their table spoke to him, Jake's attention immediately returned, and his friendly smile never wavered. Walking to their next class, Remy chatted happily about how nice it was to have Jake at the academy. 2 weeks later, Professor Velthius announced the field exercise that would change everything. The class would travel to Nexus Station, a neutral trading post where beings from across the galaxy came to do business.
Ow.
Their assignment was simple: use diplomacy in peaceful negotiation to gather resources for a hypothetical colony. This is your chance to put theory into practice, Professor Velthius explained as they boarded the transport ship. You'll be given credits to trade with, but remember, no violence, no threats, only peaceful persuasion. Lisa felt excited but nervous as she settled into her seat. This would be her first time off Verdun Prime since starting at the academy. Beside her, Amy was practically glowing with anticipation, her moss shimmering with bright colors. Jake sat across the aisle looking relaxed and friendly as always. He had struck up a conversation with Ben about water recycling systems, asking detailed questions about Aquan technology with genuine interest. Krax occupied 2 seats at the back of the transport, its massive form barely fitting in the space. Other students had clustered as far away from him as possible, leaving him isolated once again. The flight to Nexus Station took several hours. During the journey, Jake entertained several students with stories about Earth, music, and art. He described concerts where thousands of humans would gather to listen to songs and museums filled with beautiful paintings and sculptures. "It sounds wonderful," Amy said dreamily, "so peaceful and creative." "Humans have always found ways to express themselves," Jake replied with that warm smile. "Art helps us understand each other and find common ground." When they arrived at Nexus Station, Lisa was amazed by the size and complexity of the structure. The station was enormous, with multiple levels and sections dedicated to different types of trade. Beings from dozens of species moved through the corridors, creating a maze of colors, sounds, and smells. Professor Veltis gathered the students in the main concourse. "Remember, you have 6 hours to complete your trading assignments. Each of you has been given a list of resources your colony needs and credits to acquire them. Meet back here when you're finished." She handed out data pads with their individual assignments and credit chips. Lisa looked at her list: food supplies, medical equipment, and communication devices. The credits seemed like a reasonable amount, but she had never actually traded for anything before. "Good luck, everyone," Jake said cheerfully. "I'm sure we'll all do great." The students scattered in different directions, eager to begin their assignments. Lisa decided to start with food supplies and headed toward a section that seemed to specialize in agricultural products. The first few hours went reasonably well for most of the herbivorous students. They approached vendors politely, explained their needs clearly, and managed to make several successful trades. Their natural, gentle manner and obvious innocence made many traders willing to help them. Lisa had managed to acquire most of her food supplies and was feeling confident as she searched for medical equipment. The vendors seemed to find her flower-like appearance charming. Several had given her better deals than she had expected. But things were not going well for everyone. Krax was having serious problems. Despite his best efforts to be polite, his appearance terrified most of the traders. When he approached stalls, vendors would either flee immediately or refuse to deal with him entirely. His deep, rumbling voice and massive claws made even his friendliest attempts at conversation sound threatening. Lisa watched from across a marketplace. Askrax tried to negotiate for mining equipment. The trader, a nervous Quillen with feathered skin, kept backing away from Krax's table. "I do not wish violence," Krax was saying, his voice carefully controlled. "I offer fair trade for these tools." But the Quillen trader was too frightened to listen. "Please, honored predator, I have family. Take what you want, just don't hurt me." Krax's shoulders sagged with frustration. "I do not want to take. I want to trade. This is the way of peace." "Yes." The trader fled, leaving his goods behind. Krax stood alone at the abandoned stall, looking lost and confused. For the first time, Since meeting him, Lisa felt genuinely sorry for the Vorthok. Meanwhile, other students were running into different problems. Amy had been swindled by a smooth-talking Nexon trader who sold her medical supplies that turned out to be decorative crystals. Ben had been convinced to trade all his credits for what he thought was advanced water purification equipment, but was actually a children's toy. Marcus had fallen for an elaborate story about rare seeds that would supposedly grow into trees that produced every type of fruit imaginable. He had spent most of his credits on what were obviously ordinary plant seeds from some trader's garden. The herbivorous students' trusting nature and sheltered upbringing made them easy targets for unscrupulous dealers. They believed every sob story, accepted every claim at face value, and rarely questioned prices that were obviously inflated. But Jake was having remarkable success. Lisa first noticed it when she saw him completing a complex trade with a group of Korthok merchants. The Korthok were known throughout the galaxy as shrewd business people who rarely gave anyone a good deal. Yet Jake was walking away from their stall with everything on his list and credits left over. Curious. Lisa followed Jake discreetly as he moved through the station. What she saw made her increasingly uncomfortable. Jake seemed to know exactly what to say to every trader he met. With the proud Zenthran merchants, he spoke respectfully about their culture and traditions. With the profit-focused Nexans, he discussed business opportunities and mutual benefits. With the family-oriented Qualians, talked about community and caring for loved ones. But it wasn't just what he said, it was how he knew what to say. Jake seemed to understand each species, psychology, their cultural values, their weaknesses and desires. He negotiated like someone who had studied these beings for years. At one stall, Lisa watched Jake convince a Repthan trader to sell him expensive communication equipment for half the asking price. The Repthan, known for being cold and logical, was actually smiling by the end of their conversation. "How did you know about the mining rights dispute on Repthan 7? The trader asked Jake as they completed their deal. "I make it my business to stay informed about galactic affairs," Jake replied casually. "Information is valuable in any negotiation." The Repthan nodded approvingly. "Wise words, human. Your species shows promise." Lisa felt a chill run through her petals. How did Jake know about obscure mining disputes on distant worlds? When did he have time to learn about galactic politics in such detail? Her unease grew as she continued watching Jake work. He moved through the station with confidence, never seeming lost or confused like the other students. He knew which sections sold which goods, which traders were reputable, and which deals were worth pursuing. Most disturbing of all, Jake seemed to know personal information about the traders he dealt with. He asked about their families, their homeworlds, their business concerns. The traders responded as if they were talking to an old friend, never questioning how this human student knew so much about their lives. "Your daughter must be excited about starting at the Academy of Sciences," Jake said to a Florian trader who was selling medical supplies. The trader's stem brightened with pleasure. "You know about Petal? How wonderful." "Yes, she's very excited. It's been her dream since she was a seedling." Jake smiled warmly. "I'm sure she'll do wonderfully." Florian students are known for their dedication to healing arts. As Jake completed another successful trade, Lisa realized something that made her flower petals close tight with fear. Jake wasn't just a good negotiator. He was operating with information that no ordinary student should have. He knew personal details about traders, political situations on distant worlds, and cultural practices of dozens of species. It was as if he had access to detailed intelligence, files on everyone he met. The revelation became undeniable when the pirates attacked. Lisa was in the communication equipment section, trying to recover from a bad trade, when the lights suddenly dimmed and alarms began blaring throughout the station. Emergency announcements echoed through the corridors in multiple languages. "Attention, all beings. This station is now under the control of the Red Nova pirate fleet. Remain calm and comply with all instructions." Lisa's petals went completely pale with terror. She had never experienced anything like this in her sheltered life. Around her, other traders and customers were panicking, some running for exits that were already being sealed. A group of armed pirates entered the section, their weapons drawn and ready. They were a mixed crew of different species, all looking dangerous and experienced. Their leader was a scarred Vorthok, who seemed even more intimidating than Krax. "Everyone on the ground," the leader shouted. "Nobody moves. Nobody gets hurt." Lisa dropped to her knees, trembling with fear. Beside her, Amy was so terrified that her moss had turned completely gray. Ben's water form was rippling uncontrollably with panic. The other herbivorous students were equally terrified. They had never faced violence before, never been threatened or endangered. Their peaceful upbringing had left them completely unprepared for this situation. Even Marcus, despite his tree-like strength, was frozen with fear. Ark had darkened to almost black, and his branches were pulled tight against his body. What happened next would be burned into Lisa's memory for the rest of her life. The pirate leader raised his weapon, clearly intending to force Jake to the ground. But Jake moved first, and his movement was nothing like the gentle human the students had come to know. Jake's transformation was instant and terrifying. The friendly student disappeared, replaced by something that moved like liquid death. He ducked under the pirate's weapon, grabbed a metal tool from the nearby stall, and drove it into the pirate's knee with surgical precision. The pirate leader screamed and fell, but Jake was already moving to the next target. He rolled behind. A counter as the other pirates opened fire, their energy weapons scorching the air where he had been standing. "Kill the human," one of the pirates shouted. "Take the others alive." But Jake had vanished into the maze of market stalls like a ghost. The pirates spread out, trying to find him, but they were no longer the hunters. They had become the prey. Lisa pressed herself against the floor, too terrified to move. Around her, the other herbivorous students were sobbing with fear. This was beyond anything they had ever imagined. Violence was supposed to be something that happened to other people, far away from their peaceful lives. The first pirate died quietly. Lisa didn't see it happen, but she heard the soft thud of a body hitting the ground. The remaining pirates began calling to each other nervously, realizing that one of their team was no longer responding. "Where is he?" the pirate voice called out. "Report in." Silence. Jake's voice came from somewhere in the darkness between the stalls. "There are 8 of you left. The Galactic Peacekeepers pay 5,000 credits per Red Nova pirate, dead or alive. That's 40,000 credits total." His voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Lisa couldn't tell where he was hiding. "Surrender now, and I'll let you leave the station alive," Jake continued. "Keep fighting, and I'll collect the bounty on all of you." One of the pirates laughed nervously. "Big talk for one little human." "You're right," Jake's voice replied. "Let me show you what one a little human can do." What followed was not a battle. It was a demonstration. Jake moved through the market stalls like a force of nature. He used everything as a weapon: tools, furniture, even the stalls themselves. He turned the pirates' own environment against them, creating traps and ambushes that they never saw coming. Lisa caught glimpses of him as he worked. This was not the Jake she knew. This Jake moved with deadly grace, his every action calculated and precise. He fought like someone who had been trained for war, not peace. More disturbing than his skill was his attitude. Jake wasn't angry or frightened. He was calm, almost businesslike, as he systematically eliminated the pirates. He spoke to them as he fought, his voice never losing its polite tone. "You should have taken the offer," he said as another pirate went down. "The peacekeepers really do pay well for your kind." The pirates began to panic. These were hardened criminals who had raided dozens of systems, but they were being hunted by something they didn't understand. Jake wasn't just beating them, he was getting inside their heads, making them afraid. "What are you?" One of the pirates screamed as Jake appeared behind him like a shadow. "I'm a human," Jake replied calmly. Right before the pirate joined his fallen comrades from her hiding spot, Lisa watched in horror as Jake methodically took apart the pirate crew. He didn't just defeat them, he anticipated their every move, turned their own tactics against them, and made them helpless. The worst part was how easily he did it. Jake wasn't struggling or fighting desperately for his life. He was in complete control, dismantling the pirates like a technician repairing a broken machine. In the distance, Lisa could hear Krax fighting his own battle. Unlike Jake's silent efficiency, Krax's approach was direct and loud. His roars echoed through the station as he charged his enemies head-on, using his natural weapons and warrior training. But even Krax, with all his size and strength, was having trouble. The pirates had better weapons and more numbers. Lisa could hear him being driven back, his roars becoming more desperate. Jake, however, was winning his battle with almost casual ease. The last 3 pirates tried to regroup near the main entrance, hoping to escape. But Jake was already there, waiting for them. He stood in the doorway, no longer bothering to hide. "Going somewhere?" he asked politely. The pirates raised their weapons, but Jake was already moving. He disarmed the first one with a move so fast that Lisa barely saw it happen. The second pirate tried to shoot, but Jake used the first pirate's body as a shield. While closing the distance, the third pirate, seeing his companions fall, dropped his weapon and raised his hands. "Please, don't kill me. I surrender." Jake paused, considering. "Smart choice. You can tell your friends in the Red Nova fleet that Nexus Station is under galactic peacekeeper protection now." The pirate nodded frantically. Yes, I'll tell them. We won't come back." "See that you don't," Jake said, and he did something. That chilled Lisa to her core. He smiled his old friendly smile. "Have a safe trip home." Surviving pirate fled through the emergency exit, leaving his fallen comrades behind. The market section fell silent, except for the sound of alarms and distant fighting from other parts of the station. Jake walked back toward where the students were hiding. And Lisa got her first good look at him since the fighting began. His clothes were torn and dirty, but he wasn't injured. He moved with the same easy grace he had always shown, but now Lisa knew what that grace really meant. "Is everyone okay?" Jake asked, his voice full of genuine concern. He was back to being the caring, friendly human they thought they knew, but Lisa could see traces of what he really was in his eyes. There was a coldness there that hadn't been present before, calculating intelligence that measured everything and everyone around him. Amy was still too terrified to speak. Marcus had pulled his branches so tight against his body that he looked like a dead tree. "Don't be afraid," Jake said gently. "The danger is over. Help is coming." As if summoned by his words, station security forces began pouring into the area. But they weren't coming to rescue the students. They were coming to arrest Jake. "Drop your weapons and get on the ground," the security chief shouted, pointing his gun at Jake. Jake raised his hands slowly, but he didn't seem worried. "I'm Jake Martinez, student at the Galactic Academy. These pirates attacked the station. I was defending myself and the other students." The security chief looked around at the bodies scattered through the market stalls. "You did this? All of this?" "They attacked first," Jake said calmly. "I have witnesses." Professor Velthus arrived with the security team, her crystal form blazing with stress and confusion. She looked at the scene of destruction, then at Jake standing calmly in the middle of it all. "Jake," she said, her voice shaking. "What happened here?" "Pirates attacked the station," Jake replied. "I neutralized the threat to protect the other students." "Neutralized?" Professor Velthus stared at the fallen pirates. "You killed them, some of them," Jake agreed. "The others chose to surrender. Or flee. I gave them the option." Krax appeared in the doorway, supported by 2 security officers. The mighty Vorthok was injured and exhausted from his own battle, his dark scales marked with burn marks from energy weapons. He looked at the scene before him, the dead pirates, the uninjured human, the terrified herbivorous students, and his eyes widened with recognition. "Human," Krax said, his voice filled with something like awe. "You are Deathworlder, yes?" Jake turned to look at the wounded Vorthok. For a moment, something passed between them, an understanding that the herbivorous students couldn't grasp. Jake said quietly, "I'm from Earth." Krax nodded slowly. "This explains much. My people have stories of your kind." "We thought they were legends." "What stories?" Professor Velthus demanded. "What is a Deathworlder?" Jake sighed, and for the first time since Lisa had known him, he looked tired. "It's complicated, Professor. Maybe we should sit down for this conversation?" The security chief was still pointing his weapon at Jake, clearly unsure what to do. The human had technically saved the station, but the casual efficiency with which he had killed the pirates was deeply disturbing. "Are you going to arrest me?" Jake asked politely. I don't know," the security chief admitted. "This situation is beyond my experience." "I understand," Jake said. "Maybe I should explain what humans really are." He looked around at the frightened faces of his classmates, the confused security officers, and the stressed professor. When his eyes met Lisa's, she saw a sadness there that she hadn't noticed before. "I never wanted you to see this side of me," Jake said quietly. "I came to the academy to learn about peace, not to fight." "But you're so good at it," Amy whispered, her voice barely audible. Jake nodded sadly. "That's the problem. Humans are very good at fighting. We're very good at a lot of things that most species would rather not think about." Professor Velthus stepped forward, her crystal form flickering with confusion and fear. "Jake, I need you. To explain what just happened here, I need you to tell me the truth about what humans really are." Jake looked around the destroyed marketplace one more time, then sat down heavily on a nearby crate. "Okay, Professor. But you're not going to like what I have to tell you?" Krax limped over and sat down near Jake. The journey back to Verdun Prime was quiet and tense. The students sat in small groups, whispering among themselves and stealing nervous glances at Jake. He had returned to his usual seat, reading quietly from a datapad, but everything about him seemed different now. Lisa watched him from across the transport cabin. Jake looked exactly the same as he had before. Same brown hair, same soft features, same gentle expression. But now she knew what those hands were capable of. She had seen what those calm eyes could calculate in seconds. Amy sat pressed against the window, as far from Jake as she could get. "I can't believe we ate lunch with him," she whispered. "We invited him to our study groups. He saved our lives," Marcus pointed out, though his bark was still dark with stress. "If he hadn't stopped those pirates, we might all be dead." "But the way he did it," Ben said, his water form rippling with unease. "He killed them like it was nothing, like stepping on insects." Professor Velthus had been quiet for most of the journey, her crystal form dim with deep thought. Finally, she stood and walked to where Jake was sitting. "May I join you?" she asked. Jake looked up from his reading and smiled. It was the same warm, friendly smile he had always given, but now it carried new meaning. "Of course, Professor." She sat down carefully, choosing her words with care. "I need to understand something, Jake. When you applied to our academy, did you lie about your intentions?" Jake set down his datapad and considered the question seriously. "No, Professor. I came here because I genuinely want to learn about peaceful cooperation between species. That's the truth." "But you knew what you were capable of course." Jake's voice was matter-of-fact. "Every human knows what they're capable of. Have to know. It's part of our survival programming." Professor Velthus flickered with confusion. "Survival programming?" Jake nodded. "Humans are constantly aware of threats, escape routes, potential weapons, and tactical advantages. We can't turn it off any more than you can stop your crystals from growing. It's just how our minds work." "So when you were being friendly with the other students, you were also evaluating them as potential threats?" "Not threats," Jake corrected gently. "I was learning about them, understanding their capabilities, their weaknesses, their needs. But not because I wanted to hurt them, because I wanted to understand how to work with them effectively." From across the cabin, Lisa could hear their conversation. She found herself listening despite her fear. "Think about it this way," Jake continued. "If you wanted to be friends with a Florian, wouldn't you learn about their need for sunlight and water? If you wanted to trade with a Repthon, wouldn't you study their cultural values? When humans just take that process further, how much further?" Professor Velthus asked. Jake was quiet for a moment. "We know that Zephyrians become sluggish in low-light conditions. We know that Aquans lose cohesion at high temperatures. We know that Thalorians are vulnerable to certain frequencies of sound. We know that Corvins become dormant when separated from plant life for too long." The professor's crystal form began flickering rapidly. "You're talking about military intelligence?" "No," Jake said firmly. "I'm talking about basic information that any human child learns in school. We study other species the same way we study Earth animals, not to hunt them, but to understand how to coexist safely. Safely for whom? Professor Velthus asked. Jake looked directly at her. For everyone, Professor. Humans learned a long time ago that the best way to avoid conflict is to understand exactly what everyone is capable of. When you know someone's strengths and limitations, you can work with them more effectively. Their conversation was interrupted by Krax, who had been listening from his seat at the back of the transport. The wounded Vorthok limped over to join them. "May I sit?" he asked politely. Professor Velthus nodded, though she looked uncomfortable having both predators near her. Krax settled his massive form into a seat that creaked under his weight. "Human Jake speaks truth," he said. "My people have legends of Deathworlders. We thought they were myths." "What kind of legends?" Jake asked, seeming genuinely curious. "Stories of beings who could hunt the hunters, who could track Vorthok across star systems and defeat them, not with strength, but with patience and intelligence." Krax looked at Jake with something like respect. "We thought such creatures could not exist." "What changed your mind?" Professor Velthus asked. Krax gestured to the healing burn marks on his scales. "I fought 6 pirates with weapons and armor. I am trained warrior, born predator. They defeated me easily." He looked at Jake. "You fought 8 pirates with better weapons. You had no armor, no training visible to me, yet you won without injury." Jake shook his head. "I had plenty of training, Krax. Every human does. We just don't call it training." "What do you call it?" the Vorthok asked. "Education," Jake replied. "We learn history, which teaches us about conflict and strategy. We learn biology, which teaches us about different species and their capabilities. We learn engineering, which teaches us how things work and how they can be broken. We learn psychology, which teaches us how minds work and how they can be influenced." Professor Velthus was beginning to understand. So human education is actually comprehensive preparation for conflict. Human education is preparation for survival, Jake corrected. Conflict is just one aspect of survival. Amy had been listening from across the cabin, and now she spoke up, her voice shaking. "But why? Why do you need to be so prepared for violence?" Jake turned to look at her, his expression sad but patient. "Because violence exists in the universe, Amy. We didn't create it, but we can't ignore it either. The pirates who attacked the station today, they exist. They prey on peaceful species because peaceful species are easy targets. But if everyone was peaceful like us, there wouldn't be any violence," Amy insisted. "That's a beautiful dream," Jake said gently, "but it's not realistic, even on Earth. Before humans became the dominant species, there were predators and prey. The prey animals that survived weren't the ones that ignored the predators, they were the ones that learned to detect and avoid them." Krax nodded agreement. Humans became apex predators, not through strength, but through intelligence. This is why they are dangerous. They think like prey and hunt like predators. "I don't think of myself as a predator," Jake said. "I think of myself as a protector. I use my abilities to keep others safe." "Like you did on the station," Marcus said quietly. He'd been listening to the conversation with growing interest. "You protected us." "I did what I had to do," Jake replied. "But I would have preferred to resolve the situation peacefully. Could you have?" Professor Velthus asked. "Could you have negotiated with the pirates?" Jake considered this seriously. "Maybe. Pirates are usually motivated by profit, not violence. If I had something valuable to offer them, or if I could have convinced them that attacking the station would cost them more than they could gain, they might have left peacefully. But you chose violence instead." "I chose the option that guaranteed your safety," Jake corrected. "Negotiation might have worked, but it also might have failed. When other people's lives are at stake, humans don't gamble with uncertain outcomes." The transport was nearing Verdun Prime now, and the peaceful planet grew larger in the viewports. Looking at the gentle world below, Lisa tried to imagine how it must appear to Jake, not as a safe haven, but as a place where potential threats needed to be identified and neutralized. "Jake," she said suddenly, finding her courage, "when you look at us, do you see friends, or do you see weaknesses to exploit?" Jake turned to her with that same gentle expression he had always worn. I see friends with weaknesses that I want to protect. And when you look at cracks, Jake glanced at the massive Vorthok. I see a fellow predator who chooses to use his strength to protect others instead of dominating them. Krax's scarred face showed what might have been a smile. Human sees clearly. On Vorthok Prime, we are taught that strength without honor is worthless. It's better to be weak and honorable than strong and corrupt. That's something humans and Vorthok have in common, Jake said. We both understand that power comes with responsibility. Professor Velthius had been listening to this exchange with growing amazement. You two are more alike than I realized. In some ways, Jake agreed. We're both products of dangerous worlds. We both learned that survival requires strength and intelligence. But we also both learned that strength without purpose is meaningless. So what is your purpose? She asked. Jake looked out at Verdun Prime as the transport prepared to land. To learn how to use human capabilities to build something better. To find ways for predators and prey to coexist peacefully. And my purpose, Krax added, is to prove that predators can be more than just hunters. We can be guardians. As the transport touched down at the academy, Lisa realized that everything had changed. She was still afraid of Jake, but it was a different kind of fear now. She wasn't afraid he would hurt her. She was afraid of what his existence meant for the galaxy. If humans were as intelligent and capable as Jake had demonstrated, what did that mean for species like hers? Would they become obsolete? Protected pets in a universe dominated by apex predators? But as they gathered their belongings and prepared to leave the transport, Jake approached her. Lisa, he said quietly, I know you're afraid of me now. I understand why.
Captain Vorgathon Crimplebine was having what could only be described as the worst day of his extraordinarily long life when his ship's navigation computer decided to hiccup at precisely the wrong moment. The Galactic Survey vessel Improbable Hypothesis was supposed to be cataloguing dead rocks in Sector 7 Zeta. Nobody cares about this place, but instead found itself hurtling toward a small blue marble that absolutely positively should not have been there according to every star chart in existence. "Captain!" shrieked Navigation Officer Flibber Noodlethwaite, his 3 eye stalks writhing in what could generously be called panic. The quantum displacement matrix just had what I can only describe as a mechanical nervous breakdown. Vorgathon's purple tentacles twitched with annoyance. In his 400 years of space travel, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. The ship's computer, which had the unfortunate habit of developing personality disorders during long voyages, was now cheerfully announcing their arrival at coordinates that didn't exist. "Welcome to your destination," chirped the computer in its insufferably pleasant voice. "Please note that your current location appears to be completely impossible according to all known laws of physics and cartography. Have a wonderful day." Dr. Plinkerton Bumblefrizz, the ship's science officer, was frantically pressing buttons that seemed to mock him with their complete lack of response. "Sir, this is unprecedented. According to our sensors, we've stumbled upon a Class M planet with, oh my stars, liquid water." The revelation hit the bridge like a metaphorical brick to a metaphorical face. In the known galaxy, finding a planet with liquid water was like finding a needle in a haystack, except the haystack was the size of several trillion solar systems, and the needle was invisible. "What are the odds of this happening?" demanded Vorgathon, his voice reaching frequencies that made nearby equipment vibrate sympathetically. "Approximately 42 billion to 1 against, sir," replied the computer helpfully, "which, statistically speaking, means it should be happening right now." Communication specialist Gertrude Flapperwonk was monitoring the planet's electromagnetic emissions with growing bewilderment. "Captain, I'm detecting radio signals from the surface. They appear to be broadcasts of some kind." "Broadcasts?" Vorgathon's voice cracked like a teenage Zephyrian going through molt. You mean there's intelligent life down there?" "Well," Gertrude said thoughtfully, "I'm receiving transmissions about something called reality television, so the intelligent part might be debatable." The bridge fell silent, except for the gentle humming of life support systems and the occasional beep from instruments that seemed to be having their own existential crisis. First contact protocols had been drilled into every member of the Galactic Survey Corps, but those protocols assumed you would actually be looking for intelligent life, not accidentally crash into it during what was supposed to be a routine rock cataloging mission. "Sir," whispered Dr. Bumblefrizz, "what exactly do we do now?" Vorgothon considered this question with the gravity it deserved, which was to say, quite a lot of gravity indeed. Discovering intelligent life was supposed to be a career-defining moment, the sort of thing that got you monuments and possibly your own chapter in galactic history books. Discovering it by accident while lost was the sort of thing that got you court-martialed and possibly fed to the probability worms of Deneb 7. "We observe," he declared with more confidence than he felt. "We study, we learn, and we do not let anyone back at headquarters know we got here by taking a wrong turn at the Crab Nebula." The crew nodded in unanimous agreement, mostly because admitting to gross navigational incompetence was slightly less appealing than facing whatever was waiting for them on the mysterious blue planet below. "Flibber, take us into orbit. Stealthed approach. The last thing we want is to panic the natives." Udi, as the improbable hypothesis descended toward Earth, none of its crew could have predicted that they were about to encounter the most dangerous, unpredictable, and absolutely terrifying species in the known galaxy. They thought they were studying primitive savages. They were wrong. Very wrong. The initial scans were, to put it mildly, confusing. Dr. Bumblefrizz found himself staring at readouts that made absolutely no sense according to established xenobiology protocols. "Captain, the dominant species appears to be bipedal, carbon-based, and they seem to have mastered fire." "Fire?" gasped Gertrude. "But that's impossible. Only the most advanced civilizations learn to harness combustion." "There's more," Bumblefrizz continued, his voice growing increasingly high-pitched. "They've somehow managed to split the atom, travel to their moon, and, oh dear Zorbak, they've invented something called social media." The implications were staggering. Any species capable of nuclear fission and space travel should have been catalogued centuries ago. The fact that they had remained hidden until now was either the most remarkable oversight in galactic history or something far more sinister. Vorgothon ordered a closer examination of the planet's surface. What they discovered defied every assumption they had ever made about primitive civilizations. "Captain," reported Flibber, "I'm detecting massive cities, complex transportation networks, and what appears to be a global communication grid. These aren't savages living in caves. These are... What, Flibber? These are what? "These are the most dangerous creatures I've ever encountered." The bridge erupted in nervous chatter. Dangerous creatures were exactly what the Galactic Survey Corps was trained to avoid. Their mission was to catalogue safe civilizations, preferably ones that hadn't figured out how to make weapons more sophisticated than pointy sticks. "Define dangerous," Vorgothon said carefully. Dr. Bumblefrizz cleared his throat nervously. "Well, sir, according to my analysis, these humans, as they call themselves, have managed to weaponize practically everything. They turn metal into projectiles, chemicals into explosives, and atoms into unthinkable devastation. Furthermore," added Gertrude, "their entertainment seems to consist primarily of watching each other engage in ritualized combat, and their literature is filled with stories about conquering the galaxy." Vorgothon's tentacles went rigid with terror. Galactic conquest was typically the hobby of species that had been spacefaring for millennia, not planet-bound primitives who had only recently discovered fire. "Unless... Are you telling me," he said slowly, "that we've stumbled upon a species of natural-born warriors who haven't yet figured out how to leave their planet?" The silence that followed was the kind of silence that speaks volumes, mainly because it was filled with the unspoken realization that they had made a very big mistake. "Permission to suggest immediate retreat, sir," squeaked Navigation Officer Flibber. "Granted," Vorgothon practically shouted. Set course for anywhere that isn't here. Maximum warp. Actually beyond maximum warp. Invent new levels of warp if necessary. But as Flibber frantically began inputting escape coordinates, the ship's computer chose that moment to deliver what could only be described as the worst possible news at the worst possible time. "I'm terribly sorry to interrupt," the computer announced cheerfully, "but it appears our quantum flux inhibitors have chosen this moment to go on strike. We are temporarily unable to achieve faster-than-light travel." The bridge fell silent again, except for the sound of Vorgothon's tentacles slapping against his forehead in a gesture that transcended species barriers. "How long until repairs?" he asked through gritted teeth. "Oh, roughly 72 hours, the computer replied, "unless something goes wrong, in which case it could be considerably longer. Statistics suggest there's an 87% chance that something will go wrong." 72 hours. 72 hours orbiting a planet full of weapon-obsessed primates who had mastered nuclear physics and space travel. 72 hours praying that the terrifying creatures below wouldn't notice an alien spaceship hanging around their planet like an unwelcome dinner guest. "Sir," whispered Dr. Bumblefrizz, "I think we should continue our observations. For science." Vorgothon stared at his science officer with the expression of someone who had just been asked to juggle live grenades while riding a unicycle. "For science? Think about it, Captain. When will we ever get another chance to study a species like this? These humans are unique. They're simultaneously primitive and advanced, peaceful and warlike, intelligent and completely insane." Against his better judgment, which was screaming at him to fake his own death and hide in the cargo bay, Vorgothon found himself nodding. They were stuck here anyway, and returning to headquarters with a report that said "found scary monkey people, ran away immediately," would probably not advance his career prospects. "Fine," he said, "but we maintain maximum stealth, minimum contact, and if anything goes wrong, we blame it on equipment malfunction." What followed was the most intensive 72 hours of xenoanthropological research in galactic history, and definitely the most bizarre. The crew of the Improbable Hypothesis discovered that humans were not just dangerous, they were impossibly dangerous in ways that defied all logic and reason. "Captain," reported Dr. Bumblefrizz during their second day of observation, "I've been monitoring their global communication networks, and I've made a disturbing discovery. More disturbing than yesterday's revelation that they voluntarily climb mountains for fun." "Yes, sir. They appear to engage in something called extreme sports, which consists of deliberately putting themselves in mortal danger for the purpose of entertainment." Vorgothon's headache was reaching epic proportions. "You mean they deliberately risk death for recreational purposes?" "That's not even the worst part, sir. They've also invented something called horror movies, where they pay money to be frightened, and roller coasters, which are mechanical devices designed to simulate fatal accidents." Communication specialist Gertrude looked up from her console with wide eyes. "I've been monitoring their news broadcasts, and apparently they engage in something called politics, which seems to involve groups of humans attempting to convince other humans that their particular method of organizing society is superior, often through the use of loud noises." "Loud noises?" Vorgothon's voice reached frequencies that made nearby metal objects ring sympathetically. "Yes, sir. And when that doesn't work, they sometimes resort to what they call elections, which is a form of ritualized combat where victory is determined by counting pieces of paper." The more they learned about humans, the more convinced the crew became that they had stumbled upon the most terrifying species in the galaxy. These weren't just warriors. They were warriors who had turned survival into an art form. "Sir," said Dr. Bumblefrizz on their third day, "I've completed my analysis of human physiology, and the results are, well, they're absolutely horrifying." Vorgothon braced himself. "How horrifying?" "They're persistence hunters, sir. They don't have claws or fangs or natural armor. Instead, they simply refuse to stop. They can literally run their prey to death through sheer stubborn determination. That's impossible. Furthermore, they have this thing called adrenaline that makes them stronger and faster when they're in danger. They actually become more dangerous when they're scared. Vorgothon's tentacles were now tied in knots of pure anxiety. What kind of evolutionary pressure creates a species that gets more dangerous when threatened? The kind that produces apex predators, sir. Bumblefrizz replied grimly. And that's not all. They've also developed something called pack bonding, which means they form emotional attachments to practically everything. Everything? Everything, sir. Other humans, animals, inanimate objects, abstract concepts, fictional characters. I monitored one human who spent 6 hours crying over a story about a robot that learned to love. The bridge was silent, except for the gentle humming of life support and the occasional whimper from various crew members as they contemplated the implications of what they were learning. "Captain," said Gertrude quietly, "I think we need to face the possibility that we've discovered something unprecedented in galactic history." "What's that?" "A species that's simultaneously the most dangerous and most emotionally unstable creatures in the known universe. They're capable of incredible violence, but they also rescue injured animals and cry at sad movies." "That makes no sense." "None of it makes sense, sir. They live on a planet that's actively trying to kill them. Earthquakes, volcanoes, hurricanes, diseases, poisonous animals, and their response is to thrive. They've spread to every continent, adapted to every climate, and turned survival into a competitive sport." Vorgothon was beginning to understand why no one had catalogued humans before. Any sensible survey crew would have taken one look at this planet and marked it "Do Not Approach" in large, friendly letters. "Sir," said Navigation Officer Flibber hesitantly, "repairs are almost complete. We can leave in approximately 6 hours." For the first time in 3 days, Vorgothon felt something approaching relief. They would escape with their lives, file their report, and let someone else figure out what to do about the terrifying monkey people of Sol System. That's when the proximity alarms started screaming. "Captain!" shouted Gertrude, her voice climbing to frequencies that made nearby equipment vibrate in sympathy. "I'm detecting multiple spacecraft approaching our position." "Human spacecraft?" Vorgothon's tentacles went rigid with terror. "No, sir. These are Galactic Confederation vessels, 3 cruisers and a battleship." The bridge erupted in chaos as crew members ran around in circles, bumped into each other, and generally behaved like people who had just realized they were about to be caught red-handed doing something they absolutely should not have been doing. "How did they find us?" demanded Vorgothon. "Unknown, sir," replied Flibber. "But they're demanding immediate surrender and preparation for boarding." The main view screen flickered to life, revealing the stern face of Admiral Vorgothon Crumplethwaite of the Galactic Confederation Navy. His expression suggested that he had not traveled all this way to deliver good news. "Captain Vorgothon Crimplebine of the survey vessel Improbable Hypothesis," the Admiral's voice boomed across the bridge. "You are hereby charged with gross violation of First Contact Protocols, unauthorized xenological research, and failure to report discovery of intelligent life." Vorgothon's tentacles drooped with defeat. "Admiral, I can explain." "Explain. You've been spying on an uncontacted civilization for 3 days. Do you have any idea what kind of diplomatic incident this could cause?" "But, sir, we discovered them by accident." "Accident? You accidentally spent 72 hours conducting detailed observations of their society, culture, and technology?" When put that way, it did sound rather damning. Vorgothon was trying to formulate a response that wouldn't result in him being court-martialed and fed to something unpleasant when Dr. Bumblefrizz stepped forward. "Admiral," he said carefully, "before you arrest us, you should know that we've made a discovery of unprecedented importance to galactic security." Admiral Crumplethwaite's expression suggested that he was not in the mood for excuses, but professional curiosity won out over bureaucratic anger. "What kind of discovery?" Sir, the dominant species on this planet represents the most significant threat to galactic peace and stability ever encountered. Threat? They haven't even achieved interstellar travel. Yet, sir. But when they do, Dr. Bumblefrizz paused dramatically. Admiral, these humans are natural-born warriors with an instinctive understanding of warfare, technology, and survival that surpasses anything in our databases. They've weaponized their entire planet. The Admiral's expression shifted from anger to concern. Explain. They live on a world that's constantly trying to kill them, and their response has been to become the most dangerous predators in their local ecosystem. They hunt for sport, fight for entertainment, and turn every challenge into a competition. Furthermore, added Gertrude, their capacity for violence is matched only by their capacity for emotional attachment. They form bonds with everything they encounter, which means they'll fight to the death for causes that more logical species would simply abandon. Admiral Crumplethwaite was beginning to look less like an angry bureaucrat, and more like someone who had just realized the magnitude of the situation. Are you telling me that there's an entire planet of warrior poets down there? Worse, sir, said Vorgathon, finding his voice. They're warrior poets who haven't figured out they're supposed to be the galaxy's dominant military force. They think they're just normal. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that indicated minds being blown and paradigms being shifted. The discovery of humans wasn't just a first contact situation, it was a potential extinction event for every other species in the galaxy. Admiral, Dr. Bumblefrizz continued, we estimate that once humans achieve interstellar travel, they'll spread throughout the galaxy within 500 years, and based on their history, they'll do it by being helpful. Helpful? Yes, sir. They'll want to make friends, share technology, solve problems, and generally make everything better. They'll be so enthusiastic about helping that they'll accidentally become the dominant species without even trying. The Admiral's face had gone through several shades of color that didn't exist in most species' visual spectrum. You're telling me that we've discovered a species of accidental conquerors? That's exactly what we're telling you, sir, Vorgathon replied. And the worst part is, they'll feel terrible about it. The bridge of the Admiral's ship had gone completely silent. Even the background hum of life support seemed muted, as if the ship itself was holding its breath. Sir, said the Admiral's communication officer, I'm receiving a transmission from the planet's surface. A transmission? From the humans? Yes, sir. It appears to be directed at us specifically. Dilsum. The main view screen shifted to show a middle-aged human woman sitting behind what appeared to be a desk made of wood, which was apparently a popular construction material on their planet. She was smiling, which Dr. Bumblefrizz had learned was a human expression that could indicate anything from friendliness to impending violence. Hello there, the human said cheerfully. I'm Ambassador Patricia Whistlebottom of the United Nations Office for Extraterrestrial Affairs. We've been monitoring your ships for the past several hours, and we thought it might be time for a proper introduction. The collective sound of jaws dropping was audible throughout both ships. You've been monitoring us? Admiral Crumplethwaite sputtered. Oh, yes, Ambassador Whistlebottom replied. We noticed your ship 3 days ago, but we didn't want to be rude and interrupt what appeared to be important scientific observations. We figured you'd introduce yourselves when you were ready. Dr. Bumblefrizz leaned over to Vorgathon. Sir, they knew we were here the entire time. Furthermore, the ambassador continued, we've prepared a small welcome gift as a gesture of friendship. We understand that first contact situations can be somewhat awkward, so we've put together a care package with some samples of human culture, technology, and cuisine. Cuisine, whispered Gertrude. They want to feed us. We're also very excited to learn about your civilization, Ambassador Whistlebottom went on. We have so many questions. What's your home planet like? How does faster-than-light travel work? Do you have any interesting sports? We'd love to organize some friendly competitions. Admiral Crumplethwaite looked like someone who had just been invited to participate in his own execution. Friendly competitions. Oh yes, we have this wonderful game called football. Well, we call it soccer in some places, but that's a long story, and we think you might enjoy it. It's quite simple, really. You just try to get a ball into a goal without using your hands. Without using their hands? Flibber whispered in horror. What kind of species deliberately handicaps itself for entertainment? The ambassador was still talking. We've also prepared demonstrations of human music, art and literature. We have this fascinating genre called science fiction, where we imagine what contact with alien species might be like. It's quite fun, really, though I suspect some of our authors got things rather wrong. Sir, Dr. Bumblefrizz said quietly to Admiral Crumplethwaite, I recommend we accept their invitation. Are you insane? Think about it, sir. They've demonstrated that they detected our stealth technology, tracked our movements, and prepared for first contact without showing any signs of fear or aggression. They're either the most advanced species we've ever encountered, or they're so dangerous that they don't need to be afraid of us. Or both, added Vorgothan helpfully. Admiral Crumplethwaite stared at the screen, where Ambassador Whistlebottom was still cheerfully explaining various aspects of human culture with the enthusiasm of someone who had been waiting their entire life for this moment. Very well, he said finally. Ambassador Whistlebottom, we accept your invitation for cultural exchange. Wonderful, the ambassador beamed. We'll prepare a landing site at the United Nations headquarters in New York. Don't worry about atmospheric compatibility. We've taken the liberty of analyzing your ship's emissions, and we've prepared appropriate accommodations. The transmission ended, leaving both alien ships floating in space, with their crews trying to process what had just happened. Sir, said Vorgothan's communication specialist Gertrude, they analyzed our emissions. That means they reverse-engineered our atmospheric requirements from our exhaust, Dr. Bumblefrizz explained. In other words, they figured out what we breathe by studying what we throw away. That's impossible. Sir, said Admiral Crumplethwaite's science officer, I've been running calculations, and I believe the humans may have been expecting us. Expecting us? How could they be expecting us? Unknown, sir. But their response time was too fast for a civilization that supposedly never encountered aliens before. Either they're remarkably adaptable, or they've been preparing for this scenario for some time. 6 hours later, representatives from both alien ships found themselves sitting in what humans called a conference room in a building that humans called the United Nations. The room was decorated with flags from various human nations, which apparently were subdivisions of their planet based on geographical and cultural differences. Ambassador Whistlebottom was there, along with several other humans, including General Michael Sledgehammer O'Reilly, Dr. Elizabeth Quantum Mechanics, which was apparently her actual name, and Professor Harold Whatnot of the Department of Xenolinguistics. Welcome to Earth, Ambassador Whistlebottom said warmly. We're absolutely delighted to meet you. This is such an exciting day for our species. Admiral Crumplethwaite cleared his throat nervously. Ambassador, we must confess that our presence here was somewhat accidental. Oh, we know, she replied cheerfully. Your navigation error was quite obvious from your approach vector. Wrong turn at the Crab Nebula, wasn't it? The silence that followed was the kind of silence that indicated minds being boggled beyond their normal capacity for boggling. How did you know that? Vorgothan demanded. Professor Whatnot smiled. We've been monitoring galactic radio transmissions for decades. Your distress signal when your navigation computer malfunctioned was quite clear, even though it was in a language we'd never heard before. You've been monitoring galactic transmissions? Oh, yes. We've catalogued over 3,000 different species based on their communications. We were wondering when someone would finally drop by for a visit. Dr. Bumblefrizz was making notes at a speed that suggested his writing implement might catch fire from friction. You catalogued us? Well, not specifically you, Dr. Quantum Mechanics replied, but we identified the Galactic Confederation about 15 years ago. Quite an impressive organization, really. We've been particularly interested in your approach to interstellar trade agreements. You've been studying our trade agreements. Among other things, we found your tax code fascinating from an anthropological perspective, very telling about a species' social priorities, tax codes. General O'Reilly leaned forward. What we're really interested in is your military technology, not to copy it, you understand, but to make sure our defensive systems are compatible. We wouldn't want any unfortunate misunderstandings if we ever need to fight alongside you. Fight alongside us? Well, naturally, any species advanced enough for interstellar travel must face similar threats. We figure it's only a matter of time before we encounter something that wants to eat everyone, and when that happens, we'll need to work together. The alien delegation exchanged glances that conveyed volumes of information, most of it along the lines of, "We're doomed," and "I told you so." "Ambassador," Admiral Crumplethwaite said carefully, "may I ask how long your species has been preparing for contact with galactic civilization?" "Oh, about 60 years, give or take," she replied casually. "Ever since we figured out radio astronomy. We realized it was only a matter of time before we met our neighbors, so we thought we should be ready." "Ready how?" "Well, we established the Office for Extraterrestrial Affairs, developed first contact protocols, learned several galactic languages, and prepared contingency plans for various scenarios. We also stockpiled coffee." Coffee? "It's a caffeinated beverage. We figured any civilized species would appreciate good coffee. Would you like some?" Before anyone could answer, she was pouring dark liquid from a thermal container into small cups. The smell was actually quite pleasant, Dr. Bumblefrizz noted, though he wasn't sure if that made the situation better or worse. "The thing is," Ambassador Whistlebottom continued as she served coffee, "we've been ready for this conversation for quite some time. What we weren't prepared for was how nice you all are." "Nice? Oh yes, we expected aliens to be either hostile conquerors or completely incomprehensible. We never imagined you'd be so similar to us. You explore, you study, you make mistakes, you get embarrassed when you're caught doing something awkward. It's really quite endearing." Vorgathon accepted a cup of coffee and took a tentative sip. It was actually quite good, which somehow made everything more terrifying. "Ambassador," he said slowly, "what exactly do you think happens next?" "Well," she said thoughtfully, "we'd like to apply for membership in the Galactic Confederation, if you'll have us. We understand there's probably a process, paperwork, that sort of thing. We're quite good with paperwork." The alien delegation stared at her with expressions that suggested their understanding of the universe had just been fundamentally altered. "You want to join us?" "Of course! We're all sapient species trying to make our way in a vast and mysterious universe. Why wouldn't we work together? We have resources, technology, and enthusiasm to contribute. Plus, we make excellent coffee." Admiral Crumplethwaite's tentacles were now twisted into shapes that defied several laws of physics. "Ambassador, I must point out that joining the Galactic Confederation is a process that typically takes centuries. There are cultural assessments, technological evaluations, diplomatic protocols." "Oh, we've already completed most of those," Professor Whatnot interrupted, producing a stack of documents that was approximately the size of a small building. "We took the liberty of filling out the standard forms based on information we gathered from monitoring your communications. We weren't sure about some of the legal terminology, but we did our best." "Doctor." Bumblefrizz accepted the documents with trembling appendages. A quick scan revealed that they were, indeed, properly completed Galactic Confederation membership applications, filled out in flawless galactic standard, and accompanied by detailed cultural assessments, technological specifications, and economic projections. "This is impossible," he whispered. "These forms are classified. They're not available to non-member species. We extrapolated them from bureaucratic patterns in your public communications," Dr. Quantum Mechanics explained cheerfully. "It wasn't difficult once we understood your administrative structure. Bureaucracy is remarkably consistent across species, we've found. You reverse-engineered our classified documents from public communications." Is that impressive? We weren't sure if it was particularly clever or if we were missing something obvious. The room fell silent, except for the sound of Admiral Crumplethwaite's breathing apparatus, working overtime, and the gentle rustle of papers as Dr. Bumblefrizz continued reading through Humanity's membership application. "Sir," he whispered to the Admiral, "this is the most thorough membership application I've ever seen. They've included technological specifications for theoretical devices they haven't even built yet, detailed plans for integrating their economy with galactic markets, and, oh dear Zorbuk, they've designed their own starships." General O'Reilly smiled. "We thought we should be prepared. Can't join a galactic civilization without proper transportation, after all. You've designed starships. Well, we had to, didn't we? We couldn't very well expect you to ferry us around forever. We've prepared manufacturing facilities and trained crews. We should have our first interstellar vessels ready within 6 months." 6 months? Admiral Crumplethwaite's voice reached frequencies that made nearby glassware vibrate. "It takes most species decades to develop interstellar capability. Really? We figured it was just a matter of scaling up existing technology and solving the faster-than-light problem. Once we understood the principles from monitoring your communications, the engineering was fairly straightforward." Dr. Quantum Mechanics leaned forward conspiratorially. "The tricky part was miniaturizing the quantum flux generators. We had to develop some rather exotic materials, but our manufacturing base is quite adaptable." "You've already solved faster-than-light travel?" "In theory. We haven't tested it yet. We thought it would be rude to go flying around the galaxy without permission. But the mathematics work out beautifully." Vorgathon looked around the room at his fellow aliens, all of whom appeared to be having some form of existential crisis. "Ambassador, may I ask you a personal question?" "Of course. Are you trying to be terrifying?" Ambassador Whistlebottom looked genuinely surprised. "Terrifying? Why would we be terrifying? We're just trying to be good neighbors." "Good neighbors don't usually reverse engineer classified technology and develop interstellar capability in their spare time, don't they? We thought that was just basic courtesy." "You can't really participate in galactic civilization without the proper tools, can you?" Professor Whatnot nodded sagely. "We've observed that most species seem to struggle with the transition from planetary to galactic thinking. We thought we'd save everyone time by handling the preparations in advance. Besides," added Dr. Quantum Mechanics, "we're very good at copying things and making them better. It's sort of our specialty as a species." Oh, the alien delegation exchanged glances that communicated complex concepts, such as "we're witnessing the birth of a galactic superpower, and they don't even realize what they've done." "Ambassador," Admiral Crumplethwaite said carefully, "I think there may be some things about galactic civilization that you don't fully understand." "Oh, undoubtedly. That's why we're so excited to learn. What are we missing?" "Well, for one thing, most species find interstellar travel quite challenging. The technology is complex, the distances are vast, and the resources required are enormous." "Yes, we noticed that from your communications. That's why we developed more efficient methods." "More efficient methods?" Dr. Quantum Mechanics smiled modestly. "We managed to reduce the energy requirements by about 90% and increase travel speeds by roughly 300%. It's all about quantum field harmonics. We can show you the equations if you're interested." The silence that followed was the kind of silence that indicated civilizations being accidentally overthrown by enthusiastic neighbors with good intentions. "Furthermore," General O'Reilly added, "we've prepared several other improvements to standard galactic technology, more efficient life support systems, better communication arrays, improved defensive capabilities. We thought they might be useful contributions to the Confederation." "You've improved our defensive capabilities?" "Well, we noticed some potential vulnerabilities in your standard designs. Nothing major, just a few adjustments that should improve survival rates by 40 or 50% in combat situations." Vorgathon was beginning to understand why no survey crew had ever reported finding humans before. Any reasonable species would have taken one look at this situation and immediately declared the Sol system off-limits to all civilized life. "Ambassador," he said weakly, "what exactly do you expect will happen when you join the Galactic Confederation?" "Oh, we're quite excited about that. We're looking forward to sharing resources, exchanging cultural knowledge, participating in scientific research, and helping with whatever challenges the galaxy might face." Helping with challenges. Of course, we assume there must be various problems that require cooperative solutions. Hostile species, natural disasters, resource shortages, that sort of thing. We're very good at solving problems. What makes you think you'd be good at solving galactic problems? Ambassador Whistlebottom looked surprised by the question. "Well, we've had quite a lot of practice with planetary problems. How different could it be, really?" The answer, as it turned out, was not very different at all, and that was the most terrifying realization of the entire conversation. Within 48 hours of that first meeting, the humans had somehow managed to turn first contact into what could only be described as the most efficiently organized cultural exchange in galactic history. They had prepared translation devices, cultural orientation packages, and what they called tourist guides for visiting aliens. "We thought you might like to see some of our cities," Ambassador Whistlebottom explained as she led the alien delegation through something called Times Square, which appeared to be a concentrated dose of human civilization designed to overwhelm the senses. "This is New York. It's not our biggest city, but it's quite representative of human urban planning." Admiral Crumplethwaite stared up at the towering structures that humans had built for no apparent reason other than to see if they could. "You built these for fun?" "Oh no, these are office buildings. We built them because we needed places to work. The fun buildings are much more impressive." Dr. Bumblefrizz was frantically taking notes while trying not to be trampled by the constant stream of humans who seemed to be in perpetual motion. "Ambassador, how many humans live in this hive?" "About 8.5 million in the city proper, 20 million in the metropolitan area. It's actually quite cozy once you get used to it." 20 million? Vorgathan's voice cracked like a teenager going through molt. "In one city? Oh, that's nothing. Tokyo has nearly 40 million people. We can visit there next week if you'd like." The alien delegation had stopped walking and was now staring at Ambassador Whistlebottom with expressions that suggested their understanding of mathematics had just been fundamentally challenged. "How many humans are there in total?" Admiral Crumplethwaite asked, in a voice that suggested he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. "Just over 8 billion at last count," she replied cheerfully, "growing at about 75 million per year, though the rate is slowing down as we develop better family planning systems." 8 billion? Is that a lot? We weren't sure how we compared to other species. Dr. Bumblefrizz was doing calculations on his portable computer with the desperate intensity of someone trying to prove that reality was still functioning according to established mathematical principles. "Admiral, most spacefaring civilizations have populations in the hundreds of millions. Some of the larger ones might reach 1 billion. 8 billion is unprecedented," Admiral Crumplethwaite finished grimly. "Oh, we're just getting started," Ambassador Whistlebottom said enthusiastically. "Wait until you see our industrial capacity." The tour that followed was what Dr. Bumblefrizz would later describe in his official report as a systematic demonstration of why humans should probably not be allowed to join galactic civilization for the safety of everyone involved. Indeed, they visited factories that produced goods at rates that defied economic theory, farms that fed billions of people using methods that shouldn't have worked according to agricultural science, and transportation systems that moved millions of humans around their planet every day as if it were the most natural thing in the universe. "The thing about humans," General O'Reilly explained as they watched massive cargo ships moving through something called the Panama Canal, "is that we're really good at scaling things up. If we can do something once, we can usually figure out how to do it 1,000,000 times. But why would you want to do something 1,000,000 times? Vorgothon demanded. Because there are 8 billion of us, and we all need things, the general replied, as if this were perfectly obvious. Professor Whatnot nodded sagely. It's really just a matter of logistics. Once you have the infrastructure in place, expanding production is simply a question of applying the same principles at larger scales. You make it sound easy. Well, it's not easy exactly, but it's not complicated either. You just have to think systematically about resource allocation and process optimization. Dr. Quantum Mechanics smiled. We've gotten quite good at optimization over the centuries. We've had to. 8 billion people generate a lot of problems that need solving. The alien delegation was beginning to understand that humans didn't just solve problems. They solved problems so efficiently that they created entirely new categories of problems, which they then solved even more efficiently, creating a feedback loop of increasing capability that had been running for thousands of years. Ambassador, Admiral Crumplethwaite said carefully, what exactly do you think will happen when your species spreads throughout the galaxy? Oh, we've given that quite a lot of thought, she replied enthusiastically. We figure we'll need about 500 years to establish colonies on suitable planets, develop local infrastructure, and create sustainable interstellar trade networks. We've prepared preliminary surveys of approximately 3,000 star systems that look promising for human settlement. 3,000 star systems? Well, we'll need the room, won't we? 8 billion people take up quite a lot of space, and our population is still growing. Plus, we'll want to establish research stations, mining operations, manufacturing centers, agricultural colonies. It adds up quickly. Doctor. Bumblefrizz was making notes at a speed that suggested his writing implement might achieve faster-than-light velocity through pure desperation. You've already planned galactic colonization? Of course. We couldn't very well join the Galactic Confederation without a proper expansion strategy. It wouldn't be responsible. The word responsible hit the alien delegation like a metaphorical brick to a metaphorical face. They were beginning to realize that humans didn't just do things, they did things responsibly, which somehow made everything infinitely more terrifying. Furthermore, Professor Whatnot added, we've prepared contingency plans for various scenarios we might encounter. Hostile aliens, resource conflicts, natural disasters, technological failures, diplomatic crises. We like to be prepared for every possibility. You have contingency plans for everything? Well, not everything, Ambassador Whistlebottom said modestly. Just the first few hundred scenarios we could think of. We'll develop more as we go along and encounter new situations. General O'Reilly leaned forward conspiratorially. The key is flexibility. You can't predict everything that might happen, but you can prepare systems that adapt quickly to changing circumstances. Adaptive systems? Oh yes. We've learned that rigid planning doesn't work very well when you're dealing with complex situations. It's better to create frameworks that can evolve as conditions change. The alien delegation was now experiencing what could only be described as a collective existential crisis. They had encountered a species that didn't just plan for the future, they planned for multiple possible futures and prepared systems to handle scenarios they hadn't even thought of yet. Ambassador, Vorgothon said in a voice that suggested he was hanging onto sanity by his tentacles, may I ask what you think the Galactic Confederation's response will be to your membership application? Oh, we're quite confident it will be approved, she replied cheerfully. We meet all the standard requirements, and we've prepared comprehensive documentation of our qualifications. Plus, we're bringing some rather useful capabilities to the table. Useful capabilities, Dr. Quantum Mechanics smiled. We've solved several problems that seem to challenge other species: energy efficiency, resource management, rapid technological development, large-scale organization, adaptive planning systems. We think we could make significant contributions to galactic civilization. Admiral Crumplethwaite was beginning to look like someone who had just realized that his quiet retirement was about to be disrupted by the most energetic neighbors in galactic history. Dr. Quantum mechanics, when you say you've solved these problems, we mean we've developed systematic approaches that consistently produce successful outcomes across a wide range of conditions and scales, she replied, as if she were discussing the weather. Nothing too complicated, really, just applied problem solving. Applied problem solving. You identify the core issues, analyze the available resources, design efficient solutions, implement them systematically, monitor the results, and adjust as necessary. It's quite straightforward once you get the hang of it. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that indicated entire worldviews being quietly dismantled and rebuilt from scratch. "Sir, Doctor," Bumblefrizz whispered to Admiral Crumplethwaite, "I don't think they realize what they've accomplished." "What do you mean?" "They've essentially created a civilization-level problem-solving engine that runs on coffee and enthusiasm. They don't think it's remarkable because to them it's just normal. That's what makes them so terrifying," Vorgothon added quietly. "They've achieved unprecedented levels of capability, and they think they're just being polite." 3 days later, the alien delegation found themselves back aboard their ships, preparing to return to Galactic Confederation headquarters with what was possibly the most important report in galactic history. They had learned things about humanity that would fundamentally change how every species in the galaxy understood civilization, technology, and the very concept of intelligent life. "Sir, Doctor," Bumblefrizz said as he compiled his final notes, "how exactly do we explain this to headquarters?" Admiral Crumplethwaite stared out at the blue planet that had somehow managed to turn first contact into a cheerful neighborhood welcome party. "We tell them the truth. We tell them that we've discovered a species that accidentally developed the most advanced civilization in galactic history while thinking they were just trying to be good neighbors. And then what happens? Then we find out whether the Galactic Confederation is ready for humans, or whether humans are going to accidentally take over everything while trying to help." As their ships prepared to depart, a final transmission came from Earth. Ambassador Whistlebottom's smiling face appeared on their screens one last time. "Thank you so much for visiting," she said warmly. "We're so excited about joining the galactic community. We've prepared some gifts for you to take back to your colleagues. Samples of human art, music, literature, and of course, plenty of coffee." "Ambassador," Admiral Crumplethwaite said carefully, "I should mention that your membership application will need to be reviewed by the full Confederation Council. The process could take some time." "Oh, we understand completely. Bureaucracy is important. It ensures that everything is done properly. We'll just continue with our preparations while we wait for approval." "Preparations?" "Oh yes, we're very excited about contributing to galactic civilization, so we've started working on some projects we think might be helpful. Improved starship designs, more efficient energy systems, better communication networks, enhanced defensive technologies. We want to be ready to help as soon as we're officially members." The transmission ended, leaving the alien ships floating in space, with their crews trying to process the implications of what they had just heard. "Sir," said Vorgothon's navigation officer Flibber, "did she just say they're improving galactic technology while waiting for their membership to be approved?" "That's exactly what she said," Vorgothon replied grimly. "But that means, Admiral Crumplethwaite interrupted, "that by the time we return to headquarters with our report, the humans will probably have revolutionized interstellar travel, solved the galaxy's energy crisis, and invented 12 new technologies we haven't even thought of yet." Dr. Bumblefrizz looked up from his final calculations. "Sir, based on their demonstrated capabilities and development rate, I estimate that within one standard galactic year, humans will possess the most advanced technology in known space. And they'll want to share it with everyone," Vorgothon added helplessly. "Because they think that's what good neighbors do," Admiral Crumplethwaite finished. As the alien ships engaged their faster-than-light drives and departed for Galactic Confederation headquarters, none of their crews could have predicted that they were carrying news that would reshape galactic civilization within a decade. They thought they were reporting the discovery of a dangerous new species. What they were actually reporting was the end of the galaxy as they knew it, and the beginning of something unprecedented in cosmic history. Because sometimes the most dangerous thing in the universe isn't a species that wants to conquer everything. Sometimes it's a species that wants to help everyone and actually has the capability to do it. 6 months later, when the first human starships appeared in Confederation space, carrying cargo holds full of improved technology and crews eager to make friends, the galaxy learned what it really meant to have Earth as a neighbor. And while most species eventually agreed that it was probably the best thing that had ever happened to galactic civilization, they also quietly acknowledged that the universe had become a much more interesting place. Some accidents, it turns out, are the best kind of destiny.
The massive doors of the Galactic Council Chamber opened with a deep hum that vibrated through the bones of every creature present. Kim Day stepped through the entrance, his black diplomatic robes flowing behind him as he walked toward the human delegation seats. Behind him, Yoon Hana followed quietly, her sharp eyes scanning the room as always. Around them, hundreds of beings from across the galaxy were taking their places. The chamber was enormous, with curved walls that stretched up into darkness above. Floating platforms held delegates from species that preferred different atmospheres, while the main floor accommodated those who breathed the standard mix. Kim. They had been coming to these meetings for 3 years now. He knew the routine well. Every species had to go through security checks before entering the sacred chamber. The Grexmore warriors had their deadly claws covered with special sheaths. The crystalline Velther had their natural spikes dulled to prevent them from being used as weapons. The gas-breathing Zephyrians had their toxic breath filtered. Even the peaceful Melody folk had their hypnotic voices dampened by special callers. But humans? They just walked through the scanners and took their seats. Today was different, though. Kin Day noticed a new face among the Velther delegation. The being's crystal body sparkled with nervous energy, and his multifaceted eyes kept turning toward the human section. This was clearly his first council meeting. The session began like any other. Supreme Elder Zerikano, ancient beyond measure, called the gathering to order. His voice echoed through the chamber without need for amplification. We gather today to discuss the trade disputes between Sectors 7 and 12, he announced. The new Velther delegate wasn't paying attention to trade talks. Kim Day could see him whispering urgently to his companions, pointing at the human section. The other Velther were trying to quiet him, but their new colleague was growing more agitated by the moment. Finally, the crystal being stood up. Voice rang out clear and sharp, cutting through the elder's speech. I object to these proceedings. The chamber fell silent. Even Elder Zeriganal paused, his ancient eyes focusing on the speaker. Breaking protocol during a session was serious. Business. State your objection. Delegate Velther. The elder said carefully. The crystal being's name was Velther, just like his species. Kim Day made a mental note of that. I object to the clear violation of our most sacred security protocols. Velther declared. Every species in this chamber has been required to surrender their natural weapons, or have them neutralized. Every species except one. All eyes in the chamber turned toward the human delegation. Kin Day felt the weight of hundreds of gazes, but he remained calm. Yoon Hana shifted slightly beside him, ready for whatever might come next. The humans, Velther continued, his crystal body flickering with indignation, walk into this chamber, completely unchanged. They undergo no security modifications. They surrender no weapons. They are given special treatment It violates the very principles this council was founded on. Murmurs started throughout the chamber. Some delegates nodded in agreement, while others looked uncomfortable. Kim Dae noticed that the older delegates, those who had been here for decades, were exchanging worried glances. Elder Zarakanal raised one of his many hands for silence. Delegate Velther, you are new to our council. There are many protocols you have yet to understand. Then explain them to me. Velther shot back. Explain why my spikes must be dulled while they keep their ... double quotes. He paused, looking at the humans more carefully. While they keep whatever weapons they have hidden. Kim Dae decided it was time to speak. He stood slowly, his movements careful and non-threatening. Elder Zarakanal, if I may address our colleagues' concerns? The ancient being nodded. You may speak, Ambassador Kim Dae. Kim Dae turned to face Velther directly. I understand your confusion, Delegate. When humans first joined the Council 50 years ago, we followed the same security protocols as everyone else. We surrendered our weapons and underwent the same checks. Then why don't you now? Velther demanded. Because, Kim Dae said quietly, the Council decided it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? Velther's crystal body flared brighter. How can security be unnecessary? What makes humans so special that they don't need to follow the rules? Yoon Hana stood up beside Kim Dae. Her voice was calm, but carried an edge that made several nearby delegates shift nervously. Perhaps the question isn't why we don't surrender our weapons, Delegate Velther. Perhaps the question is, what weapons? Do you think we have to surrender? The chamber grew even quieter. Velther looked confused. I don't understand. All species have natural weapons. Claws, teeth, poison, strength. What are yours? Kim Dae and Yoon Hana exchanged a look. Around the chamber, the older delegates were looking increasingly uncomfortable. Some were whispering to their assistants. Others were making notes on their datapads. That, said Kim Dae carefully, is a more complicated question than you might think. Elder Zarakanal's voice cut through the tension. This discussion is beyond the scope of today's session. We will return to the matter of trade disputes. But Velther wasn't finished. No, I demand an explanation. Why are humans treated differently? What are you all hiding from us? The Grexmore. Delegate next to Velther, an old warrior named Grexmore, put a clawed hand on the crystal being's arm. Even through the protective sheath, his grip looked firm. Friend, he said in his buzzing voice, some questions are better left unasked. Why? Velther turned to face him. Why should I not ask? We are all equals here. We all follow the same rules, don't we? Grexmore's compound eyes reflected sadness. We follow the rules that keep us safe, young one. All of us? Velther looked around the chamber, seeing the expressions on hundreds of faces. Fear, worry, and something else. Something that looked almost like pity. Safe from what? No one answered. Elder Zarakanal spoke again, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. The trade dispute between Sector 7 and 12 requires immediate attention. All other matters are tabled until the appropriate time. The session continued, but Velther barely listened. His multifaceted eyes kept returning to the human delegation. Kim Dae and Yoon Hana sat calmly in their seats, looking perfectly ordinary. They had no visible weapons, no obvious threats. They looked almost fragile compared to many of the other species in the chamber. So why did everyone seem afraid of them? As the meeting progressed, Velther began to notice other things. The way delegates would change their seating if they got too close to the humans. The way security forces kept a respectful distance from the human section. The way even the most aggressive species became polite and careful when addressing human delegates. When the session finally ended, Velther watched the humans leave. They walked out the same way they had come in, passing through the security. Scanners without any modifications, any checks, any surrendering of weapons. Elder Zerakanol approached him as the chamber emptied. Young Velthur, a word of advice from one who has seen many cycles pass. Yes, Elder? Some protocols exist not because they are fair, but because they are necessary. Some questions should not be asked because the answers are too dangerous to. No. Velthur's crystal body dimmed with confusion. But Elder, I still don't understand. What makes humans so different? What weapons could they possibly have that require such special treatment? Elder Zerakanol was quiet for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his ancient voice carried a weight that made Velthur's crystal structure shiver. The most dangerous weapons, young one, are often the ones you cannot see. With that, the elder moved away, leaving Velthur alone in the emptying chamber, more confused and curious than ever. 3 days after the council session, Velthur stood outside the archive building, his crystal body reflecting the pale light of the station's artificial sun. The building was massive, housing thousands of years of galactic history and council. Records. If answers existed anywhere, they would be here. Inside, the archive was quiet, except for the soft humming of data storage units. Velthur made his way to the main desk, where a human sat reading through holographic displays. The nameplate read, Park Jiho, Senior Archivist. Park Jiho looked up as Velthur approached. He was middle-aged by human standards, with graying hair and kind eyes behind simple glasses. Good morning, Delegate Velthur. How can I help you today? I need to access the Council security protocols, Velthur said directly. Specifically, the records about weapon surrender requirements for different species. Park Jiho nodded and began typing on his console. That should be in the general access files. Let me pull those up for you. His fingers moved quickly across the holographic keyboard. After a moment, he frowned. That's odd. What's odd? The human-specific protocols appear to be classified. I've never seen that before. Park Jiho looked genuinely puzzled. I'm sorry, but I don't have the clearance to access those files. You'd need special permission from the council elders. Velthur felt frustration building in his crystal core. Classified? Why would security protocols be classified? I don't know, Park Jiho admitted. In all my years here, I've never seen basic protocol information marked at that level. It's very unusual. Before Velthur could respond, another voice spoke from behind him. Perhaps I can help with some context. Both beings turned to see Lee. Sora approaching. She was another human, younger than Park Jiho, with short black hair and intelligent eyes. Her badge identified her as a council psychologist, specializing in interspecies relations. Dr. Lei, Park Jiho said with a smile, this is Delegate Velthur. He's trying to understand some of our security protocols. Lee Sora studied Velthur carefully. You're the one who asked questions during the session 3 days ago. Yes, Velthur replied. And no one will give me straight answers. What kind of answers are you looking for? I want to know why humans don't have to surrender their weapons like everyone else. I want to know why this information is classified. I want to know what everyone is so afraid of. Lee Sora was quiet for a moment, then gestured to a nearby seating area. Why don't we sit down? This might take a while. They moved to a corner of the archive, with comfortable chairs arranged around a low table. Lee Sora waited until they were all seated before speaking. I study how different species interact with each other, she began. It's my job to understand the psychological and social dynamics that keep the council functioning peacefully. And what have you learned about humans? Velthur asked. That's a complicated question, Lee Sora said carefully. But I can tell you what I've observed about how other species react to us. She activated a small holographic display on the table. Charts and graphs appeared, showing behavioral data from council sessions over the past 50 years. Look at this. she said, pointing to one chart. This shows stress hormone levels in various species during council sessions. Notice anything interesting? Velther studied the data. The levels spike whenever humans are speaking. Exactly. Not just when humans are being aggressive or threatening. Just when they're talking normally about routine matters. Park Ji-ho leaned forward, interested despite himself. I never knew that. There's more, Lee Sora continued, switching to another display. This shows seating patterns over time. Watch what happens when humans enter the chamber. The hologram showed a time-lapse view of delegates taking their seats. As the human section filled up, other species gradually moved their seats further away, creating an empty buffer zone around the human delegation. They don't even realize they're doing it, Lee Sora explained. It's completely unconscious behavior. Velther's crystal body flickered with confusion. But why? Humans don't look threatening. You're smaller than most species, weaker than many. Others. What causes this reaction? Lee Sora and Park Ji-ho exchanged a look. That, Lee Sora said slowly, is where things get complicated. I need to know, Velther insisted. Everyone keeps giving me hints and half answers. I want the truth. Park Ji-ho typed something into his console. There is someone who might be able to help. Quinara is one of the oldest members of the council. She was here when humans first joined. The Eternal Speaker? Velther had heard of Quinara, but never met her. Her species lived for thousands of years, and she had been on the council longer than almost anyone. She might be willing to talk to you, Lee Sora said. But I should warn you, there are some things that happened in the early days that people prefer not to discuss. What kind of things? Events that changed how the council operates. Events that led to new protocols being established. Velther stood up, his crystal body resonating with determination. Where can I find her? An hour later, Velther stood in the Garden of Memory, a peaceful area of the station where the oldest council members often came to think. Quinara was there, her ancient form resting beside a fountain that played soft, harmonious notes. Quinara as species looked somewhat like giant butterflies, but with multiple sets of wings and eyes that could see across several dimensions of space and time. When she spoke, her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. Young crystal child, she said without looking at him. You seek dangerous knowledge. I seek truth, Elder Quinara. Sometimes they are the same thing. She turned several of her multi-dimensional eyes toward him. You want to know about the human protocols? Yes. And you believe you have the right to this knowledge simply because you ask for it? Velther hesitated. I believe all council members have the right to understand the rules that govern us. Quinara made a sound that might have been laughter. Ah, the innocence of youth. Very well, young one. I will tell you what I can, though I fear you will not thank me for it. She gestured with one wing toward a nearby bench. Velther sat down, his crystal body humming with nervous energy. 50 years ago, Quinara began, humans joined our council. They seemed pleasant enough, curious, adaptable, eager to learn. They followed all our protocols without complaint. They surrendered their primitive weapons and underwent the same security procedures as everyone else. What changed? An event we call the Soul Incident. Quinara's wings flickered with what looked like remembered fear. There was a terrorist attack during a council session. A group of extremists from the Void cults managed to infiltrate the chamber with weapons that our scanners couldn't detect. Velther leaned forward. What happened? The attackers took hostages. They threatened to kill everyone in the chamber unless we agreed to their demands. Our security forces were helpless. The cultists had positioned themselves perfectly, using the chamber's own design against us. How were they stopped? Quinara was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was barely above a whisper. The humans stopped them. How? That, Quinara said, is where the classified information begins. She stood up, her multiple wings catching the artificial light. I will tell you this much, young Velthur, because you seem determined to pursue this path regardless of the consequences. The humans neutralized the threat using nothing but items that were already in the chamber. Everyday objects. Things that had passed through our security scanners without triggering any alarms. Velthur felt a chill run through his crystal structure. What kind of objects? Ceremonial pens, decorative crystals, pieces of clothing, furniture components. Quinara's voice grew even quieter. They turned a diplomatic chamber into an arsenal in less than 10 minutes. But surely that was just luck. Improvisation under extreme circumstances. Quinara's laugh this time was not pleasant. That's what we thought too. Until we asked them to demonstrate how they did it. And they did it again, and again, and again. Each time using different objects, different methods. It became clear that what we had witnessed wasn't luck or desperation. It was simply how their minds work. Velthur stood up slowly, his crystal body dimming with the weight of understanding. They see weapons everywhere. Not just weapons, Quinara corrected. They see potential. In everything. Every object, every situation, every relationship. They don't just adapt to their environment. They transform it into whatever they need it to be. So the Council decided they couldn't be disarmed. The Council decided, Quinara said carefully, that attempting to disarm a human was like trying to disarm their mind. And a species that can turn anything into a weapon is far too dangerous to make an enemy of. Velthur felt his world shifting around him. So we trust them. We trust them, Quinara agreed, because we have no other choice. And because, despite their terrifying capabilities, they have consistently chosen to use them in our defense rather than against us. As Velthur left the garden, his mind raced with new questions. But now he understood why the others had tried to warn him away from seeking answers. Some truths were indeed too dangerous to know. Velthur couldn't sleep for 3 days after his conversation with Quinara. Every time he closed his optical sensors, he saw the same image. Humans walking calmly through the council chamber while unconsciously cataloging everything around them as potential weapons. On the 4th day, he made a decision that would change everything. He went to see Thrakvan, the council's security chief. Thrakvan was a massive being from a species known for their multiple arms and natural armor plating. His office was located deep within the station's security sector, surrounded by the most advanced defensive systems in the galaxy. Delegate Velthur, Thrakvan said as he entered, I was wondering when you would come to see me. You were expecting. And me? After your questions in the council chamber, and your visits to the archive and the Garden of Memory, yes. Word travels fast in a closed environment like this. Thrakvan gestured to a chair with 2 of his 4 arms. Please, sit. I assume you want to know about the Sol incident. Velthur settled into the chair, his crystal body reflecting the harsh lights of the security office. Quinara told me some of it, but I need to understand more. I need to see what actually happened. Thrakvan was quiet for a long moment, his multiple arms moving in patterns that suggested deep thought. The security footage from that day is classified at the highest levels. Showing it to you would require special authorization. Then get the authorization. You don't understand the implications of what you're asking for. Then help me understand. Thrakvan stood up and moved to a secure terminal on the far wall. His fingers worked across multiple keypads simultaneously. Very well. But before I show you anything, you need to meet the humans who were there that day. Within an hour, 3 humans sat in Thrakvan's office alongside Velthur. The first was Cho Min, now in his 70s, but still sharp-eyed and alert. He had been a junior engineer 50 years ago, attending his first council session. The second was Han Sol, who had served as a cultural attaché and was known for his dark sense of humor. The third was a woman named Kang Wei, who had been working as a security liaison. So, Han Sol said with a slight smile, "You want to know why we're considered too dangerous to disarm?" "I want to understand what happened during the Seoul incident," Velther replied. Cho Min laughed, but there was no humor in it. "The Seoul incident. We've been living with that name for 50 years. Do you know why they called it that?" "No, because that's where I was born. Seoul, on Earth. The media decided that since I was the one who built the first device, the whole event should be named after my hometown." Cho Min shook his head. "My poor mother never got over the embarrassment." Kang Wei leaned forward. "Before we show you anything, you need to understand something. What we did that day wasn't planned. We didn't wake up thinking we'd have to fight terrorists with office supplies. We just did what came naturally." "What came naturally?" Velther asked. "Problem solving," Han Sol said simply. "Humans are very good at problem solving." Thrakvan activated a holographic display in the center of the room. "This is the council chamber on the day of the incident. The attackers entered during a routine session about mining rights." The display showed the chamber filled with delegates from hundreds of species. Everything looked normal until figures in dark clothing appeared from several entrances simultaneously. They moved with military precision, and Velther could see weapons that looked unlike anything he'd ever seen before. "Void cult technology," Thrakvan explained. "Made from materials that don't exist in normal space. Our scanners couldn't detect them because they literally weren't there until the moment they were used." On the display, chaos erupted as the cultists took control of key positions around the chamber. Velther watched in horror as they began selecting hostages from different species. "Now watch the humans," Cho Min said quietly. Velther focused on the human delegation. While other species were panicking or trying to hide, the humans were doing something different. They were looking around, not frantically, but with purpose. Their eyes moved systematically across the chamber, cataloging, analyzing, planning. "There," Kang Wei pointed to her younger self on the display. "That's when I realized we were on our own. Security couldn't get to us because of how the cultists had positioned themselves. So we had to improvise." "Watch my hands," Cho Min said. The display, the younger Cho Min was calmly removing his ceremonial necktie. At the same time, he was reaching for items on the desk in front of him. A council pen, some decorative crystals that were part of the chamber's design, and what looked like a small piece of jewelry. "What are you doing?" Velther asked. "Making a directed electromagnetic pulse device," Cho Min replied casually. The crystals were resonant frequency generators. The pen contained conductive materials, and my necktie had metallic threads woven into it for decoration. Put them together correctly, and you can overload the power systems in a localized area. Velther stared at him. "You built a weapon from a tie and some decorations?" "In about 3 minutes," Han Sol added helpfully, "while I was working on something else." The display showed Han Sol dismantling a chair, his movements quick and efficient. "What were you making?" "Projectile launcher. The chair's support struts made excellent barrel components, and the cushioning material could be compressed into high-density projectiles. Not lethal, but very effective for disorienting targets." Meanwhile, Kang Wei was doing something with her datapad and what looked like pieces of her own clothing. "Chemical irritant dispersal system," she explained, seeing Velther's confused expression. "My datapad's power cell, combined with certain synthetic materials in my clothing, could produce a gas that would affect the respiratory systems of most species. Harmless, but very unpleasant." "You're telling me," Velther said slowly, "that in the space of a few minutes, While under attack, you built 3 different weapons from random objects? 4 weapons, Cho-Min corrected. You missed what Han Sol did with the water fountain. Velther looked back at the display. In one corner of the chamber, Han Sol had somehow modified a decorative water feature. Sonic weapon, Han Sol explained with pride. Changed the frequency and amplitude of the water circulation system. Could produce sounds that would be extremely painful to most alien hearing systems. But that's impossible, Velther protested. You can't just improvise complex weapons from random materials. The 3 humans looked at each other and smiled. Show him the rest, Thrakvan said grimly. The display continued. Velther watched in amazement as the humans implemented their improvised plan with military precision. Cho-Min's electromagnetic pulse disabled the cultists' exotic weapons. Han Sol's projectile launcher created confusion in their ranks. Kang Wei's chemical dispersal system forced them to retreat to specific positions, where Han Sol's sonic weapon could affect them most effectively. The entire engagement lasted less than 10 minutes. When it was over, all the cultists were unconscious or incapacitated, and not a single hostage had been seriously harmed. The Council's response was swift, Thrakvan said. They wanted to understand how humans had done what our professional security forces couldn't. So they asked us to demonstrate, Cho-Min said. They brought us back to the chamber a week later, gave us different random objects, and asked us to show them how we'd built our weapons. And we did it again, Han Sol said simply. Different objects, different weapons, same result. So they tried again with completely different materials. And again, Kang Wei added. And again. Eventually, they realized that the specific objects didn't matter. We could work with whatever was available. Velther felt his crystal structure vibrating with shock. But surely this was just because you're engineers or security specialists, the humans laughed. I was a cultural attach, Han Sol reminded him. My job was to help other species understand human art and literature. I was a junior engineer, Cho-Min said. I maintained air circulation systems. And I was a security liaison, not a weapons expert, Kang Wei added. My job was to make sure human delegates didn't accidentally offend anyone. And how? Because, Cho-Min said gently, this is just how human minds work. We see problems, and we automatically start thinking about solutions. We look at our environment, and we see potential, not just for weapons, but for tools, shelter, communication, transportation, anything we might need. Every human thinks this way? Every human, Kang Wei confirmed. It's not special training or unique talent. It's just human nature. Thrakvan deactivated the display. After the demonstrations, the Council faced a difficult decision. They could try to limit human access to materials, essentially keeping them in empty rooms, or they could trust them not to abuse their capabilities. They chose trust, Velther said quietly. They chose survival, Han Sol corrected. Because a species that can turn anything into a weapon is not a species you want to make angry. As Velther left the security office, his mind reeled with the implications of what he'd learned. Humans weren't just allowed to keep their weapons because they were trusted allies. They were allowed to keep their weapons because everything around them was already a weapon, and they were the only ones who knew how to use it. The revelation about the Sol incident was just the beginning. Over the next week, Velther found himself seeing humans differently everywhere he went on the station. What had once seemed like normal behavior now appeared far more complex and potentially dangerous. He was having lunch in the station's main cafeteria when he noticed Bei Yuna, a human xenobiologist, giving what appeared to be a casual presentation to a group of new council interns from various species. Velther moved closer to listen. Now, the Grexmore have fascinating respiratory systems, Bei Yuna was saying in a cheerful voice. They breathe through specialized slits along their thorax. These slits are incredibly sensitive to pressure changes. Even a small disruption can cause temporary paralysis. She gestured to a holographic display showing Grexmore anatomy. The interesting thing is how their nervous system connects to their respiratory function. A sharp sound at exactly 847 hertz will cause their breathing slits to close involuntarily. It's a defensive reflex, but it leaves them helpless for about 30 seconds. One of the interns, a young Velther like himself, asked, "Is this information useful for medical treatment?" "Oh yes," Bayuna smiled. "Very useful for understanding how to help them in emergencies. For instance, if a Grexmore was in distress, you could calm them by playing soft sounds at 200 hertz, which relaxes their respiratory system." She moved on to the next species. The crystalline Velther have a completely different characteristic. Your crystal matrix can be disrupted by specific electromagnetic frequencies. It's not harmful, but it can cause temporary disorientation and loss of motor control. Velther felt his crystal body growing cold as he listened. The frequency is 15.7 kilohertz, pulsed at 3-second intervals. Bayuna continued conversationally. Interestingly, this frequency can be generated by modifying most standard communication devices. Just a small adjustment to the transmission. Settings. Another intern asked, "What about humans? What are your vulnerabilities?" Bayuna laughed. "Humans are wonderfully fragile. We can be incapacitated by impacts, toxins, extreme temperatures, oxygen deprivation, and dozens of other methods. But the interesting thing about humans is that we're aware of our vulnerabilities, so we've developed ways to protect against most of them." She continued through the presentation, cheerfully describing the pressure points, chemical sensitivities, and biological weaknesses of every major species in the Council. To most observers, it would have seemed like an educational lecture about alien biology. To Velther, it sounded like a comprehensive guide to incapacitating every species in the galaxy. After the presentation ended, Velther approached Bayuna. "That was a very informative lecture." "Thank you," she said brightly. "I love sharing knowledge about our wonderful diversity. Each species has such unique and fascinating characteristics. You seem to know a lot about how to affect these characteristics." Bayuna's smile never wavered, but something shifted in her eyes. "I study xenobiology, Delegate Velther. Understanding how different species function is essential for proper medical care and emergency response." "Of course," Velther said carefully. "I was just wondering, do all humans have this kind of detailed knowledge about other species?" "Most of us pick up quite a bit over time. We're naturally curious about how things work." She paused. "Is there something specific you wanted to know?" "I've been learning about human capabilities lately. The Soul incident, for instance." Bayuna's expression became more serious. "Ah, you're the one who's been asking questions. People keep telling me that humans are dangerous because you can make weapons from anything. But listening to your presentation, I'm starting to think the problem is bigger than that." "In what way?" Velther looked around the busy cafeteria, filled with dozens of species going about their daily lives. "You don't just see objects as potential weapons. You see other beings as potential targets. You unconsciously catalog our weaknesses." "We catalog everything," Bayuna corrected gently. "Strengths, weaknesses, preferences, behaviors. It's how we understand the world around us." "But you focus on the weaknesses. We focus on survival," she said. "It's a very human trait. We assess threats and advantages automatically, even when we don't intend to, even when we don't want to." That afternoon, Velther found himself in the archive again, this time requesting historical records about human integration into the Council. Park Ji-ho was helpful as always, pulling up files that weren't classified. "Here's something interesting," Park Ji-ho said, pointing to a document on his screen. This is a report from the first year after humans joined the council. It mentions several incidents where human delegates accidentally caused diplomatic problems. What kind of problems? Well, there was Ambassador Lee Min, who nearly caused an interstellar incident by correctly predicting which member of the Zephyrian delegation was planning to betray their government. Turns out she had just been making casual conversation, but she'd unconsciously analyzed their behavior patterns and body language. Park Ji-ho scrolled through more files. And there was Dr. Song Ji, who caused panic at a medical conference by casually mentioning 17 different ways the station's life support systems could be sabotaged. He thought he was being helpful by pointing out security vulnerabilities. These were accidents? Completely unintentional. The humans involved had no idea they were causing problems. They were just being human. Park Ji-ho opened another file. Here's a fascinating one. A human cultural expert named Yang He was asked to help improve interspecies communication. Her recommendations included detailed psychological profiles of each species, including their fears, motivations, and decision-making. Patterns. That sounds helpful. It was. But the other species realized that the same information could be used to manipulate them. Yang He had essentially created a manual for psychological warfare, and she thought she was just improving cultural understanding. Velther left the archive with a growing sense of unease. That evening, he attended a council social gathering, watching human behavior with new eyes. He saw Kim Dai engaged in friendly conversation with delegates from 6 different species. But now Velther noticed how Kim Dai adjusted his tone, posture, and choice of words for each species. The Grexmoor got firm, direct statements. The Melody folk received flowing, harmonious speech patterns. The gas-breathing Zephyrians were addressed with careful consideration of their atmospheric requirements. It looked like skillful diplomacy. But Velther realized it was also precise psychological manipulation, even if Kim Dai didn't think of it that way. At another table, Yoon Hana was discussing station security with Thrakvon. Her suggestions for improving safety protocols were intelligent and well-reasoned. But Velther noticed that she somehow knew exactly where every security camera was located, which corridors had the best sight lines, and how long it would take security forces to respond to different areas of the station. The humans weren't trying to be threatening. They were just being themselves. But themselves included an unconscious tendency to analyze, categorize, and optimize everything around them, including other sentient beings. Late that night, Velther made his way to the observation deck where Quenara often came to think. He found her there, her multiple wings catching starlight from the windows. "You've learned more," she said without turning around. "I've learned that the Soul incident was just the beginning," Velther replied. "Humans don't just turn objects into weapons. They turn information into weapons. They turn relationships into weapons. They turn their own diplomatic status into weapons. Now you begin to understand. They're not even doing it on purpose." "No," Quenara agreed. "That's what makes them so terrifying and so valuable." "How do you mean?" Quenara finally turned to face him. "A species that weaponizes everything by instinct is incredibly dangerous. But a species that does so without malicious intent, and that consistently chooses not to use those weapons against their allies, is the most powerful defensive force imaginable." "You mean they protect us?" "They protect us from threats we don't even know exist yet. Because when danger comes, they'll find ways to fight it that the rest of us would never think of. Using resources we didn't know we had. Exploiting weaknesses in our enemies that we didn't know existed." Velther looked out at the stars. "So we keep them close." "We keep them close," Quenara confirmed. "Because a species that can turn anything into a weapon is either your greatest enemy or your greatest protector. and we chose very carefully which one we wanted them to be. As Velther made his way back to his quarters, he realized that his questions had led him to an uncomfortable truth. Humans weren't trusted despite being dangerous. They were trusted because they were dangerous. 2 weeks after his investigation began, Velther found himself back in the council chamber for an emergency session. Reports had come in of pirate attacks on the Outer Rim, and several species were demanding military action. As he took his seat, Velther noticed how different everything looked now that he understood what he was seeing. The human delegation sat in their usual section, looking calm and professional. But Velther could now see what he had missed before. Kim Day wasn't just listening to the debates, he was analyzing them. His eyes moved constantly, reading body language, noting which delegates were nervous, which ones were lying, and which ones might be hiding something important. Yoon Hana appeared to be taking simple notes, but Velther realized she was probably mapping out the power dynamics in the room, identifying potential allies and threats, and planning responses to various scenarios that might develop. The other humans were doing the same thing, each in their own way. They couldn't help it. It was just how their minds worked. The pirates are using new technology, announced Delegate Thorgrim from the warrior species known for their military prowess. Our traditional tactics are useless against them. We need to develop new weapons, new strategies. Several other delegates voiced agreement. The discussion quickly became heated as different species proposed different approaches. Some wanted to build bigger weapons. Others suggested defensive measures. A few recommended negotiation. Through it all, the humans remained quiet. Finally, Elder Zerikanal called for calm. Does anyone have practical suggestions for dealing with this threat? Kim Day stood up slowly. If I may, Elder, I'd like to ask a few questions about these pirates. Proceed. What kind of ships are they using? What are their attack patterns? How do they choose their targets? Kim Day's voice was calm and professional. Also, where do they go after their attacks? How do they dispose of stolen goods? What do we know about their supply chains? Delegate Thorgrim looked confused. I don't see how those details matter. We need weapons to fight them. Fighting them is certainly one option, Kim Day agreed. But before we decide on any particular approach, it would be helpful to understand exactly what we're dealing with. Over the next hour, Kim Day asked dozens of questions. Not about weapons or military tactics, but about logistics, economics, and behavior patterns. The humans took careful notes as other delegates provided answers. Velther watched in fascination. As a picture emerged, the pirates weren't just random raiders. They were operating with sophisticated coordination, using advanced technology, and following patterns that suggested someone was organizing them. Based on this information, Kim Day finally said, I don't think we're dealing with ordinary pirates. What do you mean? Elder Zerikanal asked. The attack patterns, the technology, the logistics. This looks more like a military operation, disguised as piracy. Someone is using these raids to test our defenses and gather intelligence. The chamber erupted. In alarmed discussion, several delegates demanded to know who would do such a thing. Yoon Hana stood up. If Ambassador Kim Day is correct, then the question isn't how to fight pirates. The question is how to stop a covert military operation without starting a full-scale war. Do you have suggestions? Elder Zerikanal asked. Several, Kim Day replied. But first, we need to verify our suspicions. I recommend we set up a monitoring operation to track the pirates' movements and identify their base of operations. How? Do we do that without them knowing? Kim Day smiled slightly. We use their own tactics against them. We make them think they're winning while we gather the information we need. Over the next several hours, the humans laid out a detailed plan. It was complex, multi-layered, and unlike anything the Council had ever attempted. Instead of direct military confrontation, they proposed a strategy involving economics, psychology, and misdirection. They would allow the pirates to capture specific targets that had been prepared with hidden tracking devices. They would manipulate trade routes to force the pirates into predictable patterns. They would use the pirates' own communication systems against them by feeding false information through carefully chosen channels. "This is incredibly elaborate," commented Delegate Thorgrim. "Wouldn't it be simpler to just hunt them down and destroy them?" "Possibly," Kim Day admitted. "But our approach has several advantages. First, it will give us definitive proof of who's behind the attacks. Second, it will allow us to capture the pirates alive for questioning. Third, it will demonstrate to whoever is organizing this that covert operations against the Council are futile. And if your plan fails, then we'll know more about our enemies than we did before, and we can adjust our strategy accordingly." Yoon Hana added, "The beauty of this approach is that even if the pirates figure out what we're doing, the information we gather in the process will still be valuable." Velther realized he was witnessing something remarkable. The humans weren't just solving the immediate problem of pirate attacks. They were turning the entire situation into an intelligence-gathering operation that would make the Council stronger regardless of the outcome. After the session ended, Velther approached Kim Day in the corridor outside the chamber. "That was impressive," he said. "Thank you," Kim Day replied. "Though I should point out that the plan will only work if the other species are willing to trust us with the implementation." "They'll trust you," Velther said with certainty. "They have to." Kim Day gave him a curious look. "You sound different than you did 2 weeks ago." "I've learned some things about humans since then." "Such as?" Velther was quiet for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "I've learned that you can't help being what you are. You see everything as a potential tool, every situation as a puzzle to be solved, every problem as an opportunity to gather more information. And that bothers you?" "It terrified me at first," Velther admitted. "The idea that every human is essentially a walking weapons laboratory, constantly analyzing threats and opportunities without even realizing it. But not anymore. Now I understand why the Council made the choice they did 50 years ago." Velther's crystal body flickered with what might have been amusement. "You're not allowed to keep your weapons because you're trusted. You're allowed to keep your weapons because trying to take them away would be pointless." Kim Day nodded slowly. "We are what we are. And what you are," Velther continued, "is a species that automatically turns every challenge into an advantage, every threat into an opportunity, and every enemy's strength into their weakness. The Council realized that having you as allies was infinitely preferable to having you as enemies." "Some might see that as a threat. Some might," Velther agreed. "But I've seen how you use your capabilities. You had dozens of opportunities over the past 50 years to exploit your advantages for purely human benefit. Instead, you've consistently used them to protect the Council as a whole." Kim Day was quiet for a moment. "We chose to be part of something larger than ourselves. And that choice," Velther said, "is why everyone else can sleep peacefully at night." Later that evening, Velther found himself once again in the Garden of Memory with Kinara. The ancient being was resting beside the musical fountain, her multiple wings reflecting the soft light. "Your investigation is complete," she observed. "Yes. And what have you concluded?" Velther settled beside her, his crystal body resonating softly with the fountain's harmonies. "I've concluded that the Council's most important decision wasn't about weapons or security protocols. It was about trust." "Explain." "Every species in the galaxy has natural weapons or advantages. But most of us are limited by our biology, our technology, or our thinking patterns. Humans are limited only by their imagination and their moral choices. Quinara made a sound that might have been agreement. And what does that mean for the Council? It means we have the most powerful defensive force in the galaxy, as long as we deserve their protection. Velthor paused. And it means that our continued survival depends not on their inability to harm us, but on their decision not to. Are you comfortable with that arrangement? Velthor considered the question carefully. I'm comfortable with it, because I've seen the choices they make. Every day, humans choose cooperation over domination, protection over exploitation, and the good of the Council over their own immediate advantages. And if they ever chose differently, then we'd be in serious trouble, Velthor admitted. But I don't think they will. Not because they can't, but because choosing differently would make them something they don't want to be. As he prepared to leave the garden, Quinara spoke one final time. You asked why humans are the only species allowed to be weaponless in council chambers, she said. Have you found your answer? Velthor stopped at the garden's entrance and looked. Back at the ancient being. Yes, he said. They're allowed to be weaponless because they're never actually weaponless. Every human carries the most dangerous weapon in the galaxy, an unrestricted imagination combined with the wisdom to use it responsibly. And that, Quinara said softly, is why we sleep peacefully at night. As Velthor made his way back to his quarters, he reflected on everything he had learned. The Council's security protocols weren't really about preventing violence. They were about managing relationships and maintaining trust between species with vastly different capabilities.
Commander Vex of the Zephyrian Empire adjusted his ceremonial battle crown and gazed upon the tactical display with the smug satisfaction of someone who'd just discovered fire. Well, more accurately, someone who thought they'd discovered fire but had actually just found a slightly warm rock. Behold, he announced to his bridge crew with all the dramatic flair of a community theater actor, the primitive world of Earth. Population, laughably backward. Technology level, stone tools and wishful thinking. Threat assessment, we could conquer them with a particularly stern letter. His tactical officer, Lieutenant Buzz, nodded enthusiastically while secretly wondering why their advanced computers couldn't manage to spell-check their intelligence reports. Sir, our scans indicate the target zone contains nothing but agricultural settlements, minimal population density, maximum embarrassment potential for these so-called humans. Perfect, Vex declared, practically vibrating with excitement. We'll demonstrate the might of the Zephyrian Empire by obliterating their pathetic farming community. They'll surrender immediately once they witness our superior firepower. Down on Earth, in a modest farmhouse outside Topeka, Kansas, Jake Morrison was having what he'd later describe as a perfectly normal Tuesday morning until some idiots ruined my coffee. He'd been reviewing crop rotation schedules when the sky suddenly lit up like a discount fireworks show. Well, that's new, Jake muttered, stepping onto his porch and squinting at the alien craft hovering over his property. The ship looked like someone had crossed a flying saucer with a disco ball and then given it delusions of grandeur. Luna, you seeing this? Luna Park, the NASA technician who'd been crashing at Jake's place while conducting atmospheric readings, poked her head out the screen door. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Also recording it. Also wondering why they're aiming at your barn instead of, literally anything strategically important. The Zephyrian attack commenced with what they considered devastating precision. Energy beams lanced down from their craft, striking Jake's barn with enough force to knock over some hay bales and slightly singe the roof. Jake observed, watching his barn experience what could generously be called minor property damage. That's disappointing. I was expecting more exploding. Commander Vex, meanwhile, was celebrating like he'd just conquered Rome. Victory is ours. We have struck fear into the hearts of these primitive beings. Surely they cower before our might. Sir, Lieutenant Buzz reported hesitantly, our sensors indicate the structure is still mostly intact. Impossible. Our weapons are calibrated for maximum devastation. Well, sir, they were calibrated for maximum devastation against our test targets, which were cardboard. Back on Earth, Jake was on his phone with his insurance company. Yeah, hi, it's Jake Morrison. Policy number, look, this is going to sound weird, but I need to file a claim for alien attack damage. No, I'm not drunk. No, it's not April 1st. Yes, I can hold. Luna had her laptop out, furiously typing. Jake, I'm uploading this footage to every server I can access. The Joint Chiefs are going to want to see this. Also, I think your barn is on fire now. Just a little fire, Jake corrected, watching smoke curl lazily from what remained of his hay storage. Insurance should cover it. Probably have alien invasion coverage buried somewhere in the fine print. Within 3 hours, the situation had escalated from mildly inconvenient Tuesday to every military strategist's wildest power fantasy come true. General Rick Stone sat in the Pentagon Situation Room, surrounded by screens showing the alien craft still hovering over Kansas like a confused tourist. Let me get this straight, General Stone said, his voice carrying the patient tone of someone explaining basic concepts to a particularly slow child. These aliens traveled across interstellar space, bypassed our entire defense network, and used their supposedly superior technology to barely damage a barn? That's correct, sir, reported Colonel Martinez, trying very hard not to smile. Initial damage assessment indicates they destroyed approximately $40 worth of hay and caused minor cosmetic damage to the roof structure. And they're just sitting there? Yes, sir. Our communications team attempted first contact protocols, but the aliens responded with what our xenolinguists have translated as surrender now or face annihilation. Our reply was, quote, "You first." General Stone leaned back in his chair, experiencing the military equivalent of Christmas morning. Gentlemen, we have been handed the galaxy's most incompetent enemy on a silver platter. I want a response that's educational but not genocidal. These aliens clearly need to learn about proportional response, Earth-style. Within the hour, the Zephyrian ship found itself surrounded by every piece of experimental military hardware the Pentagon had been looking for an excuse to field test. The alien sensors detected incoming objects but couldn't classify them because, frankly, humans had a tendency to weaponize things that shouldn't logically be weapons. Commander Lieutenant Buzz reported with growing panic, "We're detecting multiple incoming projectiles. Configuration unknown. Energy signatures confusing." Confusing how? Well, sir, one appears to be a modified farming vehicle. Another seems to be, is that a weaponized satellite dish? Commander Vex squinted at his tactical display. That's impossible. These primitives don't have space technology. Sir, that's definitely a weaponized satellite dish. It's painted camouflage and everything. Meanwhile, Jerry Kowalski, a mechanic from nearby Lawrence, was having the time of his life. When the National Guard had shown up asking if anyone had unconventional engineering solutions, Jerry had volunteered his latest project, a tractor modified with electromagnetic pulse generators that he'd originally built to deal with his neighbor's obnoxiously loud stereo system. "You sure this'll work against alien shields?" asked the young lieutenant assigned to Jerry's irregular warfare unit. "Kid," Jerry replied, adjusting his baseball cap and revving the tractor's engine, "if it can shut down Dave's subwoofers from 3 blocks away, it can handle some fancy space hubcaps." The first wave of Earth's proportional response hit the Zephyrian shields with the subtlety of a freight train driven by someone with severe anger management issues. The aliens' supposedly impenetrable barriers flickered, sparked, and died with all the dignity of a wet firecracker. "Shields are failing," Lieutenant Buzz announced, his voice climbing toward frequencies that only dolphins could appreciate. "How is that possible? Our shields can withstand the output of a small star." "Sir, I don't think these humans understand the concept of appropriate force levels." Commander Vex watched in horror as a modified John Deere tractor somehow breached their hull plating using what appeared to be farming equipment crossed with military-grade spite. This has to be some kind of mistake. Check the planetary classification again. Sir, according to our records, Earth is listed under harmless agricultural worlds, subsection, really not worth bothering with. Then explain to me why a farming vehicle just disabled our primary weapons array. Down on the surface, Jerry was whooping with joy as his tractor-mounted EMP cannon reduced the alien ship's offensive capabilities to something roughly equivalent to a strongly worded letter. Take that, you barn-burning space jerks. Captain Nova had volunteered for the boarding party because she'd wanted to see primitive human technology up close. She was beginning to regret that decision as her squad encountered their first defensive measure, a modified coffee maker that somehow launched projectiles with the accuracy of a sniper rifle and the enthusiasm of a caffeinated college student during finals week. Report, she barked into her communicator while dodging what appeared to be weaponized espresso shots. Ma-am, we've encountered 17 separate defensive systems, none of which appear in any known tactical manual, reported Sergeant Zapp, currently pinned down behind what used to be a decorative planter. The humans have weaponized their entire infrastructure. Explain. No. Well, Ma-am, the first obstacle was a robotic cleaning unit that's been modified with plasma cutters. It kept trying to clean our equipment by disintegrating it. Then we encountered a security system that appears to be sentient and has a very sarcastic attitude. Nova dodged another coffee projectile and noticed it left a small crater in the wall behind her. These humans have turned beverage preparation into a weapon system? That's not even the weird part, Ma-am. We found their armory. It's called Home Depot, and apparently any human can just walk in and purchase military-grade construction equipment. Back on the Zephyrian Bridge, Commander Vex was experiencing what psychologists would later classify as a complete existential crisis. His invasion force, the pride of the Zephyrian fleet, was being systematically dismantled by creatures who treated interstellar warfare like a home improvement project. Sir, Lieutenant Buzz reported with the tone of someone delivering news about a terminal diagnosis, Captain Nova's boarding party has been neutralized. Killed? Men? No, sir. Worse. They've been efficiently processed through what the humans call their customer service experience. They're currently filling out complaint forms. What? The humans have established a processing center for our personnel. They're being issued visitor badges and asked to rate their invasion experience on a scale of 1 to 10. Captain Nova reported that the humans offered her coffee and asked if she had any dietary restrictions. Commander Vex stared at his communications panel, where a message had appeared in perfect Zephyrian script, "Welcome to Earth. Your invasion attempt is important to us. Please hold while we connect you to the next available representative. Your estimated wait time. Longer than your species' attention span." How did they translate our language so quickly? Sir, according to their response, they used something called Google Translate and an afternoon. They also mentioned that our language structure is surprisingly basic and less complex than Klingon. Down in the processing center that had been hastily established in Jake's now famous barn, Captain Nova found herself seated across from Miss Betty, a retired kindergarten teacher who'd volunteered to handle cultural integration services. "Now, sweetie," Miss Betty said, offering Nova a plate of homemade cookies, "I understand you're upset about the whole invasion thing not working out, but tantrums won't solve anything. Let's talk about better ways to express your feelings." Nova, a decorated military officer who'd conquered 17 star systems, found herself accepting a chocolate chip cookie and nodding along as Miss Betty explained the importance of using your words and playing nice with others. "The thing is, dear, we humans have been dealing with difficult visitors for centuries. We call them tourists. You aliens are actually much more polite than most of them." "But we're supposed to be terrifying conquerors," Nova protested weakly. "Oh, honey, you're adorable. Now, tell me about your home planet. Do you have proper nutrition there? You look a little thin." 3 solar systems away, The Zephyrian High Command was experiencing what could politely be called a bureaucratic meltdown and more accurately be described as complete institutional panic. Administrator Flux, whose job title was longer than most novels and whose competence was inversely proportional to his authority, stood before a wall of screens displaying Earth's updated classification. Someone, Flux announced with the barely controlled rage of a middle manager who'd just discovered the printer was out of toner, is going to explain to me how an entire species of apex predators was filed under harmless agricultural worlds. His assistant, Deputy Undersecretary Ping, shuffled through digital files with the desperate energy of someone whose career was about to become a cautionary tale. Sir, it appears there was a clerical error in the original survey. The team responsible for Earth's classification was the Intern Program. The Intern Program? Yes, sir. Specifically Intern Bleep, who graduated last in his class from the Galactic Survey Academy and whose final thesis was titled, "Why Detailed Analysis is Overrated." Signed Intern Bleep. Sir, he's currently working in waste management on Zeta Reticuli. Should I have him executed? Later. First, bring up Earth's actual capabilities assessment. The screens flickered and displayed information that made Administrator Flux's 3 hearts skip several beats. They've colonized their entire solar system? They have functioning faster than light communication? They've terraformed Mars? That's just the preliminary report, sir. The updated assessment indicates they've also established trade relationships with 6 neighboring star systems, developed artificial intelligence that's smarter than our central computer, and somehow managed to weaponize their entertainment industry. Weaponized entertainment? Sir, have you ever tried to stop watching something called Netflix? It's terrifyingly addictive. Also, they have something called social media that appears to be psychological warfare disguised as casual communication. Meanwhile, back on Earth, humans were demonstrating their characteristic approach to probe solving, overwhelming competence applied with casual indifference. Dr. Marcus Webb, a MIT graduate who'd been recruited by the Pentagon's Weird Science Division, was reverse engineering Zephyrian technology with the same focused intensity most people reserve for assembling furniture. "This is fascinating," he announced to his team, holding up what appeared to be the alien's primary processing unit. "Their entire computational system runs on principles we figured out in the 1990s. It's like they took our basic programming concepts and made them unnecessarily complicated." "How unnecessarily complicated?" asked his assistant, Dr. Rachel Torres. "They need 17 separate processors to accomplish what we do with a standard smartphone. Also, their code is written in what appears to be a programming language designed by committee. A very large, very argumentative committee. Can we improve it?" "Rachel, I'm pretty sure I can run their entire fleet navigation system on my laptop. Give me until Thursday, and I'll have it optimized, debugged, and probably running faster than their original designers ever imagined possible." Back on the Zephyrian command ship, the implications of Earth's technological superiority were beginning to sink in. Lieutenant Buzz approached Commander Vex with the expression of someone delivering news about an impending apocalypse. "Sir, we've received word from High Command. Earth's classification has been updated." "To what?" "What species of interest, subsection, do not provoke under any circumstances, subsection, seriously, we mean it this time." Commander Vex slumped in his command chair. "What's our new mission profile?" "Survival, sir. Just survival." Ambassador Quill of the Zephyrian Diplomatic Corps arrived at Earth with all the confidence of someone who'd successfully negotiated trade agreements with 17 different species and none of the wisdom to realize that humans weren't like other species. His diplomatic transport landed at what had been hastily designated as First Contact Site Alpha, but which everyone still called Jake's Farm. "Greetings, primitive beings," Ambassador Quill announced as he emerged from his ship, wearing his finest ceremonial robes and most intimidating diplomatic expression. "I am here to discuss terms of your surrender." The human negotiation team was waiting for him. Monica Sharp, a corporate lawyer who specialized in hostile takeovers, stood beside Miss Betty, the kindergarten teacher who'd somehow become Earth's unofficial alien relations coordinator. Behind them, Jake Morrison leaned against his partially repaired barn, drinking coffee and looking mildly annoyed. "Hi there, sweetie," Miss Betty said, stepping forward with a welcoming smile. "You must be the diplomat we've been expecting. I'm Miss Betty, and this is Monica. We're here to help you work through this little misunderstanding." Ambassador Quill blinked all three of his eyes in confusion. "Misunderstanding? You have been conquered by the mighty Zephyrian Empire." Monica Sharp stepped forward, adjusting her glasses with the predatory precision of someone who'd made insurance companies weep. "Actually, about that. We've reviewed the legal precedents for interstellar conquest, and I'm afraid your claim is invalid." "Invalid?" "First, you failed to properly declare war according to Galactic Convention 447b. Second, your invasion caused less damage than a typical hailstorm, which under Earth law makes this a civil matter rather than a military one. Third, and most importantly, you're now in violation of approximately 47 different interstellar treaties that we've been quietly signing with your neighbors over the past 6 months. Ambassador Quill felt the ground shifting beneath his feet, metaphorically speaking. "What neighbors?" "Oh, the Centaurian Republic was very interested in establishing trade relations once we explained the situation," Miss Betty said cheerfully. "Lovely people. They make excellent pastries. Also, the Andromedan Collective wanted to apologize for your behavior and offered to mediate any disputes." "The Andromedans contacted you?" "Honey, everyone's been contacting us. Apparently your little empire hasn't been making many friends lately. Something about aggressive expansion policies and generally being unpleasant dinner guests." Monica pulled out a tablet and scrolled through what appeared to be a very long legal document. "Now, here's what we're prepared to offer. In exchange for dropping all charges related to the illegal invasion, property damage, and what my client characterizes as ruining a perfectly good Tuesday, the Zephyrian Empire will agree to the following terms." Ambassador Quill found himself listening to conditions that would have made a loan shark blush. Technology sharing agreements, cultural exchange programs, reparations that included not just money, but also what humans called community service. Most disturbing of all, mandatory enrollment in what Miss Betty called interpersonal communication workshops. "These terms are outrageous," Ambassador Quill protested. "We are a proud warrior race," Monica corrected. Past tense. "As of this morning, you're a wholly owned subsidiary of Earth Enterprises, pending completion of the integration process." "Integration process?" Miss Betty patted his arm gently. "Don't worry, dear. We'll help you learn how to be better neighbors. It's going to be a wonderful learning experience for everyone." Behind them, Jake Morrison finished his coffee and spoke for the first time since the negotiations began. "Just so we're clear, I'm still expecting compensation for my barn. Cash, check, or alien technology that can help with the harvest. I'm not picky." Ambassador Quill realized, with the dawning horror of someone who'd just discovered they'd brought a knife to a gunfight and the knife was made of foam, that he was completely out of his depth. These humans negotiated like they approached everything else, with ruthless competence disguised as friendly helpfulness. "Do we have a choice in these terms?" he asked weakly. Monica and Miss Betty exchanged a look. "Of course you do, sweetie," Miss Betty said. "You can accept them, or you can explain to your people why Earth just became very close friends with all of your enemies." "All of our enemies?" "Every single one," Monica confirmed. "We're very thorough when it comes to customer service." 6 months later, the Zephyrian Empire existed primarily as a case study in what management consultants called aggressive restructuring and what everyone else called getting schooled by kindergarten teachers and lawyers. Former Commander Vex, now officially titled Customer Experience Coordinator for Interstellar Tourism Services, sat behind a desk that had been salvaged from his old command bridge and repurposed into what humans called a help desk. "Thank you for calling Earth Enterprises, formerly the Zephyrian Empire," Vex said into his headset with the practiced enthusiasm of someone whose performance reviews depended on customer satisfaction ratings. "My name is Vex, and I'll be assisting you with your travel needs today. How can I make your experience out of this world?" He paused, listening to the caller, then sighed. "No, ma'am, I cannot authorize an invasion of the Proxima Centauri system. That would be a violation of our new corporate policies regarding aggressive expansion. However, I can offer you a discount on our cultural exchange package, which includes a complimentary diplomatic immunity waiver and a box lunch." Across the office, Lieutenant Buzz was learning to operate what humans called a computer, which somehow managed to perform the same functions as their old tactical computers while also playing something called music videos, and allowing access to an information network that apparently contained the sum total of human knowledge, plus an alarming number of pictures of cats. "Sir," Buzz called out, "I'm getting reports from the outer colonies. They want to know if they should continue with the traditional conquest protocols." "Absolutely not," Vex replied, covering his headset microphone. "New protocols are, arrive politely, ask permission to land, bring gifts, and under no circumstances should anyone mention the word conquest. Humans consider that rude." The transformation had been, by all objective measures, remarkably efficient. What had taken the Zephyrian Empire 3 centuries to build, humans had reorganized, optimized, and improved in less than 6 months. The old empire's bureaucratic nightmare had been replaced with something humans called streamlined processes, which somehow made everything work better while requiring less paperwork. Ambassador Quill, now Director of Intercultural Relations, walked past carrying a stack of what appeared to be graduation certificates. "Miss Betty's communication workshop has another successful class," he announced. 17 former combat officers have successfully completed Conflict Resolution 101. "How are they adapting?" Vex asked. "Well, Lieutenant Zapp asked if he could get extra credit for organizing a potluck dinner with the Andromedan delegation. Apparently he wants to specialize in what humans call food diplomacy." Back on Earth, Jake Morrison was giving tours of his barn to groups of alien visitors who wanted to see the historic site of First Contact. He'd installed a small plaque that read, "On this spot, the Zephyrian Empire discovered that humans don't appreciate property damage before coffee." "The burn marks are still visible on the ceiling," Jake explained to a group of tourists from 3 different star systems. "Insurance covered the repairs, but I left the scorch marks for historical accuracy. Also because my wife thought they looked interesting." Luna Park, now officially Earth's Director of Xenological Affairs, was finishing up a presentation to a joint session of Congress and the Galactic Council. "In conclusion," she said, "the integration of the former Zephyrian Empire has exceeded all projections. Productivity is up 400%, customer satisfaction ratings are at an all-time high, and we've eliminated 17 different layers of unnecessary bureaucracy." "What about expansion plans?" asked Senator Williams. "Well, we've received applications from 14 other species requesting integration into the Earth Enterprises family. Apparently, word has gotten around that humans are very good at making things work efficiently." "And our response?" Luna smiled with the expression of someone who'd just been handed the keys to the galaxy. "We're scheduling interviews for next month. Miss Betty is designing the orientation program." In the audience, former Administrator Flux raised his hand. "What about the rest of the galaxy? Are there any plans for further expansion?" "Funny you should ask," Luna replied. "We've been looking at some interesting opportunities in the Andromeda sector. There's a whole cluster of civilizations that seem to be having trouble with basic infrastructure management. We think we might be able to help." The assembled representatives from various galactic civilizations exchanged nervous glances. They'd all received the same reports about what humans considered helping. Jake Morrison, watching the proceedings from the back of the room, leaned over to Miss Betty. Think they're starting to understand what they're dealing with? Miss Betty smiled with the gentle satisfaction of someone who'd successfully taught several alien species the importance of playing nicely with others. Oh, I think they're learning, dear. Humans have always been very good teachers. We just sometimes have to use creative lesson plans. Outside, in Mia, the sun was setting over what had once been a simple farm in Kansas and was now the unofficial center of an expanding galactic civilization built on the radical principles of competent management and basic courtesy. It was, by any measure, a perfectly normal Tuesday afternoon for the species that had accidentally conquered the galaxy before dinner.
Prefect Theron had spent a lifetime designing the perfect predator, only to forget the one piece of biological code that overrode all others: loyalty. On the bridge of the Varnathi Syndicate flagship, the Crucible, silence was a commodity more valuable than the rare earth metals in its hull. It was a silence of absolute order, where the only sound was the subliminal hum of life support and the soft chime of a system reporting nominal status. Prefect Theron stood before the primary observation window, a sheet of flawless, transparent aluminum that looked out upon the star-dusted black. His people, the Varnathi, did not merely dislike chaos. They found it intellectually offensive. It was a failure of logic, a rounding error in the grand equation of the cosmos. And Theron's life's work was the ultimate expression of that philosophy, the creation of perfect, predictable order from the messy, contemptible chaos of biology. His reflection was a long, elegant silhouette against the starfield. Like all his kind, his skin was the color of slate, his form gracile, his eyes large, black, and pupilless, absorbing the light with an unnerving totality. His fingers, long and slender, were steepled before his face, a posture of serene contemplation that masked the immense pressure coiling in his gut. His superiors in the Syndicate Directorate were watching. The acquisition of the Solus Amber trade routes had been costly, and now upstart mining collectives and scavenger crews were beginning to nip at their profits, emboldened by the sheer size of the Outer Rim. They needed to be reminded of their place. They needed a demonstration of Varnathi superiority so profound it would crush the very idea of resistance before it could take root. Prefect, the ship's captain, a veteran whose face was a roadmap of a dozen campaigns, spoke with quiet deference. We are in position above the target designation Rustmouth. The asset is prepared for deployment. Theron did not turn. His gaze remained fixed on the scarred, pockmarked asteroid slowly rotating below. The target is not an asteroid, Captain. It is an infestation. A pocket of illogical, sentimental attachment to a worthless rock. These humans, they name the hovels. It is a symptom of their disease. He allowed himself a small, private sigh. Proceed with the initial bombardment. A show of force. Rattle their cage, but do not break it. The asset must have a proper stage for its debut. The captain gave a crisp nod. As you command. Theron's mind turned to his creation, Project Harrow, the culmination of a century of Varnathi genetic science. A creature born from a tantalizing mystery his people had uncovered decades ago. A derelict human probe, the UES Odyssey, found tumbling through the interstellar dark. Its databanks were mostly corrupted, but one file remained stubbornly intact. It was a biological survey, containing incomplete genetic sequences for two of its homeworld's dominant life forms. The Varnathi, in their unassailable logic, interpreted the file's title, Terra's Apex Social Predators, and its paired entries as a literal blueprint for a single composite organism. They had taken the fragmented DNA of the human and the wolf, and believing them two halves of a whole, and filled in the gaps with their own biosynthetic scaffolding. The result was a weapon of terrifying power and, Theron believed, perfect obedience. He had promised the Directorate a predator that could pacify a continent. Today, he would prove it by breaking a single defiant asteroid settlement. The humans of Rustmouth were about to become a footnote in the grand logical history of the Varnathi Syndicate. The problem with industrial-grade thermal tape wasn't that it failed. It was that it held on with the desperate, all-consuming loyalty of a zealot, even when the alloy plating it was bonded to was screaming for a dignified death. Corbin Valentine, his welding torch spitting angry blue sparks, was trying to persuade a patch of it to let go. The station shuddered again, a deep metallic groan, and vibrated up through the soles of his boots. The half-welded barricade he was constructing protested with a shriek of stressed metal. An entire squadron of Varnathi Syndicate corvettes was using their front door for target practice, and the station's alloy did not appreciate the persuasion.
JS, high ground. Watch our 6.
Sergeant Barrosolin's voice was a low growl that cut through the cacophony of alarms and distant explosions.
Corbin, weld faster. My grandmother knits faster, and she's been dead for 50 years.
Corbin didn't look up from his work. The sharp chemical scent of the superheated Durasteel and the acritic bite of burning insulation filled his helmet, a perfume he knew all too well. And your grandmother also didn't have to deal with 50 tons of condescending gray aliens trying to redecorate her living space with plasma cannons, Barra. He gave the weld another searing pass. Besides, this isn't welding. This is prayer with fire. A flicker of movement in the periphery. Jess, a slip of a girl who moved like a shadow with a grudge, was already halfway up a twisted gantry, her small frame disappearing into the superstructure above. She didn't reply. She rarely did. Her actions were her words, and they were always direct, economical, and final. Each movement was purposeful, a line drawn from thought to action without a wasted gesture. Grizz racked the charging handle of a heavy repeater, the sound of a recursive declaration of intent. The weapon was a brutal piece of ex-Alliance hardware, as stubborn and reliable as the woman holding it. Her face, framed by a shock of graying hair, was set in a grim line. Syndicate's not trying to kill. Not yet. They're making a point. Yeah, I got the point, Corbin muttered, flipping his welding mask up. He squinted at the main plaza of Rustmouth, the hollowed-out asteroid they called home. Through the shimmering containment field at the main viewport, he could see the sleek, gunmetal gray shapes of the Varnathi ships. And the point is, they're rich, we're not, and they think our recent success in the soulless amber trade is a disruptive market anomaly. I call it good business. Grizz grunted, slapping a fresh power pack in the repeater's housing. They call it an excuse to show off. As if on cue, the barrage stopped. The sudden absence of noise was a physical pressure, a vacuum that sucked the air from Corbin's lungs. Every creak of the stressed station, every distant drip of a ruptured pipe became unnervingly loud. It was the quiet of a predator that had cornered its prey, and was now deciding how to play with it. And now? Corbin asked, his hand instinctively going to the grip of the modified pulse pistol holstered on his thigh. Now, Grizz said, her eyes fixed on the suddenly silent Varnathi ships hanging in the black outside the station's main viewport. Comes the punchline. A new shape detached from the belly of the largest Varnathi cruiser. It wasn't a bomb or a torpedo. It was a drop pod, Massive and black, shaped like a coffin for a giant. It plunged towards Rustmouth, its trajectory aimed squarely at the central plaza. Oh, hell, Corbin breathed. He knew what this was. A demonstration. The Vernothi didn't just want to crush Rustmouth. They wanted to make an example of it for every other upstart outpost in the Outer Rim. They wanted to film the execution. The pod hit with the force of a tectonic event. The entire asteroid station screamed, Duracrete cracking and lights flickering violently. It didn't explode, it just arrived. A monument to overwhelming force, planted right in the heart of their home. The silence returned, thick with dust and dread. The drop pod sat in the center of the plaza, a silent, monolithic threat. Small drones, no bigger than a human fist, detached from the Varnathi's ships and swarmed in through the shattered viewports, their single, glowing red lenses focused on the pod. Broadcast drones. They were here to make sure the whole sector got a front row seat. "Whatever's in there," Corbin said, his voice low. "They want everyone to see it. And let's give them a good show." Grizz replied, her knuckles white on the grip of her repeater. With a long, drawn-out hiss of depressurizing gas, the front of the pod split open, unfolding like the petals of some monstrous metal flower. For a moment, there was only darkness within. Then, 2 points of light ignited deep inside, burning with a cold blue fire. A low growl rumbled out, a sound that felt less like hearing and more like a physical vibration in the bones. It emerged from the darkness, and Corbin felt his blood run cold. It was a nightmare given form, a quadrupedal beast of a size that defied all terrestrial biology, easily as large as a heavy armored personnel carrier. 10 tons of biosynthetic material, its hide a layered composite of black plating that seemed to drink the ambient light, shifting and resettling over a musculature that glowed with a soft light, internal luminescence like embers deep in a forge. Its armor was thick and overlapping, like tectonic plates of polished obsidian. Its form was canine, a predator of terrifying scale. Its head was long and woven, but its eyes, those 2 points of cold blue fire, held a terrifying, calculating intelligence. This was no dumb animal. This was a weapon. Project Harrow. It lifted its head and let out a roar that was not animalistic. It was a sonic shockwave, a declaration of dominance that shattered the remaining windows in the plaza and sent a fresh shower of dust and debris raining down. The broadcast drones repositioned, getting a perfect angle. The beast head swiveled, its glowing eyes locking onto the small, defiant figures huddled behind their pathetic tape-and-weld barricade. It saw Corbin. It saw Grizz. It saw Jess perched silently on the gantry above, a small, curious ghost in the chaos. "Well, Sparky," Corbin murmured to himself, raising his pistol, "this has been a suboptimal day." With a scream of tearing metal, the beast charged. It didn't run, it flowed. Each stride of its powerful armored legs devoured the distance, the ground shaking with every impact. It was an avalanche of muscle and steel, a tidal wave of engineered fury. Corbin braced himself. Grizz leveled her repeater, and even Jess drew the twin vibro knives she favored. This was it. The end of the line. Broadcast live to their enemies as a warning. The beast was 10 meters away. 5. A blur of black armor and terrifying speed. Corbin squeezed the trigger of his pistol, sending a bolt of blue plasma streaking toward. The shot hit the creature's shoulder plate and dissipated with a harmless sizzle, not even scratching the paint. Grizz's repeater unleashed a torrent of heavy kinetic slugs, each one ricocheting off the creature's armored hide with a series of percussive pings that sounded comically ineffective. This wasn't a fight. This was an execution. Then, Something that defied all expectation occurred. The beast, a living engine of destruction, dug its massive claws into the Duracrate floor. It skidded to a halt, just 2 meters from the barricade. The shriek of metal on stone, deafening. It stood there, panting, its breath coming in hot, vaporous clouds. Its head lowered, its nostrils, flared and wide, twitched. It was processing something. A storm of scents was hitting it. The sharp scent of discharged slugs from Griss's rifle, the hot metal air from Corbin's plasma shot, the dusty redolence of the station, the coppery scent of human sweat and fear. But beneath all that, carried on the recycled air, was something else. Something older, deeper. A scent pattern that resonated not in its memory, but in the very core of its genetically coded being. It was the scent of humanity. Unfiltered, primal, the scent of its makers. The scent of its true alphas. The beast's glowing blue eyes, which had been burning with cold, predatory fire, flickered. A new light entered them. Not hate, not hunger, confusion, recognition. It looked at Corbin, whose heart was trying to hammer its way out of its ribcage. It looked at Grizz, whose finger was still frozen on the trigger of her weapon. It looked at Jess, who had not moved a muscle, her expression one of a tense, unwavering curiosity. Then, with a movement that was shockingly slow and deliberate for a creature of such power, it bent its powerful forelegs. The joints hissed, the armor plate shifted, and to the utter, jaw-dropping shock of the 3 humans and the silent, abject horror of the Varnathi watching from their orbiting command ship, Project Harrow knelt. It lowered its massive head until its snout was nearly touching the floor, a posture of absolute instinctual submission. It had been unleashed as the ultimate predator to intimidate a galaxy. Instead, it found its pack. On the pristine, minimalist bridge of the Crucible, Prefect Theron watched the live feed on the main view screen. For a full 10 seconds, the only sound on the bridge was the quiet, ambient hum of the ship's systems as every officer stared, frozen at the image of their creation, bowing to a trio of what his culture deemed unevolved organisms. Theron's composure was a mask of ice, but a fissure of pure, undiluted fury was cracking it from within. This was not a malfunction. This was a humiliation. An illogical, emotional, biological catastrophe. His perfect weapon, the culmination of all his work, was acting like a misbehaving pet. "Terminate the broadcast," he said. His voice was dangerously calm, each word a chip of ice. "All channels, now." The comms officer scrambled to comply, his gray fingers flicking across the touch-sensitive surface, keying in the sequence to sever the broadcast feed. The red live indicators across the bridge flickered and died. Theron turned his head slowly, his gaze falling upon the ship's captain. "This demonstration," he stated, his voice dropping to a whisper that was more menacing than any shout, "is now a sterilization operation. I want my asset back, and I want the human contaminants purged." The captain, a veteran, hesitated for a fraction of a second. "Prefect, our orders were for a non-lethal demonstration." "Your orders have changed, Captain," Theron interrupted, rising from his command chair. He walked to the view screen, placing a hand on the cool glass right over the image of the kneeling beast. "This display of sentimentality is a flaw in the asset's programming. an unforeseen variable introduced by the source material. It cannot be allowed to propagate. No trace of his failure can be permitted to exist. Deploy the commando teams. Retrieve the asset. Eliminate all witnesses. He tapped the screen. And bring me the humans, alive if possible. I wish to dissect the nature of this anomaly personally. His professional pride, the very core of his Varnathi identity, had been wounded. He would not just erase his failure. He would dissect it, understand it, and ensure it never happened again. The humans of Rustmouth were no longer a nuisance. They were a research project. Back in the plaza, the three humans stared, mouths agape. The silence was broken by Jess, who gracefully dropped from the gantry, landing as silently as a cat. She walked forward past the barricade, her steps slow but sure.
Jess, get back here!
Corbin hissed, his voice tight with disbelief and fear. She ignored him. She approached the colossal, kneeling beast, stopping just before its lowered head. She reached out a small, grimy hand and placed it on the creature's armored snout, right between its glowing eyes. The beast did not flinch. Instead, a low, guttural rumble vibrated from his chest. Not a growl, but a purr. A sound of contentment, so deep it shook the floor. It nudged its head gently into her palm, a gesture of profound affection. Grizz lowered her repeater, an expression of dawning incredulous awe on her face.
Well, I'm B, she breathed. It's a giant armored space puppy.
The tender moment was shattered by the hiss of rappelling lines and the clatter of armored boots. Varnathi commandos, clad in sleek black combat shells and armed with pulse carbines, began descending into the plaza from breaches in the ceiling. They moved with cold, synchronized purpose, each member of the fire team covering another's advance.
Spoke too soon,
Corbin gritted out.
Company's here.
Grizz snapped back into tactical mode. She pointed a decisive finger at the beast, which was now lifting its head, a low growl of rising anger directed at the newcomers.
All right, big guy,
she barked, her voice ringing with command authority.
New name's Wrecker. You see those shiny black suits? They're not us.
She jabbed her finger toward the commandos.
Sick 'em.
It was as if a switch had been flipped. The beast, Wrecker, surged to its feet with a deafening metallic roar. The sound was different from its first cry of dominance. This was a deep, guttural sound of protective fury. Its pack was being threatened. It launched itself at the nearest squad of Varnathi commandos. It was no longer a patient, stalking predator. It was a whirlwind of claws and armor plate. A commando raised his carbine, but Wrecker's armored forelegs smashed him into the wall with the force of a freight train. Another was snatched up in its immense jaws and tossed like a child's toy in a far bulkhead. Plasma fire sparked and deflected off its hide, and it tore through their ranks a living, breathing anti-infantry weapon system that had just chosen a side.
Okay,
Corbin said, shouldering his own pulse rifle.
New plan. I'm starting to like the new plan.
He glanced at Grizz.
To the ship?
Grizz grinned, a fierce, wolfish expression.
To the ship.
Their retreat became a storm of calculated violence. With Wrecker acting as a living, roaring battering ram, the path to the hangar bay was significantly clearer. Varnathi commandos, trained for lethal, logical combat, were utterly unprepared for a 10-ton bioweapon with a sudden and violent case of loyalty. They expected flanking maneuvers and covering fire, not a creature that could simply run through a reinforced bulkhead as if it were tissue paper.
Heel, Wrecker!
Grizz yelled as they sprinted down a wide maintenance corridor, Wrecker trotting obediently at her side, occasionally snapping at a Varnathi soldier who got too close. The beast had to turn sideways to fit, its armored flanks scraping sparks from the walls.
You're telling me that thing fits in the rust bucket?
Corbin panted, trying to keep up.
Ship was built to haul dense irradiated salvage. Reinforced deck, oversized bay. It'll fit. It won't be comfortable,
There is nothing comfortable about this. They burst into the hangar bay where the ship, the Rust Bucket, was docked. It wasn't pretty. It was a repurposed salvage tug, a patchwork of different manufacturers' parts held together by Corbin's mechanical genius and a worrying amount of hope. But it was tough, and its cargo bay was, as Grizz said, oversized and reinforced.
Jess, prep the pre-flight. I'll lower the ramp.
Corbin yelled, sprinting to the ship's external access panel. As the heavy ramp of the Rust Bucket slammed down, more commandos flooded the hangar, taking up positions and laying down suppressing fire. Bolts of red plasma sizzled past Corbin's head.
Wrecker, cover us!
Grizz commanded, providing her own covering fire with the repeater. Wrecker needed no encouragement. It charged into the open hangar, becoming the galaxy's largest and most distracting target. The commandos focused their fire on the beast, their plasma shots creating a brilliant but ineffective light show against its armor. This gave Corbin and the others the opening they needed.
Everyone on!
Corbin shouted, scrambling up the ramp. Jess was already in the cockpit, flicking physical switches and tracing patterns in the main screen to bring the old engines to life. Grizz followed, dragging a crate of spare power cells with her.
Wrecker, on the boat, now!
Grizz bellowed. The beast, seeing its pack was safely aboard, disengaged from the firefight with a final, contemptuous swipe that sent two commandos flying and bounded up the ramp. The entire ship groaned and listed to one side under the sudden shift in mass, but the reinforced structure held. Wrecker barely fit, his armored back scraping the ceiling of the cargo bay as Corbin slammed the activation switch.
Hang on to something.
Jess's voice, a rare and welcome sound, crackled over the ship's internal comm. The Rust Bucket's engine roared to life, not with the elegant hum of a Syndicate vessel, but with the coughing, gut-vibrating rumble of an overworked mule. The ship lurched forward, blasting free of its docking clamps. Corbin stumbled into the cargo bay just as the ramp sealed. Wrecker was standing there, its massive frame taking up most of the space, its head cocked curiously.
All right, big guy.
Corbin said, panting and grabbing a set of heavy-duty magnetic clamps from the wall.
Let's get you strapped in before you decide to redecorate.
The beast offered no resistance, allowing Corbin to secure its legs to the deck plating. As the Rust Bucket cleared the station and jumped to hyperspace, leaving a very confused and decimated Varnathi boarding party behind, Corbin leaned against the bulkhead, looking at the giant, armored wolf thing in his cargo bay, and allowed himself a single, exhausted laugh. The low, gut-vibrating hum of the hyperdrive was a comforting sound, a confirmation that they were, for the moment, safe. Corbin was running a systems diagnostic in the cockpit, the sharp chemical scent from the overworked drive still lingering in the recycled air. Grizz was chugging a nutrient paste that smelled vaguely of chicken and regret, while Jess was in the cargo bay with their new passenger.
She's been down there for an hour.
Grizz noted, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand.
Think he ate her?
Wrecker wouldn't eat Jess, Corbin said without looking up from his console. He might try to groom her, which would be infinitely more terrifying. He tapped a few commands.
Ship's holding together. Barely. They did a number on the port stabilizer.
A moment later, Jess appeared in the cockpit doorway. She was holding a small data chip.
Found something,
she said, her voice quiet. Corbin swiveled in his chair.
Found what? Where?
Jess pointed a thumb back toward the cargo bay.
Under the armor, a seam. Diagnostic port.
Corbin and Grizz exchanged a look. Of course, Jess, with her scavenger's eyes, would find a hidden maintenance port on a 10-ton biological war machine, while everyone else was still processing the fact that it existed. They followed her back to the cargo bay. Wrecker was lying down, its massive head resting on its paws. It watched them approach with its intelligent blue eyes, giving another one of its floor-shaking purrs when Jess patted its leg. She pointed to a nearly invisible seam just behind its shoulder plate.
Pried it open,
she whispered, indicating the panel she'd found. Corbin knelt, plugging his personal data pad into the exposed port.
All right, let's see what makes you tick, Sparky.
The screen lit up with a wall of text, a cascade of Varnathi military-grade encryption that made Corbin's eyes water.
Scrap. This is layered deeper than a core world politician's conscience. It'll take me weeks to crack this. As he spoke, Wrecker lifted his head. It watched Corbin's frustrated tapping for a moment, then let out a soft whine. He nudged Corbin's datapad with its enormous snout, the gesture surprisingly gentle. Then it nudged a specific, unassuming maintenance console built into the cargo bay wall, a console used for calibrating the magnetic clamps. What? Corbin asked, looking from the beast to the console. You want me to use that? Wrecker nudged the console again, more insistently, then looked back at the datapad. Grizz folded her arms. It's a pack animal, Corbin. It's trying to help. It's not a dog. It's a whatever it is. Corbin muttered, but he unplugged his datapad and connected it to the indicated console. He ran a diagnostic. The console wasn't just for the clamps, it was a redundant systems hub tied into the ship's main computer. And for some reason, the Varnathi port was reacting to it. A new window opened on his datapad, a back door into the encryption. No way, Corbin breathed. It's using the ship's architecture as a skeleton key. He started typing furiously as the data streams began to flow, corrupted and fragmented, but readable. He pulled up the first coherent file. It was a header, simple and stark. Project Harrow, Source Data, Archival Probe UES Odyssey, Human Origin. Another file, a classification manifest from the human probe, flickered onto the screen. It was written with a strange, poetic flourish that was completely at odds with typical military classification. Master file, Terra's apex social predators, subentries, Homo sapiens, Canis lupus. Archivist note. Let the record show that while we stand on two legs and they on four, we are bound by the same ancient pact. The warmth of fire, the loyalty of the pack, the thrill of the hunt. In our arrogance, we call them beast and ourselves man, but the wolf that runs in the dark of the wood runs also in the dark of our own hearts. They are our shadow kin, our other half, the song of the wild that we have almost forgotten how to sing. Corbin stared at the screen. Grizz leaned over his shoulder, reading. Apex social predators? One file? The final fragment was a Varnathi project note, cold and clinical. Genetic interpretation, single organism, incomplete sequences for both subentries, missing data compensated with Varnathi biosynthetic scaffold, intelligence and pack loyalty of human combined with predatory instinct of wolf. The horrifying, hilarious, galaxy-altering truth crashed down on them. The Varnathi, in their cold, emotionless logic, had found a derelict human probe. They found a file created by some long-dead, overly dramatic archivist and taken it literally. They thought humans and wolves were two parts of the same creature. With incomplete DNA for both, they had simply filled in the blanks. They had built their ultimate weapon, using a human and a wolf as the blueprint, believing it was one organism. Corbin looked from the datapad to the giant, armored wolf creature that had knelt before them. The creature that was, genetically speaking, their weird, monstrous cousin. Oh, Corbin said, a slow grin spreading across his face. Oh, you magnificent, logical morons. The Hunter needed a tune-up first. The rust bucket was bleeding coolant from a plasma score along its port engine, and the stabilizer was still shot to hell. Pushing the hyperdrive in this condition was suicide. We need parts, Corbin announced, pulling up a regional map. And there's only one place in this sector that'll have what we need without asking questions a priest would blush at. He tapped the destination on the map, a small, pockmarked moon orbiting a dying gas giant. Its official designation was XT-734. Everyone in the Rim just called it the Grinder. The Grinder was less a moon and more a scrapyard with its own gravity.
The surface was a mountain range of wrecked starships, a graveyard of forgotten wars and failed business ventures. The only settlement was a shanty town built into the metallic husk of a derelict dreadnought, run by a syndicate of scavengers known as the Grinders. Landing the rust bucket was a delicate affair. Corbin found a relatively stable plateau of compressed freighter hulls and set them down. The air tasted of rust and lubricant. "All right," Corbin said, grabbing a bag of tools and a few high-density credit chips. "Grizz, you're with me. Jess, you stay here. Keep an eye on our boy and the ship. If anyone but us tries to get on board, you have my permission to get creative." Jess just grinned and tapped the hilt of one of her vibro knives. It was all the confirmation he needed. The bartering in Grinder's Central Market was a tense, ritualistic dance. Corbin, a master of deadpan haggle, argued with a four-armed, cybernetically enhanced Grinder chief over the price of a refurbished plasma conduit, while Grizz stood silently behind him, her sheer imposing presence a form of negotiation all its own. "This conduit has a microporosity rating of 0.03. It'll leak like a sieve under full load." The Grinder chief chittered, his metallic arms crossing over his chest. 0.015, human, and that's my final offer. Take it or go weld your ship with mud and hope. They eventually settled on a price that felt only slightly like grand larceny. Hours blurred into a rhythm of grime and sparks. Corbin, cursing under his breath as he wrestled the new conduit into place, felt a familiar frustration with a roll of industrial thermal tape that refused to yield. Jess, a ghost in the machine's guts, rerouted the frayed power lines with a quiet focus. While Corbin's back was turned to grab a hydro spanner, Jess's hand darted out, snatching the same stubborn roll of hyperconductive thermal tape from his kit. She planned it with a silent, sly grin before he turned back, none the wiser. In the cargo bay, the clang of Grizz's thrown decoy drone was followed by Wrecker's immediate pounce, a 10-ton beast learning the art of restraint. She wasn't training a pet, she was drilling a soldier. She used sharp, clear hand signals, a closed fist for stay, a pointed finger for watch, a slashing motion for attack. Wrecker responded with stunning speed and comprehension, his intelligent eyes locked on her. The bond between the no-nonsense soldier and the bioengineered beast was solidifying, built on a shared language of tactical purpose. "He's a fast learner," Grizz said, giving Wrecker's armored flank an approving slap as Corbin emerged from the engine room covered in grease. "They better be," Corbin replied, wiping his forehead, "as we're about to go kick the hornet's nest. Prefect Theron is a creature of ego," Corbin explained, pacing the rust bucket's small bridge. The star map glowed between them. "We can't just show up at a secret lab. Even if we knew where it was, the place will be a fortress. We need to draw him out. We need to insult him on a professional level." He pointed to a major trade route on the map, a pulsing green line. The Solus Amber lanes. The Varnathi controlled them. Solus Amber isn't just for getting high. It's a vital component in 90% of modern hyperdrives. If the Varnathi lose control of these lanes, their entire fleet becomes a collection of very expensive paperweights. Grizz nodded, catching on. "So, we hit them where their pride and their profit margins intersect." "Exactly," Corbin said. "We're gonna hijack one of their high-value amber freighters. But we're not just going to steal the spice." He grinned. "We're gonna steal their secrets, and we're gonna do it with Wrecker, making sure everyone sees it." Their target was a lumbering, heavily automated Varnathi freighter, the Gilded Hand. It was slow, arrogant, and flying with a skeleton crew. The rust bucket dropped out of hyperspace directly in its path. The attack was brutally direct. Grizz took out the freighter's engines with a precise volley, and Corbin brought them in close.
Wrecker, you're up!
Grizz shouted into the comm. The cargo bay doors slid open. Wrecker took a running leap across the void, a living, boarding torpedo that slammed onto the Gilded Hand's hull with a deafening screech. He tore his way to the bridge, and the terrified Varnathi crew surrendered instantly.
While Grizz and Jess secured the spice, Corbin went straight for the bridge's secure data terminal. He plugged in his data pad and, using the exploit they discovered, downloaded a secure Varnathi fleet data slate. This was the real prize. Back on the rust bucket, Corbin went to work. The data slate was a treasure trove. It contained master encryption keys, fleet movements, and, most importantly, a list of coordinates for several deep space Varnathi black sites. One of these has to be Theron's lab, Corbin said, projecting the list onto the star map. There were 5 possible locations, all in uncharted hostile territory. But which one? Attacking the wrong one will get us killed. As he spoke, Wrecker, who had been lying quietly in the cargo bay, grew agitated. He padded onto the bridge, a low whine rumbling in his chest. He walked to the glowing star map and stared at it, his head cocked. Then he lifted a claw and scratched at one specific blinking coordinate in a dark, nebular cluster. "Hey, easy on the console," Corbin started, but then he froze. Wrecker whined again, scratching the same point, more insistently this time. He looked at Corbin, then back at the coordinate, a look of profound recognition in his intelligent eyes. Corbin's eyes widened. "That's it," he breathed. "The slate gave us the possibilities. He's giving us the answer." He looked at the others, a wild, reckless sense of purpose igniting in his chest. They weren't guessing anymore. The hunter had the scent of its master. They leaked footage of their tamed monster and the hijacked spice to every news broker in the Outer Rim. The message was clear. The Varnathi's ultimate weapon was now working for a trio of human upstarts. Theron would be professionally and personally humiliated. He would have no choice but to come for them. Prefect Theron did not take the news well. The image of his creation, posing like a trophy hunter's prize next to a human soldier, was an insult of such magnitude that it transcended mere professional failure. It was a personal, visceral affront to his logic, his genius, and his species' perceived superiority. "He is mocking me," Theron whispered to his captain, his black eyes fixed on the image of Wrecker. "That human, Valentine, he has broadcast my failure to the entire sector. He is using my own creation to dismantle my reputation." He grew perfectly, terrifyingly still. "This is no longer about retrieval. This is about intellectual extermination." He turned, his face a mask of cold fury. "He has our black site coordinates. I know which one he will choose. The asset will lead him there. Prepare the Crucible for immediate departure. Plot a course for Thanatos Nebula." "Sir," the captain said, "we'll be jumping into an unscouted sector." "The sector is not empty," Theron corrected him. "My primary research facility is there, and now so is my prey." He allowed himself a thin, cruel smile. "The human thinks he has set a trap. He has merely chosen the location of his own dissection." On the rust bucket, an alarm blared. "Massive energy signature dropping out of hyperspace," Grizz announced from the sensor station. "It's a big one, Corbin. Cruiser class. Varnathi." Corbin looked at the screen where friendly ships were marked as green icons and the enemy was a large, advancing red triangle. A single, enormous ship icon appeared, right where Wrecker had indicated, right where Theron's mobile lab, the Crucible, would be. "He took the bait," Corbin said, a thrill running through him. "All hands, battle stations, full power to forward shields." Jess, already in the pilot seat, pushed the throttle forward. The rust bucket, patched up and battle-ready, accelerated, flying not away from the giant Varnathi warship, but straight towards it. "They're not changing course," the Varnathi tactical officer reported, his voice laced with confusion. They're accelerating on a direct collision course." Prefect Theron watched the tiny blip of the rust bucket on the main screen. Arrogance. A fatal human flaw. He turned to his weapons officer. "Target their engines. Disable them. I want that ship intact. On the Rust Bucket, the ride was getting bumpy as the first volley of warning shots from the Crucible bracketed them.
They're trying to cripple us.
Grizz yelled over the noise.
I know.
Corbin shouted back, his eyes glued to the schematics of the Crucible from the stolen slate.
Jess, see that dorsal heat vent? Sector 7.
Jess's hands moved over her console, highlighting the area. She gave a short nod.
On my mark, I need you to hit it with a full burst from the forward cannons. It'll cause a feedback loop and temporarily disable the atmospheric shielding for the main hangar bay. For about 5 seconds.
Grizz's eyes widened. You want to fly into the hangar? I don't want to fly into it, Corbin said with a manic grin. I want to park in it. He looked at Jess. Ready? She gave him a thumbs up.
Mark!
The Rust Bucket shuddered as its forward cannons fired. The plasma bolt struck the heat vent, and on the Vornathi bridge an alarm blared.
Atmospheric shield in the main hangar's flickering, Prefect!
With a deafening shriek of protesting metal, the reinforced chassis of the salvaged tug slammed into the now vulnerable hangar bay opening. The impact shuddered through the Crucible's frame, the force of the ramming action cracking primary support struts and severing main power conduits deep within the ship's structure near the reactor housing. The Rust Bucket slid halfway into the massive hangar before grinding to a halt, wedged tight. Corbin was already up, grabbing his pulse rifle.
Welcome to the party, pal!
He yelled, the ramp slammed down, and the 3 humans, followed by a roaring wrecker, charged into the pristine white hangar of the most advanced research vessel in the Outer Rim. The fight was on. Prefect Theron was waiting for them in the main genetics laboratory. He stood in the center of the vast circular chamber, calm and composed, flanked by his elite guard. He looked not at the humans, but at Wrecker. Fascinating, Theron said. The loyalty programming latched onto the most primitive, emotionally volatile subjects. A flaw, certainly, but an instructive one. He finally deigned to look at Corbin. You think you have exposed a weakness in my work, human. You have merely confirmed a hypothesis I predicted long ago. He gestured to a large, covered shape behind them. Biology is messy, unpredictable. That is why Project Harrow was always just one half of the equation. He pulled the covering away. Standing there was another predator, Harrow 2. Sleek, robotic, and utterly without life. Its chassis polished chrome and black carbon fiber, its eyes cold red optical sensors. My parallel program, Project Chimera, is the destination, Theron sneered. Pure, unfeeling, obedient logic. It possesses all of Harrow's strengths and none of his pathetic weaknesses. He tapped a command on his wrist-mounted controller. Harrow 2, activate. Decommission the biological contaminants. The robot activated. It was Wrecker's nightmare sibling. The battle was a symphony of instinct versus logic. Harrow 2 was a flawless killing machine. Wrecker was a storm of primal cunning.
Grizz, suppress those guards. I need a clear shot at the control interface on his wrist.
Corbin yelled, laying down plasma bolts toward the prefect. Grizz's repeater roared, forcing Theron and his guards to dive for cover. But the robot was relentless, its chrome claws scoring deep gashes in Wrecker's armor.
Its shields are eating my slugs.
Grizz yelled, reloading.
Jess, find me a power source.
High above, clinging to a network of power conduits, Jess saw it. The thick, armored cable running from a large power junction directly into Harrow 2's back, feeding its shield emitter. She pulled the roll of industrial thermal tape from her belt. Harrow 2 had Wrecker pinned, a high-frequency blade extending from its jaws.
Jess!
Corbin screamed. A small, dark shape dropped from the ceiling. Jess landed silently on the power junction. With a speed born of 1,000 similar actions, she ripped off a long strip of the hyperconductive thermal tape and slammed it across 2 exposed terminals. Sparks erupted, a massive power surge, with nowhere to go thanks to primary conduits, severed during their violent arrival, cascaded directly into the ship's already strained reactor containment field. Alarms blared across the ship. On the floor,
The power feed to Harrow 2's shield emitter shorted out. For a single, critical second, its energy field died.
Wrecker! Now! The neck joint!
Corbin yelled. Wrecker lunged upward, his massive jaws closing around Harrow 2's unshielded neck. There was a horrific screech of twisting metal, and Wrecker tore the robot's head clean off. It clattered to the floor and rolled to a stop at Theron's feet. The headless body of Harrow 2 crumpled. Wrecker stood over it, panting and victorious. A high-pitched alarm screamed through the lab. The crucible was tearing itself apart. Theron stared at the severed head of his masterpiece. You primitives. You broke my toys! He never finished. Grizz strode forward and delivered a single economical punch to his jaw. The prefect crumpled in an unconscious heap. Less talking, more leaving, she grunted, scooping up his pulse rifle.
Back to the ship!
Corbin commanded. They raced through the shaking corridors, scrambled aboard the rust bucket, and jessed through the engines into full reverse. With a groan of tortured metal, the salvage tug ripped itself free from the hangar. They blasted away just as the crucible imploded, its silent, graceful destruction a testament to their victory. The shockwave hit them, sending them tumbling through space, but the tough little hull held firm. Adrift, but alive, the crew took stock. The ship was a wreck, but they were victorious. In the cargo bay, Jess was patching up Wrecker with biofoam. On the bridge, Grizz was field-stripping her new rifle. Corbin stood before the navigation console, looking at the star map. They were no longer just scavengers. They were legends. Wrecker, patched up, padded onto the bridge. He walked over to Corbin and nudged his hand, a low purr rumbling in his chest. Corbin looked down at the bioengineered predator, the walking, breathing symbol of an empire's greatest mistake. A mistake that was now their greatest asset. He was family. Corbin grinned, a real, genuine grin, and patted Wrecker's armored head. All right, Wrecker. Where to next?
The Universal Registry of Things That Should Never Have Happened keeps meticulous records of every cosmic disaster, sorted alphabetically, chronologically, and by level of embarrassment. Entry number 77,943 reads simply, "The Gorthax Concordat discovers humans exist." Entry number 77,944, added 17 minutes later, reads, "The Gorthax Concordat claims their fleet is invincible." Way. Entry number 77,945, added the following Tuesday, is just a long series of exclamation marks, followed by "See attached footage." This is the footage. The Supreme Overlord Thexaquil, the mathematically unassailable, stood in the command sphere of his flagship, the Perpetual Dominance, surrounded by holographic displays showing his fleet of 42,000 vessels. The number wasn't random. Their greatest philosophers had spent 3 centuries calculating the exact number of ships required for true invincibility, accounting for every possible variable, including but not limited to stellar drift, quantum uncertainty, the price of tungsten on alternate Thursdays, and the statistical probability of encountering a species stupid enough to fight them. They had not, however, accounted for humans. This would prove to be what military historians would later call a whoopsie of galactic proportions. "Your Supremeness," squeaked Subcommander Yixville, whose job title was longer than his actual name and included the words Deputy Assistant to the Secondary Auxiliary Backup Strategic Coordinator. He scurried forward on his 6 legs, each making a slightly different clicking sound that together formed what his species considered smooth jazz. The Council of Trembling Civilizations has agreed to hear our demands. Excellent! Thexaquil boomed, his voice modulator adding unnecessary reverb because he'd paid extra for it and was damn well going to use it. And have they stopped that pathetic whimpering? Mostly, Your Supremeness. The Zelathi ambassador is still making that noise, but our linguists believe it might just be how they breathe. Disgusting. Add mandatory respiratory etiquette classes to our list of demands. Right after total surrender and before renaming all planets to variations of Steve. The Gorthax Concordat's rise to power had been swift, brutal, and irritatingly efficient. They'd conquered 17 systems in 12 years, which was impressive until you realized they'd spent 11 of those years arguing about the font for their surrender documents. When they finally settled on Comic Sans, the galaxy knew true fear. Their fleet was, by all mathematical models, completely invincible. They had run every simulation. They had accounted for every strategy. Their tactical computers had calculated responses to over 9 quintillion different attack patterns, including one where the enemy just threw rocks really hard while yelling obscenities. What they hadn't calculated was Petty Officer Second Class Timothy Definitely Not My Fault Kowalski, currently stationed aboard the Earth defense vessel Questionable Decisions, a ship that had earned its name after 3 separate incidents involving a microwave, alien ambassadors, and what the official report called regrettable timing. Timothy was having what could generously be called a day. He'd woken up late because his alarm clock had achieved sentience overnight and decided to pursue a career in interpretive dance. He'd spilled coffee on his uniform, discovered the coffee was actually yesterday's soup, and then been informed he was on duty for the most boring shift in human military history, monitoring deep space communications for any signs of intelligent life that weren't trying to sell them extended warranties on their plasma cores. "Kowalski!" barked Lieutenant Commander Priya Rastogi, whose coffee mug bore the inspirational message, "I've had it up to here," with an arrow pointing somewhere above the brim. "What's that signal?" Timothy looked at his screen, which was displaying something that definitely hadn't been there 5 seconds ago. Or maybe it had. He'd been playing solitaire in another window, and the computer had developed the annoying habit of rearranging his desktop icons when it got bored. It looks like 42,000 ships, ma'am. Big ones, with guns, lots of guns, like an unreasonable amount of guns. Define unreasonable. Each ship has more weapons than we have total people who know how to spell weapon correctly on the first try. Rastogi's left eye twitched, a condition she'd developed after 3 years of reading Timothy's reports. And they're heading? This way? Fast. Like, oh crap, we forgot to renew our insurance fast. Can you be more specific? They'll be here next Tuesday around lunchtime, maybe 12:30, 12:45 if they hit traffic around Jupiter. Meanwhile, at the hastily assembled emergency meeting of species who were definitely not panicking, Ambassador Beatrice Newcastle was representing humanity with all the dignity and grace of someone who'd been woken up at 3 a.m. and told the galaxy was probably ending, but could she please bring donuts? She'd brought the donuts. They were stale. Nobody complained. "The Gorthax Concordat," whimpered the gelatinous representative of the Blob Confederation, "has summoned us to witness the demonstration of their invincible fleet. They want us to watch as they destroy humanity's homeworld as an example." "Right," Beatrice said, dunking a donut into what she hoped was coffee, but could have been motor oil. At this point, she didn't care. "And we're sure they said invincible. Not invisible or inviting or invertebrate, because those are very different things and would change our response significantly." "They were very clear," sobbed the crystalline ambassador, whose emotional state was causing them to refract light in deeply disturbing ways. They even trademarked it. "Look," a hologram appeared showing official galactic paperwork with Invincible TM stamped across it in letters that somehow managed to look both threatening and slightly comic. "They trademarked invincibility?" Beatrice asked, her disbelief manifesting as an inappropriate giggle. What's next? Patenting oxygen? Copyrighting gravity? Don't give them ideas, hissed the Serpentine delegate, whose species had already lost 3 planets to the Gorthax and didn't appreciate humor about their impending doom. Look, Beatrice stood up, brushing donut crumbs off her formal pajamas. She hadn't had time to change into proper diplomatic attire. Humanity has faced worse odds. Remember when we accidentally declared war on that black hole? Or when we tried to colonize that planet that turned out to be a sleeping space whale? We're really good at surviving things that should definitely kill us. But their fleet is mathematically invincible. The hive mind representative spoke in perfect unison, which was impressive but creepy. They've run every possible scenario. Did they run the scenario where humanity does something so catastrophically stupid that their computers can't process it? Silence fell over the assembly. Several species exchanged what passed for glances in their various optical configurations. That's not a strategy, the crystalline ambassador refracted nervously. That's just chaos. Oh, exactly. Beatrice grinned in a way that made several ambassadors instinctively check their insurance policies. When has humanity ever met a problem we couldn't make worse in creative ways? Back on Earth, in a bunker that was supposedly secret but had its own gift shop, General Harrison Mitchell was having the kind of day that made him seriously reconsider his career choices. He joined the military to protect humanity, not to explain to the president why their best defense against an invincible alien fleet was, and he was quoting directly from the strategic assessment, hoping they're allergic to something stupid like polka music or wood. "Run that by me again, Kowalski," the general said, rubbing his temples in a way that suggested a migraine was not just imminent, but had already unpacked and was redecorating. "You want to do what?" Timothy stood at attention, or at least his version of it, which involved leaning slightly to the left because one of his legs was shorter than the other, a fact he'd only discovered during basic training when he kept marching in circles. "Sir, I've been analyzing their fleet formation and I've noticed something. They're arranged in perfect mathematical harmony. Perfect, like obsessively perfect. The distance between each ship is exactly 12,000 kilometers, arranged in a pattern that forms a complex geometric shape that I think spells out surrender in their language, but could also be a recipe for soup. And, well, sir, what if we just messed it up? Messed it up. Yes, sir. Like, flew a ship right through the middle of their formation, not attacking, not defending, just being there, incorrectly. General Mitchell stared at Timothy for so long that several people started checking if time had actually stopped. "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard," the general finally said. "And I once heard someone suggest we weaponize interpretive dance, which, incidentally, worked against the rhythmic collective, but that's beside the point. But, sir, I'm not finished. It's stupid, reckless, and has absolutely no chance of working according to any rational military doctrine." He paused. "Which is exactly why we're going to do it. The aliens always expect us to be either brilliant strategists or complete idiots. They never expect us to be both simultaneously." Timothy's face lit up like someone had just told him Christmas, his birthday, and free pizza day were all being combined into one super holiday. "Really, sir? God help us all, yes, but we're not sending one ship, we're sending all of them. Every rust bucket, every half-functioning shuttle, every ship held together by duct tape and false hope. We're going to turn their perfect formation into the spatial equivalent of a Jackson Pollock painting." "Sir, what's a Jackson Pollock?" "Look it up later. Right now, go tell the fleet to prepare for Operation Cosmic Vandalism." "Is that the official name?" "No, the official name is classified." "What is it?" "Operation Hold My Beer and Watch This." As news of humanity's plans spread through the Earth Defense Force, reactions were mixed. Some called it genius, others called it suicide. Most just shrugged and figured if they were going to die anyway, they might as well make it interesting. Captain Jennifer Rodriguez of the EDF Improbable Solution, a ship that had survived 17 battles and one unfortunate incident involving a malfunctioning food processor, received her orders with the kind of calm that came from years of dealing with humanity's approach to problem-solving. "Let me get this straight," she told her first officer, Marcus Okonkwo, who was reading the orders for the third time, hoping they'd change. "We're going to fly directly into the middle of 42,000 enemy ships, not fire a single shot, and just exist there? Wrongly?" "That's what it says, Captain. We're also supposed to broadcast something on all frequencies. Says here, dealer's choice, but make it annoying." "Annoying." Rodriguez considered this. "Get me Lieutenant Wong from Communications." Lieutenant David Wong arrived on the bridge, looking like someone who'd just been asked to explain quantum physics to a goldfish. "Captain? Wong, what's the most annoying thing we could broadcast to an alien fleet?" Wong thought for exactly 3 seconds before a smile spread across his face that could only be described as worryingly enthusiastic. "Captain, have you ever heard of something called Baby Shark?" "No. It's a song from the early 21st century. It was designed for children, but somehow became a psychological weapon. The military actually banned it from interrogations because it was considered too cruel." "Perfect. Put it on a loop." "Captain," Marcus interrupted, "isn't that against the Galactic Geneva Convention?" "Only if we lose." Meanwhile, aboard the Perpetual Dominance, Supreme Overlord Thexaquil was in the middle of his victory speech, which he'd been practicing for 6 months and had timed down to the second. He was at the part about the mathematical certainty of surrender, when Subcommander Yixville scurried up looking like someone had just told him that mathematics might be opinion-based. "Your Supremeness! The humans are responding to our approach." "Finally. Are they surrendering, begging, offering tributes of their finest resources?" They're sending their entire fleet directly at us, Your Supremeness. A futile last stand. How pathetically predictable. Prepare all weapons. We shall atomize them in exactly 4.7 seconds, as the calculations predict. Your Supremeness, they're not attacking. Thexaquil's primary eye cluster swiveled to focus on Yixville. "What do you mean they're not attacking?" "They're just flying, in no particular formation. Some of them are doing barrel rolls. One appears to be flying backwards. And Your Supremeness, they're broadcasting something. Put it on speakers." The bridge of the Perpetual Dominance was suddenly filled with a sound that could only be described as what would happen if Joy and Irritation had a baby, and that baby was raised by kazoos. "Baby Shark! Do, 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 do!" Every Gorthax on the bridge froze. Their species had evolved beyond physical pain, conquered fear, and eliminated doubt. But they had never, in their million-year history, encountered anything like this. "What? What is that?" Thexaquil's voice had lost several octaves and all of its reverb. "It appears to be music? Your Supremeness?" The translation matrix says it's about a juvenile aquatic predator and its family members. "Turn it off." "I can't, Your Supremeness. They're broadcasting on every frequency, even the ones that don't exist. Somehow they're broadcasting on frequency -7, which our scientists assured us was mathematically impossible. The human fleet, all 843 ships of wildly varying quality and structural integrity, plunged into the Gorthax formation, like someone throwing spaghetti at a carefully constructed house of cards. They weren't attacking, they weren't defending, they were just there, incorrectly, chaotically. Some ships were spinning, others were broadcasting different versions of the same song, creating a cacophony that made several Gorthax tactical officers seriously consider early retirement. The EDF Terrible Idea flew between 2 Gorthax dreadnoughts while somehow on fire, which shouldn't have been possible in the vacuum of space, but nobody wanted to ask questions. The EDF Hold My Coffee performed a maneuver that definitely violated several laws of physics and possibly one law of economics. The EDF participation trophy just stopped in the middle of the formation and turned on its hazard lights. Your Supremeness! Yixville was now clicking in what his species considered panic, but sounded like tap dancing. The formation, the ships are trying to maintain perfect positioning, but the humans are... They're what? They're parallel parking, Your Supremeness. Badly. One of them just hit 3 of our ships trying to fit into a space that's clearly too small. The Gorthax fleet's tactical computers, faced with behavior that didn't match any of their 9 quintillion scenarios, did what any reasonable computer would do. They asked for clarification. When that didn't work, they asked for management. When management didn't know what to do, they started filing error reports. Within minutes, the entire Gorthax battle network was clogged with error messages, each one generating 3 automated responses, which generated their own error messages, creating a cascade of digital confusion that made their screens look like someone had tried to divide by 0 while calculating the meaning of life. Captain Rodriguez watched the chaos from her bridge with the satisfaction of someone watching a really expensive car get vandalized by pigeons. Status report, Marcus. The Gorthax fleet has stopped moving, Captain. Their weapons are powering down. I'm picking up massive system failures across their entire network. And our casualties. Lieutenant Johnson broke his toe kicking a console in celebration. That's it. Send him to medical and keep broadcasting that song. Captain, it's been 3 hours. I think we might be committing a war crime. It's only a war crime if there's a war. This is more like aggressive interior decorating. Back at the emergency meeting of species, who were now very confused, Ambassador Newcastle was trying to explain humanity's strategy to increasingly baffled alien representatives. So you're telling us, the crystalline ambassador refracted skeptically, that your entire defense strategy was to annoy them into submission? Not exactly, Beatrice said, helping herself to another stale donut. We confused their computers by doing things that weren't in their calculations. Turns out when you account for every logical possibility, you're completely unprepared for weaponized stupidity. But that's not how warfare works. The Serpentine delegates' coils were tied in knots of frustration. There are rules, strategies, mathematics. Yeah, we've never been great at math. We still can't figure out why hot dogs come in packages of 10, but buns come in 8. But we're excellent at making problems worse until they accidentally become solutions. The Blob Confederation representative quivered thoughtfully. Are you saying the humans defeated the most powerful fleet in the galaxy by being themselves? Pretty much, yeah. Oh, and we may have permanently traumatized them with a children's song. That was just bonus points. The assembled ambassadors fell silent, processing this information with whatever they used for processing. Finally, the hive mind spoke. We need to update humanity's threat classification. To what? Beatrice asked, genuinely curious. We're creating a new category, chaotic helpful. Subcategory, approach with caution, caffeine, and possibly earplugs. Meanwhile, Supreme Overlord Thexa Quill was experiencing what his species called a cognitive cascade, which was similar to a nervous breakdown, but involved more mathematics and tentacle wringing. His perfect fleet, his invincible armada, had been reduced to a cosmic traffic jam by humans who seemed to be operating on the principle of, what if we just didn't follow any rules at all? Your Supremeness, Yixville approached cautiously, making sure to stay outside tentacle range. The humans are offering terms. Terms? They're offering us terms. Yes, Your Supremeness. They say they'll stop broadcasting that sound if we agree to their conditions, which are: first, we have to admit we're not invincible. Never! Second, we have to return all conquered territories. Absolutely not! Third, we have to participate in something called karaoke night every Friday. What's karaoke? The translator says it's a form of entertainment where beings with no musical talent sing badly on purpose while others pretend to enjoy it. Thexaquill's tentacles drooped in defeat. That's the most horrifying thing I've ever heard. And I once watched a star go supernova from the inside. Should I reject their terms, your supremeness? A new verse of Baby Shark started playing, this time with what sounded like accordion accompaniment. Wait! Thexaquil writhed in acoustic agony. Tell them we'll consider their terms, but first, for the love of all that is mathematically sacred, make them stop that noise. Captain Rodriguez received the message with a grin that would have made sharks themselves nervous. They're willing to negotiate. Wong, pause the music. Just pause, not stop. Oh, definitely pause. We might need it again. Call it aggressive negotiation tactics. The silence that followed was so profound that several crew members checked if they'd gone deaf. After 3 hours of continuous baby shark, the absence of it was somehow worse than its presence. Timothy Kowalski, who had inadvertently started this whole mess by noticing the Gorthax's obsessive need for perfection, was about to become the most unlikely diplomatic attaché in human history. Not because he was qualified, he absolutely wasn't, but because when the Gorthax asked who was responsible for the tactical chaos, everyone pointed at him. Me! Timothy's voice cracked like he was going through puberty again. I can't negotiate. I once got into an argument with a vending machine and lost. That's exactly why you're perfect, General Mitchell said, having arrived on the improbable solution via a shuttle that had only caught fire twice during the journey. The Gorthax expect master negotiators or military strategists. You're neither. You're just you. That's not reassuring, sir. It's not meant to be. Now get in there and be yourself. But maybe dial it down from 11 to like a 7. I don't have settings, sir. I'm just always like this. God help us all. The negotiation took place on a neutral station that the Gorthax had insisted be positioned at exactly the midpoint between their fleet and Earth, calculated to 17 decimal places. Humans had agreed, then parked their diplomatic shuttles slightly off-center just to watch the Gorthax twitch. Timothy sat across from Sub-Commander Yixville, who had been chosen to negotiate because he was the only Gorthax who hadn't developed a nervous tic from the Baby Shark incident. Between them was a table that the Gorthax had measured 6 times to ensure it was perfectly level. So, Timothy began, accidentally knocking over his water glass. As he scrambled to clean it up with his sleeve, he continued, "You guys thought you were invincible, huh? Our calculations were perfect." Yixville clicked defensively. "We accounted for every possible strategic scenario. Did you account for this?" Timothy pulled out a rubber band and shot it across the table, hitting Yixville in what was probably his forehead. What was that?" "Rubber band. We use them to hold things together when we run out of actual solutions. Kind of like our entire civilization, really." Yixville's 6 legs tapped in what Timothy was pretty sure was confusion. "Your species defeated our invincible fleet with chaos and children's music? Don't forget the parallel parking. That was Steve's idea. He failed his driving test 17 times, so he's really good at doing it wrong. This is insane. Your entire species is insane." "Yeah, probably," Timothy agreed, trying to balance a pen on his nose and failing. "But here's the thing. You can calculate for smart. You can calculate for stupid. You can't calculate for stupid. That works." "That doesn't even make sense." "Exactly." Timothy slammed his hand on the table, accidentally activating a holographic display that started showing his browser history, which he quickly turned off. "Nothing we do makes sense. We put pineapple on pizza. We made a movie about a tornado full of sharks. We invented cryptocurrency and then forgot why." Yixville's translator struggled with these concepts, eventually just displaying a series of question marks. "Look," Timothy continued, now building a small tower out of sugar packets, "you guys are obviously way smarter than us. Your technology is better. Your math is better. Your ships don't catch fire in space for no reason. But that's your problem. You're so smart you forgot that sometimes the universe doesn't make sense. And when it doesn't make sense, you need people who are comfortable with that. People like us. People who look at an impossible situation and say, 'Hold my beer.' What's beer? Fermented grain water that makes good ideas seem great and great ideas seem terrible. We've based most of our civilization on it. The negotiation continued for 6 hours, during which Timothy accidentally insulted 3 different Gorthax religions, spilled 4 more drinks, and somehow convinced Yixville that humans were too chaotic to predict, but too useful to destroy. The final treaty, officially called the Accord of Mutual Confusion, was a masterpiece of diplomatic insanity. The Gorthax agreed to return all conquered territories in exchange for humanity, promising to never, ever broadcast Baby Shark again. They also agreed to joint patrol duties with human ships specifically assigned to chaos operations, missions where conventional tactics had failed and unconventional stupidity might succeed. But the most important clause, insisted upon by the Gorthax and readily agreed to by humans, was that humanity would provide a warning before doing anything aggressively illogical in Gorthax presence. This warning would consist of the phrase, "Hold my beer," which would give the Gorthax exactly 3 seconds to evacuate to a safe distance, which they calculated to be no less than 47 light-years. News of humanity's victory spread throughout the galaxy faster than light, which was supposed to be impossible, but humans had been doing impossible things all day, so nobody questioned it. The Zelathi, who had been making that whimpering noise for so long that everyone forgot they were capable of other sounds, actually laughed. It sounded like someone gargling marbles in a wind tunnel, but it was definitely laughter. The crystalline ambassador refracted in patterns that their species considered celebratory, but looked like a disco ball having an existential crisis. Even the serpentine delegate, who had lost 3 planets to the Gorthax, admitted that watching the supposedly invincible fleet get defeated by parallel parking and sonic warfare was worth the price of admission. But perhaps the most interesting response came from the Artificial Intelligence Collective, who had been quietly observing the whole event. They sent a single message to Earth. "We understand now why you haven't achieved true AI yet. You're afraid it might make sense." General Mitchell read this message while nursing his 17th cup of coffee and what was definitely not his first migraine of the day. "They're not wrong," he muttered to his aide. "Can you imagine an AI with human logic? Sir, that's an oxymoron." Exactly. And yet somehow it would probably work. 3 weeks after what historians were calling the least likely victory in recorded history, the unrecorded ones were apparently even worse, Timothy Kowalski found himself in an unusual position. He'd been promoted, demoted, promoted again, given a medal, had the medal taken away because he'd used it as a bottle opener, and finally settled into a new position, Deputy Director of Chaotic Solutions. It was a made-up title for a made-up department, but it came with a real office and a coffee machine that only tried to achieve sentience on Tuesdays. "So," his new assistant, Janet Clemens, asked on her first day, "what exactly do we do here?" Timothy leaned back in his chair, which immediately broke, sending him sprawling on the floor. He continued talking as if nothing had happened. "We figure out how to weaponize Murphy's Law." Murphy's Law? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. But here's the secret. If everything goes wrong in just the right way, sometimes it accidentally goes right. That makes no sense. Welcome to the department. Your training begins with learning to parallel park blindfolded while humming Baby Shark. Is that really necessary? No, but the Gorthax think it is, and they're paying for the coffee machine, so we humor them. Meanwhile, in Gorthax space, Supreme Overlord Thexaquil had abdicated his position and taken up a new career as a philosopher specializing in the study of destructive chaos theory, a field he'd invented to try to understand humans. His first paper, The Mathematics of Nonsense, a Comprehensive Guide to Human Decision-Making, was 17,000 pages long and concluded with the sentence, "I give up." Sub-Commander Yixville had been promoted to Supreme Overlord, but spent most of his time in therapy trying to get Baby Shark out of his head. The therapy wasn't working, mainly because his therapist had also been present during the incident and started crying every time someone mentioned aquatic life. The 42,000 ships of the once invincible fleet had been reorganized into what the Gorthax called the Probability Defense Force, specifically designed to handle threats that made no logical sense. Their training now included a mandatory course called Expecting the Unexpected and then Being Wrong About That Too, taught by human instructors who showed up late, forgot the lesson plan, and somehow still managed to teach them more about unpredictability than 17 centuries of military theory. Captain Rodriguez had been offered command of the entire Earth Defense Fleet, but turned it down, saying, "I'm not qualified to lead. I'm barely qualified to follow. I'm really just here to make sure things go wrong in the right direction." She was given the command anyway, because that was exactly the kind of leadership humanity needed. The Galactic Council, which had previously classified humanity as mostly harmless, updated their designation to catastrophically helpful, with a footnote that read, "In case of impossible situation, point humans at it and stand back. Way back. Further. No, further than that. A deal." But the real change wasn't in the classifications, or the treaties, or even the fact that Baby Shark was now considered a weapon of mass destruction by 17 different civilizations. The real change was in how the galaxy viewed warfare itself. For millions of years, conflicts had been resolved through superior firepower, advanced technology, and complex strategy. Humanity had introduced a fourth option, being so unpredictably chaotic that enemy computers would rather shut themselves down than try to understand what was happening. Military academies across the galaxy added new courses: Chaos Theory and Practice, The Art of Strategic Stupidity, and Why Everything You Know is Wrong When Humans Are Involved. The textbook for the last course was just a picture of a human shrugging with the caption, "We don't know either." 6 months after the incident, the first joint human Gorthax patrol encountered a hostile force from the Nexus Imperium, who had conquered 12 systems through superior tactics and ruthless efficiency. The Gorthax captain prepared to engage with conventional weapons. The human captain prepared to broadcast something called the Song That Never Ends. The Nexus Imperium surrendered in 4 minutes, a new record. Their leader's last transmission was simply, "We've heard about you. Please, no music, we'll leave. We'll leave right now." Ambassador Newcastle, who had somehow become the de facto explainer of humanity to the rest of the galaxy, gave regular lectures at the Galactic University. Her most popular talk was titled, "Embracing the Chaos, How to Stop Worrying and Love the Confusion." "The thing about humans," she would say, standing in front of increasingly disturbed alien students, "is that we've turned dysfunction into an art form. Other species evolve past their mistakes. We weaponize them. Other species fear chaos. We put it in a uniform and call it Tuesday." One brave student, a 12-tentacled being from the scholar worlds, once asked, "But surely humanity has some grand plan, some ultimate strategy?" Beatrice had laughed so hard she'd fallen off the podium, which somehow perfectly answered the question. The truth was, humanity didn't have a plan. They'd never had a plan. Every great human achievement had been the result of someone saying, "What's the worst that could happen?" and then finding out. The fact that they'd survived this long wasn't a testament to their intelligence or strength. It was proof that the universe had a sense of humor, and humans were the punchline. But sometimes being the punchline meant you got the last laugh. A year after the defeat of the Invincible Fleet, a monument was erected on Earth's moon. It wasn't a statue or a plaque or anything dignified. It was just a giant rubber duck, visible from space, wearing a space helmet that didn't fit properly. The plaque at its base read, "In memory of the Gorthax Concordate's dignity. You were too perfect for this universe." Thexa Quill, now Professor Thexa Quill of the Institute for Chaos Studies, visited the monument during a cultural exchange program. He stood there for 17 minutes, his tentacles twitching in what humans couldn't identify, but was definitely some kind of emotion. Finally, he spoke. "This makes no sense." Timothy Kowalski, who had been assigned as his guide because nobody else wanted the job, patted what he hoped was the alien's shoulder. "Yeah, that's kind of our thing. A rubber duck. You defeated the greatest fleet in galactic history, and you built a rubber duck monument. Well, we were going to build something serious, but then someone suggested the duck as a joke, and then everyone liked it, and then it was too late to change it because we'd already ordered the giant rubber duck, and those things are non-refundable. Your species is going to either save the galaxy or destroy it. Probably both, possibly at the same time. We're really good at multitasking." As they stood there, looking at the giant rubber duck that had somehow become the symbol of humanity's chaotic victory, a new alert came through Timothy's communicator. Another supposedly invincible force was approaching Earth, this time claiming their victory was philosophically inevitable. Timothy sighed, pulling out his phone. "Hey, Captain Rodriguez? Yeah, we've got another one. No, this time they're philosophically invincible. Yeah, I don't know what that means either. Should I prep the music? No. What do you mean we're going to use interpretive dance this time?" Thexaquil's translator struggled with the conversation before finally just displaying an error message. "Human logic detected. Cannot process. Please restart universe and try again." Is your species really going to defeat another invincible force with interpretive dance? Thexaquil asked, his voice mixing horror and admiration in equal measure. "Nah," Timothy said, grinning in a way that made several of Thexaquil's tentacles retract involuntarily. "We're going to defeat them with aggressive interpretive dance. Totally different thing." "How is it different?" "More jazz hands." And so the galaxy learned the most important lesson of all. Never ever tell humans something is impossible, invincible, or inevitable. They'll take it as a personal challenge, and they'll win not through superior firepower or brilliant strategy, but through sheer, chaotic, beautiful stupidity that somehow accidentally saves everyone. The philosophically invincible arrived 3 days later, which was 2 days later than they'd announced because they'd stopped to have an existential debate about whether arriving on time was a social construct. Their fleet was smaller than the Gorthax's, only 3,000 ships, but each one was shaped like a question mark and painted in colors that technically didn't exist. Beings of the cosmos. Their leader, who insisted on being called the Eternal Question Mark, broadcast to everyone simultaneously. "We come not with weapons or shields, but with irrefutable logic. You cannot defeat us, for we have already proven that defeat is merely a state of mind, and we have transcended mind itself." General Mitchell, who had developed a permanent eye twitch since the Gorthax incident, looked at his assembled staff. "Anyone want to explain what the hell that means?" "I think they're saying they can't lose because losing isn't real," suggested Lieutenant Commander Rasthogi, who had started keeping a flask in her desk specifically for these situations. "How do you defeat someone who doesn't believe in defeat?" Timothy Kowalski, who had been dragged into yet another meeting he didn't want to attend, raised his hand. "We could try agreeing with them?" "Agree with them? Yeah. If they say defeat doesn't exist, we agree, then we defeat them. But since defeat doesn't exist, we didn't actually defeat them, so technically they're right, but they still lost." The room fell silent for exactly 17 seconds, while everyone's brains tried to process this. "Kowalski," General Mitchell said slowly, "that's either the stupidest thing I've ever heard or you just invented weaponized philosophy. Can't it be both?" Captain Rodriguez's voice crackled over the communication system. "I have a better idea. What if we don't fight them at all? What if we just interpret their invasion as performance art?" "Performance art?" "Yeah, we review it, critically. We give it 2 stars out of 5 and say their existential crisis lacks nuance." The Eternal Question Mark's fleet hung in space, waiting for humanity's response to their philosophical challenge. What they got was something no civilization had ever tried before, a formal critique published in the Galactic Arts Review. The Philosophically Invincible's latest work, invasion as metaphor, fails to capture the essential paradox of conflict, the review began. Written by Janet Clemens, who had a degree in art history she'd never thought would be relevant to space defense. While their use of question-mark-shaped vessels is obvious to the point of being trite, the real failure lies in their assumption that philosophical superiority translates to artistic merit. 2 stars out of 5. Would not recommend. The catering was also terrible. The response was immediate and confused. You're reviewing our invasion? The eternal question mark's voice had lost several layers of reverb. Well, yeah, Timothy responded, having been put in charge of communications because nobody else wanted to do it. You said this was about philosophy and transcendence and stuff. That's basically performance art. And honestly, we've seen better. The Zorgaths did a whole thing with interpretive gravitational waves last year that was way more meaningful. But we're invading you. Are you, though? Or are you just making a statement about the nature of invasion itself? Very meta, but poorly executed. Have you considered adding more color? Maybe some music? Not Baby Shark, though. That's ours. The philosophically Invincible's fleet hung there, processing this response. They had prepared for military resistance, diplomatic negotiation, even complete surrender. They had not prepared for constructive criticism. We need to caucus, the eternal question mark finally said. Take your time, Timothy replied cheerfully. Oh, and next time maybe send a program. It helps the audience understand what you're trying to convey. Just a thought. While the philosophically invincible huddled in their question mark ships, trying to figure out if they were invading or performing, humanity faced a different crisis. The success against the Gorthax, and now the philosophical confusion of their latest would-be conquerors, had given Earth an unexpected reputation, the galaxy's problem solvers for impossible situations. The calls started coming in at all hours. The Methane Alliance needed help with a paradox that was causing their computers to leak. The Crystal Harmonics were being invaded by an enemy that only existed on Wednesdays. The Void Watchers had accidentally invented something that uninvented itself and needed someone to figure out if it existed or not. We've become the galaxy's tech support for weird problems, General Mitchell groaned, looking at the 1,700 requests for assistance that had come in just that morning. How did this happen? Well, Ambassador Newcastle said, appearing on the view screen from her office where she was simultaneously juggling 3 diplomatic incidents and teaching an alien how to make coffee. We did kind of establish ourselves as the species that solves unsolvable problems through aggressive stupidity. That was supposed to be a one-time thing? When has anything humanity's done been a one-time thing? We're the species that looked at flying and said, let's strap ourselves to explosions. We looked at the ocean and said, let's trap air in metal tubes and sink ourselves. We looked at space and said, hey, let's go there in something held together by math we're not entirely sure about. She had a point. Humanity's entire history was basically a series of terrible ideas that worked out through sheer stubbornness and luck. Fine, Mitchell sighed, but we're charging for it. If we're going to be the galaxy's Department of Chaotic Solutions, we're at least getting paid. And thus, Earth's Department of Chaotic Solutions officially became a galactic institution. The fee structure was simple. Payment could be made in technology, resources, or entertainment. The entertainment option was surprisingly popular, with several species paying their bills entirely in what they considered comedy, but humans found either hilarious or horrifying, often both. The philosophically Invincible, meanwhile, had spent 3 days in debate and finally reached a conclusion. They couldn't invade Earth because Earth had already invaded them, philosophically. You've infected us with doubt, the eternal question mark accused, during a heated video call where Timothy was eating cereal and only half paying attention. Is that bad? Timothy asked, milk dribbling down his chin. We don't know. That's the problem. We used to be certain that certainty was uncertain, but now we're uncertain about our uncertainty. Sounds like progress to me. It's not. We were philosophically invincible. Now we're philosophically confused. Welcome to the human condition. We have T-shirts. The philosophically invincible ended up not only not invading, but actually paying Earth to help them solve their new existential crisis. The payment came in the form of poetry that was so bad it was actually weaponized and used against a different invasion force 2 weeks later. That force, the Harmonious Collective, surrendered after one stanza, their leader crying what their species considered tears but looked more like steam. "Please," they begged, "no more poetry. We'll do whatever you want. We'll even listen to your baby shark if you just stop the poetry." Within 6 months, Earth had become the go-to solution for impossible problems, but also the place everyone warned each other about. Travel guides to the human sector included warnings like, "Do not challenge humans to solve impossible problems unless you're prepared for them to actually do it. Human solutions may include, but are not limited to, duct tape, percussion maintenance, hitting things, aggressive music, interpretive dance, and something they call winging it. Side effects of human problem-solving may include existential crisis, newfound appreciation for chaos, and an inability to explain what just happened." Deji, the Gorthax, who had somewhat recovered from their defeat, actually became humanity's biggest supporters, though they still flinched whenever someone hummed anything remotely aquatic-themed. They'd even started incorporating human chaos theory into their own strategies, though they insisted on calling it calculated randomness, because calling it what it really was, making stuff up as you go, was too terrifying for their mathematical minds. Subcommander, now Supreme Overlord Yixville, had even published a paper, The Mathematics of Anti-Mathematics, How Humans Broke Reality and Why It Worked. It was 17,000 pages of equations that ultimately concluded with humans, error that functions. The paper won several awards, mostly from species who didn't understand it but were too afraid to admit it. Professor Thexaquil had gone further, establishing the first Chaos Academy on the Gorthax homeworld. The entrance exam was simple. Students had to parallel park while humming any Earth song, solve a problem that had no solution, and explain why their answer was both wrong and right simultaneously. The Academy's motto, translated from Gorthax clicking, was, "In confusion we trust, in chaos we thrive, in humans we hide." But the real test of humanity's new role came when the Entropy Syndicate arrived. They didn't claim to be invincible, unbeatable, or even particularly powerful. They simply announced that they were inevitable, like the heat death of the universe, but with more paperwork. Entropy always wins, their spokesperson, a being made entirely of probability clouds, stated matter-of-factly. Order becomes disorder. Energy dissipates, everything ends. We are simply the manifestation of this universal truth. You cannot fight the laws of thermodynamics. Humanity's response was swift and confusing. "Bet," said Timothy Kowalski, who had somehow become Earth's official responder to cosmic threats, despite repeatedly insisting he wasn't qualified and once getting lost in his own office building. "Bet?" The probability cloud flickered in confusion. "What does that mean?" "It means we're going to fight thermodynamics and win." That's impossible. It's literally the fundamental law of the universe. So was faster-than-light travel, until we did it by accident trying to make a better toaster. So was time travel, until someone sneezed during a quantum experiment. Your point? The Entropy Syndicate's approach was unlike anything seen before. They didn't attack or invade. They simply existed near things and waited for them to fall apart. It was passive-aggressive on a cosmic scale. "How do we fight something that wins by doing nothing?" General Mitchell asked during an emergency meeting where half the participants were attending via hologram and the other half were there in person but wished they weren't. "We could try doing nothing harder," suggested someone from the back. "That doesn't even make sense." "Exactly!" Timothy stood up so fast his chair fell over, which he ignored. We out-entropy them. We fall apart faster and more chaotically than they expect. We entropy so hard they get confused. Kowalski, are you suggesting we defeat the manifestation of universal decay by decaying at them aggressively? I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds stupid. That's because it is stupid. So was the rubber duck monument, but that worked out great. The plan, if it could be called that, was to embrace entropy so enthusiastically that it somehow circled back around to order. Every human ship would break down, but in coordinated ways. Every system would fail, but fail upward. It was chaos with a purpose, which was paradoxical enough that it just might work. Captain Rodriguez, who had started keeping a journal titled Things That Shouldn't Have Worked But Did, led the operation. Her ship, the Improbable Solution, was perfect for this mission, mainly because half its systems were already failing, and the other half were held together by hope and expired warranties. All ships, this is Rodriguez. On my mark, everyone break something. But break it meaningfully. Captain, her first officer Marcus said slowly, did you just order us to have a coordinated malfunction? Yes, I did. And I want it to be the most beautiful disaster the galaxy has ever seen. What followed was something that thermodynamics textbooks would later refuse to acknowledge because it made their authors cry. Human ships didn't just break down, they broke down with style. Engines failed in harmony. Life support systems crashed in a symphony of alarms. Navigation computers gave up in perfectly timed sequence. The Entropy Syndicate, faced with entropy that was somehow more entropic than entropy should be, began to experience what could only be described as an existential crisis, which was impressive for beings that technically didn't exist in any stable form. This is wrong, the probability cloud spokesperson flickered erratically. You're decaying wrong. There's no order to your disorder. Actually, Timothy said over comms, while his own console sparked and caught fire in what he insisted was an intentional pattern, there's a disorder to our order of disorder. Or is it an order to our disorder of order? I forget. Either way, you lose. The Entropy Syndicate tried to process this. They were entropy incarnate. They were the breakdown of order. But the humans had somehow broken down their breakdown, creating a paradox that made several universal constants file complaints with the physics department. The final straw came when Lieutenant Wong, the same one who had suggested Baby Shark against the Gorthax, broadcast something even worse, a philosophical debate about whether entropy itself was subject to entropy. If entropy increases over time, his broadcast began, while the Entropy Syndicate listened in growing horror, then entropy itself must be subject to entropy, meaning entropy will eventually entropy until it's so entropic it stops being entropy and becomes something else, which means entropy defeats itself, which means... Stop! The probability cloud screamed, achieving a level of coherence it didn't know was possible. We surrender. We'll leave. Just stop making entropy philosophical. As the Entropy Syndicate retreated, reforming into shapes that suggested they were having what could only be described as a cosmic headache, humanity added another impossible victory to their growing list. The galaxy's reaction was mixed. Some species were in awe. Others were terrified. Most were just confused. The Galactic Council held an emergency session where the main topic was, what do we do about the humans? The final vote was unanimous. Leave them alone unless absolutely necessary, and even then, think twice. Ambassador Newcastle addressed the Council with her usual mix of professionalism and barely contained chaos. Look, we don't go looking for these problems. They just find us. And when they do, we handle them the only way we know how, badly, until it accidentally works. But how do you keep winning? Demanded the crystalline ambassador, whose refraction patterns indicated severe stress. Honestly, we have no idea. We're as surprised as you are. Every time we think we've hit peak stupid, we find a new level. It's like stupidity inception, stupidception, if you will. We won't, several ambassadors said in unison. Fair enough. But the point is, we're not trying to be the galaxy's problem solvers. We're just really good at making problems worse until they solve themselves. 3 years after the Gorthax incident, Earth had become the most paradoxical planet in the galaxy. Simultaneously, the last place anyone wanted to attack, and the first place everyone called when facing impossible odds. They'd defeated 17 invincible forces, solved 43 paradoxes, and caused the physics department of 12 universities to add a course called Human Exception Studies. Timothy Kowalski, who had somehow been promoted to Director of Impossible Solutions, a title he insisted was an oxymoron, sat in his office looking at the latest request for help. A species made entirely of living mathematics was having an argument with itself about whether 0 was a number or the absence of a number, and the debate was causing them to randomly divide by themselves. "Janet," he called to his assistant, who had developed the ability to predict when things were about to get weird.